to attract funding to drive our research. We don't have immense track records. So this is where funding agencies such as Cure Cancer step in. They really do focus on supporting the early to mid-career researchers to enable us to answer, to try and answer.
Hello and welcome to the History of Japanese Board Gaming during PAX Online. My name is Sarah Winters. I've taught this panel at both PAX East and West in previous years, but this version of this panel is going to have one significant change. Well, two. First, it's going to be considerably shorter. This is only a half-hour time slot from 15 to 45. So I'm going to be rushing through a few things, and unfortunately I've had to cut some of my favorite, more esoteric games. But two, this panel is going to be focusing on games that can be played via social distancing. So here are my criteria. The game must either be A, playable online via the official developer's software or Steam or some other official source, so no tabletop sim mods. I'd like the developers to be able to see a cut of their game. Two, that the game is old enough. We're talking things like Go and Shogi, where there's plenty of different online options available to you. Nobody owns Go or Shogi, so these games are available from freely online. Or three, the game can be played as a two-player game, therefore social distancing, or it can be played online where someone owns a physical copy and either moderates it or runs the game with a camera where they can show others. So unfortunately, games with hidden roll mechanics or hidden hands, unless they have a Steam variant or an online variant that you can play supporting the developer, unfortunately those versions have to have been cut. That being said, we have a lot of games that are still available to us. Now, I've recorded some footage, thanks to Kebabs, that's at Kebabs on Twitter, and he's my significant other, and thankfully recorded a lot of awesome footage for us from the Nintendo 41 Clubhouse games, which actually includes most of the games on this list, almost all of the historical games, and even one of the modern ones. So here's what we're going to cover as far as the historical games are concerned, and I'm also going to be talking a little bit about the time periods within them, where it's relevant to the time period. For example, the invention of printing was a huge leap forward for board gaming in Japan, and changed how some of these games were played. So we're going to be starting from the Asuka time period and going all the way to the Taisho and Showa period before jumping to modern day games. Before we do that, though, I have some terminology I'd like to discuss. Now, as you can see in the corner, for those of you who can, there's just an image of me here. Unfortunately, I don't have a video camera, and I myself am legally blind, so I figured it didn't make any sense for you to watch me not be able to focus on a camera. And as such, I also understand if you can't read the PowerPoint on the screen. So whenever there's relevant information, I'm going to make sure to read it out. Most of the PowerPoint slides have minimal text on them, or text that is just flavor that you can read while you're listening to me speak about the more key details. That being said, there's some key terminology I'd like to cover first before we step into these games, so that I don't have to go back through it as the panel continues. Now also, if you would like a copy of these slides, I will have my Twitter up at the end, and I will be happy to share these slides with you, as well as the longer version of this panel that normally lasts about an hour. Terminology. First, we have abstract games. A lot of ancient games from around the world fit into this category. These are games that lack theme. It's better to give you some examples, and then you'd immediately know what kinds of games I'm talking about. Things like chess and checkers, Go, Shogi, Gomoku, and Renju all fit into this category. Next, another common ancient game. Most of these are card games, although some of them are dice or tile games. These are trick-taking games. These are games where one tries to rack up points by a predetermined matching or scoring system. Again, usually card games. Euchre, hearts, cribbage all fall under this category. Most Japanese karuta games, and we'll be talking about karuta later, like koi koi, as well as richi mahjong, all fit into this, as well as the modern game of President or Tycoon, which we will be discussing in the modern round. Last but not least, our ancient games. There is one dexterity game that I will be covering. These are games where physical skill, such as sacking or flipping, determine one's ability to do well or win. The most well-known Western game that fits in this category would be Jenga. We will be talking about Menko. As far as our modern games are concerned, there's 3 additional categories that I'd like to discuss. These are deck-building games, hidden role games, and press-your-luck mechanics. Deck-building games are games that focus on expanding a personal deck of cards that determine what you do on your turn. Western examples would be Dominion or Clank. We will be talking about trains when we talk about modern games. Hidden role games are games where you have a secret role, and that determines what you can or can't do on your turn. Usually these games' goal is to try to figure out what other people's roles actually are. Common well-known Western games are Coup, Masquerade, and Werewolf. We'll actually be talking about Love Letter, which surprises people when they discover that it is a Japanese game. Last but not least, press your luck mechanics. Earlier mentioned Koi Koi does thrive on press your luck mechanics, but we'll also we would normally be covering Welcome to the Dungeon, but unfortunately in this panel it had to be cut because it doesn't fit any of our criteria. If you want to read my longer panel that includes it and a few other panels, games besides, I'm happy to share those with you. But we're going to be jumping straight into early history to the Asuka period. This was a period where there was a lot of exchange between Korea and Japan. Buddhism came to Japan from China via Korea, and it's the start of direct influence from China through that peninsula and trade. And that also brought with it one of the earliest examples of Japanese games, which is Go, which is not actually a Japanese game, but Chinese, otherwise known as Eagle. It was developed in the Zhou dynasty, which was 1000 to 200 BCE, brought to Korea, and then it was brought from Korea to Japan along with Buddhism, writing, and many other things. Now Go, on these next few slides, I'm going to be showing you some Go moves and the general strategy. This is actually not a game that I am particularly familiar with. I actually am much more familiar with Japanese card games, especially Koi Koi. Go is a master strategy game. Whereas chess is considered a battle, Go is often considered an entire war. Go pieces have no strength or weakness to one another, like chess pieces do. All Go pieces are considered of equal importance. They don't have any special moves. The only things you can do on your turn is place a piece. And your goal is to surround as much territory as possible. Yes, you can capture opponents' pieces in the process, but the goal is not necessarily capture, just simply terrain control. And the screen here shows some examples of how you control the terrain on the board. There are many ways to play Go online. There are online Go communities. There are plenty of online Go applications that you can play, both in a browser and as a purchasable program for computers or most forms of consoles. We're now going to be moving forward to the Heian period, which is 800 to 1100 AD. This was a period of great peace and a period of great stability, and with it we bring Gomoku, which is actually Japan's first native board game. Interestingly enough, yes, this does look like Go, just on a smaller board. It is not Go. It is a completely different game, played with the same Go pieces and either an actual Go board or a smaller version of it. I like to describe it as the world's most complicated game of tic-tac-toe. Now, Black plays first and has advantage. If anybody of you plays tic-tac-toe, you're probably very familiar with this, that whoever gets to go first usually has statistical advantage to win. We'll actually be coming back to Gomoku later, because there is a variant of it that was developed later in Japanese history that erases Black's advantage, making the game completely equal and a much more interesting strategic game. Now, Gomoku is available online, even the basics or the advanced version, which I'll be discussing later, and as well as it's included in the Nintendo Classic board game classics that I discussed earlier. We're then going to be jumping straight ahead to the 1500s in Karuta, and the time period is very important here because two key things happened. One is woodblock printing became much more widely available, and two, the introduction of the Dutch to southern Japan and Dutch trade. And the Dutch brought with them tarot, which were the original playing cards. Now, Japanese playing cards were based loosely, or tightly in some cases, off of these Portuguese playing cards. Many regional variants were created. We can see 4 examples here, and you'll notice that they all contain different numbers and quantities of cards, not just like, for example, the Usuns. These have 5 suits. Now, Hanafuda is the most well known. A lot of these unfortunately faded in popularity, either because they were banned for being gambling, banned for being foreign if they actually looked too close to the Portuguese types, but Hanafuda did persist. Now, Hanafuda is not a game. It is a type of card in the same way that our standard 52 card deck is a type of card. They're called trump cards. The games you play with them are things like poker or blackjack or whatever else, but the cards themselves are not a game. Hanafuda is the same, although the most popular version game played with Hanafuda is called Koi Koi. Koi Koi is a trick-taking game where your goal is to score a lot of points by matching cards on the board. And as you can see here, for those of you who can, the cards here are actually the Nintendo variants. Nintendo was originally a playing card maker before they made video games, and you can actually buy Nintendo branded Hanafuda and trump cards even today. They also still make Go boards as well. The next 2 slides are actually going to be pulled directly from the Nintendo game, where they include a short cheat sheet so that you can see what sets, sort of like hands in poker, there are, but also how much they're worth. Not every hand is worth the same amount of points. It's not like in poker where if someone has a 3 of a kind, it's just better than a 2 of a kind. Well, Board Your Butterflies, which is worth 5 points, isn't better than Poetry Slips, which is worth 1 point. Just getting a hand is enough to win the game, but how many points you win is based on how good your hand is. So here is a quick example of a game and play. You have a hand of cards. There's a communal deck in front of you, but then you can actually see what cards you, in this case, this was me, or Kebabs down here, what cards we've actually already put out. So when you start making your matches and your hands, you can tell what your opponent is attempting to go for. So you can either try to deny them, like I'm halfway to moon viewing, you could try to deny my ability to get moon viewing, or you could say, well, they've already got the moon, it's not worth it to go for any of the other parts, and try to score something else. Because Hanafuda does not have any duplicates. Once somebody has a card, you know that another one is not going to appear for the rest of the game. The other key point to remember in Koi Koi is that once you've made a full set, what's interesting is that you can choose to call Koi Koi or not. In this case, Kebabs chose to not call Koi Koi. What that means is you can say that you want to keep playing, even though you have a hand that's valid. If you do that, you immediately end the game and score whatever points you scored. If you choose not to call and keep playing, if your opponent scores something, then they can get your points and theirs, as you just saw in this example. There's also e awase karuta, which are a little bit different. These are games often played on New Year's, and they include poetry snippets, beginnings and ends, or in the case of iroha karuta, letters of the Japanese syllabary, as it's not an actual alphabet. You can play Eowase Karuta online. It is a straight matching game where your goal is to find the second half of a piece of poetry when the first half is read aloud. It is a game of speed and a game of dexterity as you try to find the missing piece. Moving on to the Edo period, it was the end of the Civil War and a period of massive economic growth, but also a period of isolationism. But it was because of the end of the Civil War, people had a lot more time for leisure. And we see shogi, which is the other most well-known Japanese game. Shogi is very similar to chess and yet very different. In that there are 8 different types of pieces in shogi. You have your pawns, 8 for each side, just like in chess, but where it gets interesting is the rest of the pieces. You have 2 knights, 2 lancers, gold, a silver, a rook, a bishop, and a king, no queen. And each of the pieces moves vastly differently from one another. There's a little map here of how all the pieces move, but what's most interesting is you'll see that there are red and black pieces. These are not your and your opponent's pieces. These are your pieces, and they flip over. When you're able to move a piece to the opposite side of the board, unlike in chess, each piece, with the exception of the gold and the king, promote to something else. The knight, the lance, and the silver all promote to gold and gain additional movement in different directions. The pawn advances to sort of like a super pawn. But what's most interesting is the 1 bishop and 1 rook that you have advance to a sort of super bishop or super rook, the dragon versions, that can move mostly but not quite exactly like a queen would. They do have some restrictions. What's also interesting about shogi is that instead of moving on your turn, if you have captured an opponent's piece, you can put it on the board your direction facing your way. Again, this is why the pieces aren't colored like they would be in chess, because you can take your opponent's pieces that you've stolen and play them on your side of the board. This means that capturing an enemy piece doesn't remove it from play. It transfers the power from one to another. I've been in games where where the pawns become much more important, although they can only move forwards. They cannot capture sideways. They can only capture directly in front of them. They can act as a blockade when you've caught a lot of your enemy pawns, dropping one down on the board just to prevent your opponent's piece from moving. I much prefer shogi to chess, but I am terrible at it. Now, there is one other game we're going to be talking about during the Edo period, and we're going to be taking a totally radical tangent about POGs. Well, actually, what we're going to be taking a tangent about is menko. Again, like I said, with the advancement of printing in Japan, especially woodblock printing, beautiful, colored, various shaped menko, which are like POG pieces, were created. In the same way as POGs, your goal is in this dexterity game is to flip over your opponent's cards or chips. They can be any shape, though, unlike the POGs that we see in the US, which were only round. And starting in the 1980s, just like how there were hollow foil POGs, there were hollow foil menko. These Pokemon cards that I have here are not Pokemon trading cards, they are menko. They are thick cardboard-like cardstock, very shiny, still being able to be bought today. And people would play Menko with this. Now, how did Menko become Pogs? Are they really the same thing? They are. I'll give you the shortest version of this story. Essentially, in Hawaii, um, a Menko were brought to the area. A local school teacher noticed kids playing with them, especially using pomegranate, orange, guava, passion fruit, sorry, orange guava, juice caps, back when juice used bottle caps, to play the game, hence the round caps. The Canadian Manufacturing Company was called in to make more of them. The school teacher proliferated the game to teach math, and there you have it, the Pog craze of the 90s. All started by a school teacher. Now, while Pogs have sort of faded into obscurity, Menko is still played today in much of the East Asian world. And this is from the radical year of 97. 1897. A woodblock print by Shunte Miyagawa. Some things never change. Moving along to the Meiji period, with the integration of the West, we also have an integration of Renju. This is Gomoku, yet again, grown up. Gomoku with centuries of house rules added to remove first player advantage. Again, first player in Renju or Gomoku is the black pieces, hence the terminology. 20 countries are part of the Renju International Foundation, and in all of the years that it has existed, America has never won a tournament. Now, if you want to play Renju in most versions that have Gomoku, these are the settings that you are going to need to have in order to be able to do so. First move is obviously first player, but then there's going to be 3 rules you need to look for. They're called 3 and 3, 4 and 4, and overline. If you allow these, you're playing Gomoku. If you forbid these for the first player, you're playing Renju, because these are the 3 handicaps you need. And here is a short video of this in action. So, the person who's playing black has the red cursor, and you'll notice as things going down, eventually red will actually have periods where there's a little no symbol. This is because the black player is forbidden from making certain moves in order to keep the game fair. This makes the game much more strategic and a much closer match than normal Gomoku. 3 and 3 and 4 and 4 basically means that you cannot combine 2 sets of 3 with a middle piece, or 2 sets of 4 with a middle piece, to make a longer line later. Only the first player has this disadvantage. Moving on to Taisho and the early Showa period, we have our final, what I would consider historical Japanese game, and that's Riichi Mahjong. Well, again, Mahjong, like Go, is a Chinese game brought over to Japan. Riichi Mahjong is a Japanese variant of a Chinese game. It is a 4-player trick-taking tile game where your goal is to make a hand of 14 tiles. Now, what constitutes a hand varies wildly. I have on the screen many different possible hands. There are 14 pages of hands here and over 30 possibilities. Essentially, your goal is to pick up a tile on your turn and to deposit one into the centralized board. Other people can choose to take the tile that you've just discarded if it will help them make a match. And your goal is to be the first person to make a match, and not just make one. Like in Koi Koi, different hands are actually worth different amounts of points, and you take these points away from the people who didn't make a hand. Now, I've got 7 minutes left, so let's go through the modern game lightning round. Again, all of these games have to fit the categories that I'd mentioned earlier. And first up is Deep Sea Adventure and a few of the Oink games. While my personal favorite, Startups, does not fit this criteria because there's hidden information, Deep Sea Adventure has hidden information, but it's information that's hidden from everyone until the end of the game. So it is possible to play with one person owning the game, using a video camera to share it with everybody else, and everybody else using an online dice roller app to play and take their turns, with the one person who owns the game managing the board for everyone. Another game that's possible to play via this method would be a Fake Artist Goes to New York, which is a hilarious drawing game. The only problem is if you're playing it remotely, the person who owns a physical copy of the game has to play as a moderator and cannot actually participate because they'll know who is or isn't the fake artist. The same would be said with a few of their other hidden role games, as long as someone can play as a moderator. Next is Daifugo. And as a huge Persona fan, it was interesting to see this added into Persona 5 Royal. So yes, you can in fact play this there, although only against other CPUs. Daifugo, or President, or Tycoon, depending on who you're speaking to, is a trick-taking game where your goal is to dump your hand as fast as possible, and you earn more points based on how quickly you're able to discard all of your cards. It's almost like a reverse Crazy Eights. Certain cards have special rules, such as the Three of Spades being better than a Joker. The 8 card clears the board, either called an 8 clear or an 8 stop. And there's a good bit of strategy in determining when you want to discard your cards. But what's most interesting about President or Tycoon is what happens after the game is over. You don't just play one round, you play several. And depending on the order in which you're able to discard all your cards determines how powerful you are the next go around. The person who goes first is now the President or the Tycoon or the Daifugo, and they get to discard their 2 junkiest cards to the person who's fourth. The person who's fourth, meanwhile, as you can see here, must give their 2 best cards to the President. The 2 people in the middle have to trade 1 card each to each other. So not only is it a game of strategically getting rid of your cards on the table, it's also a game of doing so quickly so that you're able to maintain your streak in the next game. Love Letter is another game that surprises a lot of people. Love Letter is available here at Board Game Arena. You pay a small fee to be able to play it, or you can buy it outright on Steam and play with friends virtually. It is a hidden role game where you're trying to get a love letter to the princess and figure out who the princess is by deducing their various roles. Machikoro is also available online, and it is available for free. Yukata, a German online board game site, actually acquired the license to allow people to play it online for free. So this is a legitimate way to play Machikoro online. It is a fun party risk-taking game involving rolling dice. Now, I'm running out of time here, so I'm going to speed through the last one, which is Trains, which slides in on a technicality that the official Trains website offers a free-to-play PDF version of the game for 2 players. So that's a good place to check it out if you want to get interested. It is a really cool deck-building game. Now, I've got 2 minutes left, so I'm going to say my quick goodbyes. I'm at Division 10 on Twitter if you want the slides, if you want the longer slides, if you want to see the longer presentation, or if you have any questions for me, feel free to shoot them my way. Again, thank you for stopping by. I'm sorry I couldn't spend more time with you, and have a wonderful PAX.
we've recently had a shift. Both Child's Play and the medical community has recognized an unfilled niche where we needed some additional expertise in the hospital to help us deploy everything that they've provided, and they've started to help us develop a brand new role within medicine, that of the gaming technology specialist. These are people who have expertise in gaming, in technology in general, knowing how to set things up, keep them updated, but also have expertise working with children and work hand in hand with our child life specialists.
We can't afford to support 250 of these positions across the U.S., but we can support 5 or 6 or 7 a year, get them started, and then have them prove useful so that ultimately every hospital will want to have this person.
We'll always support our partner hospitals with Amazon wish lists. We'll always send them an annual gift to support their child life department. But being able to spread this position across the globe is the next push that we want to be able to do.
I think that this is revolutionary. I think it's the next greatest thing for our profession. To see an organization like Child's Play really be able to admit, you know what, we can do better. What's our next step? What's our purpose? How can we change the world? How can we make a significant difference that's lasting? And so it's been really an amazing part of my professional growth to watch them get to the point they are today of introducing something that 5 years ago we wouldn't have even thought about.
Hi, I'm Ren, one of the developers of Unpacking, the upcoming title from Australian indie studio Witchbeam. Unpacking is a Zen puzzle game about the familiar experience of pulling possessions out of boxes and fitting them into a new home. Part item Tetris, part home decoration, you are invited to create a satisfying living space while learning clues about the life you're unpacking. Over the course of 8 house moves, you are given a chance to experience a sense of intimacy with a character you never see and a story you're never told. You can play the first 2 stages of Unpacking right now in our demo, available through Steam only during PAX Online. Look forward to the full game in 2021.
Hello, PAX Online. Dallas Kemp, creative director of Atomic Mass Games, back at you again with some painting and some fun for PAX. I hope you're all having a good time. I know we are. So, of course, painting miniatures, you got to paint the face, right? It's an old adage, you got to paint the face, you got to paint the base. So, I want to talk about painting faces. And we're going to do a very cool, very quick face paint with not quite washes, but we're gonna have fun and we're gonna let's just get to it. So let's try it out. So as you can see, I got a Black Widow here. Now I left the arms off so that because her arms on the miniature come straight out and gets in the way of the camera. And the next step I want to do, and this is what I normally do, is I take some of my base color, that base skin tone, and I mix a little red into it. I usually find like a nice brickish red, and I thin this down with a little bit of water, but this just adds that nice warmth that we like to see in faces. Now any skin tone you do, you want to follow a lot of the same rules I'm going to be talking about here. So even if I were to go darker, I would still add a red undertone. If I was going to go lighter, like a very light pale skin, I would still add a bit of a red undertone. There's no one recipe to painting skin. Now I'm going to mix some water, and I just got a little palette over here. And this time I'm going to use a forest green, like a nice olive. I'm going to mix that once again into the base color that I chose. Now while I'm waiting for that to dry, I'm going to take the green and the red without the base tone, mix them together, and I'm going to make like a really nice brown. Just a nice red brown. If you don't feel it's dark enough, you can add a little red, you can add a little green. Nice. So all that did was define those deep recesses. But now I want to define the top. So I'm going to take a little bit of my off-white. I like good off-whites. I don't like pure whites typically, unless I'm highlighting white. So I'll take off-white, mix it into my base tone, and I'm just going to pick out some highlights. Right there where the hair part meets, tip of the nose, just under the lip where the chin is, just to give it a little highlight. This just defines the face much better and sharpens all those features. And once again, I'm just using the tip of the brush. Let me see if I can focus in just a little bit. There we go. So very quickly, I was able to achieve a great face to get on the tabletop and just to get playing. So hopefully that was helpful and informative and something that you can practice and try at home and get your miniature painted up and get it on the tabletop. So thanks for joining me, and we'll catch you later. Keep having fun at PAX, and we'll catch you later. Bye, heroes.
Hello. This is Tim Sniffen with Jackbox Games. I'm one of the writers, artists, voiceover people, and we are going to be playing some games today as part of PAX Online. I am thrilled to be here with you. We have a bunch of different games queued up. We're going to be playing some from our newest Party Pack 7 coming out October 15th, as well as some greatest hits. And I'll be looking at the chat as far as what everyone wants to play. But let's see. So I have my producer, Belia, who you can't see. But I know we have our first game that we're going to be playing is Quiplash 2. Is that correct? That's great. So I think the way this works, we'll get it queued up, and then we'll get some people in here to play. And then once we have the room code to hand out, everyone else can jump into the audience so we can get as many people that are interested in playing along on board. Thank you, everyone that's been watching this little plucky red biplane just flying through those blue skies. I'm coming to you live from Los Angeles, now in Hickory Smoke flavor, where our skies are not quite as blue, but I know they will be again someday soon. It looks like we're live in the Goose Theater. Very exciting. And so if you are following along, I am watching the PAX 3 Twitch chat channel. If there's anything you want to say to me, or later I'll be asking if there's certain games that you want to play, just let me know. I'll be watching that. Okay, we have our ready room up for Quiplash 2. So, should I cue people as far as where to find the room code so they can... Oh, well... TK23 is on top of it. So you're going to be our VIP. Let's get other people into the game. Don't start that game just yet, TK23. You'll be playing on your own. Great. If you're looking for the room code, it's in the PAX Discord. We're putting it there so not everyone overwhelms poor TK23. And once we have a full game, then we'll reveal it to everyone. Oh, Phoenix Bird has risen from the ashes to be our second player. Well done. We got room for... A Twitch plugin is required. Oh, the Twitch login. Twitch login is required if you want to be part of this. I want to remind all you folks out there, we got 2 players, so that means we have room for 6 more people. And now we have Games and Ink. I was reading into this. Games and Dink, which makes less sense. Games and Ink. Very cool. 3 players, room for 5 more. Yes, you need a Twitch logon, but head over to the PAX Online Discord if you would like to be part of this game of Quiplash 2. And now we have, oh, what a sweet and approachable name, Fluffy 54605. Not sure if that's a zip code or some sort of clue that we're supposed to unlock. And now we got, oh, be kind today. Words that we can all live by. That's great. Everyone is getting in on this. We got space for 3 more, including Oragog. I think the giant spider from Lord of the Rings, like younger cousin. We got a full house now. Ovak Jam and Big Dumb Swede. And one in the audience. So yeah, in a second we'll hand out the room code so that, as you know, Quiplash, as many people as want to be part of this can be, and we'll help decide the winner. We got 3 in the audience. Keep it going. So, TK23, you know what to do. You already started the game, and we are in for Quiplash 2.
Welcome to Quiplash. I'm Schmitty, and I have
So does that mean we can
right
put the
now.
room code wherever we want now? So
everyone?
whoever wants to be part of
No,
this.
it's
Well, I
fine.
can tell
You
you
guys
the
will
room
do.
code is
Remember, anybody can join the audience
YUOB.
at any point during the
YUOB. But here we have all our players
Round
getting
one.
ready to dive
You're
into
about to see
Quiplash
2 prompts
2.
on your device. Type something hilarious or not for each one. Then everyone gets to decide if
All
your
right, if you
answer is
don't
better than
already
someone
know the
else's.
rules,
Democracy at
round
work. You
1,
get points based on the percentage
everyone's
of
going
people
to
who
be
like your answer,
answering,
and a bonus
I
if
believe
you
it's
get more
2
votes than
different
your
questions,
opponent.
and then we all
Go.
just vote on our favorite. And if you're in the audience and there's a tie, you are deciding these tiebreakers. So
Attention
join the
while you
audience,
wait for
room
these
code
annoyingly slow players, why not try the
YUOB.
audience play
Right.
along?
You can see all of our players are coming up with their best possible answers. I mean, we're probably doing extended timers so that everyone can get on board. Fantastic. Oh yes, Quiplash 2. So that means, I mean, if you're part of this, enter those answers now. We can see them on screen. There's no waiting for this. I'm seeing some really viable and some really upsetting. Oh, we've had our first COVID-19 of the day. Probably not the last. Benjamin Button. That is horrible. That's a horrible costume for a young child. Yes. Oh, Big Poopy. I mean, the kid's gonna love it probably, but it's gonna be upsetting. Yep. Here's another COVID-19. Sure to be an unfortunate theme. Santa. Real confusing, especially if you're the person answering the door. Yes. Yeah, some of these I'm not gonna dignify by sharing with you. Oh. Broken condom. Boy, that hits home.
Clock's running out.
And we have, let's see, three people are all done. TK23, first to the room, already done with their questions. I mean, they are giving a masterclass in Quiplash 2. 4 people, take your time, wait for your moment. You got 7 seconds left, so maybe don't wait that long. Timer's counting down. You final 3 if you want to finish up. One person may have missed their window, but we are moving forward. Goes to show if you're playing this game, you got some time, but not all the time in the world. Okay, a time you should absolutely not wear white. A funeral, or a Black Lives Matter protest. Yes, very different answers. As you know, if you're in the audience now is your choice. If this comes down to a tie, it will be decided by you. We got, let's see, lots of audience votes coming in. That is great. If you're not in the audience yet, room code YUOB. And let's see how this one shook out. Even split. So it goes to the audience.
Moving on.
Yeah.
What should be dumped on the losing coach?
Wearing white to a Black Lives Matter protest is probably just not the best idea. Also, it's just after Labor Day, so that's strike 2. All right, what should be dumped on the losing coach at the end of a football game? Diet Coke and Mentos, the winning coach. No one wants either of those things dumped on them, but which one is the thing that should be dumped on the losing coach at the end of a football game? Audience, get those votes in. You got 12 seconds left. Tough choice here. Diet Coke and Mentos, which might create sort of like an acidic combination. I don't know if that leads to like poisonous gas, or the winning coach. Let's see how we did. Surprising. So, look at that. The players went for Diet Coke. Well, the audience went for winning coach. And that's who walked away with it.
The places you'll blank.
After high school, kids get the book, Oh, the Places You'll Go. After college, they should get, Oh, the Places You'll blank. Wish your parents paid to take you to. Oh, the places you find you're staying. Good choices. I mean, as someone who left college and, had a bit of a rude awakening, both of those ring pretty true. Let's see which the players and the audience went with. Great, we got lots of people in the audience. It is never too late to join in. Room code YUOB. Let's see how the voting... Whoa! Interesting. The audience and the players are two very different sides of the coin.
The Canadian national
we had the audience decide the winner with this one. Well done, TK23. A line in the Canadian national anthem, probably. I came here for your ginger ale, or maple syrup and hockey forever. One very kind of traditional Canada. The other, I didn't realize Canada was known for ginger ale. But apparently that's something that's out there. So let's see how many other people enjoy that sentiment. Place your votes. Audience votes are piling in. I mean, you see how much power the audience has in a game like Quiplash 2. They can just turn the tides of fate. All right. Even split. And audience, very traditional. Maple syrup and hockey forever. Huge audience percentage on that one. And you got the points for it as well. The most common injury of the super wealthy. Firing arm sprain. GR, I'm not sure what that means. Maybe that'll resonate with the audience. We'll see how the votes go. Firing arm sprain. I'm not sure if that's like a most dangerous game, like hunting other people or skeet shooting. But it's not up to me to decide. It's up to you as far as which one is the most common injury of the super wealthy. I'm not sure if I'm seeing Twitch chat here. I'd love to keep an eye on it, but whoa! Firing arm sprain took it. Our first Quiplash of this session today. Well done. What keeps Adam Sandler making movies? I mean, powdered gravy, the fact that Satan owns his soul, very possible. But I mean, maybe worth it. Uncut Gems was very well received. So pick your favorite answer. What keeps Adam Sandler making movies? Powdered gravy or the fact that Satan owns his soul? Votes coming in. I'm not sure which way this one's going to go. I know which my favorite is. Ooh, so Fluffy 54605 went with a safety quip. Still did okay, but Satan owning his soul. There was no contest there.
Don't take any
well done, Phoenix Bird 1.
Vote away.
Weird advice from your grandfather. Don't take any wooden blank. Face masks. Any wooden, a pocket full of dreams. Curious. Yes, I mean, you want a real pocket full of dreams. You don't want some wooden version of it. And yeah, a wooden face mask maybe worked for Jim Carrey, but I don't know that it's going to work in the times that we're living in right now. Let's see what our audience thinks. You know, thought it might be a safety quip because it didn't quite match up, but I didn't want to call it out right then and there. I mean, face masks. Well, a wooden face mask. Well done, TK23.
More exciting.
Not sure what happened to that safety quip. Sometimes we run out of time. It happens. How to make golf more exciting? I mean, the sky's the limit on this one. Sit on the moon. Oh, more exciting. Well,
over.
No competition. So, Ovok Jam, he got away easy that time. And that, I believe, is round 1. Let's see our standings.
It's now time for round 2.
Ooh, Ovok Gem surprising. TK23, I thought you were going to be on top there, but you're close. You got a chance to get it back.
Audience members, while players are typing in their answers, try the audience play along.
We have in the Discord chat, we have a Canadian. Welcome. We're happy to have you. I know America can be a little louder, a little faster, a little more prone to pandemics, but we're happy to have you here. All right, possible entry in Gary Busey's dream journal. Tonight I dreamed of Gary Busey. Fair. I was Gary Larson. That would be a strange situation for Gary Busey. I dreamed of Nick Nolte. Yes, stars dream of adjacent stars. Friends were touchable. I dreamed I was happy. It's pretty wistful for Gary Busey. I hugged a sloth. I think anyone would enjoy that dream. I dreamed of whispering. Dreamed about screaming. Two halves of the same coin there. These are all, I feel like a lot of people are real keyed into what Gary Busey might dream about. I dreamed I wasn't God. Very possible. I dreamed dragons. Gotta wonder if someone maybe entered that a little faster than they were. The PAX was going to end today. Oh, don't say it. Not true. Of Granny's cookies. Who wouldn't want to dream of that? That I was really just a barber in Idaho. That feels like, isn't that how Breaking Bad ended? No, that was Saul. We don't know where. No, we know where Walter White went. dreamed of
Cards on the
Barry
table.
Busey. I want an entire film franchise built around Barry Busey. All right. One person looks like missed the timer, but everyone else is in.
Okay,
If the
choose
Pied
your
Piper
favorite.
really wanted to impress us, he'd get blank to follow him. Judi Dench as a cat, or anti-maskers. Two very different answers, so you're really gonna have to decide which way you go. Judi Dench as a cat, I don't know how many people saw that movie, but that's some imagery that you will never be able to fully get out of your mind for the rest of your life. Or anti-maskers. Yeah, Pied Piper, get those anti-maskers out of here. I don't want to get too into that, but if they were lured away from town, that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Let's see. Pretty close. Oh, the audience, though, they want those anti-maskers following Pied Piper.
The booth nobody
Judi
visits
Dench,
at the
not
job
this
fair
time.
is for a business called blank.
Let's see. The booth nobody visits at the job fair is for a business called Kentucky Fried Employees. You know, no answer, but I mean, I think that would have won anyway. Kentucky Fried Employees. And it's TK23. They were here from the beginning. They're not going anywhere. If Oragog had an underground, our player Oragog had an underground club, the secret password would probably be Gogoro or Nodding Sternly. Both really good passwords. Gogoro, kind of the Mixel-Plick approach to club passwords. Get those votes in. If you haven't heard, room code is YUOB. Be part of this. Gogoro or... which is the password? Ooh, yep, people went with Nodding Sternly.
Next on deck.
I would too.
Mannequins
Because then, you know,
always thinking?
are they bored? You don't know. Like, you have a really high chance of getting that password right, is why I like it. What are mannequins always thinking? What is my purpose, or why are the dudes wearing dresses? Which, you know, is a totally valid choice. If you're of the male persuasion and enjoys wearing dresses, no judgment for you. But what are mannequins always thinking? What is my purpose, or why are the dudes wearing dresses? I wondered if there'd be a Kim Cattrall answer here, but I guess not. Let's see who we voted for. Big one for like the existential mannequin question. What is my purpose? Walked away with it. Well done.
Vote on your devices.
If more on the Oragog theme questions. If Oragog was a Mortal Kombat character, their special move would be this. No. Or Orang Guillotine. I'm not sure if that's Orange Guillotine or like Orangutan Guillotine. Or no. Both really viable choices here. I love just the special move of like, absolutely will not participate. Or Orang Guillotine. Let's see which way it goes. Audience votes just flying in. Oh, only Be Kind today went with no. I am surprised. And the audience was all over Orang Guillotine.
Go up to Canada.
Yep, absolutely the winner. A little Oragog. I like your style. Just FYI. Why did Jack and Jill go up to Canada? No answer, but the beer, maple syrup, and loading ready run. Might be a Canada-specific thing that I don't know about. I like it.
Vote.
A rejected superhero vehicle. The blank mobile. Pickle or Calendarman. I don't know who's using that. I don't know whether it's a rejected superhero or a rejected vehicle. But, I mean, I think any superhero would do well to take either of those vehicles. Picklemobile or the Calendarman mobile. Let's see which one takes it. And, whoa! Real popular, Picklemobile. That's the one.
Next on the list.
Could even be driven by Pickle Rick.
Bar for pirates.
I mean, pickles, they're real popular. I feel like they're maybe like what bacon was a few years ago, pickles have become. Anyway, the name of a singles bar for pirates. Me hearty hurt. really nice answer. You're gonna get hooked. I want both these bars to exist, but we can't have them both. That's what Quiplass teaches you. So which one do you like best? The name of a singles bar for pirates, Me Hearty Hurt, or Yar Gonna Get Hooked. Hard to choose, and yet we must. Let's see how it went. Me Hearty Hurt, real popular. Audience kind of divided on that one, but Phoenix Bird took it.
Round 2 is no
Both
more.
well
Let's see the
deserved. Could have
damage.
gone either way. I like them both, and will attend both of those bars. I believe that was it. Let's see what our standings are. Right, Ovak Jam. Aha!
Welcome to the
TK23
last, the final
rips the
round.
crown
There's
from
just one
Ovak
prompt,
Jam's
and you're all
head.
getting it.
And now it's time for the last lash. As
Make
we
up the
know,
full
everyone
name
gets
for
the
this
same
acronym.
prompt. And this is going to be an acro lash, which is get an acronym, create the phrase that it stands for. Full name for this acronym, SWD. Go for it, folks. Remember, a lot of points here. Even if you're not first or second, you could still take it. We see these people have plenty of time to come up with your answers. Even if you were left behind in earlier rounds, you got 45 sweet seconds on your hands. Just get that phrase just right. SWD. Come up with the complete phrase for it. All right, you got about half your time is up. Ovak Jam's not sleeping. He is done, or she. Orgog and their club with its very specific password. All right, 12 seconds left. Time to start wrapping it up. We got 5, now 4 players left. Get in there, SWD.
soak it in.
Time to go with
in
almost
round
anything.
3, you
And
get to
that's
award
it.
3 medals, gold, silver,
One person
and
left
bronze.
behind who
Have at
maybe
it.
has wandered away from other things. SWD. Sandwiches without dill. Sus war dwarves. Sing with dogs. Sweet. Weapons of destruction. Would you say that? Surviving while dying. No answer. Surly washed dogs. And skydiving while drunk. We've got a fantastic array of answers here, a beautiful buffet of different choices. So if you're in the audience, go in. I believe with this, you pick your, you might just pick your favorite. If you're playing the game, you do first, second, third. Don't quote me on that. You might know this, the games better than I do, as far as the individual rules. Anyway, make your choices. Got plenty of audience votes. They've made their decisions. Players, cast your votes. Please don't vote for no answer. That'd be just so sad.
Nice. Let's
Vote
see
for
who's
one of the
bagged
ones that someone
medals.
worked hard to
Bronze
write.
first.
Encourage
Here's the silver.
participation. Here we
And
go.
gold.
Oh, Fluffy, what
Now let's turn
happened?
those medals into points.
That's right. So there we have bronze, silver, and gold. Let's see how it turned out. Yeah, nothing for Fluffy. Not today. Okay. Surly washed dogs did okay. Sweet weapons of destruction.
Okay, let's see those final scores.
Skydiving while drunk. I like it. A fantastic winning answer. And something you just don't want to, you want to really prepare for. But let's see what our final scores turned out now with the third round. TK23! First to the game. Walked away with the crown. Well done. Top answer of the game, firing arm sprain. Most common injury of the super wealthy. All right, this is our first game of the session. Really well done, everyone. If it's still just one Canadian in our audience, we welcome you, we celebrate you, and we're glad you're with us. Oh, great. Okay, so I'm told that I can ask our Twitch chat if there's another game that people want to play. I mean, we can do another round of this, but we have, a full array of different choices. So chime in the Twitch chat if there's another game that you have a hankering for, and my fantastic producer, Belia, will queue it up. Just give it a shout out. She has her eye on that, so we'll see if there's anything that you have a taste for, and we will get right to it. Want to do one more of this? I think people had a real feel for this. Let's do one more of these before we switch it up and head to something else. Sound good? But we'll do new players. That way, if people want to get in that maybe missed the boat last time. So that means I think we will have a new room code, which again, you can get on the PAX Online Discord. And then once we have our players, we'll list out the room codes so everyone can join the fun. Oh! It sounds like maybe the tide is turning on Quiplash 2. I'm hearing a call out for Trivia Murder Party. Did you, Belia, did you say the first or second? Ooh, we want classic Trivia Murder Party. Who am I to argue with the will of the people? That's fine. We can jump over to that one as well. We are here to oblige you. So let's have some Trivia Murder Party. And same deal, is there a big audience factor in this one? I'm not sure that there is. Although the audience can win for the original Trivia Murder Party? That's 2. But I think you are a part of it. You're definitely a part of it in Trivia Murder Party. So again, once we have all our players, we will release the room code to everyone so that if you want to be a part of it, you can be. Even if you're in Canada, there's room for you here. Excellent, although I don't see it. Oh yes, here we go. So we're giving the room code out to, do we have all of our players yet? Oh, so I can just say it for anyone that wants to hear? Room code IBGK. IBGK. We are full! Just like that. I think we have all of our players in line. So let's see, who is our VIP? Or Belia, are you starting this off? Great, because we have a full boat. So let's get into it. Audience IBGK, if you want to be part of this. We got some in the audience, and there's always room for more. And we are in. Never get tired of Trivia Murder Party. Oh, yeah. We got all our players. That will be pitted against our psychopath host.
Come on, wake up.
Today,
Welcome
in
to Trivia
we go.
Night, a thoughtful treatise on the futility of life. But in like a no pressure, let's all have fun kind of way. Except, you know, I will kill people.
Now, Belia, I know I don't hear the games. Can people playing hear the audio of the game?
Super fun mini games.
Okay, great.
If you do
I wouldn't want to deny you.
I'll kill you. But don't worry, Ghost can still win the game.
Our psychopathic host.
We'll go to the final round where the living and dead compete.
I'm sure people already know. Trivia questions, you get them wrong, you play terrifying mini games. Even if you get killed, you can keep playing as a ghost. I feel like I'm saying things we're all already aware of, but you never know. So in a second, we'll get right into it. Nice, we have a nice audience size. There's always room for you. IBGK, get in here.
Uses egg yolk?
And here we have it, question 1.
Use your device to answer the question. That means you weirdo the audience.
Uses egg yolk. I mean, I work in the Jackbox building and I don't know the answer to this. So take your time, 25 seconds. Tempera, fresco, acrylic, or gouache? Which painting technique uses egg yolk? And as you can see, if you're in the audience, you can answer as well. Audience answers coming in. See, our players are twitching, thinking about their choices. And time is up.
Prepare for your punishment.
Ooh.
Welcome to the killing floor.
Sorry, folks. 4 people got it wrong. On to a mini game.
I used to call this one Knifey Pointy, but the name didn't test well with the focus group I kidnapped. Just choose one of your fingers to cut off. Easy, right? All you have to do is endure blinding pain. Ready, set, slice.
Well, that's scary. That's scary enough all by itself. Choose one of your fingers to cut off.
Thanks for the finger.
Yeah, that looks like it hurts a little bit.
Here's the early scores. These will change over time, probably.
And it's
That's
that
how scores
simple.
work.
Here's our
let's
score
check
so
out the
far.
audience Score. Hey, audience, you're an embarrassment
All
to all
right, some people
uncaptured
have some
people.
ground to make up, but it's just question one, folks.
Let's try another one.
Audience
It bothers me how modern living rooms are always
already
centered around the
beating
TV when they should be
many
focused
people
around
in the
the
game.
casket.
Question 2.
Which of these famous places is actually a giant tomb?
Which of these famous places is actually a giant tomb? Is it the Rock and Roll McDonald's? No, it's not. The Eiffel Tower, Machu Picchu, Taj Mahal, or the Colosseum? Giant tomb. Positive it was a Rock and Roll McDonald's. That's a... If people are like, I don't know what you're talking about, that's a Chicago thing. It's kind of a normal McDonald's that feels sort of like it has a
And
big
the
rock and roll
correct
theme.
answer is this one.
But back to the game.
The rest of you, I have a surprise for you.
And Taj Mahal! Yes!
Welcome back to the
It
killing
feels
floor.
like 4 people are always left behind in this game so
I'm going to
far.
ask you
And
a
on they
question.
go
So
back to
put
the
a little
killing
thought
floor.
into this. It's important. What's the funniest word? Type an answer on your device and press send.
If
when
you're
you're
following
finished.
along, but you're not part of the audience, room code IBGK. What's the funniest word? And you're now going for the worst possible answer. Pitted between perfection, futile
Now
patio,
everyone gets to vote.
beta
Pick
Chris,
which of these
or
answers you
nonstop
hate
nerd.
the most.
Yeah, if you're a nerd, you can't
The person
pause.
who wrote the answer
You gotta
with the
keep
most
going.
votes will
Funniest
die.
word: kumquat, squibble,
You can do it.
serendipitous,
One of these answers was written by someone
magma.
who deserves
Pick the worst
punishment.
answer. I know what I'm thinking. But go for it. Which is the worst answer to the funniest word? I won't repeat them again. We can all see them.
Time's
Audience,
running out.
you're a
Just
part of
pick an
this.
answer that you
Plenty of
like.
those votes rolling in. I love
The
it.
votes are in.
Not sure which way this one's going to go,
You wrote this hot garbage.
because we have some terrible choices. And kumquat is the worst
See, I wasn't
answer
joking when I said
for
I'd
the
kill
funniest
you. I
word.
just totally killed you. But trivia is not just for those
Sorry,
who are
Beta
proud.
Chris.
Keep
You're a
playing,
ghost.
you might
You're
just
still
rejoin
part
the
of
living.
this.
Here at Trivia Murder Party, we believe even the deceased should have a chance to succeed.
But you did meet with an untimely end.
Let's see how the scores look now. All right, next question. At what age does a girl celebrate her quinceañera?
I mean, audience, you are like in strong competition with everyone that is playing this game. All right. At what age does a girl celebrate her quinceañera? Quinceañera? Quinceañera. Forgive my incorrect pronunciation at first. Sorry, what was that, Belia? I am dishonoring my producer with my sloppy pronunciation of quinceañera. Which just goes
And
to
the correct
show
answer
I need to
is
check my privilege.
Yes.
All right.
Too easy.
And timer is
Let's
up.
try this again.
Correct answer.
Area
Whoa!
51,
Everyone took it.
allegedly.
Well done. Well done. That means we move right on to question 4. Where is Area 51? Allegedly. New Mexico, Nevada, Texas, or Arizona? Good question. I can tell you, I was on a road trip a few months ago and wound up here accidentally. I won't say where it was, but I will say there were some. There was a guard booth that was real unhappy to see me and told me to turn around and go away.
Who said? This.
So there's that. Time is running out. Make your choice.
Only a ghost got it wrong. Everyone again. You all need to be taught.
Nevada is correct. Oh, Beta Chris! More
Good
bad
news.
luck!
It's math time.
So sorry.
Answer as many math questions as you can before time runs out. Whoever
But,
does the worst
yes, now
dies.
everyone goes into this killing floor.
Math time. Let's go.
Answer as many math questions as you can before time runs out. As someone who hated math, this is my least favorite question. Just keep answering those questions. Get as many right
Keep
as you
shining,
can
you
before
beautiful
time runs
diamonds.
out. I'm seeing a lot of green check marks. We got some good mathematicians in this group.
Only time for a few more problems.
I mean, it's tense just watching this, isn't it? This is like being dragged back to 5th grade. All right.
It'll all be over soon.
Ruby Maiden, doing well. Let's see. Ooh, Prince
I hope
Obilus.
you haunted elementary school,
Yeah.
so maybe you can learn something.
Wow, just exploded. Prince,
And the audience is
I mean, for what it's
living down to
worth, you don't use a lot of
expectations.
math in everyday life, but you do use it in this game,
How about
and it
this?
did cost you.
Spoiler alert.
Audience still doing
How
great.
did Bruce Willis's character die in The Sixth Sense?
Question 5. How did Bruce Willis's character die in The Sixth Sense? Doesn't the little kid kill him with his mind? No, I'm thinking of something else. Shot, struck by car, stabbed, or strangled. How did Bruce Willis's character die in The Sixth Sense? Good question.
Time's running out.
Audience, not too late to be part of this. If you're just watching, room code is IBGK here in the Goose Theater. 3 seconds left. Make your choice.
The rest of you, I have a
Let's
surprise
see.
for you.
Not
Look at
everyone
that.
got
A
it.
pile of money
All right,
on the
some people
floor.
are going to a
I
killing
have
floor,
got to
a
get
killing
more
room.
organized about my finances.
Mmm.
Take as much money as you want, but take the most money or the least money.
Look at
and
all that
you'll be
gorgeous
sorry.
money.
Have fun.
Yeah, this is tough. You got to take some, but you're trying to take less than the most person or more than the least person. I mean, it's a tough one. You have to think about your players,
Let's see
even
how
though you
much
may have
money
just met
everybody
them.
shoved in
Who's
their
greedy?
pockets.
Who's philanthropic? We don't know.
Uh-oh. The most greedy and least greedy must be punished.
Oh,
Personally, I never
there you
touch any
go.
paper
Person that
money
took the most
because
and
of
the
germs.
least. Unfortunately, your time on this mortal plane has come to an end. But you're still with us.
I've got more questions for you.
Only 4
I'm really
living
health-conscious,
players
especially when
remain,
it comes to my
and
food.
our audience.
Which
On
of
to
these
question
has the least amount
6.
of calories?
Which of these has the least amount of calories? The least amount. A Big Mac, a Whopper, a Wendy's single, or a 2/3 pound monster thick burger? I'm not even sure where the 4th choice is from. It sounds terrifying. Least amount of calories. Big Mac, Whopper,
Time's
a
running
Wendy's
out.
single, or a 2/3 pound monster thick burger. 8 seconds left. Get your voices, get your
said
votes in.
This.
Make your voices heard.
The rest of you who are still alive, let's go someplace
Big
fun.
Mac, the least? That is shocking, but 3 people knew it,
Let's
leaving
work on your
5
vocabulary.
people.
Use letters to
Oh,
spell the
2 of them
longest
are
word
already
you can
gone.
before time runs out.
3
I
people
got
to
some of these
face
letters from Highlights
the
magazine.
challenge of
But the person
words.
with the shortest word will be punished. Word time, go!
All right, you're trying
By
to
the way, the
find
letters don't need
words
touching. And don't forget to press
amidst
submit when
all
you're
these
done.
cutout letters. Person with the shortest word does not do so well. Have a good look. Take your time. Don't
Let's see
panic,
what you
even
can
though
come
this is a
up with.
high pressure situation. Try to find the longest word.
If you have exact scores, your life will be no more.
Hammering, well done.
That didn't quite work.
You survived this time. Looks like Nonstop Nerd
This game has made me
came
sweat.
to
Glad I
came
didn't
to
wear
an
a shirt
unexpected
today.
stop. 2 people left alive, and
All
our
right,
audience.
Next question. What author is
A lot of
responsible
people
for
just
Goosebumps?
didn't make it all the way. And now we go to question 7. What author is responsible for Goosebumps? Stephen King, Dean Koontz, Michael Crichton, R.L. Stine. It's not Virginia Woolf? Are we sure about that? Well, these are our choices. Who is responsible for Goosebumps? Stephen King, Dean Koontz, Michael Crichton, R.L. Stine. 15 seconds left.
Time's running out.
2 living players, although, of course, everyone gets a
Who
shot.
picked this?
5 seconds. Audience, get those votes in. Looks like you have.
Let's try
And
another one.
R.L. Stine. Everyone
Who
but
wants you to watch him whip and nay-nay?
Futile Motio. Moving right on to question 8. Who wants you to watch him whip and nay-nay? Soulja Boy, Silento, Wiz Khalifa, or Fetty Wap? Who wants you to watch him whip and nay-nay? Soulja Boy, Silento, Wiz Khalifa, or Fetty Wap? Make your choice. Audience votes are pouring in.
And
We'd love
the
to
correct
see it.
answer is this one.
2 living players, but the pressure's on for everyone.
Come with me.
And it's Silento, which
Look at
only
this mess.
3 people got
I'm going to need
correct.
everyone's help. I spilled blood all over my favorite piece of art.
Mm-hmm.
Memorize the pattern of blood.
Nice. For this one, everyone is playing. Take a good look.
Okay, you've had long enough. Oh man, I am parched. I'm really bad at remembering to stay hydrated. Just a second while I have a little water. Okay, sorry about that.
Oh, this
Anyway,
stresses me out so much.
reproduce
Remembering
the pattern
patterns
on
like
your
that.
device by tapping on
Just
all
not
the spaces
enjoyable.
that were red. Then press submit when you're done. If anyone does better than you, I will be testy.
Moments like this, I'm really glad I'm just hosting, because I would be panicking. But don't follow my example. Just keep your cool. All right, Vank. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Vanker? Maybe you're trying to sneak past the filters. If anyone does better than you, there'll be consequences. If you are trying to get past the filter, I appreciate your ingenuity.
You're almost out of time.
Everyone is trying to beat you now, but be cool.
Here's that
Just
art
do your
again.
best to
Now
reproduce
it's
that
time to show your
pattern.
work.
Keeping in mind that there are 7, maybe even 8 if the
Seriously?
audience is
No
allowed.
mistakes?
Let's see.
I would kill
How'd
that
you
puzzle
do?
maker if it wasn't me. I guess let's see how everyone else
That
did,
looks
just for the
pretty
heck of it.
close. You're 100% right. Amazing. I never would have been able to do that. I mean,
Whatever.
you survived. You really beat the odds that time. As did 2 other players. The audience got it 35% right.
Here's another one.
All
What
right.
English football club's nickname is the Red Devils?
Vanker? I'll say, here we go. What English football club's nickname is the Red Devils? Ooh. Manchester City, Tottenham Hotspur, Manchester United, Liverpool. If there's one thing I know, it's that Americans love English football minutia. Not that it's only Americans playing. We know we got 1 Canadian in the room and maybe more. Let's see how much we've been paying attention to cultures other than our own. English football club's nickname, the Red Devils. Manchester City,
Who said?
Tottenham Hotspur,
Yes.
Manchester United, Liverpool. Timer is done.
Prepare for your punishment.
Manchester United. There you go. Which 2 people knew,
We're going
and
to play Chalices.
40% of the
All
audience
safe
did.
Players have been provided with
I
the
can tell
poison
you, I had
pellet.
no idea. Oh,
Pick a chalice to
Vanker, you
poison.
just can't stay out of trouble. All right. You made it through the memory challenge. Let's see how you do with this. Those are some beautiful chalices, I have to say, including one that looks suspiciously like the Holy Grail.
It's not hard, people. Put the poison in the cup. I was doing this when I was 5.
Everyone is choosing where to put their poison.
Some of you didn't use your poison pellet, so I'll have to add a few of my own. Now it's your turn to play. Pick a chalice
All
to
right,
drink from.
Vanker.
I bought most of
Make
these chalices
your
at a garage
choice.
sale. The former owner seems like a real weirdo. Yummy, yummy. Now let's see what everyone drank. This was inevitable.
Oh no!
I've seen people drink cinnamon shots before, but poison?
Interesting!
That's a first.
We have a theory in the chat that no one ever poisons Cup 1. Now that's all I'm going to pay attention to.
We're whittling down to just
They
one
were
player
absolutely
has finally
right.
come to
I can't
fruition.
argue with you.
Let's
No
do
one did
this.
poison Cup 1. All I want to do is
Well, look
poison
who's
Cup
still
1 now.
alive. Now you just have to
Scoreboard,
escape with your
let's
body.
see. Wow, Ruby Maiden
I'm going to give
really
you a category.
killing it looks like.
Cheers, characters. Tap on each answer
Okay.
that fits, then
Ruby
press
Maiden,
submit.
huge head start. Can you keep it? Now you know this. You're choosing multiple answers. It doesn't have to be just one. If more than one is right, choose as many as you think are right. Cheers, characters. Coach Ernie Pantusso, Robin Colcord.
Decisions. Let's see the right answers.
Everyone that is not Ruby
Move
Maiden,
forward
this is
one
your chance to
space for
catch
every
up.
correct answer.
Do your best.
You're getting real close to the exit. Oh,
Okay,
did
I
mention
guess
that all the
both
other
were
ghosts get to
characters
play
from Cheers.
too?
I don't
If a
remember
ghost
Robin
catches up to
Colcord.
you, then they will steal your body. Then they can escape and win the game. Here's everyone's next question. And
All right,
ghosts get a third
Prince
choice to help them
Obelis.
catch up to you.
Catching up to Ruby Maiden. Invertebrates. Manatees. Turtles. Fish. Choose as many as you think are invertebrates. See if you can catch up to Ruby and make it to the exit before they do. I mean, just even the visual of like poor Ruby Maiden just pursued by like an army of ghosts. It's very, very Aragorn-esque.
Character classes
None.
in Dungeons and Dragons.
All right, Ruby moves closer. People are really making up that distance. Character classes in Dungeons and Dragons: Commoner, Crusader, Torturer. Character classes in Dungeons and Dragons. Ruby, I mean, you got a lot of ghosts hot on your heels, but you just got to do your best to stay cool under fire and figure out which of these are character classes in Dungeons and Dragons. Timer running out.
Kill your friend and come back to life. It's the
Okay.
only way.
I thought I knew my
Are
D&D
you
classes,
afraid
but
of the
maybe
dark?
not.
You should be. Shellfish.
Aha! Feels like a sequel to the invertebrate question. Shellfish. Mussels. Mahi-mahi. And we have the third option for ghosts, grouper. Think hard. Which of these have a shell involved in some way? You would think the Little Mermaid would be on here, but she's not. Shellfish, mussels, mahi-mahi, grouper. Timer is out.
Good. Now
Mussels
escape
was the
before
only
the
one.
others catch you.
We got a lot of people getting it completely right. I mean,
Rum-based
now,
cocktails.
look at that. Oh, Vanker. Vanker, with your clever name, is now back to life, and Ruby is instantly a ghost, Ruby Maiden. Rum-based cocktails. I've spent many weekends trying to figure out the answer to this question. Boilermaker, Pina Colada, Sidecar. Which of these are rum-based cocktails? I mean, competition is fierce now. Who could live to the next question? I don't know. Life and death is just like swapping hands willy-nilly.
Another life
Only Pina Colada, which Ruby Maiden knew.
Caribbean nations.
And now, Prince Prince Obolus is back to life. Caribbean nations, Dominican Republic, Canary Islands, or the Seychelles. As you can see, whoever is going to win this game is changing from moment to moment. This is a nail biter. Which of these are Caribbean nations, Dominican Republic, Canary Islands, or the Seychelles?
So much fun!
Only the Dominican Republic.
Trivial Pursuit.
Prince
Genus
Obolus.
Edition
Now
categories.
Ruby Maiden is back! This is like Circle of Life. Ruby Maiden is alive again. Trivial Pursuit Genus Edition categories. Now, Genus Edition, I believe that is the original Trivial Pursuit. Geography, games and hobbies, and Ghost Option History. You can see one wrong answer here can put you back, can rip you from the skin of this world if you answer incorrectly. So just do your best.
So many
And
kills.
Geography and History.
South American countries.
Ruby Maiden. Sue. Oh, brief candle flame. Killed again. And now Prince Obolus is back. South American countries. Luis Guzman, Honduras, Guatemala. Belly, is my pronunciation okay on those? Okay, good. You've really got me in my head, which deservedly so. South American countries. Luis Guzman, Honduras, Guatemala.
Another life swap.
None of
It's
those.
life out for you.
How did you do?
Game
Sorry,
on
Prince.
rare dice.
Banker is back. I mean, Beta Chris, bless you for hanging in there. You might not be walking away with this game, but you are still with us. And I, for one, salute you. Same with you, Journer. And Perfecto, your name is hidden in front of Vanker's body. Games that require dice. Yahtzee, Parcheesi, Ghost Choice, Hungry Hippos. Which of these require
That just
dice?
wasn't challenging enough.
Audience, get those answers in. Yahtzee
So much
and
fun.
Parcheesi. Audience did pretty well there.
Australian cities.
Prince is back. I believe we are. Is that? Yep. I think this is it. This is for the game. Australian cities: Gold Coast, Auckland, Adelaide. I'm gonna say this is for the game. You are on the entrance. You are on the very door jam to the exit. You're on the mat that leads out of the house. Get these Australian cities correct. Gold Coast, Auckland, or Adelaide. Only the Gold Coast. I think it was the Prince made it out first. I mean, Ruby Maiden walked in. I thought it was going to be no contest, and yet Prince Obolus lives. I'm proud of you. Incredible. The audience did not survive, but you left a fortune behind you, so maybe that will lead to some good. Okay. Oh, okay. I think our my producer's talking to me for a second and says she's sharing our screen. There's a slight delay, so we want to try to address that so that I'm not too far behind you, so we're all seeing the same thing. I can. Yes, now I can see your screen.
Hi, the party's
Belly, yeah.
downstairs. Come on in.
Okay, chat, we're asking you again what game you want to play. Now, we've gone with some trivia, we've gone with a Quiplash kind of thing, maybe a drawing game if people are feeling it, but I leave it to you. Oh, I'm hearing TKO. I like it. Real popular. Also, it's always fun to get some drawing in there. What else, Belia? Earwax. I feel like people were like, drawing game, screw you, Tim. Sound effect game. The farthest thing from a drawing game we could think of. I actually haven't seen Earwax in a while. I would love to play that. And then maybe we'll do a drawing game next. Yeah, something I haven't mentioned in a bit is have we played any? We haven't even played any games yet from our Party Pack 7. But we've been talking a lot. We've been doing a lot of like announcements and stuff. The Party Pack 7 will be released on October 15th, which is a month and a day from right now. And I believe you can pre-order Party Pack 7 through our Jackbox Games website or through Steam. And by pre-ordering, I believe you get 10% off the price if you get those pre-orders in now. So yeah, Party Pack 7 is more or less done. We're putting just the finishing touches on it. Like if it were a cake, we would just be doing the final bit of like icing and piping and lighting the candles if it were a birthday cake and getting ready to just like send it out into the world. So we are really proud of it, and it will be out in about a month. All right, I see our earwax screen is queued up. I think we are ready for some players. Belia, can I share the room code? Great. So our room code here is KYKG. Think of it as like, yeah, KYKG. I mean, just like that. We have 8 players that were like, we are ready, we know what we're doing, and we are in. Great. We have 25 and more in the audience. So get in there if you want to be part of this. Excellent. And the game is off and running. Now, Belia, this is one I can't hear this, so there might be a lot of sound effects where I'll just have to imagine that they're awesome.
Oh, how rude. Humans. Let's get to it. Meet the judge.
Oh, okay.
Select your prompt.
I mean, the nice thing is, it doesn't matter what I think. Like, the players are going to be the judges, so you just be, fair in your judging. Belia, I'm going to turn that off because I hear myself like 5 seconds behind me, and that is going to drive me and probably everyone insane. Oh, if it's too quiet, I mean, do we want to pause for a second and get the volume up? This is a crucial one for volume.
What love feels like.
We're going to pause because we're hearing the volume's a little quiet, and we want the volume to be at the perfect mix so that everyone can hear the sound effects that they're creating. Bear with us. The nice thing is, for moments like this, you can tell this is live. This is happening in real time. There's nothing pre-planned about this. We are responding in real time to your requests as much as we are able to. We have our fantastic producer, Belia, who is making sure that the volume is at a proper level for your at-home enjoyment. Do we think it sounds better now? And so if some people got bumped out of the last game, I'm so sorry. We'll just have to take a moment in our hearts for the game that would have just happened and know that it probably would have been the best game of our lives, but we can't have that.
2,
we have to move on.
1.
We'll get you back in for another game. All right, everyone is in. Earwax, let's go. Heighten
Hello,
volume,
welcome
we're
to
back.
Earwax. I'm Mother, and I will be
Yeah,
your host.
I might not be able to hear this, so I won't be commenting on your sound effects choices,
attention,
but
this
it's
is
not about
important.
me.
Each of
I
you will
want all of
receive
you
6 sound
to
effects on
enjoy
your
each other's
device.
sound
One
effects
of you will
choices.
be the
I'm
judge
going to
who
watch
will
these
pick up
animations,
prompts
which
to
I
play.
love.
The rest of you, you choose 2 sound effects that you think go best with that prompt.
Quick
Once
tutorial.
all sound effects are in, the judge will choose a winner. Be the first to get 3 points, and you win. Remember, new players can join the audience at any time
3
by
points and
entering
you
the
win.
room
Real
code.
straightforward.
Audience
And
members'
yes,
votes count. Here we
new
go.
room code if you have missed it.
And the judge is
TRWX. It's like
prompt time.
Tearwax.
Pick a good one.
Sequel? Tearwax? Sad sound effects? Maybe, probably not. And
The prompt. Star Wars
Billy, if you want to
convention.
describe them to me, I won't argue with you.
Choose those sounds wisely.
She's laughing. Like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. Room code TRWX. Okay, Star Wars convention. Real close to what we're actually doing right now. So I want to hear what that would sound like. 20 seconds left. Mythgar. To put together what you think a Star Wars convention would sound like. We're getting in the chat, which party pack is this from? It's from Party Pack 2! I mean, we were infants when we released this one, and it's awesome.
Come now,
I think it's an
pushing two
early,
buttons isn't all
really
that
fun
hard,
game.
is it? Star Wars convention.
Well, we know what Mythgar thinks about people that go to Star Wars conventions. Oh no! Uh-huh. That makes sense. Perfect. That's like a Scotsman killing C-3PO, maybe? Okay. Sounds like maybe people like mugging some Ewoks. Yes, that's someone calling George Lucas to talk about Attack of the Clones. Fish flopping, chimp screeches, maybe calamari versus like a Chewbacca prototype. Whoa, is that Darth Vader being created? Okay, we have all our offerings for the soundtrack to a Star Wars convention. Now it's time for everyone to
A decision has been made.
vote for
The
their
chosen
favorites.
sounds are 1 point goes to you. Way to go. Meet the judge.
All right,
What'll it be?
new judge, Nas me. Unexpected golf ball and water bonk on the head. Was not prepared for that
Prompt's
to win. Goes to
The
show.
only sound guaranteed to
Anything
get
can
this
happen
player's
in
attention.
earwax. Okay, the only sound guaranteed to
two
get
sounds.
Mythgar's attention. You gotta really base this on your very brief accumulated knowledge of Mythgar. Everyone, just do your best. If people haven't already appreciated this, don't you love the earwax background? It's just like melting candle wax, or
The
like
only sound
I
guaranteed to
picture
get
like
this
melting
player's attention.
Easter eggs just dripping behind the screen. It's so trippy. Here we go. Guaranteed to get Mythgar's attention.
Ta-da!
Group of magicians. Uh-huh. Okay, maybe Mythgar's a big fan of like retro tech. There you go. Never fun when a truck comes to the door. Oh. Leprechaun comes calling. Whoa. Lot of traumatic automobile incidents. And finally, yes, just cars
Let the
are
judging
bringing a lot
begin.
of mischief and destruction with them. It's up to
Judging
Nazmi
is
to
done. The winner
decide.
is
Okay.
Ta-da!
Very first one.
the point is yours. Enjoy it. The judge will be
And
Select your
now,
prompt.
Spyro 105 is our next judge. Let's see what the prompt will be.
I now present the prompt.
And
What the
Spyro
Statue
chose
of David
what the
is thinking.
Statue of David is thinking.
Players, select your sounds.
Really good. I feel like if people were around for Quiplash earlier, we had what mannequins are often thinking. This feels like a logical successor to that. Like, let's go for maybe the most famous mannequin. What the Statue of David is thinking. People are assembling their sound effects right now. If you want to be part of the audience, room code TRWX. Anything fun in the chat,
What the
Belia?
Statue of David is thinking.
This may take a while.
I mean, That liquid squirt, rough. Yeah, I mean, wow. I guess Statue of David has been, like, waiting a long time. We're hearing some love for earwax in the chat, and I agree. I love this game. It's just, like, classic. I love the retro look. What is happening? Party crowd, like, why are people so excited?
Hello.
What are they
Guys, do
seeing
your
on
thing.
David that's thrilling them? Oh, okay. In the chat, we're hearing, if I play today, can I play tomorrow?
The judge has
Absolutely.
decided, and the winning
We are
sounds
not
are-
choosy. Get back here and play some more. What was that, Belia? Yes, we'll have a different
rewarded
host
1
if you're listening
point.
to me and you're like,
Congratulations.
no thanks.
Judging this round will
CJ,
be-
one of our writers, will be hosting
Pick
tomorrow.
your prompt.
But for right now, Rogue, I'm gonna maybe Rogue Generation, ... is our judge and is picking a new prompt. We do try to get different people hosting, so yeah, if you want kind of like a different experience, come back
Look, I don't
tomorrow.
wanna burden you
Also,
with
if you
difficult
haven't
tasks,
gotten
I'll
in
take care of it.
to be an actual
Our prompt
player,
will be
come back tomorrow, and we'll be
Mom's
playing some
Facebook
more games
posts.
right now. Mom's Facebook
Select your sounds,
posts. What do they sound like? Yes, I believe my producer, Belly, is asking who the host of this is. I believe it's one of our writers, producers, Ryan DeGiorgi, who you will also see hosting these panels very often. Not hearing it myself, I'm not 100% sure, but I think
Facebook posts.
Ryan hosted this one. Oh, yeah. That's a double horn. There's Mom
First,
trying to dial
stop the bleeding.
and call for the clown car. Yeah, you want to stop the bleeding before you go in for that kiss.
Ta-da!
Sounds about right. Mom approaching on horseback. Yep, that sounds like something my mom would post and be like, good for a giggle.
Please wait.
Could get scary sometimes.
start judging.
Please wait. Maybe Mom's internet is kind of slow. Cast those votes while Rogue Generate ... I'm guessing Aishun chooses their favorite.
The best sounds have been chosen. They are...
Slot, you can't go wrong with a slide whistle.
You have
I would have
earned 1
voted for
point
it as well.
yourself. You should be proud. Here come the judge. Time to select a prompt.
And Albedo 12. Be good to us. Give us a good prompt. They're choosing what we're going to score right now.
Your prompt is as follows.
And Albedo gave
Curious
us
George's final
Curious
moments on
George's final moments on
Sound
Earth.
selection starts now.
Something we might not want to spend a lot of time thinking about, but I mean, Curious George isn't immortal, folks. So what would Curious George, that curious little monkey who's friends with the man in the yellow hat, played by Will Ferrell in the movie that not a lot of people saw, what would his last moments on Earth sound like? 13 seconds left to get... Make your choice. Curious George's final moments on Earth. I mean, it could mean before he leaves for space. We don't know. Drum roll. George is surprised at whatever just happened. Oh no. Maybe being chased into the water by wild boars? I don't know. Maybe DJing? Oh. Bubbling hot tub. That's unfortunate. Let's hope he ended his life. Relaxed. I forgot it. There was one called Fart Extravaganza. I mean, good girl. At least like a compliment before whatever happened. Maybe killed by Chucky? Yeah. Very possibly like
Onward.
killed by an evil toy.
A winner has been selected. The sounds chosen are...
Good girl.
Cast your votes. Now, Belia, I'm seeing a big version of myself on here. Should I be? Oh, this is on Discord. I just
You
want
are
to make
now
sure
1
people
point richer.
can see the actual game
judge.
and not just...
Please select a prompt.
Oh, great. Okay. Oh, TK23.
And the prompt is...
Back
What
from
Neil
their
Armstrong
earlier
did on the moon
victory,
when
now
nobody
it's
was looking.
their turn to judge.
Time to choose your sounds.
What Neil Armstrong did on the moon when nobody was looking. Finally, the truth can be told. I feel like the footage of this might be kept in Area 51, which we now know is in Nevada. All right, come up with the best sound effects to represent what Neil Armstrong did on the moon when nobody was looking. I mean, the camera couldn't be on the whole time. What did Neil get up to?
Armstrong did on the moon
Let's
when
find out at
nobody was
least
looking.
what it sounded like. I think, yep, everyone has their answers in. Let's see what we came up with. Oh, I love it. I'm hearing in the chat, someone says Jackbox is one of your favorite parts of PAX. You are one of our favorite parts of PAX. I mean, we love being able to be a part of this convention and interact with the people that enjoy our games. So I think it's one of our favorite times of the year, so we're so glad you could be here. But I know I'm talking over some fantastic sound effects. I want to give them the full, like, their time in the sun. Ooh, I mean, that one sounds really happy, whatever he's doing.
Let the games begin.
Sad trombone. Oh no. What did Neil get up to that sounded like that? I gotta love toilet flush
Judging is
plus
done.
vintage
The winner is-
auga horn. That sounds like maybe like he left something behind on the moon that maybe someone
The
should
point
go
is
back and
yours.
clean up at some
Enjoy.
point.
The judge is...
All right.
Choose the
TK23
next
has
prompt.
their favorite. Well done. And now we have BRV is our judge.
The prompt is...
BRV.
How history will remember
Be
Britney
good to
Spears.
us. Pick a prompt that's going to make everyone proud.
Players, select your sounds.
BRV went with how history will remember Britney Spears. I mean, I have nothing but respect for Britney. She's doing okay right now. Let's see. Everyone's got 30 seconds to come up with the soundtrack of how history will remember Britney Spears. Someone wasted no time in coming up with their choices.
How history will remember Britney Spears.
Let's see. Is that everyone? One more. They are in. Let's hear what we came up with. Oh. Mm-hmm. Ooh. Maybe she haunts the earth after she's gone?
No.
Uh-huh. Yep. No. That was someone's kill move earlier in Quiplash. No. Well, maybe hit by a car, but
Oops.
bounced off of the pavement?
Judging commences.
Hopefully the
Now.
truck didn't go over her. Oh, real on brand. Oops and lamb bleats.
The judge has decided, and the winning sounds
It's
are...
up to BRV to pick
Oops.
their favorite, but of course everyone can vote.
One
Yup.
point goes to you. Way to
Oops,
go.
lamb bleats.
And the judge is...
And maybe that lamb is thinking,
Select
I did
your
it again.
prompt.
Real good answer though. That was just on brand. All right. Oh, Ruby Maiden. Back from Trivia
the
Murder
prompt.
Party. Ruby Maiden.
What Rob Schneider
Pick
is up
us
to these
something
days.
fun.
Time to pick two sounds.
What Rob Schneider is up to these days? I mean, the imagination just boggles. Like, I don't think there's going to be a Deuce Bigelow 3, but I don't want to rule anything out at this point. 4 people already have their answers. What Rob Schneider is up to these days? Let's find some sound effects to
You would
really
think that pushing
bring
two
that to
buttons
life
wouldn't
for
be this
all
hard,
of us.
Really? What Rob Schneider is up to these days.
And I think we have all of our answers are in. Oh, yeah. He was always a sloppy drinker of any liquid. Okay. Maybe some adult fun. Yes, maybe getting hit with some sort of a wooden instrument. Oh, I'm not sure what he's getting a kiss from. Yeah, that sounds about right. Screeches plus a boing.
Judge,
I imagine that's people rewinding, applauding a movie being over. Okay, riding a bike, maybe because his car won't start. I mean, all of these suggest that things aren't going that great for Rob Schneider. I hope he's not in the audience right now. I'm not sure. We'll see which one Ruby Maiden enjoys the best. Really solid choices put together here for Rob Schneider's current career.
Stop the presses. A winner has been decided.
Yeah, I like that one. And really some like Deuce Bigelow theming. And our winner, BRV!
This is the most liked player. Way to go.
Really nicely done. Oh, okay. Did real well with the audience, Nazmi. Beautifully played. I mean, we got some really important information out of that one. What Rob Schneider's up to, how we'll remember Britney Spears, what Neil Armstrong did when no one was looking. Well done. All right, should we do our drawing game now? A message I will say for people that feel like they played like the last game or the last game or two, I suggest maybe sitting a game or two out so that other people that have been following along in the audience can get in there. You're doing great and you're killing it, but we want to make sure, you know, as many people, and we don't want to like shut people out. So since we can't do that, take a moment and, you know, see if other people jump into the next game. Belly, do we want to give Champed Up a shot? Oh, TKO, that's true. The chat was calling out for TKO. I don't want to be an autocrat. So, yeah, we're going to do whatever the chat wants. The power is in your hands. So, if you want to... What are we hearing so far? Tied. This is a rough one. We can also do both. I believe we have the time for it. But we're going to do TKO and then Champ. We're going to do like a double drawing rock block. But the first one we'll do is TKO. So my fantastic producer, Belia, is queuing up TKO right now. Get your drawing skills ready. Back to Party Pack 3. One of our early forays in the Party Pack world. I know I mentioned just before the game we played, we just recently finished production on Party Pack 7, which is coming out October 15th. And I think as of last week, you can pre-order on either through Steam or through our own Jackbox website for 10% off. So we're real excited about this one. And if we play Champed Up next, that'll be a game from our Party Pack that's about to be released. But first, we're going to take a little walk back into the history books and play some TKO. In just a moment. Belia is walking back to our Jackbox archives, dusting off the installed discs for Party Pack 3. There it is. Yeah, if you were in the last game or two, I would only ask maybe like take a little break. Look at this. People are wasting no time. Yeah, great. Looks like we have a bunch of new names. I'm happy to see all of these people. We're all in. We got a full boat. So Delaney _A, whenever you want to, it looks like you have the power when you want to start us off. And again, if you want to be part of the audience, WLGB is our room code. WLGB.
Welcome to TKO.
Get in there.
I am the tournament master. Just an FYI, the elixir that gives me eternal life is beginning to affect the speech center of my brain, so if I use the wrong porcupines, that's why.
I love this game. I just think it's so beautiful. It's like a fever dream, all the like swirling clouds of fire. Let's take a trip, shall we, to this island? Yeah, please jump into the audience.
The road to
room code
greatness begins here at the training
WLGB, Chapter
grounds.
1.
You will
Training
use your
grounds.
device to draw 3 drawings. Draw anything that pops into that little head of yours. If
Love
nothing
that.
pops, just hit the suggestion
Fireball
button.
for Punky Pie.
Get your drawing fingers
I mean, I
wiggling.
love all these
It's time
icons.
to draw.
Don't get me wrong. 55 in the audience, real nice. If you want to be part of it, jump on in. Room code
Those of you watching the
WLGB.
tournament don't have to wait another 100 years to get in
So
on
I
the
believe
fun.
right
Join the
now,
audience to submit suggestions and affect
people
the
have a
game.
little bit of work to do up top. So first, we have the audience suggesting something to draw. So you can see, audience, you have a real part to play in this. It's never too late to jump in. If you're just watching, you can go to jackbox.tv and enter room code WLGB. Really? The Toad from Mario. Excellent. Dragon, very straightforward. Big Yoshi. Horror. Tricky concept to draw. The recent meme. All right. Looks like 5 of our players have their first drawing in. These people are working hard on their controllers right now to draw something wonderful for us. So we can only imagine what they're doing right now.
This time,
Toddler.
try to think more like me.
Oh, it's a
Begin
good thing to
drawing
draw.
two.
All right. All these drawings are in now. I'm hearing in the chat that they love the lobby music for this one. Me too. They're like, we get to hear this music so much, and I just think you would think music like this, after a while you'd be like, okay, that's enough. But some of these I can honestly listen to on loop forever, which is not the case for many pieces of music. Okay, second drawing. Audience, you can keep suggesting things to draw. Cheeseburger, love it. A pile of zombie corpses, which is rare, because zombies are normally walking around. So, you know, it's like, what happened here that we're seeing a pile of zombie corpses? A shirt! My first tattoo. I'm curious if that's like of your tattoo, or I think I would love to get the words "my first tattoo" tattooed on me. Just give people something to think about. Wizard on top of a mountain. Good place for a wizard to be. Very Saruman-esque, or even Gandalf. I think they both have spent some time on top of mountains. Omega Nauts. Cinnamon Bunny. Hobbits. Yep, those fun things to draw. We got one person finishing up their drawing. They've got, it looks like Kittersog?
Last drawing.
Kitterso
Let's get
6.
weird
You've got
with it.
about 30
Big game.
seconds left. Take your time. I saw desserts with bears. I love that. Okay. Final drawing. So you can keep those suggestions coming in if you're in our audience. Horror characters. They can describe a lot of things. Anguish. A single noodle. That's nice because it could be kind of done with like a single line, but you could also make it super complicated if you wanted to. Yes, rejected superhero. If you were around for the Quiplash prompt of rejected superhero vehicles, I think we went with Pickle-mobile was wound up being our favorite. Kitten butterfly. I mean, that's kind of like cute overload. Like, kittens aren't cute enough without like enormous butterfly wings. Yesterday's dinner. Let's see, which for me was rice with pineapple. I kind of ran out of ingredients and had to do my best with what was on hand. People finishing up their final drawing. If you're still working, you've got about a minute left. Everyone else, if you're watching and want to be part of this, our room code is WLGB. Neutral Switzerland. Is that redundant? I'm trying to remember what Switzerland is up to these days. They make great army knives, but I think maybe don't have an army to wield them. Don't quote me. Magic Kingdom, real nice. Labyrinth, beautiful. Aang, but super depressed. Oh, I wouldn't wish that off Aang. Cookie
Challenge
Masterson.
complete.
Who knows what Cookie truly looks
For
like?
your last exercise, you will write
And
as
here
many
we go.
slogans
All
or
our
phrases
drawings are
as
in.
You can. These have nothing to do with your drawing, so just put those out of your mind. And don't give in to pride. Use a suggestion if you need it. Go.
Now it's time for those slogans. Random phrases or slogans. Audience,
Well, I know
you are
that's not
welcome
the best material. Write
to
another.
suggest them to us. Granny Spanking Wizard. I mean, there's a lot there to unpack. I don't know who suggested that, but that's what you want to see. Although I'm happy that the Granny has come out on, like, is victorious against the Wizard. To be or not to be, classic. The crushing weight of happiness. It is a burden, isn't it? Ceiling Cat is watching you. Neutral face. These are great. I feel like these are great all by themselves. Kneel, peasant. I'm with me. Oh, I mean both lonely and empowered. All right, looks like all but one have their phrases in. You got 30 seconds left. No rush, but the clock is ticking. Tikrin? Chikrin?
All right, then.
All right. If you're still playing, you got about
Training
15 seconds
complete.
left.
Now take a look at your
Ooh,
device.
wrapped it up.
Select
Well
one
done.
drawing and one slogan to create
And
the perfect T-shirt combination.
I believe, are we
and I
close
do
to
mean perfect.
battle time? We might have one more chance to write slogans. Nope. Now it's shirt making time. This is where it all comes together. All right, we're going to give them, I mean, they've got a little bit of time to put their shirts together. It's happening, folks. I know you can't see it, but in a second, you're going to see the shirts that they're creating. Half of our players have their shirt ready to go into battle. It's all down to Jackbox 7 at THR ... You little yawning fox.
Fantastic. Buckle up, everyone.
We got one player that
Let
is
the
taking, that is
tournament
getting
begin.
it just right. They are taking their time.
Gauntlet
And
one.
now to the battlefield.
Versus... Fight. Fight by submitting your votes on your devices, that is.
Yes, we're hearing in the chat, you can order these shirts. It's something that we're really proud of. If you make a shirt that you're like, yeah, I need to have that in my life, you can have them made. They can become real shirts. Let a smile be your umbrella. That is a beautiful panda. Versus Jump for Joy. Real different choices here. Even, totally even. But the audience went with peace and love,
New
Panda.
challenger appears.
Okay. I mean, that's a fair winner. That is a beautiful panda. But can it beat? Huzzah! Spiffing what? While a person, it seems, was thrown off of a pirate ship? So maybe they're really happy to be drowning. Huzzah! Spiffing what? Versus peace and love. And if you now are seeing this and want to be part of the voting, you can jump in to the audience. WLGB, Jackbox TV. You can see, like, make your voice heard. You want to vote on these. You mean going for Happy Panda or drowning, very excited person? Audience still likes that panda.
Versus...
You were real proud of drowning, but the panda survives.
Fine.
Just a tenacious panda. Now can it go up against... See this? This is why I love PAX. What is it? It's a single die. Someone is easily pleased. See this? This is why I love PAX, and it's one die. And I mean, if you're looking down on it, it even came up on a 1. Is it that, or is it still going to be this Peace and Love panda that has proved to be an audience favorite so far? 7 seconds left. Get your vote in. And if you're seeing this and you want to be part of this competition, get into the audience. WLGB. All right. Oh, the audience saves the panda again. Here with all the players turned on the panda, and the audience said, "I don't think so. This panda's not going anywhere. The panda's becoming unstoppable." This is why I want to visit Canada. Why? That person that looks sort of confused, maybe a little angry. Wait a minute, they just switched to Peace and Love. Now it's it's panda versus panda. I don't know what to vote for on gray versus blue. All right. I don't know. I don't even know who to root for anymore. Panda v panda. It's brother against brother. Let's see what happened. Really close, but the audience stuck with original gray panda. Winner yet again. And I believe in this game we do reward streaks. I mean, this panda has had, I believe we're on like a 4th streak. Die, peasant. With a birthday cake. What a mixed message. I mean, if you were a peasant, what would you think being shown this shirt against the panda that is becoming nigh invulnerable? I'm glad we have as many audience as we do, because you can see it totally changes what the players are deciding. Like, you can change the course of this game. Die Peasant versus Peace and Love. What's it going to be? The players keep trying to topple this panda, and the audience will not have it.
Engage in an altercation.
Peace and Love versus There Can Be Only One. They're just like some very big eyes with almost like a Rick and Morty type mouth. I'm not sure what I'm looking at, but whatever it is, there can be only one. Versus the panda that we've all come to know and love. This panda that I feel like I've known my entire life. Peace and Love panda. I feel like I trust you when everyone else has abandoned me. Which one is it going to be? Peace and Love versus There Can Be Only One. And I believe every time all the players have voted for everything else, and the audience just keeps choosing this panda. The audience is drunk with power at this point. I don't think they'll let anything else. Oh, that is fantastic. Maybe a unicorn or a pink pony. Everything is content. Pink pony with like a big cloudy background with sparkles all around it versus the panda that needs no description because it's just been here forever. Audience is voting. People in the chat were hearing pandemonium. Correct. We have pandemonium here at PAX. PAX pandemonium is the hashtag. I mean, I think we've seen how this plays out. The players love it. Whoa! Everything is content took it down. Shocking.
Winners!
But you have
This
to admit,
feels like a
if
good
anything
time for
could
a
take down a
training
panda,
break.
it would be a pink pony. Everything is content. Streak winner, definitely
Use your
panda.
devices
No
to
doubt
enter
about
one
that.
new drawing and as many
But
new
at the
slogans
very
as you
end,
wish.
everything
Really put
is
your
content
back
took
into
it.
Go!
Now we have, let's see if I remember the pacing of this game. We are back
If you didn't
to...
qualify for the tournament, don't fret.
We are back
Simply
to some
join the
drawing.
audience to submit your suggestions and vote on your
You've
favorite
seen
shows.
now how this works. I mean, sometimes you just get it right. Sometimes you draw a panda that just cannot be taken down until a pink pony comes along and says, "What's up?" All right, audience. Yes, as you see, Another panda. Is not a bad idea. Another panda, more pandas. We've got a huge panda theme going on. That theme is disrupted by a tree. Also Dick Cheney. If you want to 2020 but worse, not sure how it could be. All the cats. Oh, Schmitty. Schmitty would be thrilled to be drawn here in TKO. Panda Horse would be a strong contender. Like the anti-panda. That is interesting because I don't even know what that would look like. I dare any of our players to attempt an anti-panda. I'm not sure what that would be. If it collided with the panda, would life as we know it cease to exist? Okay, 5 people are done their drawing. Those other people, you got 45 seconds. Take your time. You got plenty of time for more panda prompts to come in from our audience who maybe have gone like panda happy. I know I have. Not a panda is what I would love to see. Just anything that isn't. But also dire panda. Oh, like a dire wolf. Dire panda. I would love to see that. Someone is saying, say hi, Orlando.
Right,
I mean,
something.
I'm not proud. What's up, Orlando? All of our answers are in. First round of answers are in. And now, okay, now it's time for a phrase or slogan. And again, just giving out some love to the TKO artwork. Look at those beautiful, like, drifting cherry blossom leaves in the background. Isn't it? It's just like puts you at ease, even in the middle of all this panda, a lot of like panda hate going on in the audience now. I can understand where you're coming from, but like, oh no, I love pandas. I take it back. You people are hard to predict, which I do like about you. Even those, especially those of you that live in Orlando or Canada, opposites in many ways, but we're all on this big blue marble. I'm hearing purr, powder puff,
As we approach the second
roar,
gauntlet,
the
the cruel
Bible,
wings of chance have switched around your drawings and slogans.
some other version of the
Make a
Bible,
new
or
shirt.
maybe you just
Do it.
aren't totally clear on Bible spelling. Not sure. I think it's time for people to assemble some shirts. That's right. I mean, what are they choosing? I know we all are wondering how many pandas are going to show up in this round, or will no pandas show up in this round based on what's happened? Will history repeat itself, or will history re-panda itself? We don't know. They're making the shirts. All but one. Jackbox. Oh my, we're hearing most of the prompts were panda related. I'm so sorry.
This ought to be good.
This is how it rolls sometimes. You can't
Gauntlet
tell what's
2.
going to become like the theme of the game. Sometimes it's pandas. Today it's pandas.
Versus.
What's that? I'm hearing, okay. Oh, wait, that's not a panda, folks. Oh, no! No! I mean, I don't blame you, but I am angry. Can we not versus I am a panda? Super clear about what it is. But who's going to vote for it? I mean, you've seen the audience. You've seen the power you wield now, audience. Like, be kind to us. And if you're not in the audience, get in. WLGB is our room code. Let's see how it's going to go. 1 second left. And audience is saying, not today, panda. We might be done with the panda theme. Can we not? That is a beautiful shirt. Is that Pikachu? Maybe? Or who is it? Oh, Totoro. Shame on me for missing that. It looks like Totoro, and Can We Not is beautiful. Okay, how? Maybe a freshly baked baguette? That's my guess of what that is. I really like it. I'm also pretty happy that we're not looking at a panda choice. I mean, how long has it been since we haven't had a panda choice in this battle? 10 seconds left. Audience, you've seen, you can decide these things. Get in there if you're not already in our audience. Timer nearly out. Okay, even split in the players, not even split in the audience. they like Can We
A new
Not.
challenger
I know I'm not supposed to like weigh in too heavily, but I love that Can We Not shirt. Like, I would order that right now given the choice. But can it survive against Save the Panda, but with what looks like a mushroom cloud? So you've got maybe nuclear Armageddon, but with Save the Panda. I'm not sure how you're going to save the panda with that going on. Versus Can We Not? Just such a beautiful design. Audience, get your votes in. You got about 10 seconds left. Two really good shirts here, I gotta say. So, two excellent choices, but we can only have one winner. And how did it go? Okay, Can We Not? Becoming Unstoppable. Save the Panda shirt. I do like your style, but as you can see, we got some real momentum going on here with Can We Not versus this is I love that. Okay, this is a Pamda, honestly, with it almost looks like The Good Dinosaur. Remember that Pixar sort of hit? Or some sort of reptile versus what's becoming a crowd favorite, Can We Not? 6 seconds left. Very often the audience decides this, so get those votes in. Okay, the players are turning on Can We Not, but the audience... Oh, no! Everyone went with this... Wait, what just happened? Oh, no! Can We Not? The audience says, yes, we can. This is a Pamda. Real nice. Versus... Last Panda, maybe, I mean, playing fast and loose with the rules, writing a slogan in your drawing. Last Panda, maybe a gravestone. I wear this shirt when I'm lost. A lot going on in this shirt. There's a lot of information here. Versus the new favorite, this is a Pamda, honestly. Just a, like, real classy shirt. I like it. I can't believe Can We Not has gone so quickly, but... Uh-oh! Oh, no! Changing out at the last second. Oh my god, that panda is back, but with XOXOXO. And all the players behind it. Are you kidding me? The panda is back, has crawled from the grave, and along with a mug of coffee and maybe some tiny butterflies, maybe some crackers. Have you? So, you know, a real specific scenario that they're presenting. I'm not sure what it is, but that versus this panda having crawled its way back from the grave, but now with the simpler XOXO slogan below it. Is it enough to win back the vote? 5 seconds left. Make your choice. I don't know how this is going to go. And even split with the players. Oh, audience. How could you?
A new challenger.
How could you go crawling back to that panda?
Fine.
I am surprised. Let's see, what do we have now? Versus, PAX for Pandas, which I wouldn't have expected at the beginning of this game, but has quickly become pretty much the mascot of this entire convention. So, XOXOXO, our favorite panda, versus newcomer, Worm Out of the Apple, with PAX for Pandas. I like that especially because it's PAX for Pandas with no panda represented on that shirt. So, very complicated. 5 seconds left. This is a fickle audience. I just can't predict what you're going to do. Let's see here. Oh, sticking with that panda. I cannot believe it. Is that our final winner? Oh.
Brace yourselves for the final gauntlet.
The panda took it.
Shirts from the previous round go toe
Panda
to toe.
took the entire game.
Vote.
And now, oh no, we're not done yet. The final round. I thought that was it. But we have a chance for an upset.
Fight.
There's that panda versus, like the original out of nowhere Dark Horse / Pink Horse candidate. I don't know. This is a tough one. Which one are you going to choose? Please choose carefully. Just really think about what you're doing here. Do you want this panda to like dominate this entire convention? Or do you want this pink... I can't say unicorn. I don't see a horn. This pink pony, like, to take it. Make your choice. And, oh my gosh. Yet again, everything with content comes marching in and just rips victory out of the hands, the loose grip of that panda. And now we have, oh my god, the original one. I forgot about this. The original Peace and Love shirt. Which is it going to be? Everything, like the juggernaut that is that pink pony with all the sparkle power around it, or the first, it's like the Highlander of t-shirts, the original Peace and Love panda, which is I'm hearing in the chat it can't be killed. I agree. It's like, how many times do we have to kill you, panda? Is this trivia murder party? Are you Ruby Maiden? Do you just keep crawling back? And oh no! Everything is content. Pink Pony went down in flames. It's Peace and Love. Peace and Love took it. Peace and Love. I had no idea when I first looked at this shirt that it was going to become so unstoppable. Now, Delia, I mean, can people order this shirt? I know I sound like an infomercial right now, but I wasn't sure if, like, if you're just watching, if you can order it. But yeah, I think there is, yes, I think there is a way. Delia, the producer, is saying that she's like, I've never done that. So neither have I. There might be a way, I mean, based on maybe if you know our room code. Oh, I think there's a thing if you're playing. So if you're playing, so not for our audience, if you're playing on your controller is a way to order the shirt. I mean, if you're feeling it, I don't know what I would do. I don't know if I would want to be reminded for the rest of my life about that panda, which just has, like, is now kind of haunting me. But I think if you were one of the contestants in that game, and there's a way on your controller where you can order maybe any of the shirts, maybe only the winning one. Wish I had more concrete details for you. I mean, because I kind of love the Can We Not shirt, as well as the Everything is Content. So I will leave that up to you. Do we want to try Champed Up now? We said we would do a second drawing game. Or do we want to ask the chat? I don't want to decide for you. We can totally... Okay, my producer Delia is saying she's going to ask the chat, Champed Up or something else? And we will let you decide. And again, like, if you were just in that game, when we get to the next one, if you maybe want to let, you know, other people jump into it, that way just everyone gets to be part of this, which is our favorite outcome. I would say for this session, we probably have time for... Oh, okay. What happens if I go on break? Yeah, sure. I would take that, even if just to, like, get a glass of water so I don't become, like, raspy and unpleasant to listen to. Do people... Although we can start whatever game people want to play. Let's get into Champed Up then. As part of our, like, drawing rock block hour of power. That's awesome. I am just going to take a quick, like, 2-minute break to go and cry in a corner and think about how a panda took everything from me. And then we will be right back in roughly 2 minutes to get into Champed Up. So I will see you back here. you can see with the beautiful like parade balloons, blue sky background. I really like the look of this. Maybe I'm a little biased, but we are going to be playing Champed Up, which, you know, we got together and we were like, it's time for another awesome drawing game with like some new twists on it. So I really like this one. So let's get into Champed Up. And again, we'll give you the room code in a second. If you just played TKO, maybe like take a moment and see if other people jump into this to give them a shot at it. All right, so yeah, first we're gonna make sure all the settings are just right. So, you know, there's no like, we will, do we want a profanity filter? We're just gonna make sure everything is just right for you, so there's no regrets later. We want to get this just perfect, because we know that's what you expect from us. And then we will get into it. This is another one. I can't hear it, but the music for this is the best. Like, I could have this on loop in the background of my life forever. So, okay, we got 8 slots. Jump in there. Room code NQRN. Nice. I love the looks of these. These are like trainers. Aren't those gorgeous? And 2 more slots. It looks like people are just making their choices of their trainers. This is another one where we need you in that audience if you want to get in. NQRN. You're going to be playing a big role in this. We have all of our players. Fantastic. Prince, I think it's Obelis, if I'm saying that right. Prince Obelis, I remember you from Trivia Murder Party. Great, you've started the game. We are in.
Welcome to the Scrollaceum. These talented trainers are about to face off to see who's the best at creating champion characters with
the entire game
skills.
Champed Up takes place at the Scrollaceum. Here's all our trainers.
It's time to get champed up. In this first step, the trainers will
As you can see, this is one where your drawings are pitted against each other with some brutal moves on the battleground. So,
and a thick marker for coloring in.
This is our quick tutorial,
is drawn and named,
which this, you might want to follow along as this is one of our newer games.
Set. Off we go.
Way more colors. For those of you that may have felt limited by Drawful in the past. Okay. All of our player trainers are creating their champions right now using their arsenal of colors. And I believe you have like 2 different sizes of drawing brush this time. You know, we just keep changing up the game. So they're creating their challengers right now, or their champions. You can see we have the beautiful blimp flying over the Scrollaceum. Now, I almost don't even want to put this thought into your head. Like, I'm hoping for a panda-free game. That's just me. Like, you have a lot of power in your hands right now. We've had a lot of pandas today, maybe too many, some might say. So let's just keep that in mind as we move forward with this new game. New game, fresh start, clean slate, life without pandas. Think about it. Up to you. Still have a minute, 30 seconds. You can see these can be like some complicated drawings. So they are taking their time to get it just right. If you want to join in our audience, our room code is NQRN. Always room for more. You know, I'm hearing some people in the chat say, that's it, all pandas. Think of what you're doing. Like, you have the power. That's, like, is that really the world that you want to live in? Pandas will turn on you. The thing that we're not keeping in mind is, like, they can be vicious. I know that these days, all we're saying is peace and love when we think of pandas, but like, they'll kill you. I'm pretty sure. please be gentle as far as in all panda packs. Like, just think real hard about what you're doing. And people are still... What's it, Belia?
20 seconds remain.
Totally. I'm hearing Champed Up makes me want to go to a live sporting event. And like, as someone that hasn't been to many live sporting events in the past, me too. I mean, I love this like Coliseum, the look of the whole thing. Okay. You got 10 seconds left, trainers. You want to get those drawings in. We got 4 people left. Get them in. You definitely want to be part of this.
Now moving on to creating a challenger.
Everyone
These
is in.
characters will be the
Very
underdogs,
nice.
Because their creators will see who they're competing against.
Now you're going to see. You're going to make a completely different kind of character.
Their opponent's unique
So you're not going to
create
know
what they hope is a worthy challenger.
what they're the
Let's
champion
see
of.
The drama unfold.
And you're trying to make something that would be a good challenger to that character. So there's a little bit of mystery here. You're going to see what you're going up against and try to make a good opponent for that character that you've just seen. And again, we are here while they are trying to create what they think is the ideal challenger for the character that they've just seen for the first time. Anything can happen. So if you were given, like, I don't know, the character of like a panda, a good challenger for that would be like the entire population of the Earth. As far as like everyone kind of in agreement that they don't want to see pandas anymore. That might be a good, or like, you know, just like an anvil with like spikes coming out of the bottom of it. Although I'm not trying to be too anti-panda. I've just been really burned by them in the past, even as recently as like one game ago. So who knows? Now I feel like we might be seeing a panda in this next game, but I don't know. I'll be happy either way. I feel like I've become really anti-panda, and I don't. We have to remember that pony challenger. That would be a good yes. The one thing that occasionally took over, or that that beat the panda in the last game, was that beautiful pink pony, surrounded by those gorgeous sparkles in front of, I don't know, snow or heaven, clouds, something. It was really well done. Okay, one of our trainers is ready, has all their characters done. For everyone else, if you can hear me, you have about a minute left. So you're not out of time, but the clock is ticking. You want to definitely move towards wrapping things up, you other 6 trainers. Get those challengers complete, and then we can head into the Scrollaceum battlefield. You're going to be voting on these, audience. If you want to be part of this, get into our audience by going to jackbox.tv, room code NQRN. 3 people have all their characters created. 5 are still working hard. You got 15 seconds left. It is time to wrap it up. Whatever you have, get it in there so it can compete. 5 seconds.
It's time for the main event.
And
our first opponents enters the ring.
I think everyone got them in. We shall see.
And in this corner,
don't
we've
let
got
the perfect be the enemy of the good.
These two will battle to see who is the champion.
Beautiful.
Of
that is a queen. Fairy Hill. Oh, maybe a snake with butterfly wings. But which is the champion of bachelorette parties? Audience, this is where it's your chance to vote. Which of these 2 contenders is the champion of bachelorette parties?
Some extra cash goes to
As you've seen, if you're one of the players, you have the option to flip your character back and forth. Queen!
Can't get enough.
Queen makes an easy victory of this and boots butterfly snake from the ring. Queen, you are the champion of bachelorette parties.
We'll decide once and for all who is
the damn you. Damn you, panda. Which of these is the champion of goths? I know what my answer is. Okay, if you're in the audience, so I don't like seeing those flames around that panda. Although, I mean, it isn't a panda, it's got a really long tail. But I recognize that heart. I think we got a lot of love for both of these. And audience and everyone says hot topic. I like seeing that panda booted from the ring. I'm not going to lie to you.
One of them will be crowned the
Kyle,
champion of being banned
holding
from
a
the
beer,
mall.
and Megaphone Karen. That is a beautiful drawing. Megaphone could also look like a hairdryer. The champion of being banned from the mall. All right, that is the title we're going for. Megaphone Karen with just some very curly locks. Really nice. I mean, that could be like a weapon, could be a hairdryer that Megaphone. I guess it's a megaphone.
This is
yeah,
an ugly
Karen
scene
took
here,
it.
folks.
That was that was like a fatality. Really well done. The champion of being banned from the mall.
These two are facing
And
off
now,
to see who is
the landlord
champion of
with their Hawaiian shirt and the arts major with their distinctive Carrie Bradshaw beret. The champion of disappointing their parents. You can tell the champion that you're going for can really change like who you're voting for. I'm seeing a lot of votes come in for both groups. Landlord and the arts major.
You can actually feel the stadium shaking right now.
Real popular, the arts major. I mean,
Moving on,
you want to
we've got
disappoint your parents, majoring in the yeah, and the audience can choose what kind of sign is shown. It looks like they just chose killing it. All right, we got Sour Blitz versus Sugar Bombshell. Sweet and sour. Champion of shyness. That's like, this is not a readily apparent winner. I'm not sure which one's going to take this. Sour Blitz or Sugar Bombshell. Love that pose, Sugar Bombshell.
It's safe to call this trainer a heel. Make way for versus.
What is it?
Only one of them can be
Oh,
the champion
okay.
of
I'm hearing,
intimidation.
seeing the photos on your phone makes voting easier. Glad to hear it. We want voting to be easy. Champion of intimidation. Boy, I mean, that is an angry cat, tiger, combined with a dog, maybe holding a dagger. Both look pretty scary, but in this case,
here's our next
yeah,
competitor.
that tiger with its claws out, pretty intimidating.
Versus.
Well done, brah.
These two are competing to be the champion.
And now we have
of
Fido
being
the
rotten.
Indomitable versus Males here. And it's Mario
Evenly matched.
possibly delivering the mail. But which is the champion of being
the
rotten?
Clash of the Titans. Oh, it's too close to call.
Cast your votes. And you can see, audience, get in here if you want to be part of this and vote. Room code NQRN. Go to jackbox.tv.
Up next.
Mario takes it.
Versus.
Oh, the
One of them will
audience
walk
says
out
a
as
dumpster fire. I'm not sure if they mean this entire
courage.
experience. Okay, blah. I don't think that's a panda, but I don't know. And shocked Pikachu. And he does look shocked. It's a really nice
That'll
Pikachu.
leave a mark.
Whoever drew that. Which is the champion
The ref
of
just needs
courage?
to call it.
Could go either way.
Well,
All right,
folks, it
timer's
appears
out.
the Boo Birds
But
are out.
easily given to shocked
And that
Pikachu.
takes us to halftime.
Pikachu does
Here
like
are the
find
scores.
their courage when it comes right down to it. Halftime, Spyro doing real well. All right, now you have a chance to make a totally new champion. You can see each of these trainers has been given a prompt and is now creating their champion that should be best to handle that prompt. We did see one panda in round one. I was not happy to see it. but it was handily defeated, which I think was the appropriate outcome. So let's see what new champions show up in our battlefield this time. And for those of you like following along with laser focus, I did just have a piece of blueberry donut, and it was delicious. I mean, some beautiful drawings came out of that last round. That was a really nice Pikachu. That Megaphone Karen had like a 3D quality. I mean, you could see her just like shouting at you, maybe in the middle of like, you know, a mall, which is ironic because I think she was champion of being banned from the mall. But just some beautiful work, but also some like real like simplicity. That arts major, all you really needed to see was that beret. You knew what was happening with that person. So I love that we have like a mix of styles. We got our first champion has their first drawing complete. Everyone else, if you're drawing, you have a minute left. Pace yourself. But remember, you got now 50 seconds to kind of wrap things up. So you want to start like heading towards your conclusion. All right, getting close to the 30-second mark. 3 players have their champions complete. For the rest of you, I don't want you to be left behind. So time to start putting on those finishing touches, just like we're doing with Party Pack 7. 15 seconds. I would say wrap it up, folks. Pingles, Nazmi, I'm looking at you. Autonomous. 3, 2, 1, and everyone is in. Well done, folks. Now, as you know, each person has been given one of these champions, but they don't know what the prompt was that was given to create it. So they're trying to create the best possible opponent that could defeat this champion. So they're going back to the palette and the drawing board to create the perfect opponent for a champion, even though they don't really know what that champion is a champion of. Belia, I want to hear in the chat, do people have like a favorite from round 1? They're saying that Kyle is buying shirts from Hot Topic. I like that one too. The champion of buying shirts from Hot Topic. Good favorite. Yeah, I was a big fan of Shocked Pikachu as well. I'm hearing about some love for Shocked Pikachu in the chat. Real nice. Really captured like that shocked expression. For people that are drawing your challenger, we are coming up on having about a minute left. We've got 2 people have their challenger in and 6 are still finishing up. You have a minute, you still have some time, but you want to start like planning out your strategy, finishing up that challenger so we can head back into the arena. Sugar Bombshell, I'm hearing in the chat some votes for that. I agree. Even the name, Sugar Bombshell, is just like, really piques the curiosity. That was a good one as well. All right, 5 people left. Now you got 25 seconds. You do not want to have the rug pulled out from under you. So I would wrap up those drawings. 2 people left. Roughly 10 seconds. Time to maybe cut some corners. Get those challengers in. 2,
It's
1.
the Let's start things
And
off with our first two fighters.
I think one person may have had time run out on them, but everyone else,
Who
we are
is
back in.
The champion of bureaucracy.
Okay, Red Tape Tiger. Ooh, Doofy the Dragon. Champion of bureaucracy. Red Tape Tiger. I get it.
Now this is a duel.
So, which of these would be the champion of bureaucracy?
Here's the next title
I mean,
up for
Doofy the
grabs.
Dragon, like some real nice color work there. But who is our
Will the
winner?
trainers keep their characters or swap out? They're tagging out.
Did we just see the winner for champion of
This is
bureaucracy?
getting drawn out.
I'm not sure what just happened there. I think we are maybe changing out the title. And now it's the champion of androids. It's either Shocked Pikachu, crowd favorite, or Red Tape Tiger. And it is Shocked Pikachu.
2 new fighters enter the ring.
The audience says, I have questions. Yeah, I'm not sure if we saw like a last-minute switch of something there. It looks like it was sort of a tag team. And now we have Spoiled, Dad Forgot My Birthday. Champion of Cool Teens. Brand new ones.
The pen is fighting.
Monishwa, just surrounded by flying cash. And Spoiled, Dad... No, not Dad Forgot My Birthday. Dad got for my birthday.
The art of war.
Now we're changing it out to the champion of hacking the mainframe. Is it going to be popular returning champion Fairy Hill or Monishwa?
I dare you to name a more iconic duo. Here's our next matchup.
Ah, so these two took it. And the audience is holding up the sign, art is subjective. Fair enough. Agree. All right, the last Funko Pop collector. And Maxwell the Pseudo-Chad, champion of fandom.
We're watching a scribble quibble.
Which could it be?
This next contest could swing things.
All right, get those votes in.
Rooting around in Justin Timberlake's garbage. Will the players tag out? Let's find out.
So this is like a double voting thing where we have 2 different titles that they're going for.
Too close to call. Now this is a duel.
And you can either keep your existing champion or tag out someone that you've drawn previously. That's what's going on. Here comes back Hot Topica and Sugar Bombshell.
What a whack attack! Can they recover?
The champion of rooting around in Justin Timberlake's garage.
A tag team for the ages. It's time for our next bout.
And it was Prince Obelus, I believe, with both of your creations. Well done. Ooh, new character. The Con Cleric. Or Jean.
We're witnessing greatness.
It is a total surprise that there is no pandas. The chat just said, surprise. I know. No pandas at all. I'm not going to argue with it. I think we've moved on for pandas. The champion of Comic-Con. I don't know how you, where,
What will the trainers do?
who you would choose for that. But now we have the champion of living their best life.
Holy smokes,
You can either keep this character or tag out with a previous champion.
Drawn out.
Gotta bring back Megaphone Karen. I mean, the thing is with that Megaphone, like, she is hard to deny. Or Jean. And Jean's double fisting hot dogs.
Certainly paid off.
Jean takes it.
Here are the next 2 fighters.
The chat feels like Jean, but doesn't know how to explain it. Yeah, I think that's understandable. It's not something you can explain. Oh, Mondays versus Pasta La Vista, the champion of party cruises. Who would you give that to? Mondays or... That's a really nice, kind of like a Robin Hood Garfield going on there. I like it.
Of multiple pending lawsuits.
I especially like the
It's
one
decision time.
super large arm and one teeny tiny one.
This is pure
And now we're doubling that up
pandemonium.
with the champion of multiple pending lawsuits.
Right in the face.
Oh, we're going to switch in Mailbox Mario.
It's getting ugly.
But they are sticking with Mondays for multiple pending Mario is flipping back and forth like it's his
Chemistry is
job.
off the charts.
And Mailbox Mario takes it.
Moving on.
It needs more
One of them
incubation
will
time.
be the champion of looking dope.
All right.
What a battle!
420 Blaze It YOLO Swag XX69. That's quite a champion name.
Here's the next
Versus
contest.
Captain Buzzkill.
The champion of
looking
youth
dope.
culture.
It really could go with either one.
Here we go.
Now we're combining that with
Tagging out.
the champion of youth culture. I
This
think
is
I know what my
getting
answer would be.
Holy smokes, I didn't see that coming. Holy smokes.
All right, you got about 10
Please,
seconds
just
to
put
get
it
your
out of
votes
its
in.
misery.
Switching out for the arts major.
down in the
Oh
program.
no.
That's gotta hurt.
What are you doing here, Panda? Why? You can flip back and forth all you want. I know what you are. At the last
can
second.
stop
Oh,
these two.
audience. Audience, I absolutely blame you. Why did you
next.
do this? Great. Panda and their drugged
Who
out
is
friend.
the
This is the
champion of
combination we voted
sidekicks?
for. What a world. I mean, that's quite a drawing. With the letter A.
It's a close one.
I feel like I'm seeing a ghost maybe looking
More
over
like
its
a
shoulder.
world champ,
Oh, the
wouldn't you
Caddyshack
say?
Kid.
Now
Getting a
it's
lot of
time
love
to
from the
determine
audience.
The champion
Versus
of
letter
growing
A.
up bangs after a breakup. What will the trainers do?
Joined with the champion of growing out bangs after a breakup. We're going to stick with
They're going to the
letter A.
bench.
You're going to stick with that one.
I just did a
Caddyshack
spit
Kid.
take.
Doing well. Oh, no, we're bringing back
Can they
Queen.
recover? I don't
Champion
know.
of bachelorette parties, if I remember correctly. That evens things up a little bit. Yep, getting some votes there,
Solo victory.
but
What
not
a
enough.
feat.
Not enough. Audience says we like the Caddyshack Kids moxie.
Moving on. You will decide who
Well
is
done, BMO.
the champion of being adorable.
Ooh, new challenger of Mom Spaghetti and Pinkles, which may be friends with that pink
Here we
pony from
go.
before. I'm just guessing. All right. Whoa,
Who
champion
wants
of being
it
adorable.
more?
That's a tough call. They're both pretty
Here's
adorable.
The next title. The
I mean, I wish we
champion
could
of
keep them
No
both.
Mercy.
Pinkles and Mom Spaghetti.
It's
Now we're going to
decision
combine that
time.
with champion of
It's a
No
close one.
Mercy. I'm not sure who I would give that to.
Here we go.
Pinkles or Mom Spaghetti, but do they swap out their
That's
champion right now?
Incredible.
Nope. They are in it for the long run. Mom Spaghetti versus
They
Pinkles.
did the work.
Mom
of two
Spaghetti
fighters.
takes it. The thing about Mom Spaghetti is it will show no mercy.
Okay, folks,
Should
that
it
was
figure
the
out your
final
weakness,
match.
it will
the
destroy
judges are
you.
tallying the final scores, and we have a winner.
And now we get, I believe, did we find out, is this the winner of the entire game? Really nicely done. I mean, here we have some of our champions. My producer Belly is asking if I was the, no, this was, our announcer for this game was good old Cookie Masterson, doing a lot of shouting in this game. Beautiful drawings. By my count, only one panda. I'm really happy about that. Really some nice work. So that's 2 drawing games in a row. Those were great. Do we want to go right back into this? I see some people already jumping in. You know what? I think we have time for one more, and we did want to get one showing for Quiplash 3. which is in the party pack, which is in our newest party pack 7. So let's have one game of Quiplash 3. I hope that sounds okay, because since you got a look at Champed Up just now, we want to make sure you get a look at Quiplash 3, which is also a lot of fun. And again, if you just played, maybe sit back for this one so we can get some new players in for this one. So my producer, Belly. We started with, yes. We started with Quiplash 2, and now we are concluding at least this session with our shiny new Quiplash 3, which, if you haven't seen yet, has like a very cool claymation feel to the entire game. I know some artists work very hard on adapting Quiplash to this new style. So my producer Belia will queue up Quiplash 3, and then we can get some players into that one. And again, if you're just in the audience, Quiplash is another one where you pretty much decide who wins a game like this. So you want to definitely be part of it. And now we have our room code up. GHPL. Looks like we have our players. Fantastic. And now for this also, if you haven't played it yet, you get to choose your avatar, your quip, as we call them. So people are choosing their quips right now. When you see that little like pulsing blob of bubblegum, that means that person is choosing their icon. Okay, Lily Pichu, you are our VIP. We are all here, so you can hit everyone's in to start the game as you just did. Now, GHPL, I believe, was our room code. Get in here. You're going to be voting on people's answers and choosing the winner. So you have all the power. Use it wisely.
I'm your host, Schmitty. And does anybody here have the other half of this
In
amulet?
we go.
No? Checking? No? Well, my quest continues.
Every one of these games has a different title. This one was
game,
Schmitty phones it in.
Jump in the audience and get your revenge. I mean, vote.
All our beautiful players. I love. You'll see there are some new.
You'll answer 2
we call them quips or avatars that are new and unique to this game that people can choose. And we are into round 1.
Right? Points are awarded based on the percentage of people who went for your answer. So make them count.
Okay, so our players are being given their prompts right now. I think you get 2 prompts per round, and they are writing their answers, doing their best to come up with ones that are gonna win your votes. So I'm not sure if like you're in a circus tent or like someone's gastrointestinal system, but this is the playing field for Quiplash. And it's kind of open to interpretation, like a lot of our prompts. And you can see whenever anyone has done their answers, they go flying into that pulsing ball in the center. If you're writing, you've got 45 seconds left. You still got some time on your hands, but you do want to get your answers in before the timer runs out, because once the timer's out, you're done. All right, if you want to get in and vote for this, our room code is GHPL. Be part of this. Okay. And we have 4 people left, 20 seconds left. Finish those answers. At this point, you might want to go with whatever's coming to your mind. 10 seconds left. Lila Moss. Get some answers in.
Okay, let's see what you've wrought.
Oh, Lila Moss. You did it! I believe you did it in time.
The coolest thing to pop out of Wolverine's hands instead of metal claws.
Let's see what we came up with. The coolest thing to pop out of Wolverine's hands instead of metal claws. Whoa! Similar thinking. Readily made hot dogs or just hot dogs? I guess it's like, how lazy do you want to be? Are they readily made or are they, who knows? Audience, vote for your favorite. You could absolutely be the deciding vote in which of these wins. Readily made or not. And there we have our authors. Yeah, people
All
like
right,
those
check
readily
this out.
made.
Sorry,
So
we
did
don't
the
have Coke or
audience.
Pepsi. Is blank.
Well
okay?
done, I am the man. Sorry, Oragog, not this time.
And now, pick
Okay.
your favorite.
Sorry, we don't have Coke or Pepsi. Is blank. Okay. Guinness or Dr. Carbonation, which is an excitingly generic brand. Which of these would you want in place of Coke or Pepsi? Guinness or Dr. Carbonation? My least favorite superhero.
Next.
Even split,
Nothing
and that
can
is
stop
where
the
the audience
Terminator.
makes all
Well,
the
nothing
difference.
except blank.
You can see the audience decided that one. Nothing
All
can
right,
stop
people,
the Terminator.
It's voting time.
Well, nothing except True Love's Kiss or Liquid Hot Magma. Two very different answers of what could take down the Terminator. Maybe both could defeat the Terminator, but which one do you think? Six seconds left. Get your votes in, audience. Even split.
Let's see how they handle.
Oh my gosh.
The
Also
best
pretty even in the
marketing
audience,
slogan
but
for
True
your
Love's
butt.
Kiss takes it. I mean, maybe the Terminator, all they're really looking for is the
Okay,
one
choose your favorite.
and not Sarah Connor. Or maybe Sarah Connor is the one. The best marketing slogan for your butt. My Anaconda, do want. Been there, done that. Which do you feel like would be the best marketing slogan? Which one would really get crowds excited about your butt? My Anaconda, do want, or been there, done that. More of a cynical take on your butt. Okay.
And next.
Yep,
A
people
good
went
sign
with
that
been
Santa
there,
doesn't give
done
a
that.
crap about his job anymore.
Sort of a jaded, seen the world kind of butt
Now
marketing
it's time
slogan.
to vote for your favorite.
A good sign that Santa doesn't give a crap about his job anymore. He doesn't even wrap the boxes anymore. He started Santa Prime. Yes, for like a monthly fee where you just get the boxes and Santa doesn't really have to show up. 15 seconds. Get in those votes. If you're not part of the audience, Jackbox.tv, GHPL. Oh, good. I'm hearing in the chat that voting is easier and quicker than maybe some of our other things. That's awesome.
And next is...
Because, I mean,
The
Quiplash
next
is all about the
big
voting.
documentary
Santa
will be about
Prime,
the seedy
well done.
underbelly
Ooh,
of the
safety
blank
quip.
industry.
That's what happens when you just pick one of the answers that we supply
Now
you
it gets
with.
real. Pick your favorite.
Good answer. The next big documentary will be about the seedy underbelly of the expo industry. Cookie Brigade. I mean, maybe there is a seedy underbelly of the expo industry. I like to think we're part of the seedless overbelly of that industry. Cookie Brigades. I suppose it's there. I hope not, though. I want the Cookie Brigade industry to live a long, long time. Votes in and...
Without further ado...
Okay.
The only safe sex
People want to
is
see documentaries
blank.
about the Cookie Brigade industry. That much is clear.
Okay, everybody.
The
pick
only
your
safe
favorite
sex is... random. In a bank vault. I mean, and you could have random sex in a bank vault if you really put your mind to it. Good, I mean, good answers on both counts. It just depends on what the audience is feeling today. Are they feeling like completely random sex or inside a bank vault? Let's find out. Yup. Whoa! That is a
And here we
Quiplash
have a nickname for a
with
big bushy
80%
beard.
of the audience. Lily Pichu, I salute you.
Here's the fun part.
A
Pick
nickname
your
for a
favorite
big
quip.
bushy beard. the Head Lice Pub, Grizzly B. A little more attitude to that second one. Really unpleasant visual image on that first one. The choice is yours. 12 seconds left to vote. Get those votes in. You can see you decide in the end who takes this. Nickname for a big bushy beard: the Headlights Pub or Grizzly Beak. Okay. Interesting. I thought it was going to be Headlights Pub. What do I know? Grizzly B is your beard for today. That's round 1. Let's check in with our scores.
Time for round 2, where the points are doubled, and
Lily
so is the
Pichu
pressure.
is still the one to beat. Everyone else, you are coming for Lily Pichu. And now points are double. So that's interesting. Oh yeah, no, I'm on a little bit of a delay. All right, we all our players are going to be writing their answers. So, Billy, should I go back to the? Yeah. I'm hearing in the chat, it looks like a claymation interpretation of an intestine. You're not wrong. We at Jackbox don't know what it is. It's meant to be kind of whatever you want it to be. It's the magical space where quiplash happens. Maybe the whole thing is in like the GI tract of some larger creature that will meet in another game. But yeah, pulsing abdominal tract could be, could absolutely be.
There's seconds left. Use a safety
20
click
seconds
if you have
left.
to.
If you're writing, now is the time to kind of come up with whatever occurs to you and get it in there. Because you can see, if not, it'll either get like a safety answer or no answer at all. So you want to be part of this. 7 seconds. Orgog. Pascal,
Let's have a look.
nicely done. Pascal, time to wrap it up. And
Starting
I think you
off,
did. Well done.
Oddly enough, the winning project of the World Science Fair
In we
is
go. This is where it
blank.
really looks like an abdominal tract. Oddly enough, the winning project of the
choosing
World
time.
Science Fair is Digitensils, digital utensils, the same freaking volcano every year. Little bit of attitude with that second answer. Maybe someone that's seen a few too many science fairs. What do you think? Do you want that, or do you want modernized utensils? 7 seconds left. Get your votes in. Yeah, real popular. That we've all seen that stupid volcano.
And
it
now,
even earned a
An
quiplash.
extraterrestrial's honest assessment of Star Trek. Time to pick the one you like best.
All right, not accurate at all. This is not how it works. Is the bedroom door your main diplomatic office? Get your votes in. Right, time's almost up.
Next on the docket. In an alternate reality, we don't play quiplash at parties, we blank.
In an alternate reality, we don't play
Decisions,
quiplash at
decisions.
parties.
Choose your
We
favorite.
getting a little meta. Oh no. E.T. for the Atari. I'm always happy to see that. Get played by quiplash. Also really like that answer. Could go either way.
Moving right along. I'm sorry, what did you call me? All right, choose your favorite.
I'm sorry, what did you call me? Late for dinner. Ugh, the unthinkable. Being called late for dinner. Or I graduated top of my class in the Navy SEALs. I'm wondering if that's a safety quip. We shall see. Maybe it's just kind of a generic brag. We shall find out. Nope, not a safety quip.
Next up,
retract if that was an insult. Late for dinner, though. Audience likes it.
All right, vote for the one you like best.
The biggest perk of living in a cave. Awesome acoustics. Yeah, I would hope. I would hope, like, not a lot of things to interrupt the sound quality in a cave. Hope it makes it worth it.
Let's keep it going. The first sign you were watching a very artsy horror film.
The first sign you were watching
Now
a
it's time to
very
vote for your
artsy
favorite.
horror film. Jack the Ripper is actually Bob Ross. That would be terrifying in its own way. Another Quiplash, looks like.
Let's see the next one. The best excuse for leaving a lame party. I forgot blank.
Nice. The best excuse for leaving a lame
Here's the
party.
fun part.
I forgot
Pick your favorite quip.
that I didn't want to be here about COVID. Both really good excuses for leaving a party. I would have a tough time voting between this one. Happily, I'm just hosting.
Okay, what's next?
COVID,
Queer Eye
not
expert
popular
who
today.
didn't make the
That I
cut
didn't want to be here
specialized in
did
blank.
really well. The Queer Eye expert who didn't make the
Decisions.
cut
Choose your favorite.
specialized in... I'm hearing in the chat, imagine if PAX ever did an in-person event. I can't remember what that would feel like. That seems like so long ago. And yet someday we will all be crammed into one room again. Very fancy cosplay or oral exams. Both would have been welcome on the show.
Wow, that's it for
Okay.
round two.
Yeah,
Time
fancy
really
cosplay
flies, huh? Let's see your
is
scores.
always welcome wherever it shows up. That's the end of round two. Quick check-in with our scores.
Welcome to Quiplash, where all quip roads lead. You'll each get a prompt that needs 3 separate responses. Don't screw it up, okay?
Yeah, okay. I think I'm lagging behind a little bit, but as you can see, you're making 3 answers in a row based on one prompt for this one. Okay, are we going to get shut off? We're in our final question. Do your best. We'll find out if we get bumped out of this room. You can always just let your imagination be tickled by what would have been the final round of this game. We've had a really good showing so far. I would say answer those as fast as you can. We might be able to get them all in before the timer runs out. If we suddenly disappear from here, you will know why. But we're going to do our best to get this in. I think we are racing the clock in 2 senses right now. We have our timer, and we have the actual real clock of the real world that we're up against. So do your best to answer, and we'll see what we can get through. Belly will let me know if we just get escorted out of this bar and thrown into the street. 4 people left. Do your best to get those answers in.
Tick tock, time's almost up.
Asmata Games. You can do it. I know you can. 9 seconds left.
Let's take a peek.
Someone might have like their hand on a huge switch right now that's just going to shut down everything that we're doing. But don't let them do it. We're on to round 3. We seem to still be live. We're just going to enjoy it while it lasts. 3 words that would make effective horror movie titles. Never in person again, against the clock, pandas everywhere. Screw you, whoever put in pandas everywhere. Murder, murder again, taxes. Both really good answers. I mean, all of this is horrifying. Like, I'm glad I don't have to vote for this. I would vote for it all. Get your votes in before this entire thing gets shut down. I think they're going to pull the plug on all of this. But we seem to be live, and it's 1:40, and my time, it's 1:46. I don't know what's happening. How did we do? Pandas everywhere.
A robot will need
oh,
to master
just barely
before they
takes
can
it.
Be human.
Okay, 3 things a robot will need to master before they can be human.
Now it gets real.
Not killing humans, making tacos. The robot dance. Ironically, they have to master the robot dance. Peace, love, panda. I hate how this is going. This is really turning on me here in these last few seconds. It's fair to say PAX is ruined because of these panda-themed answers that keep coming up. What a shame. What a massive shame. No. No. Why are we voting for these? I'm so happy the audience didn't go for it. Even though the players did. You could never date someone who blanked, or blanked. Great, let's see what our answers are.
Okay, choose your favorite.
Sims for Pokemon. Buys pics of means feet. Wait, Pokey, come back, I'm sorry. Danced, dropped, stopped. We have like a very specific answer, and we have a very like straightforward, simple, classic answer. Which one are we gonna go for? 12 seconds. We are living on borrowed time right now. We are 2 minutes past our allotted time. We are throwing out the rule book, and I love it. I feel like we're all just outlaws together. What did we vote for? Even split. So the audience says, whoa, Lily Pichu, well done. 3 things you would say to a wolf disguised as your grandma.
All right, choose your favorite.
Where's the beef? Why a banana? Hello? Very kind of like vaudeville comic to that. When did you get so fat? A little bit of body shaming there. You're drooling. What bad breath you have. Just getting real personal, real hurtful in the second answer. So could be up to the audience to decide this one. 12 seconds left. And even split, so the audience said, whoa, by a vote. By a vote. That one takes it, which reminds me, register to vote if you haven't. It can come down to things like that. Final scores, folks. And Spyro takes it. We did it. We thought this whole thing was going to be shut down, but it kept going, I think because of your fantastic participation and because of the excellent answers you gave us. That's all. That's not only all the time we have, that's more time than we were supposed to have. I think we're probably really in trouble right now, but you don't need to know that. Whoever's going to yell at us, it will happen off camera. So be glad for that you won't have to see a video game studio shamed by a convention. This has been great. I've been Tim Sniffen with Jackbox Games. It's been so much fun to host you here at PAX to play some of our games live. Great sportsmanship, great playing. I'm real disappointed with how many pandas showed up in that game, but I think you know that and did it anyway. So we're going to have to iron out our personal dynamic at some later date. But thank you so much. We will be back here. Billy, do I need to say like our next time slot, or do people know? Oh yeah, I think you can find it at PAX 3 when our next slot will be up. We love hosting these games and getting a chance to interact with all of you. So I hope you see us back at another one of our stream play sessions. Have a great time out there. No more pandas. Peace and love.
challenge you to a Swabette Showdown!
Hi, I'm Liam Baker, here at PAX West 2018, thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He'd always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would let me try, Dad, let me try, and then I just let Liam do it because that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was nothing to do, and it was really boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
Hello everyone and welcome to Uppercut's first ever PAX West panel. This isn't quite how we thought it would be. It's a little different this year, but nevertheless, we are so incredibly excited to be here. We're passionate about the topic. We have some amazing guests who have come from all sorts of time zones to be here and to do this with us. So it's really, really cool. We're going to jump right into the introductions because some really cool people I'm excited for you guys to get to know. The first person that we're going to go to is the editor-in-chief of Uppercut, one of my good friends, Ty Galise-Rowe. And the way that we're going to do this is I'm just going to let everybody kind of introduce themselves, talk about whatever projects they want to mention, and just kind of talk about themselves. So Ty, tell me a little bit about yourself.
As just said, I'm Ty. I am Uppercut editor-in-chief. I am also a freelance writer around the old Webberoonie, and I use they, them pronouns, and the mother from Dragon Age Origins Awakening is my wife.
Yes, I feel like the mother thing is definitely the point to drive home. That's
It just feels relevant to the conversation.
No, it is. Monty, you're up next. Monty's also from Uppercut. Do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself? Or I keep wanting to say yourselves. I did this earlier too.
Just all of us.
Oh,
We
yeah.
just have a lot of like within ourselves. They make sense.
The many personalities of Uppercut.
So yeah, I'm Monty. I am the editor-at-large over at Uppercut. You'll see me kind of write about my culture, my past with video games, how I love and hate them now. It's great. And yeah, you can catch me just taking pictures of Rusty all the time.
It's true.
Next up, we have Jeffrey Rousseau. Jeffrey, how are you doing today?
Hello, I'm good. Thank you for having me. I'm glad to be here, and I'm glad to offer an intelligent perspective as a man who understands. Oh, there's a lot of problems out here for things that cater to me,
There you go.
quote unquote. But my name is Jeffrey Russo. I am a journalist and critic. I'm also a freelance writer. I like to write a lot about how games still aren't really for Black and brown folks, which is really weird in the year 2020, and a whole bunch of other things. And I love RPGs. I'm glad to be here.
We're glad to have you here. Yeah, we're really excited to have you on, and thank you so much for joining us. The next person that we're gonna go to is Zwenha Yang, but you go by Z.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So we have Z here with us, and Z, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everyone. My name is Z. I am the founder, executive producer, and narrative director at Serenity Forge. We do mostly narrative, kind of artsy-fartsy games as a studio. Some in the sense of romance, we launched a game called Half Past Fate earlier this year, and we just announced 2 new games. Land of Screens and Date Night Bowling that about a week or 2 weeks ago, depending on when this thing goes live. So yeah, I'm really glad to be here. I like to do kind of non-traditional narrative when it comes to video games, but not necessarily like non-traditional in the grand scheme of things. I feel like there's a lot of things that, like, when the video game industry was established, there's just like a group of men that have like decided that this is what games should be about, and like it kind of just barred everyone else out from it, right? So the games that we make are pretty, like, honestly pretty like easy to digest, but ultimately like they're not really well known or seen in the industry itself. So yeah, glad to be here.
Oh, I'm thrilled to have you. And I mean, Half Past Fate, that was like how we met, and that was such a fun game. I loved it. I played it earlier this year, like right when it came out, and it's so cute. I love all of the stories, all the characters. So thank you for being here, and I'm really glad to have you here. And last but certainly not least, we have Tanya X Short. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm excellent. I'm excited to start this this discourse or whatever this is going to be about romance and games. I'm Tanya. I'm a game designer. I've been a professional salaried game designer now for over 10 years, and it's a volunteer community / volunteer / various other journalists and whatever before that. But the last 7 years, I've been primarily known as the captain of Kitbox Games, which is a small independent studio in Montreal. So I'm designer and producer and lead stuff. And we are most known right now for Boyfriend Dungeon. Actually, very soon we'll be releasing another game called Lucifer Within Us. You could pretend there's some romance in there, but if you if you want romance that's actually supported by the content of the game, that would be Boyfriend Dungeon, which does not have an announced date yet, but you might have seen on Kickstarter and that kind of thing. And I've always had an abiding interest in relationships and dialogue systems, and so sometimes that overlaps into romance. There's a couple of romantic threads in our past game, Moon Hunters, for example. But yeah, I'll probably mostly be talking about Boyfriend Dungeon since that's my main experience with creating dating simulators.
Perfect.
Where you date your weapons, to be clear. If no one's heard of Boyfriend Dungeon, please go wishlist it now because those weapons got to get dated.
They're called like Beyblades, aren't they?
They are.
It's so good. So good. I think that all of us at Uppercut, we all played Boyfriend Dungeon. At least, like, I played it at PAX East. I think
Victoria got tired of seeing me, honestly, because like PAX East and then PAX West, I was like, "Hey, I'm back. It's me again."
Round 2, let's go.
She never gets tired of talking to press ever.
But no, and that game is going to be so good. I'm so excited for it. So thank you so much for coming here. It's awesome. Like I said, I'm really happy that we managed to get everybody who is on this panel. Really great voices, great people, and it's going to be a great conversation. And so I guess where we want to begin, where I thought would be the natural place to begin, is kind of our history with romantic games, with games that are rooted in relationships or love or sex. And we can kind of, I can either call on somebody or we can just kind of like bounce back and forth off each other, which seems probably more natural. So we can just do one of those. And yeah, I just want to talk about our first experiences and like kind of, I guess, the feelings that inspired in us and made us want to delve into it deeper. Monty, you want to start off?
I do.
I know.
I'm
I know you're
very
excited about it.
Okay. So my background and context. So I grew up in a very strict Latin home, and kind of coming from an immigrant family, we kind of have the mindset of just like their sex, love, and anything with like the opposite sex, because Latin culture has a lot of ingrained homophobia and they don't believe, same sex, that doesn't exist when you're younger. Yeah, that nothing of that exists when you're 18, until you're 18. And because I was kind of really sheltered, I only had the internet to kind of go for, which is, I don't think, the best experience to kind of, go about relationships and love. You'd catch me at like the library, like on YouTube, like typing girls kissing, because it's the only way that I could have gone to see that. But my first kind of experience with a relationship in a video game would have to be a not so good kind of novel called Katawa Shoujo. And that was a big thing like in the late 2000s. You were kind of in relationships with girls who, with all the issues that happened to them, are still going and are still kind of living their lives. It was very heartbreaking, but a lot of the elements into that story were super problematic. Now kind of going back to it when I was like, I think 19, it was not a good game to play when I was 11 years old. And yeah, that's my first kind of relationship game that I played.
I was the same way. I think that the first, like, I don't know. I mean, you grow up and you realize, like, looking back at, the games you played, like, kind of there's that like heteronormative agenda in there. Like, I mean, even like something like Ocarina of Time, right? The game starts off with Zelda being captured, and your entire game is like, getting the girl, right?
It was really weird. It was definitely had those elements, and also like the whole like savior like complex in that game was also really bad too. I don't recommend people play it, but yeah, I just definitely, I don't know if anyone else had like an experience like that with their first game, because I know I would not let anyone play that now.
Yeah, well, and I was gonna like the next thing, like the explicit romance games I played were like all things on Newgrounds, which that's just like when you look back at that and you think I played those Flash games. It's kind of, just makes you think. You're like, what like weird messages did I pick up doing that about women? But
The Naruto Newgrounds, like relationship ones were fire though. They got me going. Yeah, they were great.
Who'd you go for, huh?
I went for Sasuke because I have bad taste.
But yeah, I don't know. I like I said, Newgrounds for me was like a place where I don't know, I was introduced to like explicit material and sex in games and things like that. In that extreme of a regard, I guess. Because I mean, outside of that, like one of the first games that I ever loved was like Final Fantasy VII, and that was the first game I ever played that had like this really strong narrative and characters and like relationships between them, and it was like you had that love triangle in there, like Aerith or Tifa, and so like that to me made me feel like, oh wow, games can be like this. Like games aren't just like you jump and hit the thing and then you run. It was like you can have like characters and relationships and all of this, and that was mind blowing when I was 7 years old or whatever. So
yeah, I think one of my first video game crushes was definitely Eris and Tifa. But I was realizing when you asked me the question that one of my very, very first crushes was actually on a character that I couldn't date at all, which is in Link's Awakening, in the original on the Game Boy. I was a very young child, but Marin was so sweet, and she would do this little song, da da da. And I don't know, there was just something about that I was like, I want to be with her forever. I just want to hold her hand, and it's me and Marin. And it wasn't till some years later that I was like, oh, that means we can be best friends. It's okay, Tanya. Like, you don't have to, just because you play video games doesn't mean like you have to date all the girls. It turns out later, playing the reboot, I learned that apparently there is romance shoehorned in there that doesn't make any sense unless you're a young child that thinks all boys and girls have to date at some point. But my first explicit experiences, I'm gonna start blushing. I swear. It was actually multiplayer games. I mean, I'm older than most of you, I think. So mine were text only multiplayer games, but in some ways that made them more explicit. In fact, this is so. It's a sign of the times, but I was this 13, 14-year-old like thinking I was cyber sexing with the characters from like Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time or whatever, and I'm like being so sexy. And I found out later, like years later, that my like online role play boyfriend, whoever, had been showing my text to his friends and laughing about it because it made no sense because I had no idea what I was typing really. And so that was like a very early introduction to like boys are not always so nice. But that's something that video games probably shouldn't teach you either. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, wow. That's actually kind of like terrifying, honestly. Like you're laughing about it now when I'm hearing that. That's like, like To Catch a Predator is like literally made for that, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't
I'm really glad that I'm 90% sure that the boys I was talking to were actually like 15. Like I don't think that I was being predated. But I think the part of the problem was up till that point I had been, conducting myself as if I was like 20, and then as soon as it's like sexy times, it's like lightning and body parts.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I played my fair of like early like MMOs and stuff like that. Like RuneScape was a really big thing, probably in our age group. And yeah, there were some questionable choices that I definitely made as a middle schooler on there. But I think, that this question really got me thinking a lot. And I started just digging deeper and deeper into my vault, like you start unlocking things more and more. And I think I'd finally traced it to a video game that I played. So there's some context. So I was born in China. I'm a first generation immigrant here in the US. So I was, I grew up in China, played a lot of these Chinese, Japanese only games. And at the time, we didn't have, a video game console access or anything. So I played a lot of PC games, primarily MS-DOS games. So one of the companies that I loved was Koei, before Koei and Tecmo merged into their new thing now. And in the early days of Koei, they made a lot of these games that are, like historical simulations and like really crazy strategy games like Nobunaga's Ambition, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, these types of games. And I remember there was this one game that I played. It was called Genghis Khan, I believe. And it's about Chinese, Mongolian ancient history. Really, like the two of them are kind of similar. And you play as like either Genghis Khan or some kind of state lord in that Warring States period. And it's all about strategy, like a typical like Nobunaga's Ambition type of strategy game. However, there is a particular game system in that game where, like, again, some context here, like during that Warring State period, a lot of the socioeconomic and political kind of struggles that people have, it has to do with, you know, like who you're marrying, whether or not your concubine had a child, or if your, you know, empress had a child, whether or not this child is being brought up, like whether or not she has favors, you know, like all that stuff. So that ended up being a huge game system where, like, the fertility of your wife or like your concubine is like part of the game's mechanics, and you have to like manage like whether or not you can convince this woman who has like higher fertility to have sex with you so that you can have a stronger like child to take over for you after you're dead so that you can like rule the world. And it was graphical as well. Like I was like 7 years old playing this game, and it was like graphical, and you have to like try to like, so like I have a huge love and hate relationship with this game, which is why I kind of like locked it away in my head. I realized that at the time I was like, you know, sex, like I was a 7-year-old boy, like I was cool. But then like later on in life, I was like, that's actually kind of gross. Like you're like objectifying, like literally, it's a game system, right? Like you're taking women as a tool.
Crusader Kings 2, also similarly like historical.
Right, yeah. Yeah, so like, yeah, like I really hated the game for a while. But like looking back at it today, I'm 30 years old now, and like looking at my childhood now, like I do appreciate the certain historical accuracy of this game, because I do think that it's way more focused on the actual accuracy. Like they were really like going hardcore on simulation, because making these choices on like which fertile women you should have sex with is like literally a political choice back then. Compared to now, where like we look at it and it could be seen as extremely misogynist, which it is, but like, you know, like it like back then I can kind of see that. So yeah, I mean, I guess like at 7 years old, I was playing this game, making choices on getting women fertile. That was my exposure to what sex was.
Gotta get that good fertility RNG.
Yeah, right. Those big hips.
And that's the opposite of the effect of porn games, right?
Oh my god.
Fertility RNG is not something that I thought would be said.
Right.
But here we are.
I'm trying to think. I think Z's thing kind of reminded me. I think the first time I saw sex in games was the God of War thing. Where like if you do it right, you get a bunch of red orbs, which is confusing because normally you get those for killing people. So I was like, I don't really understand why they're also like a byproduct of sex, but whatever, that's fine. That game is deeply misogynistic towards women. Yeah, and then I think, well, too, okay, the Dark Sorceress from Battletoads did make me gay when I was 5. So there's that. I've had the same exact type since I like had a single brain cell in my head, and it's that. So, yeah, but I think like I'm definitely also a BioWare gay, so I think my first like romances in games were like probably Fable, and then like Skyrim, and then Dragon Age. And I was like, oh, like when you romance them, they stay people. Okay, cool, sick, because they don't in Skyrim at all. So,
and how about you, Jeffrey?
While everyone was explaining everything, I was thinking back to my younger days, and it was all like very kosher up until middle school, because it's then while everyone's talking about explicit games, and then that's when those came around and everyone was big into pirating. But before that, it was like, you know, Zelda. When I would play like Legend of Zelda, I was thinking like, okay, why does everyone like Link? Where he's just doing his job. I don't think he's a really good person, but then again, he's not really talking to defend himself either. So I guess, I don't know. They all seem cool. I don't know why they're talking to you. So in my head, it's like mainly at that point, I'm seeing romance from like sitcoms, and of course we all know when you look back and you think about that, those are very problematic. But at the same time, as I'm playing like Legend of Zelda, and I'm looking at these very misogynistic views of like what romance is, and you're actually talking to people and young women around your age group, you realize, wow, no, this is not how this works at all. I'm surprised that no one ran away from me because I said some very weird things, but yeah, it'd be weird when you're in high school, your friend like, hey yo, check out this hentai game or whatever, and I'm like, yeah, sure, I'm playing it. And I'm like, that's not how that works because I actually talk to women. So it was very, the disconnect was profuse, and then you're realizing the male gaze is very very cringy and oh god. But as far as real romance in the games, I want to say when I started playing the Persona games is when I really started thinking about it, and even those are problematic, and I know that's a whole another thing we can get into. But that's when I really started to think about like the mechanics and how when everything is designed from a male's perspective, and let's be honest, they are for those games as far as romance are concerned, because you can't be a friend with a woman. I don't know why that exists. Platonic relationships are a thing. You start to realize the disconnect is it's a problem. It's toxic, really. And this whole fantasy thing that we all perpetuate, if you don't stop and just really think about how you're, absorbing everything like that, it could skew your views about how things should work.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I feel like a lot of the problem, we could actually talk about the fantasy of romance is sort of the core of the problem, because we're used to, as game designers, like we're used to fulfilling fantasies in games. That's what we do. Like we invent new fantasies sometimes for that you didn't even realize you had. It's like, oh, the sword, it would be perfect if it felt like this, even though a sword has never ever felt like that. It's never done that or caught fire when you were in a street or anything, or starts sparkling when it's rare or that kind of thing. But when it's a fantasy about how you interact with people and how people interact with you, it gets a lot more blurry about how much you should cater to what the player really craves and really wants right now versus how much you're just enabling a toxic worldview and maybe even encouraging problematic behavior in real life, because the blurring, it can be more unclear whether this dating behavior is a fantasy or it is realistic versus the sword. If someone misunderstands how a sword works or how the boat works or whatever, that's fine. But if they misunderstand how people work, I, as a game designer, feel somewhat guilty there, even though I do have to deliver on a fantasy. It's just a matter of picking out which fantastic elements are acceptable to me ethically.
Right. I mean, that's actually a really good point. I remember a couple years ago. I mean, I this is gonna sound maybe a little bit rudimentary almost, but finally started playing The Witcher 3, and that was like, because I don't play a lot of AAA games or like any really. So like going to Witcher 3, I was like, my mind was blown. It was like, whoa, this world, like people are talking to me. There's voice acting. Wow. And it was just such a like power trip, like the first like 5 to 10 hours, you just feel like God. You're just like, oh yeah, every woman I talk to just wants to strip naked right there and do it with me right now. And it like if I really rode that high for like a good 5 to 10 hours, and then I was just like, this is really weird, right? Like this is like, it makes no sense. I never felt like this anywhere else in life, in anything else I've done, and it's so unrealistic. So then I got into this huge existential crisis, where like for the next like month or two, I actually had like pretty severe, like I went into this spiral. Like I started like just went to this slump where I was realizing that, like this is what the world wants. Like people want these very fantastical, unrealistic, escapist type of mindset. And this is, it's a sign that the world is unable to deliver that to people, yet these people are making these experiences as almost a solution, right, to what they cannot get in the real world. So it's very misleading. It kind of further propagates the problem. But then another problem is the people who are trying to do better, the people who are actually trying to write real narratives about relationships and romance, well, you're never going to be able to compete with that, right? Like you're just always operating at a disadvantage because whatever you do is never going to satisfy the fantasy of what Witcher is able to do. And that's hard. And like that's kind of like what I went through.
Yeah, like the classic difficulty because one of the things I think was coined by Georgina Bensley from Hanako Games is the idea of romance as being a vending machine, right? Like you give the gift or you give attention or resources of some kind to a character and they give you love back. And that's a very problematic relationship in real life. And she's proposed a few other types of interactions which are awesome, like the rivalry interaction that sitcoms often use, which sitcoms have their own problems, but still rivalry is somewhat healthier than token vending machine. But what I keep coming back to is the difficulty where, if I put in all this effort and I give resources and I give it to someone and they dislike me as a result, which can happen in real life. In real life, if you get someone a weird gift or you give it to them at a weird time, or, they just don't like your face, like there can be various reasons, but like just giving a gift to someone doesn't mean they like you. But in a game, in a fictional game that I know other humans have made for me, I need that gift to have a positive response. Like I can't enjoy this game unless it's like supposed to be like a realistic like experience. If it's supposed to be a fantastical RPG, because I was initially writing my characters like very realistic, and that's definitely one of those like really clear microcosms of like this will always be a little bit problematic if it's satisfying, and it's sort of unresolvable.
Yeah. Speaking about the gifts, I keep going back to Persona because I think it's like the best and worst defender when it comes to this, because you're playing as a high school teenage male and games appeals to them a lot. So when you give the wrong gift to somebody, like either the lights will go up or whatever, or they'll give you a response where nothing happened. In real life, like you said, a person will be like, thank you. And I'm like, all right, I won't get text for like a couple of days. That's cool. That's just real life. But in the game, it's just like, oh, okay, I really don't like this, but then everything is fine. And that disconnect is very weird because in real life, you can honestly like give your partner, I don't know, a necklace or roses or what have you, and they may not just be feeling it because they're people. They're like, thanks.
Well, I think
but like in the game, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying, I think that this also just kind of portrays that there's like that relationships are linear, right? Like you do this and it just gets better and better and better, or they like you more, and like that's not how relationships work. Anybody who's been in, whether it's a friendship, whether it's a family thing, like anybody who's been in a long-term relationship, there's ups and downs. Something that made somebody happy 5 years ago, they might have a different response to today. So when you have this system that works to where, okay, X always equals Y and it always progresses like this, you're completely abandoning any sort of like real personality there, real relationship there.
And I think the word that you use there is very insightful, progress, because I think, especially for those of us working in like the RPG space, progress is kind of this constant need or hunger that is very satisfying. And the only way to get that feeling of progression is to have high transparency, where the player knows I'm getting +1 points to this, I'm getting plus 5 points to that, I'm getting this, I'm getting that. And so I feel like even in a very complicated person romance simulator, it would still end up feeling super weird to be like, you got +1 to friendship and +3 to romance and +2 to mood and +15 to long-term potential, or
yeah.
like in some ways it gets more weird because it's like, oh, this really is just a computer that I'm dating. I don't know.
Yeah, that's actually
transparency is I guess what I'm trying to say is like the progression transparency is really hard.
Right, a game that we launched a couple years ago called Where the Water Tastes Like Wine. During the development process, during the development process, that was actually a huge conversation. I mean, you don't think about romance when you look at that game, but a core component of the game is that like you meet these travelers and then you share stories with each other. And I remember, so in the beginning of the game's design, it was actually designed to be, you just tell stories and then they eventually hear stories and then they show their true forms and that's it. There's really no gaming really of any form. But we wanted to make it a little bit more complex than that. And it is a story all about like performance. It's all about narrative and writing, and literal text of the game is kind of the point. That if we gamified it and added stats, it kind of defeats the whole purpose. So what we try to do, whether or not it succeeded is up to the beholder. But we added all these like invisible stats essentially. Like when someone sits there, it's like, tell me a funny story. Like based on what you know about that person, maybe they're categorized as someone who likes sad stories anyway, but a slightly funnier sad story is what they're actually looking for. And then eventually you kind of do, like you figure out what someone wants by telling them stories and them giving you that feedback. Personally, I think it works pretty well. I don't think most people really caught on to what actually happens in the game. But that was kind of our solution to it. And I would really hope to explore that system or something similar to that, further down the road.
Yeah, I think my favorite in-between space for that kind of character transparency, where some of it is, almost all of it is opaque, but you just get these little hints of like, something is changing, almost like she will remember this kind of stuff, is in 80 Days, which I think is a brilliantly designed game. You get these very clear, like, okay, this person's mood is now feisty or something like that. And you're still not sure what that means exactly, but at least the game is telling you that something is changing. If anyone hasn't played 80 Days, I mean, it's not very romantic, but I really like the relationship between, because you play as the steward Passepartout, and you're stewarding your master around the world, and it's a lovely game.
I think that I'm trying to think of like subtle mechanics that I've encountered now to kind of show this, and the one that came to mind is actually Harvest Moon / Stardew Valley, because it uses the same thing where you have like the hearts that change colors depending upon like where you are in the relationship. And I don't know, it's hard because as game designers, like you guys have talked about, you want there to be like that feedback, right? Like that response, that progress. And so I mean, I remember with Harvest Moon just like walking up to characters and like you just like, I know like Karen always likes daffodils. She's really easy to romance, especially because you start in the spring, daffodils are everywhere. So I would just pick up 2 daffodils, go to her every single day, like, here you go, flower, flower, walk away, flower, and just do that over and over again until the heart started changing colors, and I don't know, it's like, it's good because I feel like that's more subtle. You don't really see the inner workings there and like the stats that you're getting and stuff, but at the same time it's like it becomes mindless, right? Like you're just like me already,
Yeah, the classic vending machine, right? Like if I just put in daffodils, then she'll fall in love and we'll get married. But maybe it's so abstract, like nobody can think that they're just going to give someone 300 daffodils, right? Like that's not something somebody takes away, I hope.
I mean, we say that, but like we've seen that like the incel community exists. So like there are people who do think that like you can exchange a person for like goods in emotional ways. And that's part of the problem too. And it comes down to other things too. Like I feel like BioWare gets a lot of props for their romances because they're actual characters, and like they had a lot of queer romances at first, like less so in Mass Effect, but especially for queer men. But you had Liliana, and then in Dragon Age 2, everyone was bi, which I also kind of have an issue with, just because like a lot of the problem with romance in games too is that like there's this inherent assumption that the player character is like irresistible to everyone, and that like everybody wants to bang them, and it's just like simply not true. And like that's part of the biggest thing with the gamer power fantasy, right? Is like not only do you have the kick-ass sword and the cool body and the armor that you picked out, but like anybody that you want to bang wants to bang you back, and it's like that's not how that works at all. And so like having these, and like it sucks because on the one hand, like Dragon Age 2 for example, they have all these really strong, interesting characters, but part of that agency gets taken away from them because none of them, for the most part except for Varric, are like, no, I'm good actually. Like everybody wants to date Hawk.
Yeah, I mean, I remember.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I remember with Dragon Age Inquisition, that was one of the first times in a game I realized when I was playing it that I had ever been told no, because like I liked Dorian a little bit. I was like, Dorian's kind of cute, but I was playing as a girl and Dorian's gay, and I was kind of doing flirty options, and he's just kind of like, I'll flirt back, but I like guys, you know? And I was like, oh, that's like the first time that's happened. And like, it wasn't like, I wasn't like mad about it or anything, but I was just like, you don't encounter that in games. Normally it's like, oh, well, you want that person, fine, you can have them.
Yeah, there's an instance of that in Mass Effect 2, which because like if you talk to Morden too much, he's like, could you back off? And it's like, on the one hand, I like that, but on the other hand, it's like, why is it like, if I continuously have a conversation with that person, does that mean that like I have to have romantic intentions?
Yeah.
Like, what if my shepherd just wanted to be pals with the war criminal? Like, that should be fine.
I wanted to kind of reel it back to the power kind of fantasy that you have in games, especially Jess, you brought up something that kind of just like popped in like my head. When you said like Karen is like an easy character to romance, I think that sort of bleeds into real life. I think it's safe to say that a lot of the bad gamers, so to say, don't really like to work, and it's a real issue. I know there were things that I've seen online recently, especially with things that are shared and kind of like our groups that I'm in. The issue with these kind of like gaming romances is because they kind of push the narrative of like, you can act like this with the real person. There are recent things that were just like, oh, like I forget that like real women aren't anime women. I've also been kind of involved with like someone giving those gifts, which I think Jeffrey, you pointed out earlier, and it's a real issue. And I think it just kind of bleeds into everything, like also like with the sex scenes in the games. I never enjoy them. They all look like straight porn. I don't like it. It's not fun. But no, I just needed to say that once Jess said that, I'm just like, oh, I'm angry.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. Like, because it leans into it, you know, as much as people want to kind of say, oh, it's just a game, whatever, like it's not, you know, perpetuating anything. It does. It creates that sort of entitlement that we see, especially in a lot of male gamers. It's the reason why you have people who go into girls' Twitch channels and give them money and give them bits and sub to them, and then they expect something from it, you know? And it's like, no, you're just here because you're enjoying the content somebody's making, or you enjoy their personality or whatever. You're not entitled to this girl's time or her favor or her attention.
Also, like, yeah, or like even if you're just there for the titties, like you can pay for it. It doesn't owe you anything back.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's frustrating because, you know, and like I just wrote this piece on Persona 5, right? And like one of the things that I talked about, one of the things that I talked about is how I thought it was problematic that you could date 35-year-old women, you know, like a doctor and a teacher, women who are in direct power over you, especially when the game starts off with the first villain being a teacher who's taking advantage of females at the school. It just isn't really coherent. It doesn't really fit, especially the whole game is about the abuse of power, and two of those relationships are an abuse of power, straight up. And I think that it's something to where people are so resistant because they love the game, and it's immediately, well, like you don't love this game because why would you talk shit about this if you love this game? I do love this game, but at the same time, you know, I can step back, I can be critical of the relationships, and it's reliant. You have to have a sort of like media literacy, right, to like kind of analyze this thing and be like, this is what it's saying, but is this right in real life? And you can't say everything about this game is good, everything's 100%, everything's pure, when you know there's a fantasy element to it, when you know this is something that's not good in real life. Like, you have to be able to distinguish between the two. You have to be able to love things and be critical of things.
Right. I mean, comparing video games to real life, just you know, quickly on that kind of topic about power fantasies. One of the things that I personally feel like is odd, I guess, really weird, is the fact that, you know, like sex in real life or sexual relationships or just romantic relationships in real life, there's a lot of components, there's a lot of complexities to it, right? Like it's awkward, it's silly, it's hilarious sometimes, you know, like when you're having that very intimate connection with a real human being, there's just a whole wide range of emotions. It's not just hey, what's up, baby, you know, like, and the whip your dick out kind of like type of, you know, like that actually never happens in real life. Yet, like no one, for some reason, with or without a relationship in their life, no game developer or publisher or whatever really focuses on these other aspects of romantic relationships. That to me is confusing. Like I don't know why that is, because as just thinking about my life, like the way that I have grown up and matured and started understanding the various dimensions of romance. I would have loved that. I would have loved to have that connection and learned a little bit more and peeked under the curtain, so to speak, about what a real relationship is. I was just never given the opportunity to explore it.
Yeah, because it makes
Yeah, I'm
you.
told.
Yeah.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I'm told that Cybele, it won an IGF award a few years ago. I'm told that's a really interesting depiction of a relationship.
Is that the
But
Christine Love one?
no, it's by Nina
Nina
Freeman.
Freeman, yeah.
Yeah.
Freeman, yeah.
Oh,
And
that's okay. That's the Warcraft inspired one, right? Or am I thinking of something else? The one that's like
yeah,
MMO?
basically MMO,
Yeah.
fake MMO, yeah, story.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, I never played Emily is Away, but I think there might have been some flirting relationship aspects in there. But yeah, I don't know. I'm looking. I hope there's more like that, because I think the best way to approach that is kind of a personal, maybe not autobiographical, but really like this is a relationship between two people. Because when it gets to that complexity, like you can't make it about more than these two people. You can't make it about a silent protagonist and 15 fantasy boyfriends. Like it's not gonna work that way. It has to be like, every relationship's so different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think. Ooh, go ahead, Jeffrey.
Oh, I am so sorry. I wanted to actually piggyback off that. And that's the thing that makes all of this very, very weird. You have a silent protagonist and you have these quote unquote, potential love interests or what have you. So it's like when you really step back, this dude is saying absolutely nothing, but you're literally a pickup line artist, right? And we all know that is horrible. You're just saying the right things and you're getting rewarded for it. It doesn't work like that in real life. Like I can even tell you from firsthand experiences, like people who like you can literally say the wrong thing. You have no idea what's going on. And you're like, okay, but as an adult, you realize you probably said something. It probably has nothing to do with you, and you just move on. That's how it works. And another thing I wanted to add too is that it was mentioned earlier. Why don't we just have romances where you're just hanging out with your partner, or you're just watching a movie? Nothing has to lead to sex. Matter of fact, for a lot of people, that's what romance is, right? You're just doing something mundane together, but that's not rewarded. We always have to get like, okay, we're together, we're dating, and it's that weird feedback loop that games give us, right? Like we always have to get the ultimate goal. And I remember Persona specifically. I don't know if it was the producer or director that said it, but he said something along the lines of, "I don't have female friendships." And that really stuck in my head because it's like clearly playing your games, I can see that because it's not built in where like there's this really cool person who's a woman. I just want to be her friend because she offers me perspectives about things that me as a guy I don't understand, or you're teaching me how to play chess. But no, you can romance everybody.
Well, and it makes it so awkward too, because like I even remember playing Persona 4 Golden, right? Like there are multiple characters in that game that like the women that I really liked. Like I ended up going with Yukiko, but like Chie is really cool, like she has like that cool tomboy, thing about her, and like I just wanted to be her friend. And you also have Rise, and I love Rise too, she's kind of a more like complicated and dynamic character, and I really love her. And so it got to the point like because there's a moment when each one of these women like wants to be something more, and then you're put in the position of being like do I want to be the bad guy who has all of these women yelling at me on Valentine's Day when things get awkward, or do I want to reject each one of these people? And like ultimately like I rejected people, but I guess maybe there's a lesson in itself there, right? But at the same time it's like I wish that there could have just been like friendships with these people too, it's because they'll even do it when you're in a relationship too. Like it doesn't stop them. Like you'll be in a relationship with a character already, and then all of these people will still proposition.
Yeah, well, and it's frustrating because a lot of games like will let you cheat or whatever, but like very few like leave options for like different relationship dynamics.
Yeah.
Like I think the only game I personally have any experience with or have seen anything about is Lunaris Games, their new one that's coming out that I'm spacing the name of right now. But it's like medieval fantasy and they let you be like poly. There are like certain romance options that are poly. But I think that's the only one I can even think of that like offers that as an option.
And I just thought of this too, actually. This popped into my head as soon as so Persona 4 Golden. I couldn't. I felt too bad rejecting Rise. I didn't reject Rise. So on Valentine's Day, right, or whatever, she comes around. I'm still with Yukiko, and then you basically get to a point where you're gaslighting these women. Like they're just like, I feel like there's something off here, and you're just like, no, like you don't have any other option. You can't really like you have to tell her she's crazy and that she's just imagining things. And then I reached that point, and I felt horrible. And it's like, okay, well, this is where people pick this up is like you get caught, you know, in a relationship with two women. And it's like, no, you're crazy. Like, of course it's only you. Of course. You know, and like that's what I'm sitting here telling this girl. And I'm like, man, if somebody did this to one of my friends in real life, you know.
/ studio head, I gotta say, I do think that there is a market that's being unexplored here in the cozy romantic hangout that's non-sexual, because I feel like when those scenes have been executed well in other games, like whether it's Nathan Drake or even one of the earliest ones was I think The Darkness. So like everybody went nuts for the scene where you're watching TV on the couch with your girlfriend's legs on your lap, and it's kind of up to you when you end the scene. But it was just like this depiction of this mundane romance was so powerful, and it's still so rare that I hope more people explore it because it has a really unique beauty.
But yeah, no, I mean that's something that I would like to see more of for sure. Because yeah, I mean the moment with, you know, Nate Drake and Elena is really cute. And I feel like it just normalizes the idea that like relationships are not all passion and sex and like, you know, and that's the thing in these BioWare games, right? Is like every moment is like we might die at any time, you know, like hold me, you know, like that's how it is. And so it's always high stakes. It's always very passionate. And you can still have a very passionate relationship without it looking like that. It makes it seem more normal and more attainable. And if you see the ups and downs, if you see like the moments where you wake up and neither one of you is, you know, looking super hot and you just throw on some TV and make coffee, like, you know, like that's life. And it'd be nice to see that more.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually, you pretty much described a lot of what Serenity Forge is currently doing. I mean, Half Past Fate, the most explicit scene there was, well, two queer women hugging, cuddling on the rooftop, and there was a kiss at the end of the game. That was it. That's the whole thing. But it's an entirely romantic game. Our new game that we're announcing, Date Night Bowling, is a bowling game, like traditional super bowling type of game, but it's actually a dating sim, and there's a lot of WarioWare type of bonding action that happens in the game. But that's like, it's all about the silliness, right? Like, oh, let me go grab your bowling shoes. What size are you? It's like, well, now you have to guess. You know, like these types of interactions they're cute, they're funny, they're awkward, but that's what real romance is. It's a way more closer allegory towards what we as humans define ourselves to be in a relationship compared to something that is more often depicted in, you know, hentai or porn or whatever it is that's on Steam nowadays, coming out every day.
Yeah. Well, and I guess like where I kind of want to wrap this up then is just with that question to everybody is like, you know, we talked about how we want to see like cozier romances, things like that. Like what are things we can do mechanically or within the game's narrative to make things different and you think would improve the games that we're seeing in relationships?
Jess, can I read a listener question that ties into this?
Yeah, for sure.
Audience question. So, oh god, I'm on the wrong Twitter account. I'm sorry. So Bryden Kex, shout out to Bryden. He's from Evolve PR and he rules. He asked, would you have advice for developers who want to include player choice in romantic narratives while avoiding a power fantasy dynamic? Which I feel like we've talked about a lot already, but I figured like, yeah, kind of ties in.
Yeah. So just like, I guess, you know, for right now, like as we close out, like our goals for the future, things that we want to see.
Oh, Tanya, you're muted.
Yeah. So I can just really quick say a couple of relatively easy duct tapes that I've done for Boyfriend Dungeon to make it, in my opinion, less problematic, despite the fact that it is very clearly fantasy fulfillment. So all of the weapons explicitly give you permission to date other people, so you're not cheating on anybody. Second, you can absolutely be friends with them, and they do see if you're interested, but like that doesn't stop you from getting closer. If you're not into a romance with them, then that's cool. You can still like get to know their deepest selves platonically. A lot of the other, I'd love to hear other attainable ideas for relationship depictions, but I would say there's still problematic mechanics in there that I'm hoping people will accept as fantasy, but maybe for the next game we'll innovate a little bit harder.
Well, and I think that's a thing to address too, is like, I feel like the second that you say like this thing is problematic, people are quick to be like purity police, like you want all games to be like squeaky clean, no bad moral messages. And I think that it's the thing that I said earlier, right? About like, you know, being able to love something and also be critical of it. I can admit that a lot of things that I like are problematic, or like, oh, this TV show I love is totally trashy, but it's great. And I think that we just have to be able to admit that with all things, right? And like to be able to look at things critically and say, this works here, I get this. In real life, not so much. Like, it's okay to differentiate.
Yeah, like when I look at player choice in video games, a lot of times I think when we talk about romance in video games, we talk about first player choice. You know, you talk about what you are choosing with the people around you. One of the games I actually do want to bring up is Fire Emblem, the Fire Emblem series, where there's a lot of matchmaking, there's a lot of player choice again. The IP itself has many, many issues in how they deal with romance. You can Google it, it's pretty obvious, people talk about it often. But one of the things I do want to point out is that it is actually a pretty fresh take on how romance is handled in a video game, where you are not the protagonist, you're not the one going around dating everybody and having this power fantasy, whereas now you're kind of thinking about the people around you and how people could get matched up. I mean, who hasn't played matchmaker in their lives with their friends, right? Like to some degree, jokingly or not. But ultimately, it is that type of like player choice that I think could be explored further. Again, like I said, Fire Emblem series problems all around. I'm not saying that it was a good example by any means, but I do think that, you know, that is a closer representation of something more like a modern day sitcom or a modern day rom-com film, where, you know, you're seeing more of a real relationship once the kind of the first person perspective gets removed. You're now taught a more authentic experience to some degree, and maybe there's something there that we could explore as an industry down the road.
No, I totally agree. There's been plenty of games where like I ship secondary characters, you know, and nothing ever happens with, like, going back to Persona again, An and Ryuji and stuff. Like, I totally saw them like being a couple because I thought, oh, she'd be good for him, and I feel like he'd be, you know what I mean? Like,
it's a bimbo and a himbo. They're perfect.
You know, and
they're
like,
made for each other.
I love the idea of them getting together, but that never happens. And An is immediately just, she has to default be attracted to the main character, and so it's kind of a bummer.
I wanted to add, as a player and not a dev, I think something that really helped me with romance in games is kind of things being spelled out for me. We can talk about how, you know, we can say that things are obviously wrong. And I see a lot, especially with just his recent piece and just kind of like being in the gaming space for so long. Things really, people get it so close. They get it so darn close, especially with like the maturity in relationships when it's a teenage person and like their teacher or their doctor, and like stuff that you see in games. You see comments like, oh, well, if I was young, like if someone older came up to me, like I wouldn't like give that up. And that's like a real issue. They don't see that that's an issue because they grow up with that. As a teenager, you know, being young, I also didn't see a problem with it. Now I definitely do. But something that kind of showed me that that was a real issue is kind of playing some of the Shin Megami Tensei games. And also, surprisingly enough, I'm a baby. I was still in high school in 2014, and I played How to Full Boyfriend. And you can't romance the teacher pigeon at all. They spell it out for you that it is wrong. You should not do this. He is just there to be your teacher, and that's all it is. And I think I would like to see that more in games. As much as we can put all these complexities in it, unless you say like, "Hey, this is wrong," people won't get it. You can't be nice about it.
Well, it's like, yeah, how much cooler would it have been in Persona 5 if you did develop feelings for your teacher and you approached her and you said, hey, like, you know, like there was that conversation and she was the adult who was responsible enough to be like, I get that you have these feelings. These feelings are normal. Like, you know, but, you know, this is the situation.
But I'm a fucking adult.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's like.
That's honestly what I expected to happen.
Yeah.
Like, I was so shocked that that's not what happened.
Yeah.
Well, then the doctor one's even worse because she does medical experiments on him in addition.
It's a whole thing. Yeah.
These people are almost getting when they comment things like, oh, well, like, that's sexy. That's a fantasy. It's just like, yeah, it's a fantasy. It shouldn't be happening. But yeah, I'm gonna stop before I keep going on it. I can make a presentation about this.
And I think honestly that does us for time anyway. So we'll go ahead and we'll get the goodbyes taken care of where everybody can find you. So I will just start with you, Ty. Where can people find you?
You can find me on Twitter at TY_GN8art.
Perfect. And Monty, how about you?
You can find me on Twitter and Instagram at FriedMonty.
Awesome. Jeffrey, how about yourself?
You can find me on Twitter at JRPotential.
And Tanya?
I recommend you follow the Kitfox Games Twitter and join our Kitfox Games Discord. You can also find me on Twitter if you're a detective, but I'll leave that to you.
And Z, how about you?
Yeah, that's Serenity Forge. Twitter is probably the best, at Serenity Forge. We also have a Discord, Facebook, if you still use that, if you're old like me, I guess. And lastly, you can track me down on Twitter. It's hard to spell, ZhenGhuaYang.
Perfect. And I am Jessica Howard, and you can find me at Just Jess is Fine on Twitter. Remember, if you are interested in the games that our lovely devs have talked about on this, I was gonna say podcast, but this is a panel, then wishlist them on Steam because it helps out. And I can vouch for the demo I played of Boyfriend Dungeon and Half Past Fate. Awesome games. And I'm excited for what's to come. So yeah, do it. Wishlist. And thank you all so much for listening. This has been such a cool experience, and I hope the rest of PAX is going well for you guys. And we will see you, I'm sure, next year, hopefully in person. Who knows?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks everybody for coming on.
We challenge you to a Swabette Showdown!
Hi, I'm Liam Baker, here at PAX West 2018, thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He'd always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would let me try, Dad, let me try, and then I just let Liam do it because that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was nothing to do, and it was really boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
My name is Eve Crevichet, and I'm the executive director of Take This, a mental health nonprofit that serves the game industry. You may know Take This as a PAX attendee in the past from our AFK rooms, which are a feature of in-person conventions. And here we are at PAX Online with AFK Online. And one of the reasons that's so important is because just like in a regular in-person convention, a space that you can go to relax and quiet your mind and take a break from the intensity of the convention is important here too. And the reason we care about this, and the reason this is something even to talk about, is because an online convention, not only is it new, but it's also a pretty intense experience in ways that we're not used to. And so I'm here to help you identify some ways to take care of yourself, stay calm, and feel like you have your tools for self-care. So I encourage you to remember, even though PAX Online is a 24/7 convention for 9 days, that it's okay to miss things. You will, in fact, miss many things. It's okay to feel like you're not finding your friends. You will, in fact, not always find your friends online. It's okay to feel like this is strange. It's okay to feel distracted. And it's probably going to happen. Manage your expectations and understand that this is a strange experience and a strange new way of working. It's fine. It's okay. And take breaks. Walk away. Give yourself the opportunity to rest and recharge. Just like at a regular convention, the same basic self-care principles apply. Get enough sleep, eat proper meals, drink plenty of water, and walk away from your screen. In fact, that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to take this lovely mug of tea, which I drink every morning, and I'm going to turn off my camera, step away from my computer, and sip it. I hope you have a great time at PAX Online, and I hope you visit AFK Online, which you can find through the PAX website. There's an AFK page, and there's a link to AFK Online right there. And come visit if you need it. Thanks, and have a great day.
So, why can't I come with you?
I've told you already, Cape Cuckoo isn't safe for
Henry
you.
Moss and the Wormhole Conspiracy is a coming-of-age adventure set in a goofy galaxy of oddball characters, ridiculous conundrums, and cosmic evil. Wander, ponder, and laugh your way through a heartfelt exploration of independence, family, and growing up. Teen Earthling Henry Moss helps his mother Seren operate Moss Family Supplies, an interstellar delivery business servicing the outer worlds. Henry longs to break free of his domestic duties to seek his fortune and fame amongst the far stars. Together, the Mosses uncover a cosmic conspiracy overseen by the sinister Benedict Wormhole. This sets the Mosses on an interplanetary journey of compassion, exploration, and self-discovery, together fulfilling a secret legacy founded a generation ago.
I've really tried to capture that classic point-and-click adventure experience that so many people love, but bring to it a modern twist. Multiple solutions to problems, a dynamic soundtrack, unique mechanics, and with the family audience in mind the whole way through. It's a story about coming of age and a family relationship, and a modern family at that. This is a game that will really appeal to people that grew up with these games, and if they've got kids of their own, then can hopefully share that joy with them too.
All right, hello, and thank you everyone for showing on up today. We are here with some very amazing and esteemed panelists here for our panel called Mission Diversity and Inclusion Within Geek Culture. I am Dr. Anthony Bean, and I am moderating this, and I want the wonderful panelists to go and introduce themselves.
Hello, Narak Dickerson, PsyD. I work with Tony at the Telos Project doing psychological assessments and testing, and I'm very happy to be here. Can't wait to get started.
Hello, all. I am Dr. Rougeau Burns. You guys can just call me Dr. RB or Gaston, whichever. And I do a lot of psychological testing over here in West Texas. So I'm over here in Lubbock. I work with kids in the foster care system, work with families, work with couples, and just trying to help them see issues that they may not see themselves and kind of get to the place they want to get to. And so I'm excited to be here and talk about diversity and what it means to me.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mitch Reed. I'm the president and CEO of the United Experience in Northwest Florida, and we're committed to advancing the world through gaming, education, and charity. Today, we're happy to talk about diversity and inclusion today and its importance in geek culture.
Hello, I'm Julia Stammen. I'm a licensed professional counselor in Austin, Texas, and I have a private practice called Heart of the Realm, where I see adults who identify as geeks, gamers, and misfits.
Hi, I'm Lodestar. I'm a school counselor for a private day school for special ed students.
in the Washington, D.C. area on the Virginia side. I also do work with dance and adoptees from all over Asia, and happy to be here.
Hi, I'm Dr. Megan Connell. I'm a board certified psychologist working in private practice out of Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also the co-founder of Geeks Like Us. I do a live play Dungeons and Dragons game, and I do a lot of trainings with Leyline Geek Therapy, and I'm really excited to be here today.
Thank you all so very much. That was very impressive credentials, and I'm very excited to have you all here. So first off, let's start off with what is diversity? How do we see as diversity in our area, our life, our professional life, our regular life?
So for me, diversity is being able to walk into organizations and see yourself there in the population. It's being able, it's being there and feeling like you belong. Feeling like when you walk in, people will understand where you're coming from. And even if they don't, they're able to feel free to ask you about your experiences. It doesn't limit you, diversity. It doesn't limit your scope of practice if your area is diverse. Yeah, it's just inclusion for me. Yeah.
I've been watching a lot of Hamilton lately, and there's this song where it talks about I want to be in the room where it happens. And that's what diversity means to me, is that a lot of times you have a small subset of people making decisions for a lot of people. And then when there's blowback or when there's pushback, and it's like, well, I never thought to think of your experience as like an African American man for me, or like an Asian American woman, or anything like that. I never thought to think of those experiences. Then that's when I think about why diversity is so important, is that you want to have as many people in the room as possible.
Yeah, so for me, when I think about diversity, I think about the range of human differences in its totality. Any dimension that can be used to differentiate a group or people from one another would be diversity. And I think it's important to delineate the differences between diversity and inclusion, which I'm sure we're going to talk about later.
Yeah, I don't know if I have anything to add to that. I think it really approaches it from what diversity looks like on paper and what it feels like for a person to walk in and feel welcome and that sense of inclusion. Yeah, I think that covers it.
So, fun story. I was asked this question for my first job interview at Abercrombie. And after all those lawsuits happened back in the day, and just in the spur of the moment, I was like, diversity is witnessing something that's different from yourself. And I just kind of went on this like panic monologue, and I was like, wait, that was a great definition though. So I've kept it ever since. Because what's diverse for me is not what's diverse for someone else. It's just expanding your world and experiencing something that you're not used to or usually a part of.
Yeah, I think Danny, that kind of captures what I was thinking perfectly of this, like when we talk about going into a room where we see ourselves represented, but we also see not ourselves represented. We want to see people who have a different experience and have a different idea. And that, when we all come together with these different ideas, it helps us create new things and that are more representative of humanity as a whole rather than one small subset.
So I think that you all do amazing jobs of kind of talking about the idea of diversity in there. How have we seen this diversity in our lives different areas of our lives, and the ability to either sometimes acknowledge that what we're doing is not as diverse or as inclusive as it could be, and how do we actually approach that to other people?
That's a really good question. Can you ask that one more time?
Absolutely. So in our lives, we have tons and tons of different places that we go to, right? Our home, our work, a restaurant, a football game. It doesn't really matter. Even our geek culture, we have tons of D&D dragons, Dungeons and Dragons groups. We have anime conventions. There's tons of diversity and lots of inclusion in there. How do we approach it when we see that maybe it isn't as diverse as it could be, or if there's something that's falling short. Because to give an idea, like each year, I believe the statistic is that more than 2 million people voluntarily just leave a specific place, whether it's a convention, a group, or a even a psychological compendium group of clinicians, because they don't feel like it's as diverse, or it doesn't feel like it's as inclusive as it could be. When we acknowledge that and see that, how do we go forward and actually use that to our advantage to really talk about these different topics that we need to bring into those conversations?
Okay. I think diversity has to be something that is on the forefront. I think people think that diversity is going to happen automatically. In our culture, that's not something that's society, that's not something that really happens. I think in organizations, it has to be something that's on the agenda, that's being focused on, that's talked about. Just as everything else that we talk about, how we're going to grow a business, how we're going to expand in what we do, we need to work on how we're going to expand in diversity in whatever we do. I think that's how we really focus on it and make sure that it's something that's being taken care of. It's something that's being fostered and nurtured in organizations.
Yeah, I like that opinion, Dr. Nirak, because when I think of diversity, I don't think many people are pushing for it. Like we sometimes say we are, like we sometimes have it in our company bylines that we're pushing for diversity and inclusion, because it's hard. Like when you to be diverse requires you to say, let me do some self-exploration and let me determine where I'm at, where my company may be at, where the people I'm around may be, and then let me determine how I can fix those blind spots. And that requires a lot of insight. And that's a really hard thing to get. And so when I was thinking about that question, the thing that kept popping up for me is kind of representation in gaming. And for me being a movie person, I've been watching a lot of Netflix lately because we were all in quarantine. And one of the most interesting things, I've been watching a lot of sci-fi fantasy series where the protagonist is a person of color. And it has been the most mind-blowing experience, because most of the time when I'm watching these things, it's like, well, if this person is a white male between the ages of like 15 and 34, they're going to be the protagonist. They're the hero of this story. And so it's nice to kind of have these tropes turned on their head. And you can almost tell like it's this intentional way to bring people in. And I'm loving that, because I didn't realize it was lacking until I looked around and said, man, like all my Game of Thrones heroes, or all my, Lord of the Rings heroes are all a certain demographic. They're all a certain trope. And now we're pushing back on that. And so I think it's about being able to recognize it's a blind spot. And for me, it was not even knowing it was a blind spot until recently.
Yeah, I love where this is going. So I'm just going to build on the conversation a little bit. I want to add the word and term inclusivity, throw a definition out there. I think loosely default is the involvement and empowerment, where the inherent worth of all people are recognized. And I think that starts with process or thinking processes. And I think that from my experience in the virtual space and the physical space in person, diversity changes rapidly with culture, changes rapidly with the medium in which people are interacting. And so, for instance, in my experience in MMO and the MMO space, diversity was great. It was wonderful. And most times you didn't even realize who you were playing with. And so by the nature of people, we want to belong to each other in community. And it was fun to watch what I think as an ideal paradigm, where people play together regardless of anything, just to accomplish things and share in that experience together. So I think that those realms, those anonymous realms, and being transparent, they're stronger because they didn't have that cultural bias or that background to shape it. Whereas if you go to the physical, then you start seeing what you guys were just talking about, where diversity starts to fall off the map a little bit. But in general, where I saw all of it fall short was inclusivity, because even though in the MMO world we were diverse, people still felt excluded from activities based upon how they interact with other people, based upon what people learned to them and their relationships that built. So I think that inclusivity is really where we fall the shortest.
I think we're still going in this order, so I'll go next. It's my turn.
You can go in whatever order feels natural. This is a conversational, so.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this kind of a lot on my own lately. of the different levels that diversity can happen and what we can do about it, which I don't know if we're getting to later. But I think it happens on so many different levels, including access. So just from the very start, like if you are in a position of power and that you're running a group, I primarily do like tabletop role play games as a geeky social hobby. Anyway, I also read a lot of graphic novels, but if you're in a position of power and you're reaching out to recruit people for your group, like where are you reaching out to? What communities are you reaching out to? I think that's kind of the first step. It's like access and entry into that space. And then once they actually get into the space, are they seeing people like them? Are they seeing diversity, like Dr. Cannell was saying, within that group? And then like, so it's like happening around the table, and then it's happening what's actually happening in the game of what are the characters that you're playing with, what is the world building like. So it can happen at so many different layers that I think if we just put a little bit of like mindfulness to rather than on autopilot of like, this is just like how I'm gonna write, or like I know these people, so I'm just gonna like start with the people I know, which is okay. But just stepping outside of your comfort zone a little bit there to make sure that you are creating those diverse spaces.
Mindfulness and purposefulness are always the two
Yes.
words I like to mesh. Can we repeat the question summarized actually, so I make sure I answer the right thing?
Oh man, you're gonna do that to me? Oh my God. Summarizing it is basically we see diverse cultures. We see all of this diversity and inclusion in a lot of different areas, but we approach it in different ways. But we also different environments approach it in different manners. How have we kind of seen that approach work and maybe fail in some kinds? And then obviously at the end of this, Julie, I'm gonna want you to talk a little bit more about those levels that you mentioned.
Thank you. Okay, so the way I've confronted it, so right when I was like heading into college, that's when Tumblr was getting huge. And I learned so much. I know everyone makes fun of Tumblr, but I learned so much through Tumblr. And I will defend it until my dying day. But also just me as a personal person, I'm very confrontational and I'm very comfortable doing it. And I kind of learned from something I heard Rosa Parks said back in the day, where the safest place to be is in the public eye, because then almost nothing can be done and people won't notice. If you are right in front and center of everyone, as I usually do when I confront things, like people see, people think, more importantly, and hopefully do something about it later on.
Yeah, I think to build on this, like both what Danny and Julie just said, of that idea of being intentional and thinking about it and like having to go and intentionally do things. I think when you were first asking this question, Dr. B, the thing that's really struck me with this is you have to be willing to have uncomfortable conversations. Like if you are in a space and you notice a lack of diversity, you notice that people are not engaging in the way you want to see them engage, and you're not seeing representation the way you want to represent, be willing to have those uncomfortable conversations so that we can address it, and don't just stop at the first, like, I think we're doing a good job. Be willing to be a scientist and ask, like, what evidence do we have that we're doing a good job? What's measurable steps have we taken in the past, and how can we know this for sure? And then also, like Dr. Ivy was saying too, of having that inclusion in media and understanding just how important it is. Whether it is you're running a live stream D&D game and you're having a wide range of different types of players, different types of characters represented, it's really important for people to be able to see themselves in media.
Julia, do you mind talking a little bit about those different levels just really quick?
Yes. That was my summary, what I said before. Is it okay to kind of shake it up and like, does anybody have any add-ons to those levels of like access, and then what the people look like, and then what like the game content looks like?
Shake away.
I mean, so to give you an idea, like after we talk about levels, I definitely want to go into the different geek areas, such as anime, where I know Lodestar is going to go into some stuff as well. I know Megan's going to go into D&D a little bit, and I know Nirak, man, we brought you into some geek fold here, so we're going to have a lot of fun with this. But I think that if we kind of brush up
Well,
a little bit more of that type of stuff too, might be really beneficial to help flush
so
things
then
out.
before we do that deep dive, I did want to add on to Dr. Megan's point about just media representation, because I think that was really cool. So as a Black man, I had two different experiences watching these really old timey Arthurian legend shows. One was A Letter to the King. So no spoilers if you guys haven't seen it. Great show, right? In it, protagonist is a young biracial boy, right? But the way that they approach race in there is that they basically say that like there's these three different clans that have been at war for a long time, and if you're African American, you're in this one clan. And so so race is a prevalent part of the show, right? And it's an interesting watch because as an African American man, like who am I going to identify with? Like I'm probably not going to identify with anybody else other than this young biracial protagonist, right? And I think it's a similar experience for other people of color when they're watching those shows. I remember watching Game of Thrones, and finally season 4, we get an African American individual in there, or a Black person in there, and it's like, well, he's a slaver, like that's his job, like that's how we got him into this thing. Even though it's a sci-fi world, we're still bound by those rules. But then I had an interesting experience watching Cursed. We finished that recently, and in that one you have this huge biracial cast. So like Arthur is African American. There's other characters that are clearly from different nationalities, different ethnicities, and it's a really interesting experience, like watching this happen and having no mention of race at all. And I really thought that was, when we do kind of talk about that intentionality before, and how these guys intentionally chose to express that. I had the most interesting experience watching a show where like race and Arthur being Black had nothing to do with whether or not he was how the story was going to progress, or the primary wielder being a woman had nothing to do with the fact that we needed to get the sword or anything like that. And that was such an interesting and unique experience that I'm 33 and I've never had, for all the sci-fi and for all the media that I've ever watched and consumed, I've never had that experience. And I think that says a lot. I think it says we have a lot of ways to go, but that also in some ways, we're also on the right track. So back to the levels, Julie. But I just wanted to get that in. I thought that was just kind of something I didn't want to miss, is how important representation is to me.
No, I mean that's definitely one of the levels that I think about is representation. Once they actually get through the barriers, so access, being financial, where the geek interests are, are there free library, graphic novels, are there free games that a local comics store is running, things like that, and also timing of groups. I think there's some access with that too. Are you running it during like a normal work schedule, or whatever it might be? So I feel like that's like almost that first level, even getting into the geek interest, the geek realms. And then so I feel like a thing that we could work on is the antidote to those things, right? Making it free, making it accessible, as well as reaching out to different communities. I don't know about saying more about that.
Well, and I think one thing that we also should keep in mind too, when we're talking about diversity and inclusion, is neurodiversity. And how do we make our gaming spaces, our conventions, other spaces welcoming for people? I do a series through Geeks Like Us called Psychology at the Table that is designed to help people understand how to help their friends who are struggling, whether it's through a mathematics disorder, being autism spectrum, anxiety, depression, whatever, just so that we can better be inclusive of those people who maybe from the outside look like us, but inside are struggling with something, and how can we be inclusive in that way? And there's, I know a lot about the D&D world, not as much about some of the other gaming worlds, but like, as someone who struggles with written written language from dyslexia, there is a dyslexic character sheet that is a lifesaver, and it is so wonderful, and it helps organize the character sheet in a way that makes sense to my brain, and finding tools and resources like that and becoming familiar with those as well so that other people can feel like they have that ability to join you, and finding those tools that help make it easier for people to join in the geek space or any space.
Actually, along with that line, my sister has a processing disorder that really manifests through reading as well, but she also really loves anime. So she always has to hunt down the dubs of everything. And when we can't, or even just like when we're watching movies and like, you know how Star Wars has the opening and just scrolls up slowly? Like my friends have gotten so used to the fact that I just instantly read it so that she can follow along out loud. And it took them about 1.5 years before they all fully realized why I did it, even though they knew and they just didn't connect the dots. So it's just the small things like that, that's, yeah, in a way that's even small advocacy because it showed other people like, hey, we've all been friends for years, and it finally clicked.
Mitch, what about you? Where I know you're based in Florida. How are you kind of seeing a lot of these different diversity aspects, whether it's from the brain diversity versus different cultural diversity? How are you kind of experiencing that, especially using United XP?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for that question. So I think one is the initiative that you and I have actually talked about. And so, as you guys know, sometimes people with learning disabilities are one of the first demographics overlooked because a lot of times organizations look at them and they go, well, what value added are they? And they don't take the time to figure out what value are they, right? And so I would argue this is a point of a lack of diversity and inclusivity, especially with them. So speaking to Dungeons and Dragons, we're currently working a program right now with an executive director, an entire team of folks in an organization who want to take the next leap and utilize D&D to facilitate a job interview to help give them the social skills they need and walk them through the process of doing that. So that's something that we're looking to develop for free for them as a program of record. And the reason we're doing it is because in this area especially, we're almost 10 years behind in STEM. We're almost a decade behind in getting help for adults who have learning disabilities. And so they're at a major disadvantage with major budgetary restriction and constraints. And all as a result of my segue, my next point here is what I call a paradigm shift where we're lagging behind in this particular region and other regions too, not just here. And so people are always asking me now that I've been talking to leaders and organizational leaders, I've been talking to local senior community leaders about, well, we just don't understand why there's so many issues. And I said, well, at what level are we educating and advocating to this young generation about what the future looks like, and particularly in the geek space? Because almost 90% of our children growing up now operate in some continuum of that geek space of some type. And my answer is we need to learn how to love people as people. And if we can get to the point to where we're thinking that way, and it's not, oh, I have to help out that person because they're hurting. It's, oh, I want to help out that person. When people start reacting in a way that's loving, then you know that their baseline is a lot closer to where it should be. And I think that we need to be striving as a people to get to that baseline. I think everyone here is talking about what should a person look like in their normal state. And I think that's what we're trying to get to.
Nirek, I have a unique question for you. Is when you started working for the Telos project, you had a weird experience. I'm going to call it a weird experience because you got introduced to anime in some form by another person and I. What was that like for you? That experience? I think that talking about like being on the outside of the bubble and then kind of being brought in slowly is a unique experience that needs to be shared a little bit.
Oh yeah, it was overwhelming and intimidating to be brought into the anime world just because it was something different. And like I shared with you before, my brother is a gamer, he's a geek, he's anime, he's all these things. So when you guys would tell me stuff, I would come home and talk to him and he'd be like, yeah, duh. And I'm like, oh, my bad. I'm sorry, I'm not in your world. So help me, bring me into this world so that I know and I can communicate with you and I can communicate with people at work. And then to learn more about the anime, it's just an eye-opening experience how much it relates to kids and how empowering anime can be and how many positive themes and the character arcs. I mean, it's just like this whole world opened up, this whole world of positivity and joy. I mean, when I started watching the animes that I've watched, they're just so creative. And then I started getting into the more darker animes. And so I'm like, oh, this is okay. Yes. Give me more. So it's been a great journey for me. And I appreciate that. Yeah.
Would you say that with your brother in that experience, it allowed you to kind of form a different style of bond, a different experience with him?
Oh yeah. Oh
In what
yeah. We
way?
can have conversations about anime that will then branch off to life, to things that's going on with him and how if he was that character, what he would do in the situation. So and he's ready to have somebody to share that with because no one else in the household, my aunt, she watches anime but not as much. No one else is really around to share that with him besides his geek friends online. But he really wants to share that with his family. He really wants to connect with us on that level. And I think a lot of gamers and geekers want to connect with their family but they feel that they don't know how or they can't introduce this information to their family because the family like I don't get it, I don't understand. And that's where that inclusivity has to come into play. Like it's okay, learn something new. I mean, anime is freaking amazing. It is awesome. So I'm so very thankful and it's helped me very much connect with my brother on a different level. Yeah.
And I think that speaks to a lot to just not anime, but just like the human condition. And I hate to get super philosophical, but I've noticed so much in couples therapy that it's not a lot of my couples who are just like so angry and so confrontational, but that it's almost this sense that like we want to connect and we don't know how. And to kind of hear you talk about how you connected with your brother and like this really kind of almost niche thing became something you guys could build on. I think that's what I love about geek culture. That's what I love about being a part of something like this, is that I can say something. Like earlier I was talking to Tony about Halo, and it's like I can tell him about this thing, and we're immediately back in that place. Of being able to build off this thing and being able to say, well, man, like, isn't this thing crazy? And then Tony would be like, well, hey, man, have I introduced you to this thing? I remember one time he introduced me to this one goofy anime, and I was like, I don't think I'm gonna like this, man. He goes, just give it a shot. I said, okay. And all of a sudden, I'm here watching this boy like become a castle, and he's trying to find his friend, and it's just like I'm here for this, like whatever you need, man. And so just the fact that it can build those types of bridges, and I think that as human beings, that's what we want to do. But I oftentimes find in my line of work that it's a struggle to get there. It's a struggle to say I want to connect, but I don't know how.
Well, and jumping outside of my lane slightly as a psychologist, but like looking at like greater anthropology, we can look at a lot of like these geek stories through anime, through video games, through comic books as our modern mythology. It's story is what unites us, and like diving into understanding stories and these tropes and looking at these characters and their hero arcs and stuff. And it's how we understand the world and understand ourselves. And so I think it's really cool that we're being a little bit more explicit with like choosing the mythology that we engage in and then shaping the mythology that we engage in by saying like, nope, this one's okay, but we need more inclusivity. So let's make it this way. This is okay, but I want more of this. And so we're getting to see that nowadays. And it's really interesting and cool.
It's really cool too, because like being on the school front and working with students specifically, that's most of my day is talking to parents like, we need them to stop watching this. And most of my students are autistic, so they have their hyperfixation. So, and I'm like, but is it bad that they're watching like Naruto so much? Not necessarily, because here, and then it's me teaching the parents, like, if you watch it with them, one, it'll make the connection we were talking about, and two, you can pull those little like tiny things and spin it in their world, and it teaches them so many philosophical lessons and so many life lessons. And I also do it a lot with Kingdom Hearts, because if you ever play Kingdom Hearts, it's just a big mindfulness trip. All it is.
So one of the things that we've been kind of slowly veering ourselves into is the idea of being more inclusive and diverse in a lot of different areas, anime, D&D, video games. But we continue to see a lot of different protagonists. Obviously be white male stereotypical, and a lot of people are trying to break from that, and I know D&D is making a big surge right now, and so that's kind of where I was going to bring up Megan next to kind of explain what is D&D doing currently, and what are the hopes for that type of stuff, and why did they choose to do this?
I think well, they're wanting to I think from a business perspective, honestly, what Wizards of the Coast is hoping to do with D&D is to get more people playing. And they've figured out that the best way to do that is to make the game approachable to everyone. And in that exploration, it's looking at what mistakes have they made in the past and learning how to address them and how do we try to make this game better, to look at the tropes that have been incredibly problematic. A couple months ago, there was this big discussion around the trope of orcs and how Tolkien's orcs were influenced from more of the idea of the Mongols, and then like it got moved into more of like this thug culture, and specifically in Bright, which was humongously problematic. But they're instead of just sweeping this stuff under the rug, they're actually having proactive discussions about it and looking at how do we change this thing. There's a supplement that just came out that talks about the idea of race versus culture and how to build a character where you have some innate abilities from whatever species you are. So if you're an elf, you're long lived, you're a little bit more graceful. But then if you're an elf that was raised by dwarves, you're going to have abilities that come from dwarven culture. And what does that look like? And so it's really breaking it down in a very interesting way. And I think, again, expanding the pool of people who want to play and giving more access and more tools to play, which is absolutely fascinating to me.
So I'd like to add on that too, because from an anthropology standpoint, we talk about advancements in anthropology. We're talking about this. And I love it because at United Experience, this was a lot of our motivation for doing the United Experience, because we want to help change the process and the way people think about things, the way they do business. The way we do business now is people enjoy, I say people, but a lot of businessmen and women like to create products that create dependencies, right? We're trying to create programs that breathe new life in anthropological advancement and inclusivity and diversity. And so, you talking about that, I'm sitting here envisioning a future where our future game developers start developing other games too that are more aware of the impacts of culture, the impacts of choices that people make in every day, the impacts of loving others and what that might look like in an attribute. So you take someone who is raised in a non-inclusive environment, what's going to come of that? What is that child going to be like when they're an adult versus someone who is raised in an inclusive family that is raised with diversity and inclusivity? I would go so far as to say that they're going to understand how to love deeper and have more meaningful, lasting connections than the people who are not.
And I think a big part of this is that, like you guys said earlier, we're having these really hard conversations, and all of this for me is, as an African American man, is like intermingled, like diversity and inclusion, and like how we begin to address racism and systemic racism. All those things are a part of this, and so Megan, I really love what you said when you talk about kind of being able to delineate between even in D&D, a person's racial characteristics versus their cultural characteristics, and like that's how you start unentwining and starting to help build up and build a better knowledge base for people of saying, well, how do I look at race? Because I mean, traditionally, like when I tell people where I went to college, they say, oh, well, you must have played football or you must play basketball. And like there's this sense of like even these microaggressions of like, oh, well, because you're African American, like you're good at these things. And it's hard to kind of educate people about, well, hey, that's not like, we don't have any evidence that that I run faster, jump higher just because I'm Black, and so, but I think that when we can start importing that into the games that we play, I think it will begin to help people understand that of like, oh, well, because he's Black, he's going to have darker skin, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to be able to wield a lightsaber super well, and being able to kind of talk about how those things, we can pull those apart and have better conversations. So I think even just on that level, when I think about how to practically apply these conversations, it's stuff like that really leaps out to me as being on the right track.
I would so agree with that. I was just having a conversation last night with my brother and my mom about all these issues that we were going to be talking about today. and talking about video games and how people of color are not represented in the video games. They're represented in the sports games, football and basketball, but not so much in the fantasy games, role-playing games. They're not there. So how would they know that they belong in these areas if we're not putting them in these games? Then how would they have the courage to participate in these other things outside of this, like D&D or anime discussions, if they're not seeing themselves there? So I totally agree with that. And talking with my brother also, we were talking about which characters could play different Marvel people, who could play different Marvel characters, and we got to Batman, and we said Idris Elba, and he said no. He flat out said no, and we said what? And he goes, why not? Because he's Black and Batman is white. And I was like, no, that's not how it works. This is all fantasy. Let's not limit ourselves. And I think sometimes we get limited with, like, anime is fantasy. Everything, all these things that we're doing is made up. So why can't everybody be there? Yeah, so it was a really good conversation last night. Fantastic. Yep.
That's a good summary. I like that. It's all fantasy. Why can't everybody be there? Like, if we were to end right now, I'd be like, that was a good one. That was a good way to put it. I really like that.
Go ahead, Julie. You haven't talked much, so.
I just was gonna say, I feel like I totally understand that, and I feel like it's also not just fantasy, right? Like what we put into these games, what we play for hours on end a week, right? That's going to add up in our consciousness and our culture. And so it's kind of like, I guess the difference of being like, it's not race neutral, like trying to put in different cultures and different races and be intentional about that. Just want to add that.
That's a good point. The thing I was going to say is, like, in this homebrew game that I play on Sundays, we've been playing for years, we had an issue where I was talking with the dungeon master about how he was portraying a lot of women in power specifically, and how they all had the kind of same attitude. And he was saying this thing of like, well, they had to overcome. And then he kind of had this moment of like, overcome what? This is my fantasy world. This is my homebrew setting. I don't have to have sexism be a part of this. That it can just be women are treated the same as men from the start. And that freed up a lot of problems that we'd been having in the campaign. And like, it was a lot more fun after that.
So Danny, how obviously you're very versatile in the anime and manga area. So I am very curious on what your view is a little bit on diversity and inclusion within the characters of a manga and anime, because obviously I would, well, not obviously, I would assume that as people watch a lot of anime, we actually don't see a lot of people of color within anime as well. It's a lot of whitewashed individuality, and sometimes what do you kind of see us needing in that area?
What I see us needing in that area is honestly just more creation and more inclusion, like we've been saying. It's really the same thing, but it's also kind of understanding the cultural context. Like, sure, Japan had a march for Black Lives Matter, and that's super awesome, but race over there is very homogenous. They're not seeing everyone. It's not as like heterogeneous as America is. And so while it's very, very like upfront in our faces, and we're facing so many different things every day, we have to remember over there too, it's more of just like small activism and understand the cultural differences and how to bridge all of that. And also, I think it also lies within the fandoms themselves, because I see so many talks about race in anime these days, especially the theory that everyone in anime is actually Japanese, and that all the hair colors you see is just the different undertones, and they're just ignoring the black hair, and they're like, oh, Sakura just has black hair, but it's pink undertones, so they're gonna color it pink. And I was like, what? And like, there are many people that like are die hard on that like, no, everyone's Asian in anime. They just are pale, because that's what a lot of Asian culture values. They also value very pale people, and that's why geishas wore bird poop to make themselves white. Fun fact: the makeup is bird poop.
So Danny, explain that more to me then, because I mean, you just said something like really innocuously that I'm just like, wait, let's back up. So So tell me about when I'm watching anime, and what am I supposed to be seeing in terms of representation? Are they supposed to be represented as white, or is it supposed to be more homogenous or more heterogeneous? Like, what am I supposed to be seeing when I'm watching that?
The thing I tell people and like my students themselves, I'm like, interpret it the way you want, because that's really what a lot of writers like for manga and anime are trying to do. They're like, because they're Japanese culture, they're not like very upfront with their emotions. Like our field would be kind of like super hard to be in over there. So a lot of like creative writers and stuff, they get a lot of emotions and angst because it's all super competitive and super high maintenance and anxiety over there. So a lot of their expression comes through like these creative arts, which is why you have the super dark animes that are like super sad, but it's also like their catharsis. So I also, and like the whole race stuff with it, I don't like to shoehorn it unless it's pretty obvious. Like in Digimon, I'm gonna basically say most of them are Japanese because they're all over Tokyo. And Digimon's been a huge part of my life. I'm actually wearing the Crest of Hope right now. But also, like in season 2, you find out TK and Matt are like half French or a quarter French. So I'm like, oh, well, they're mixed. And you just kind of take it as it is. And until they explicitly say, just don't label. Don't assume the things of people. Same thing with gender.
So how do we go about in our different practices, different lifestyles of actually bringing a little bit more of this inclusivity and diversity to it? Because I know here at the Telos project, we focus in primarily on an internal structure where for our groups and stuff of the kids that need it the most, and we can then make a case to present to insurance to get them to cover it for them as well, so they can get this type of stuff. When we do that, we focus more on that internal structure. But Julia, you also were talking about the external, the community-based type of stuff as well. And Megan, you have 3 all-girl D&D groups, I think, which is super empowerment based as well. So I'm curious. I'm like, what are we kind of doing to do that, and what kind of things can you share with the watchers and the listeners to kind of help bridge this gap, this ability to really hone in on the diverse experiences, teach that self-awareness, understand like the goals of the group, and even being vulnerable, because that's big part of what sometimes a lot of people don't understand is that we have to be vulnerable in this situation, and it's not bad to be vulnerable. It's not. It was a big question. I know. Take a moment. It's okay. It was a lot I just threw at you. Anyone can speak up.
I think I'll start a little bit. I think we all said before, talking about like having the hard conversations, being intentional and really thinking about it. Um, and then also just being willing to learn and grow. I think has been the biggest thing for me is like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know all of the barriers that my potential clients face in getting into my groups or getting into my practice. I don't. I can sit and brainstorm all day, but then like I'll trick myself into thinking I have thought of everything, and then I close myself off to other possibilities. So I think like one of the biggest superpowers we can have is acknowledging and being okay with not knowing everything and being okay with learning. And the more we're open to learning and growing, the more inclusive I think we can be because we start to learn other people's experiences and understand those barriers.
For me, like where I work, because I work at multiple schools for my different jobs, and I actually have students because the students today, oof, they are on it. And it's very wonderful to see, and I'm very excited to see what becomes of it when they obtain adult rights. So, but still, they're frustrated with like teachers and other things. And the thing I tell them is you have to meet people where they are, no matter who they are, and then you get them to stretch a little. And because I'm coaching dance stuff too in color guard and winter guard, I'm like, think of it like stretching for a split. If you cannot do a split, you're not going to get it overnight. You have to push it and push it and push it, and eventually you will hit the split. And that's just the metaphor I like to use because it's simpler, and honestly, it takes a lot off them and like my need to change the world immediately when I just know just every little bit counts.
Yeah, so For me, I think there's two big things. I'll talk on humility a little bit and then leadership. First being humility. I think in order for us to approach this topic and succeed, we have to be humble, because there are some built-in biases regardless of how hard we try, as part of us just being human. We all have different varying upbringings and backgrounds and exposures, and being humble enough to admit that, I think, is a great starting point, and it's a good baseline for us. So, I just admit that I don't have all the answers either. So I love that you said that, Megan. I think that's a great starting point. And then having done a lot of leadership and led hundreds of people professionally, and that's something I want to speak on a little bit. As a leader, as you guys know, leadership in its simplest form is the influence of people. And I think each and every one of you are leaders, and I think that's a great thing. And I applaud you guys for doing what you're doing, having the courage to help people out, help them think again, help find resources, give them some hope and courage. And I think that's a great starting point that everyone can do, starting with their family and their friends and their social groups and people that they're exposed to. And then in the professional world, I think that's also another way to shine. I even got a shout out from Dr. Bean the other day that was helping me out. I mean, I think that those conversations are important and needed. And one of the things as a leader that I found is equally as important that some of you have experience with and will probably have more experience in the future is policy, right? We see a lot of things on policy this, policy that regarding inclusivity and diversity. But policy isn't impactful without a process to go with it, without a paradigm shift in belief, or what I call the buy-in factor. I can put out policy all day and rules all day, but if nobody believes it and say stuff and nobody believes it, doesn't mean anything if there's no buy-in. And then we have two types of leaders. You have formal leaders who are people in position, and then informal leaders who, by their charisma, just lead people. And I bet that all of you do both in some capacity, somewhere, sometime. We combine all that through our education and advocacy for these things, which results in advancement and leveling up the community. I think it's a good starting point.
I can say a few of the just like practical things that I try to do based on learning, right? Based on seeking out trainings and learning in that way. The first thing that came to mind was whenever I read my D&D therapy groups, I'd always post to Lady Geeks of Austin's a Facebook group, shout out, because it's like specifically for ladies, for people who identify as lady. And so it's just kind of an example of, I'm not necessarily reaching out to like Austin Geeks. I don't know if that's a group, but almost, I don't want to use the word target because that seems like kind of icky, but targeting people that are not white men, basically. Then with my therapy groups, I give them lots of space to be empowered. So it's group rules, and it's also like no-go topics at different levels, from like the consultation to while we're playing. I feel like I had another example, but those are the ones that come to mind. Like I tried to putting pronouns on our little cards when we were in person, and then the little name tags, pronouns for your player and for your character. So practicing getting those right. Those are some like just kind of practical things that I try to do to signal safety, basically.
A big thing I forgot to mention too with my split metaphor is also, as you meet people where you are and you help them grow, like, and remember, people could regress as well. And like, I had a split once upon a time. I don't have it now, and I liken it to that too. Like, always give people the benefit of the doubt and assume good intention-ish, but just know that you may have to help them grow back to where they once were, especially if you haven't spoken in a while. I've had a lot of students who are like, they've changed over the summer. I'm like, well, it's only been the summer. You're here like 10 months of the year compared to the 2 you haven't. Talk to them, see how it goes. Evaluate in a month.
I really like that metaphor, Danny, because when you talk about the splits and I'm thinking about diversity and inclusion, I keep coming back to just Black Panther and just like what that movie meant to me, and means to me even now. I think part of it is because that movie came out right around when I had kids, and so I kind of started thinking more in terms of a long-standing legacy and like how will my kids view this stuff growing up. And for me, it was just so interesting that like in terms of not having the split, like when I grew up, like if I was watching anime, if I was watching cartoons, if I was involved in geek culture, I was gonna see a protagonist who was pretty much white all the time. And they were about 35, and like they had all their stuff together, and like they had the barriers were like their parents died, and like that's a huge barrier, make no mistake. But it was a different barrier than like what being a person of color or a minority individual would look like. And so to see Black Panther and to kind of be like, wow, like this is what it looks like, you know, and this is more importantly what it feels like, and also to have that movie and now to be able to show it to my kids growing up and being able to say that like, you know, these are Black superheroes, you know, that we're not excluded from the conversation, that to kind of bring it all the way back around, we're in the room where it happens. See what I did there? You see what I did there? You see, you guys got it. You guys got it.
Well, kind of piggybacking off that too, also just talking about gender representation. Of like, I grew up watching the original She-Ra in the 80s, and I loved it because it was the first like superhero girl that I could see and I could be. But I remember being a child and being annoyed as heck that He-Man had to come on to She-Ra's show sometimes to help her out, but she never went and helped him. And like, what was up with that? And that really annoyed me as a kid. And then to have She-Ra come back around now on Netflix with just thank you, Noelle Stevenson, for making such a freaking amazing show that is wonderful. But I have little girls and them getting to grow up watching that and getting to watch Captain Marvel and Wonder Woman and all these different superheroes that they could see themselves as. It's no longer like having to go, oh, maybe I can pretend to be, you know, a Batgirl. Oh, but Batgirl has to get rescued by Batman all the time. That's not very fun. So having that representation is just humongous for us.
I think that ties into what Mitch was saying, not only with the buy-in with organizations to be more conscious, but buy-in with the community to get into the counseling offices, the therapy offices, to get into the anime and the manga and all that stuff, to say, hey, yeah, this is going to be something that I can get with. I can relate to this. This is okay. And even if I'm a little bit scared, I'm still going to try it because it seems like they're going to make an effort to get me.
Well, I wanted to say thank you all for such amazing and very introspective dialogues here today, because I think that this has been really revealing on kind of where we need to go. We have just a couple more minutes, and I just wanted to let everyone speak kind of one more time if they're okay with it, and kind of saying what do you see the future needing for more diversity, more inclusion in your area, or even just globally? It's a big question. I'm watching your faces. It's a big question.
I'll start. The future of where we need to go is we need to just advocate more. And a lot of advocacy so far has been just getting the buy-in. Well, if one thing quarantine did for the world, I think it made people listen to things. So we finally have buy-in, but now it's time to just keep going momentum-wise, actually push, and not forget about it when we're all not hiding.
A big thing I heard earlier with the levels was kind of what the barrier for entry is. And this is going to say a lot about me and my voting strategy, but like being in mental health, I am such a believer that the barrier for entry for so many people is too high. They're like, how am I going to give an hour of my time coming to your office and paying this amount of money, you know, when I'm trying to put food on the table? And so for me, I think whether you're talking about geek culture or mental health or just a lot of things in life, I think the goal is to lower the barrier of entry, not to lower the standards, but to more so say, how can we help people who may never go to a therapeutic D&D group, you know, or who may never find that niche that helps them belong, that's a part of geek culture. How can we help make this accessible for them? You know, back in the day, if you wanted to play Halo, you had to have an Xbox, you had to have a landline, you had to have an internet connection that didn't tie into your phone line. Like that's a big thing. You're going to price yourself out of a lot of people, you know. And the hope is that as we continue to progress, is that we're going to be able to remove some of those things and say, hey, you know, now I know some of them can connect via Wi-Fi. I'm totally speaking out of my lane now. So I don't know. Tony can tell you about that stuff. But so to speak, that there's a lot of ways we can lower the barrier of entry and make sure that people can have access to all these great things that for a while only a few people could access.
I think speaking just specifically to like the Dungeons and Dragons realm, because it's where my geekdom is for primarily, but continuing to look at the tropes and to look at the problems and again how to widen things. I think it's a very big part of narrative stuff and running games is also you don't want to paint yourself into a corner, right? You want to keep all your options open. And I think that's something that we need to look at, whether we're looking at what do we need to do to change out how monsters are aligned, what the alignments mean, how things behave. The more open we can be, the more people can come in, and the more people that are in your fandom, the better, because then your fandom just keeps growing and you get more stuff.
And who doesn't like stuff?
It is my most clinical term of all clinical terms. So we want more stuff out there, whether it be, fan fiction or games or dice or whatever. More stuff.
It just reminds me of the meme of Fry, take my money.
I think it's the answer to diversity and inclusivity starts with you today and with us. To love your neighbor, to love yourself.
Short and sweet as always, Mitch. I love it. Julia Nirak?
I think everyone pretty much said everything. I mean, I think it was good comments. I think accessibility, loving yourself, loving others, and not limiting your thoughts, not limiting how you view people, are all key to diversity and inclusion.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I would add to this wonderful pot is just empowering other people. When you like their stuff, tell them that you like their stuff, support them, compensate them, and encourage them to keep going.
Julie, if I can piggyback off that, I love that you just said that, to tell people you like their stuff. Like we know from science, like in studying the brain, we pay attention to the negative comments so much more than the positive, and you need it's a 5-to-1 ratio of good stuff to bad stuff. So like if you like somebody's art, if you like somebody's creation, tell them, let them know, like, tweet about it, wherever, like let people know that you like what they're doing, because like putting that love and that support out there, I think is so important because it encourages people.
Well, I appreciate you all, and I hope everyone learned a great deal about this stuff when we have been talking about this. And thank you all for being so awesome in this panel. And we will pass it off to the next panel now. Thank you.
Hey, Dr. Ken Dutton Register here from Excite Science in Brisbane, Australia. Excite Science is a creative studio explaining complex science in fun ways. And at this stage, we're really focusing on cancer education, from cancer-themed escape rooms to virtual reality to AR-driven art galleries. And the project that I'm talking about today is Malignancy VR. As a cancer researcher of over 10 years, I know firsthand, talking to the general community, that there's a lot of misunderstanding and core fundamental knowledge gaps of what cancer is. And this isn't surprising because cancer is incredibly complex. But are there new technologies or new ways, new communication strategies that we can be using to engage in a broader audience to teach them about cancer? And more importantly, reach those audiences that aren't even thinking about cancer or aren't really even engaged with science in general. A good colleague of mine, Dr. Elke Hacker from the Queensland University of Technology, really wanted to explore whether virtual reality could be the answer. So to explore this idea, we partnered up with Real Serious Games. And for Malignancy VR, we wanted this as a sort of first step to show some of the challenges with modern day cancer treatments and how not all the time can they be successful. So after we decided we wanted to talk about different cancer therapies, we began talking about the different game mechanics. And this is where we came up with the different treatment guns, focusing on chemotherapy, targeted therapy, and immunotherapy. Our plans for Malignancy VR is to expand it into a multi-level game. And we're going to be doing this in conjunction with members of the community. So if this sounds of something of interest to you, head over to malignancyvr.com and sign up to be in touch. Furthermore, we want to take that game and then test it in a randomized clinical trial to robustly assess if virtual reality is an effective way to teach people about cancer, and more importantly, can it change or influence people's behavior and reduce their risk of cancer over a lifetime.
In Boyfriend Dungeon, you spend a summer in Verona Beach, California, fighting monsters for money. Except the swords you find in the dungeon can also transform into beautiful men, women, and non-binary people you can befriend or date. You try to get as far as you can in the dungeon each time, but dying's okay, because you can level up too. You need to get stronger to go further. To do that, you'll need a closer relationship with your weapon. You spend the game alternating between fighting in the dungeon and hanging out with your weapons around town. I personally get bored if there's only fighting, but also I get restless if there's too much reading, so we wanted to make a mix of the two. Here, I'm dating Sunder the Talwar, and when we spend enough time together, we'll discover new abilities we can use in combat. Each weapon has a different set of upgrades to find, with choices to make along the way. Different weapons have different preferences for where they want to go on dates, how they want to flirt, and what kinds of gifts they want to receive. They might give you a gift too. There's a variety of different kinds of people/weapons to date in Boyfriend Dungeon, so it's up to you who you want to wield and level up your love. But watch out, there's someone out there kidnapping weapons. We're getting closer to finishing Boyfriend Dungeon now, and we hope people will love it as much as we do. If that sounds like your kind of game, wishlist Boyfriend Dungeon on Steam now.
We've recently had a shift. Both Child's Play and the medical community has recognized an unfilled niche where we needed some additional expertise in the hospital to help us deploy everything that they've provided, and they've started to help us develop a brand new role within medicine, that of the gaming technology specialist. These are people who have expertise in gaming, in technology in general, knowing how to set things up, keep them updated, but also have expertise working with children and work hand in hand with our child life specialists.
We can't afford to support 250 of these positions across the U.S., but we can support 5 or 6 or 7 a year, get them started, and then have them prove useful so that ultimately every hospital will want to have this person.
We'll always support our partner hospitals with Amazon wish lists. We'll always send them an annual gift to support their child life department. But being able to spread this position across the globe is the next push that we want to be able to do.
I think that this is revolutionary. I think it's the next greatest thing for our profession. To see an organization like Child's Play really be able to admit, you know what, we can do better. What's our next step? What's our purpose? How can we change the world? How can we make a significant difference that's lasting? And so it's been really an amazing part of my professional growth to watch them get to the point they are today of introducing something that 5 years ago we wouldn't have even thought about.
Jim Darkmagic is the wizard of Acquisitions Incorporated. He is, first and foremost, I would say, a stage magician. He's a performer. So the spells that he has tend not to be very useful. Not great for the rest of the party, just because I can't help a lot. I don't do a lot of damage. But I can make people invisible. I can make showers of sparks. There's a lot of exciting crowd-thrilling spells that Jim can do. One of the things about Idle Champions is that all the characters have unique equipment, and so it was really important to go through Jim and think about what the unique things are, right? So he's got his wand holster and his twin wands. He's got his skull brooch, the cloak. So all the little pieces of Jim that you like are in there, and then now they've got stats and little stories and stuff. With Idle Champions, it was interesting because the characters in Idle Champions are designed to work together in teams. So, you know, Rosie has a buff for all younger women who are in the party, right? There's these little things that help the rest of the group. And I wanted them to make sure that they understood that Jim did not help anyone else. So his abilities had to be things that would make him better, maybe even at the cost of the party. I made sure that Jim's ultimate would be completely useless, but incredibly flashy. I think it does a tiny bit of damage. It's mostly just sparks and showers of fire. It's fun to pretend to have that confidence.
The new and improved Jim Darkmagic, played by Mike Krahulik.
Like the last show at West where I came out in that costume, like I was so nervous. You know, to come out in a wig and everything and makeup and like a leather pants. But Jim has confidence, right? Like he would be able to do that. And so it's fun to pretend to be someone who has that, who can do that.
Hey, thank you all for joining me. This is our panel for PAX Online, which is Let Me Give You My Game, a panel for content creators by professionals with advice about things that would help our relationships work better. And why don't we do a round intros since not everyone knows who everyone is. Why don't you start us off, Victoria?
Sure. Hello, I'm Victoria Tran. I'm the communications director at Jackbox Games. We're a little indie studio in Montreal, Canada. We're making games like Boyfriend Dungeon and Lucifer Within Us, and also publishing games like Dwarf Fortress and Mondo Museum. And then beside me is Maggie.
Hi, I'm Margaret Crone. You can find me at Margaret Crone in all the places. I currently work at Intrepid Studios. Well, I can't talk. It's morning. I haven't talked to people because we were remote. I'm the community and marketing lead at Intrepid Studios, where we are currently creating Ashes of Creation. I've been in the industry for 13, 14 years, so I've been around. I could talk about things. And what about Christy?
I'm Christy Anderson. I work at Leviathan Core. We do influencer marketing relationships with brands big and small, from indie to AAA. Basically, I'm the person emailing you, trying to give you my game. Joe, sorry,
I'll
I
go.
totally
No, you're
dropped the
good.
ball.
You're fine. I'm ready. Hi, I'm Joe. I am the community and comms and marketing lead for Systemair Softworks. We make the game Astroneer. I'm also a co-founder of Latinx in Games, which is a cool group that works in the gaming space to promote ideas and programs for Latinx people in the industry. And I also used to work in gaming press, so I kind of have like both sides of this argument of like, hey, used to want these things, and now I know how to give these things out. So that's where my qualifications are. But okay, Hunter, it's your turn.
Oh, all right. Hi. So I'm Hunter Bond. I'm the marketing dude for Berserk Studio, which is a small indie studio based out of Quebec City, Canada. I actually am from California, but I run all of the PR, marketing, influence. We're a small shop, so I do all of that stuff for us. But my background is I used to work for Jinx, the clothing company, back in the day, and I like soloed their community back when we didn't really even have a name for the job. So I've been
I
doing
think that's where I met you.
It is, yeah, because
That
you
was
were
like
at SOE.
10 or no, that had to be like 14 years ago.
I think it was back closer to 10 because you were transitioning out of SOE.
I've
but
known
yeah.
you for a long time. That's all. It's just nuts.
So yeah, I used to do it there. So I've been doing this a long time. So I've also had to do relations with physical goods, which is a little different than games. So I'll probably mention some of that stuff too, because you see a lot of people looking for physical sponsorships from places, and there are a lot of concerns that like might not come up for influencers that I might want to bring up. But thanks again, everybody, for being here. This is really awesome. Why don't we? So we have a small list of stuff. Why don't we just kick it off with maybe the first thing from maybe Victoria? Do you want to go with the first one on your list, and then we'll just all kind of start round robin it?
Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah, so one of the, I think, first things I wanted to chat about was the fact that I think a lot of people don't understand that we all talk to each other. Clearly, we're on this panel together.
Yeah.
But also, it's like, it's not like a we're not like in the like competition of like, oh my God, no, like if I'm talking to this streamer, like I'm not going to tell anyone else because then that's a competition. And I don't want to share my knowledge because then that they'll like know how to do this. So I find that a lot of people don't know that we do talk to each other and we tell each other like, oh, when an influencer, when a streamer does something maybe not great, like breaks an embargo or insults the studio, insults us, and just all of that. So I guess I would love to like kind of dive into what are some of the bad actions you've seen, and also kind of like things that you've heard around the industry.
Anybody want?
Long list.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we were all like, which one do we choose?
I mean, embargo breaking is huge, right? You see that with influencers who are like trying to gain the edge because of time, and like they
Yeah.
don't realize that once you burn that bridge with me, you're done. But maybe with everyone I know too. Like,
Yeah, I think anytime you have a contract that's involved with anything, like being very clear about deadlines, about when things should be released is very important. I mean, obviously that is, if you break any of those things, that's going to reflect on your work in the future. So that's potentially like that company's not going to work with you again, right? And then beyond that, like V was saying, we all talk to each other. We all do, like, we can take like 2 seconds of Google searching and also to see like what things you've done in the past. So it's not like those things are hidden or that you're not going to be found out for doing those things.
there's also communities entirely full of community managers who just talk to each other. There are discords where we all can talk to each other very easily.
Facebook groups, Discords, like, yeah, we all chat with each other. It's not I think that was a really key thing what V said too, is that, even we think about things as competition, and sure, like there's friendly competition within our industry, but at the same time, it's like we're all part of the same industry and we're all trying to do the best thing that we can and move forward. And I think as an industry, I think content creation and influencer management is something that's really new. I think within the last like 10 years, yes, people have been creating content for a really long time, but now it's become like this booming industry where, you have influence over a lot of people and that brands want to work with you. Whereas before it was like you're a sellout, right? And I think people are more understanding that you need to make money for your work, but at the same time, like, we need to be getting what we need out of it in order for this to be a symbiotic relationship.
Well, Christy also has probably the one of the more unique like positions out of all of us, because now you're working more directly in like a contract basis, like with money involved for like promotion and stuff, right?
Yeah, so at Leviathan Core, most of the time, if not all of the time, we won't even talk to you about the activation details until you sign an MNDA with us. And the most recent example of that is this week launching Spiritfarer. That was a shadow launch, so it was incredibly important that we had to have those people like sign the MNDA. I had a few people who turned me down because they, I guess, were unfamiliar with the process or having to have that kind of information be passed through us. But yeah, we deal directly with the influencers. The brands, we make all the proposals for them, and they're like, yes, we can do that with those people for that amount of cost. And then we just go with it and hope that it works.
I appreciate your company and companies of that realm, because
Yes.
obviously, like, as you like, especially for teams that are smaller, working with those external teams really helps, because we don't have time to manage like all of those things, or if you can't have somebody in-house doing that, and believe me, I've tried to do those things in-house, it's not easy. You can do it, it's just having a person or a team doing that is gonna just provide higher quality work for sure.
Do you have anything on this one, Joe?
Margaret mentioned something, which I think this is like my top thing, just based on what I used to do, which is like understanding what you have to offer to someone, like, and being able to concisely like put that together. I think that's like super important. And you know, I got pretty good at putting that little pitch together for whatever publication I was writing for, or whatever videos I was trying to make, and just like putting that to someone's head and then letting them kind of like be excited about it. But as far as bad things, yeah, I don't know. That list is kind of
That
long.
list goes so long. Yeah,
It does go very long.
I just don't do anything that would lose you friends or, you know, contracts. Right? There's a real good, like, the biggest problem with influencers is, since it's new, like you were saying, Margaret, like influencer management right now is like the position that community management was in like 10 years ago, where like when I started in that, nobody really knew, like it was new and stuff. Now it's pretty well worn, like people know about the rules. And now the Wild West is influencer management. So like everyone's writing the rules as they go, and like you can't directly relate them to anything that you've done before necessarily. Like,
Yeah,
I've had
I
a lot
mean,
of, oh, good.
the list that I have here is already like a lot of things, but I mean, we can go into further detail
yeah,
about
for
these.
sure.
Like, I had contact info and being
Yeah,
very clear
I was
about
gonna
where we
say.
can contact you,
we can
being
go
responsive
all
to
into that.
emails, you know,
Yes.
content etiquette, which is
Why
like,
don't you
you know,
kick that off? Do
don't
it.
put our stuff with their stuff and then tweet at us both, because it's like,
Yeah.
no, dude, I don't want to retweet someone else's brand. I want to retweet my brand and share my brand. And then, you know, like, just being nice to people, like, it's just like a whole other realm of things. But we can talk about those things in detail.
Yeah, well, why don't we go into
It's hard
that
to say like
content
what
info?
not to do versus what to do, right?
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, I think the content info one, or contact info one, is one that everyone is expecting us. I think we almost named this one "Put Your Email in Your Bio." So, you want to do that one, Margaret?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. It's like, no matter what your content is, so if whether you're like an Instagram, you know, person, and all you do is post Instagram content, if you're just somebody who you know, maybe Twitter's like your thing and that's all that it is, or maybe you are a YouTube content creator or a Twitch content creator, whatever it might be, whatever content you're creating, make it very clear and easy for people to find a way to contact you. I know that sometimes it can be hard because you don't want like your fans to contact you. I think making it very clear that this is my business contact, business emails only. And, you know, if folks message you for other reasons, you can just drop those into your junk or trash mail, right? Like, it's clear that you're not going to get an answer to those type of personal questions from fans. Like, fans should be aware of that. But when it comes to business, if that contact information is available, you're going to get a lot more deals. Whether you're big or small, it doesn't matter what size you are, you should be having that available to folks.
Although
and
that
then
goes to
also
number 3, right?
being responsive with that. Yeah. Like, if you have a contact information, if you have like an email or a form on your website, please check it. Whether that's once a week, I would hope that you would do it daily if you're like a content creator. Yeah, if you're a content creator,
Right.
I think make it part of your routine. I think one of the first things I do every morning is I make my coffee, I open my email, I try to go through my email, and when I wrap up the end of the day, I double check again my email, making sure that, like, you know, if you can't check it every second, it's okay. We understand people are busy, but if you want to make sure that you're getting deals and that you're getting communication properly, please.
Especially
please do
last
so.
minute stuff that might pop up too, right? Like being someone who's able to do an activation on a short timeline puts you in a very short list of people if you're good at all the other stuff. If you can do all the professionalism and you also can like in 3 days, 2 days, like be on something, that's a very short list of people that companies would trust. I mean, is that true for you, Christy?
Oh, yes. So I'm sure everyone has seen my tirades on Twitter recently on this panel, but I had a very short deadline for the activation through no fault of the company at all. It was tech issues that happened. So short deadline, and I'm being upfront right away with everyone, like, hey, I'm outreaching. I have super short deadline. As soon as you tell me you're interested, I'm sending them NDA, and then you get the activation details. And if you don't respond by this date, I'm going to have to move on. And so it got pretty crazy for a second. So I started tweeting, like, each 24 hours that passes, if you don't respond, I will email 2 other people, because it was very important. And this company, you know, indie companies in general, I have super bleeding heart syndrome for them. I'm going to go out of my way because, you know, they need people to stand up for them. So I'm going out of my way, tweeting at people without their emails in their bios or anywhere. And please don't just count YouTube, because we can only open 5 emails at a time on YouTube one day. But I tweeted these people, they sent me their emails back in DMs and then never checked their email. I'm not, like, if the brand, I don't know. If somebody asks you for your email, whether you know where that person works or not, you should be checking it. And you should be checking it in general. You're a professional. You're wanting to make money doing this. So it's time to go from just the streamer mindset to the professional mindset. And, like, I feel like I can extra speak on that because I was a streamer before I went into this side of the industry. And that fast turnaround time, I mean, I had companies before be like, hey, I want to fly you to Germany, but you need to respond to me in 2 days. And I hope to God you have a passport because we're flying you out next week. Like,
Right.
That's obviously, you can't do that every time. You know, people have other jobs, but, like, that company came back and worked with me over and over again because I responded to them, I think, like, within a few hours. So
yeah, and then it's not only that, it's once you respond the first time, you need to be, like, consistent. So as soon as you get the email that's like, here's my NDA or NDA, and honestly, I think I get this a lot too, Christy, is where, like, I'll ask somebody to sign an NDA, they're like, why? And they're like, really? It's not a new thing, folks.
Right.
NDAs are very important to companies. Like, we don't want to work with you unless you sign one, because we are trying to, like, create campaigns that no one is supposed to know about until we launch them. And if you want to be part of that, which is a big thing for you, because being able to have that information right away as something launches is going to be extreme. That's one of, like, the quickest ways to get your content to go viral, is being one of the first people to have content.
That seems like one of the things in general with people who haven't made that jump, like Christy's talking about, from the, like, entry level to professional, which is, I have had friends had me sign NDAs just to talk about their game, right? That's a totally fine. Where I
We've
was
joked
like,
about that in this group.
of course, yeah, that we should, and it, like, that's a normal thing, right? I offer to friends when they want to tell me about their game, where I was like, hey, do you want me to? And, like, most of the time they say no, but, like, it's a nice thing to be able to offer, that you're like, this is a good faith, right? There, legally you can enforce them, sure, but it's more of a good faith agreement before legal, that I'm aware of the fact that I'm not supposed to share this. It's just a professional courtesy at that point. Like, it's one of the get in there things.
Yeah, I think one of the things is that a lot of people forget that, and I get it, like, games are fun, they're exciting, like, you're young, it's a young industry, whatever. And, you know, we love making jokes, like, we'll make jokes anywhere, like, you see us interacting with our friends, and, like, we, like, personally, as, like, a very small indie company, like, I'm not, like, just to push back on some of the things, it's like, we don't necessarily make people sign an NDA. We're just like, hey, here's info, please don't talk about it now. That doesn't mean you shouldn't follow it just because we don't make you sign an NDA, because that's a whole other thing. But there is, like, a level of, like, a little bit of, like, casualness to it. But that being said, it's still a professional thing. You are still in a profession, and I want to see that, sorry about the background noise. I still want to see the professionalism in you, and to be able to work with you and trust you before I can get to the casual, like, hey, I don't really care. Like, you don't have to sign an NDA. I'm just going to tell you what this is. Right. So yeah, and, like, being treated with that kind of respect, I think, just goes a long way. I would rather someone be more professional with me than way too casual, because then that rubs off the wrong way, right? And could go totally wrong.
Oh,
And I
yeah.
understand.
It can get creepy. People are
Oh,
creepy
can get
sometimes.
so creepy.
Please do
And
not call me honey, darling,
don't do that.
sweetie.
Yeah.
No.
And I understand like people
babe.
like,
I
they
get
think
babe
it's like,
sometimes, and I'm like,
oh
whoa,
no,
we are not on that
no.
level, buddy.
I know, no. I get it. They want to be like, oh, but I have to show my personality, and I'm like, no. Like, first and foremost, you need to be professional. I need you to know you can actually market. You aren't technically part of the marketing sphere. It's like you're going to market my game well. I don't know if you have like a similar thing, Joe, because I know you're also like indie and you send out all the keys.
Yeah, I mean, we're sort of similar because now we're like live service status where we're just like doing updates in live, and so I'm less worried about things being leaked. But I also have very specific groups that I send stuff out to for people to play early. So like I'll give out details and be like, hey, check out the stuff, and like I'm showing all that stuff early, but like actually giving out builds is where I like cross, where that line crosses into more like NDA status. So I deal less with it now, but I think you kind of like covered this part of it, but I think there's a level of professionalism, and I don't deal with a lot with people calling me babe in emails, which is but one thing that is good and it sort of plays into this is this idea that like people are kind of like wasting your time, like there's like I'm like emailing a lot of people right now, and if you're like sending me unnecessary cycles where you're questioning the NDA, or you're like, you didn't read the email and you ask a question of me that is like literally right in there, I just,
oh my god,
you're just like wasting, like, and I think about that and I'm like, well, I can't do this with this person because like now I'm going to send 15 emails back and forth to just like clarify things.
That gives you a good tip how the working relationship will go too. I think a lot of people don't think about that too, with the whole like you calling somebody babe or like sending back weird clarification emails. It's like you're telling me a lot about what I need to know about what our long-term working relationship would look like. So I'm just going to go ahead and nip this in the bud. Like, no
the
thanks.
worst is like when you send them, like I usually try to keep it really simple because I know people don't answer or like don't read. So I'm like one sentence about like what I'm wanting and when it's due. And then like maybe 2 or 3 bulletins and they're short and it's like just the information they need. And I still get people who reply like, when does it start? When do I need to have this to you by? What is this information? It's like, that's literally the only 3 sentence. There's only 1 sentence in my email to you with 2 bulletins. Like how
you have to make a couple
this?
of them red and larger sized and like marquee text
italic.
flashing.
I usually always highlight and bold dates because people don't read.
It's so funny. But one of the things it came up a few times, and it's a one that's good, is keys. Who wants to talk about dealing with people and expectations about keys? That's fun.
Literally 90% of my messages are like, keys, can I have an alpha key? Can I have a beta key? Can I have a key? Can I have a key? What do I need to do? I will give you my baby for a key. I'm like, whoa.
I have so many thoughts on keys.
Yeah, I figured it was yours. You want to kick it off?
Oh, was it mine?
Yeah.
Sure. I get, okay, so like, again, I know there's like do's and don'ts, and it's easier to say what not to do. It's easier what to say, not as easy to say what to do. But I'll say like one of my nots, especially when you are messaging a company that has more than 1 game, please specify what game you want. If you just tell me you want a game key, and I'm like, well, we don't technically right now have Boyfriend Dungeon, like we have Moon Hunters, we have Shrouded Isle, we have Fit for a King, we have Dwarf Fortress, we have Mondo Museum, we have Lucifer Within Us. Which of the 7 do you want? I'm not going to take the time to reply to you and be like, hey, what key do you want? And also, if you have an email and I get like that isn't personal, like isn't the custom email, like it goes like something at gmail.com, something at hotmail.com, and not like something at kitfoxgames.com, then I need you to somehow verify that this email is yours. Yep. We get so many fake emails, so many people trying to get like free keys from us, and I need you to know that keys are worth something. They are worth money. They are not just something that we just can give out. Even though it feels like we have thousands of keys, we cannot just give out millions of keys.
Platform dependency too is a huge thing. I think people were talking about it on Twitter, but it's a good thing to note that there's a hierarchy of key like requests where if you ask me for a Steam key, probably sure, right? As long as you exist and are going to use it. And then like, PS4 is like a little harder, like not as, but harder. Xbox is pretty easy. And then at the very bottom is Switch, which is like, if I wanted to give my friend a key right now, I'd have to buy it for them because I don't have any more Switch keys right now. That's how rare they are.
I think that's like it's hard to explain because we're like also bound by like legal things we can and cannot say about certain keys and certain platforms, right?
Mhm.
So like understand that sometimes we do want to give you a key, but like we cannot for reasons we cannot tell you. And it's great when you're understanding about that, and even better if you don't want the key to give it back to us. We won't be offended if you're like, hey, like I thought I could play this, or like I'm not actually that interested, like here's the key back. Then we can just give it to someone else, and it's actually amazing when you do that. But I think one of the biggest questions, and I will open up to everyone else so I'm not like taking up the entire talk about this. I get this question a lot from streamers. It's like, all right, so what if you're a smaller streamer, like you don't have millions of followers? Like, how do I approach a company to get a key then? I'll pitch this to everyone because this is a question I've gotten a lot, and I have a lot of thoughts about it. But
I guess I'll follow up on the thing I mentioned earlier, which is kind of out of turn, which is like this idea of letting people know what you can offer, like, right? So this is supposed to be like an exchange of, hey, I give you the thing, I maybe give you some exclusivity that helps you on your platforms, that's like valuable to you. And then what's valuable to me is like you playing it, and like maybe even if you don't do coverage, you're giving me feedback, or you're like you're giving me something there. And so like making that thing clear up front is super helpful. Like when people email me like professionally and they only have like 100 followers or something, but they're like, hey, here's what I do, I'm super into space, I'm super into spaceships, I used to do this, and like, all right, cool, I'm into that. Like I know that you're going to spend time to make good content, and I'm actually like excited about that. What I can't get excited behind is just like, I have 1 million followers, but like I don't actually like make content in your space, I just like want a key or whatever.
Or I don't have any engagement. Like my follower numbers are super high and my tweets get 10 likes. Like
very suspicious.
You just, yeah, I had this, I dealt with this all week long. It's like, I don't care about your follower count on any platform. I care about your engagement, and I care about, perhaps if we have to put words on it, like average concurrence, your unique view count. When I was a smaller streamer, I never told people my average concurrence. I'm like, you know what? I got 800 unique viewers last night. Like, because that's 800 eyeballs. It's not about, like, you have to think of it as you're advertising this game, so don't think about how many people are sticking around and watching it a ton, because honestly, like if it's a story game, maybe I don't want people to watch it a ton. I want them to play it themselves instead, because if it's a one and done.
Yeah.
But like this whole thing of like, I'm a small streamer, like never lead with that. I can already tell because I'm looking at your analytics, so that's fine. It's not a bad thing. We all started at 0. But just like have some serious confidence in yourself when you're requesting these things. And then my one snippet, which is a little bit off topic, is please don't tweet multiple times at the company asking for things, because like not every time, but this time I was very adamant that I was doing everything for the campaign by myself. So it's just me approving hundreds of keys. And especially when those tweets start coming at like 2 and 3 hour intervals, like.
Are you saying you don't want all of their followers to also tweet on their behalf at you for the keys? Is that not?
Please stop. Like those, that poor company wasn't even involved in the key campaign. Right. Like I felt really bad. I'm like, I'm so sorry that all these mentions are coming to you, but like you have to give us time. We're just humans, and I do vet check everyone. I'm not going to look at your follower count or your view count and just be like, yeah, this is perfect. To
look at your content.
Yeah.
Right. If you're only playing Fortnite, I'm not going to give you a key for Spiritfarer where you're hugging.
What?
And wholesome. And it's like that's not what your community wants. And that might be what your girlfriend wants. Like, I'm not really sure what you're asking for a key for now.
Yeah.
So.
I see that a lot too. Like when you go through like the media list for events and stuff, right? Like I know people who like from our, because I'm the one who does our press releases too, will just blast everybody. And like, I basically will go through and I'll be like, oh, these are, single game players, right? Like they play Fortnite or they play Just WoW. And like, generally I drop them off the list, not because I don't care about them, but because I'm like, this is gay. Like, we're making a 2D side-scrolling platformer inspired by Zelda 2. This is for a very specific group of people, and I want just those people to get the email because they're going to like it a lot. And like, maybe the other people might, but like, they're going to get a million emails during PAX that are probably more relevant than my game. So I'm not going to like shotgun blast them. And it's like the same thing with view counts. Like you were saying, for me, when I see somebody, I would rather give my keys and stuff to 50 tiny streamers who have like 20 concurrent viewers who actually deeply care about the weird subgenre I'm making, where like, yeah, all you do is stream like Zelda speed runs. Like you can have like you can go, I want you're the one. I've been waiting for you. Versus like, you know, the guy who has 1,000 concurrent viewers and all he plays is like, you know, he cycles through AAA games, or she's like somebody who focuses on like something that is not in any way relevant, right? Like you might get a key eventually, but like you're not a top tier for me. Like the resurgence of micro influencers is cool, but it should have always been there, because someone with a small community that trusts them is going to move more copies of the game, because it's like the difference between like the guy at the game store you don't know recommending something where you're like, maybe he knows, and like your best friend being like, I know all the games that you love, you would love this game. That's the kind of word of mouth you can't even buy. Like,
I think it
Yeah.
depends on the campaign that you're running too, because sometimes you are trying to market to a different audience because you're trying to like extend and acquire new acquisitions from a different genre. So I think it like there can be overlap there, and obviously I think it goes into kind of like what you guys were saying, which is like really selling what you're providing. Like, let's say you are a League of Legends streamer and like that's all you stream, but during those break times while you're waiting for content, you do play these like smaller like side games. Maybe that's the way to sell it to us, like, right? Because we're gonna watch some of your content, but we're not gonna be able to watch every hour of your content. So we might not see like, oh, you have this little bit of time that you're doing these things, and that's when you are talking about playing our product. Like just telling us the story of like why you're selling yourself, I think is very important, because that can like change the perspective of like what we see when we look at your content and like how we're feeling about it. I'm just playing devil's advocate on that front, because I do think there is value in like large streamers who have lots of following, for sure. But keeping that in mind, you know, like 1% of your following is actually going to be interacting with your stuff. So it's like, no matter how big you are, that, you know, that amount of people that are interacting with things is not always very big, unless you have like a very interactive community, which is more rare.
I think a lot of streamers think numbers, right? Like numbers. A lot of influencers and streamers think numbers only. And like, I can say, as a professional on the back end who's seen the results numbers of like, say, paid campaigns with huge influencers.
But it's still numbers. It's just numbers of people who are actually actively interacting.
Of
like
course,
engagement.
yeah.
Engagement is very important.
Exactly. Like what's the follow through from somebody who goes and sees Markiplier, for instance, maybe stream a game? It might not be as high as you think, because they're there for him. They're there for watching the content.
And when he switches to another game, they're not going to keep playing our game.
Right. So that's something a lot of people don't consider, that like a lot of us would actually consider you, generally speaking, like if you are relevant, not because you're huge. Yeah. Yeah. That was like my one thing. And you guys all said it, which was just be honest. Like that was my one. You guys had long lists and mine was like, don't lie to me. Just tell me how big you are and what you like.
Also, you can't lie to me, because I'm going to look at your stuff. Like if
we'll
you tell me the wrong number, I'm going to look at your stuff and be like, that's not the number. Yeah. And also, I think Joe kind of covered the value part of that, and knowing your value. Sometimes people ask for way more than like their value. And I'm always like, you know, that's okay. But like being able to negotiate and not get sassy with me when I'm like, hey, I understand you want this much money. But when I look at the CPV and the click-through rate on all of your content, this is the kind of value that I see you at. You're at more 5 cents than like a 10-cent per view option. Like the lifetime value of the people that are clicking through your content is not valuable to me, or not as valuable as you think it is. So, and just being able to negotiate and not be like sassy with me about
taking that as a business statement, not a personal attack. Huge.
I'm not trying to attack you. I want to work with you, but I also have people I have to adhere to when it comes to budget. So I can't just be like spending my budget on you just because like we're friends, or, you know, like you want me to like you. I can't.
You snuck into the last one on your list, which was be kind and respectful, right? That was.
I think that's just overarching.
Yeah.
Be respectful to people. Like, you never know, like someday down the line, you might be working at one of these companies or working with one of these people, you know, you just don't know.
And even if you don't, we talk to each other, bringing it back. You got, Joe, did you have like, cause you're doing the only, I think, game as service really right, out of all of us right now? Like, because
I have before, but not
right.
currently.
Yeah. I know you're, but I guess the two of you might have insight. Is there anything that's like kind of unique to the way that you interact with influencers that would be good for them to know?
I think the biggest thing is like when it comes to relationship building, I'm super focused on that. Like I'm trying to create connections with people that like make it easier for us to work together over time. And so like there are people when I first joined the company, there was like a sort of group of people that they had been working with, and I kind of like institutionalized that and said like, hey, this is like an actual extension of like our influencers that are people that like get to play stuff early or get to like try stuff out or get to like give us feedback on things, because we were also early access when I joined, so we were like doing that. And so I like assembled this group of people who didn't even necessarily have huge followings, who were just like, hey, like I want to play the things and I'm dedicated to the game and or this genre or whatever. And I was focused on just like making sure that I could do that reliably over time, which was kind of fun. Just because like, yeah, I want to make that easy for myself, honestly, like selfishly. It's just like, hey, I can just like send these people to the thing. They know how to do it. They know how to make it. And like the specific thing that maybe ties back to what we were just talking about is like a lot of people in that group weren't like humongous influencers. They were just people who were like, I found to be easy to work with and also who made great content. And like subsequently I also then tried to like promote those people's content, right? Like I know that they're making really cool stuff. I know that they're dedicated to the game and they really like it. And so like when I'm tweeting about, when I'm looking at the list of people who are like playing the game and tweeting about it, I'm going to prefer the person that like I have a working relationship with. And that actually creates a really nice opportunity for you as a creator to like get your name out there more. And so like there is a sort of curating / like relationship building part that like doesn't necessarily happen all the time, but I think with live service games, the reason I'm like into this is because I used to do this on the media side, where it's like you have this relationship with this person at a PR company, you're always talking to them, it's super easy, and then like you get that access first. Like if it's easy for me, damn, I'm like gonna email you right away and just get you the thing, and then I can keep going on my day. So yeah, that's like sort of our strategy. But and just to go back to that earlier point, yeah, like it's not only focused on the biggest people. Like I'd much rather focus on awesome content, dedicated fan bases, and that just helps me like make better decisions on my end. So
I'm with Joe 100%. We can also help make you become that next big streamer. I have worked with so many people and previous companies that I've worked for I actually have worked with Hunter on with some projects that are like huge games that produce like some content creators who are massive now. Like they're just huge and they're playing other games, not any products that I have worked on anymore, but like they started playing one of those games like H1Z1 or PlanetSide 2 or EverQuest or whatever that might have been. Like they started there and then they like moved forward into like these much bigger genres or like much bigger content creators. So if you're willing to listen, like we can also give you advice like, hey, maybe like change up your assets, like make sure you're putting this type of thing, make sure when you're tweeting you provide the link to where people should see the content, because sometimes people are like, I'm live, and it's like, great dude, where like I think a lot of those things are just stuff like you learn over time. But as a smaller streamer, I find that like those folks are the ones who, if they take the advice really quickly and they work with you really well, you're going to keep promoting their content. They're going to keep growing. And like you could be that next big streamer out there or the next big YouTube content creator or whatever it may be.
I think we're talking about one of the same people, if I know who you're talking about. But like a thing I always remember is like, so I've met some people like who worked with games they used to work with, right? And they're now huge. But one of the nice things is that the entire time I've known them, we haven't really had a whole lot of back and forth professionally. Like I haven't had a lot of opportunities to offer, but knowing that they're like a nice person who's like amicable and easy to work with has led to me recommending a lot of other people to work with them. Like, oh, you should work with this person because talking to them is not painful and they're professional and they do what they say they'll do. And even as they grew to a much larger streamer, that stayed the same. And that's like the hugest thing is as you grow, if you continue to be amicable, I understand that like the practicalities change when you become bigger, but if you still are a like human and are essentially a cool person to interact with, that's huge. It's such a tiring job sometimes just because of having to deal with differing personalities, and it only tends to get tougher as the scope of like reach gets bigger sometimes, which is unfortunate. Like
Yeah, and I think whenever you have a like when you have live content, it's a little bit different. A lot of times you want to create a program, like a content creator program or influencer program or whatever that might be, or affiliation program. When you're thinking about those programs, keeping in mind people who are not maybe like big streamers, right? Like you want to have kind of like, I almost say like a tiered approach to it, because yeah, obviously when you're a smaller streamer, you don't need as many codes to give away to your viewers, right? And when you're a larger streamer, you need more codes. Totally understandable, but I wouldn't say like, you know, you have to have this amount or you're never going to get anything. Like, I think I worry about companies that do that, because you're really honestly, like, I think everyone here has basically said this, small streamers often have the most interaction with their engagement with their community. And that's the stuff that you want. That's the people that you want. So I think just making sure, like, as companies, that we're also incorporating those opportunities for people. And then on the other end, you as as the influencer need to make sure that you're adhering to like putting in the effort that it takes, because it's not just going to magically happen. Like, you actually have to put in effort and care about the content that you're creating. And then like what Joe said is like, if we see that you care, like you're constantly making great content and maybe you're not getting tons of viewership, but like, we're like, hey, this video is amazing. Let us promote it, because it really explains like the system very well. And we share it, you know, multiple times throughout a month, right? Like that's massive for you. Or we email you and we're like, hey, we want to do a spotlight on your content because we think this is a great piece. Like, those are all things that you can do on the community retention side that can help those creators. And also, as a creator, being responsive, responding to that email so that we can help promote you. Like, it's just like this back and forth that, like I said before, a symbiotic relationship. We both have to care about it. And we both have to like nurture it. Otherwise, something will die.
Is there anything special from like the influencer relations and Christy about like this sort of stuff? Like, something I think comes up a lot and doesn't get addressed is like the personal brand versus the streaming brand, and your viability as someone that a company can like even choose to work with. I bet that affects you probably even more than us.
It does. For this last campaign, you know, I was going through my first outreach net, sorting through people, and I just happened, very unlucky for that person, but very lucky for me, as I was clicking through one of their bots, a bit donation went off, and the sound for it I will not repeat on this panel, but it was not even towing the line of appropriate for a game like, you know, a wholesome game. So like, you really have to understand that. I know the whole don't judge a book by its cover, but that's what I'm doing. Like, I'm sorry, I can't help it. Like, if I'm sorting through 90,000 streamers, right, I can do a lot. You know, let's say I take it down to like 500 automatically with algorithms or whatever. But then like, once I'm getting lower and lower, like, I'm gonna have to start clicking through these profiles, and like, I'm sorry that I clicked on the one spot where that was atrocious. But immediately, like, you're removed, because now you're like, it's, the brand doesn't mix. Maybe if I had a game where it did, like, I don't know, I'm not even gonna name games, but if I had a game that matched that, then it's okay. But if you can't separate like what your brand is, and this kind of relates back to perhaps my old streaming username, where a brand was like, I won't lie to you, it is very hard in the meetings to say your name. It used to be Unholy Temptress, for those who don't know. It is now Cinder and Cinder Slays. Like that, they were upfront with me. They were like, this brand that you've got going on is not working with our brand that we've got going on. And so you really have to think long term with that. Like, even your email address. I'm like really not trying to send emails to like XX36420 Blaze It YOLO No Scope 7. Like, I really don't want to. So just be thinking about those things, because unfortunately you are presenting yourself like a book and hoping that we pick you off the shelf and we're like, yes, we want to like work with you or give you this paid opportunity.
Part of it's like a threshold thing though too, right? Where like, I think a lot of people don't realize that you can do things that in and of themselves, each one of them is not that big a deal, but there's like a point where you've hit enough small things that concern me or anybody who's like looking, that it's like, I think I'm just going to move on, because you've like you said, like that sound was enough. That sounds like a high tier one. But if you like look through somebody's tweets and you're like, wow, you know, they generally just have a lot of hot takes, just a lot of them. I don't know if I, you know, want them to stream my game, because what if they have a bad time and they decided like I'm the target now. Like, if your general way of like communicating with your fans and your community is to be
Hopefully you
saucing
have a
all.
discrimination clause in your contract, just saying.
Oh, for
I
sure.
think most of us probably are smart about that. Usually during your contract phase, you are not allowed to talk smack about the company. Usually. Depends on
There's
your
a
contract.
way to give feedback and be polite about
yeah.
games.
Constructive feedback, for sure.
You can say this game's not for me because every game's not for everyone. You can say which points of it were not for you. You can say, you know, perhaps there were, you know, it's just not a stable build right now. I would love to come back to it later. Or like, it's not a stable build and I don't want to come back to it later. But in general, just be polite about it. Don't be like this, just like throw your keyboard like this trash game, like trash company. Don't blame the QA. Gosh, poor QA. Like,
Yeah, poor QA. Just a moment of silence for
Just-
QA.
They're just trying to do the best with resources they have.
So tough.
be polite. Kind.
I saw one in your list, Victoria, that's probably everyone has some interesting thoughts on, which is you get the question all the time on streamer panels, like how can small streamers make their pitch more appealing? Is like some good actionable items that I think everybody knows. Do you want to start that one or?
I mean, we already kind of
Okay.
talked
Yeah,
about
yeah.
it, no? About giving it, like, especially what Joe said about knowing your value and stuff.
Just want to make sure we hit that one because I think at least a decent amount of the people watching will probably be interested in knowing if there's any like actionable stuff, and I think all of it is right. Just making sure. What
I
about?
do want to say, please listen to your VOD and do your best with your audio.
Audio is
We're
really
not
important.
asking for, you know, the best sound setup known to man, but you would be surprised, and I'm only saying this because I streamed for like 3 freaking years without listening to it, and my microphone was peaking so much. Just listen. I know it sucks to have to listen to your own voice, but just do it every now and then.
There's some real simple stuff too, right? Like don't speak into the top of a Blue Yeti. That's not how those work. Speak into the side with the logo on it. That's how that mic is designed. Just throwing that out there. Yeah, like do some real rudimentary stuff to try and keep your stream level at a, like as you grow too, right? That it depends. If you're small and your quality is not as good, but it doesn't sound like there's a fan right out of camera, that's cool. But like scope up, right? As you go and invest in your stream because we're looking at you as an ambassador, and your poorly produced stream can reflect poorly on a game. Like you might get just edged out of a promotion by not being produced well enough by yourself.
I've sent like microphones. I've sent things to people so that they can better their quality because like the content of their quality or the content of their content, I guess, like the solidity, like what they create is good, right? But like maybe the audio quality is just like the one thing that is not good. And I have sent people microphones to be like, hey, love what you're doing, use this microphone. Like there's often times where like if you're working with a brand and you solidify like a really good relationship, they'll do things like that for you.
It's worth the money. It's not that expensive to send someone, like even a Blue Snowball is a decent enough mic used well. And we're talking what, $80 for one of those, like where it's a no-brainer. Also, audio over video. I don't know if everyone agrees with that, but I can deal with like a okay camera, like just a Logitech, whatever. You don't need like a crazy Canon, you don't have to have a 4K stream. But if your audio is bad, it doesn't matter how good your video is. I'm going to be so sad because it's just jarring.
For sure.
I'm using a C920 right now.
Me
just
too.
All you need is lights. And not fancy lights. You don't need expensive lights.
Now, right out of
Just
frame,
light.
there's some tracing paper over some LEDs. Like, yeah, you can get away with stuff.
Yeah, no, I think one of the, like, this isn't related to video or audio quality at all, but I think one of the things that I just remembered that bothers me sometimes when I receive emails from streamers wanting keys and stuff, it's like, I understand that you want keys for a giveaway or keys to play the game because, like, it will boost your brand. Like, I understand, like, obviously you want this, but it's like, make it sound like you are talking to me for more than just a free game. Like it's so many times I think we get emails where it's like, why do you want this? Is it just because you don't want to pay, especially for indies? Like, do you not want to pay $15 for my game? Like, it's
we use
like,
that for our rent. It's important for us. That's how we eat. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah. It's just like, and because like we can't afford contract deals. We can't afford to sponsor someone. And so like being able, I think, to again pitch your value and tell us why this game is important to you or why you love this game or why you like the company is just like, oh, okay, so you don't just want like 10 keys for a giveaway for a stream that has like 10 viewers. Like It's one of those things.
Does anyone run into seeing people whose whole brand is built around giveaways? I've seen a lot of that.
There's somebody that should be on all of our lists. There's someone whose name floats around like every 3 months. Their entire Twitter brand is giving away keys for things. And they're like, look at my 300,000 followers. And I'm like, of key giveaways.
Yeah. What were you going to say, Margaret? Sorry.
I was going to say along the lines of like when you're messaging people, don't just send me like a paragraph. Like I get blocks of text sometimes where I'm like, oh my God, like there's no periods. So it's just like a block of text. It's so hard to read. I'm like, I don't need to know your whole life story either. Like that's a lot. I've had to read like almost a like whole entire like cover letter from somebody, but it wasn't like in paragraphs. It was just like, it's just giant forms of text. Like I think being professional, I guess, is what I'm trying to go for in the way that you write things to people too. And I know not everybody is on that same level in regards to like grammar and stuff like that, but at the same time, like put some effort into it because
you'll run into streamers for whom English isn't their first language either, right?
Yeah, totally.
That's not something to judge
when you can still use paragraphs.
Of course, yeah. I just mean when you
English is not my first language.
Okay.
It is like my fourth language. So like I think you can, if you put in the effort and time, do it. It's just it's a lot. And sometimes it's again, it can be like a small streamer or a big streamer. It doesn't matter. Like sometimes it's just a lot to read whenever it's like just a giant paragraph.
You do run into people for whom English is their first language who don't put in that effort to hit that minimum amount of like, you're like, you want me to go through the motions of giving you stuff and promoting you. Could you possibly spell check? Just throwing it out there. Like there's a red line. We've got this. We're like, please show me a tiny bit of respect.
It kind of does that for you.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah. There's something to be said though, like about backgrounds, and I know I deal with a lot with this with like Latinx and gaming, where we talk a lot about like your value can also be what other audiences you reach. And so like we run into this issue a lot where people are like, oh man, should I tell people that I'm like that I stream in English and Spanish, or should I like focus on just the English side because like English is my first language? And I'm like, or like second language. I'm like, no, please tell me that. Like as a person who is giving out keys,
please,
I want a diverse group of people who reach different audiences. And so like, don't be afraid to say, hey, I actually also like speak Spanish, and I can like, and I have people in my audience who like do that. Like that reach helps me a lot. And also I think it helps people just feel like more like they can kind of be themselves, which is really cool too. So yeah, but the like emails that are, clearly Google translated, like I'm gonna do my best, but also like I understand that.
That's exactly what
I don't mind Google translated emails. That's fine. My problem is when it's like just like this giant like 3-page document in one paragraph.
I'm
like,
not sure how helpful it is in an English like panel to say, but if you have to Google Translate and you tell me that, right? If you're like, hey, sorry, I don't speak English generally, this is Google translated, I will immediately forgive all of, like, if it seems weird or whatever, I want you to have my game. Like, we have a lot of Korean fans, and I understand. Like, it's okay. Just get me the info, please. I want you, please. Yeah.
Yeah, we want to reach those different audiences, and like part of the pitch for you should definitely be like including that, or not being afraid of that, I guess. Like that is a valuable thing, and like you should totally own that.
Don't work with anyone who doesn't want that. Like
run.
I want to add like to the keys, and like saying which language you speak or where you're from is important for certain platforms because there are regional keys. But also if you have a game where localization hasn't hit certain platforms, then it's important because we want to give you the key, but say you want an Xbox key, but your language is only localized currently on Steam, then it's like, I want to give you the key, but I would feel like a butthead if I sent you an Xbox key knowing it was only in English. Like, I've had a couple of people who are like, oh, this game is on Xbox Game Pass, that's how I'm playing it. However, right now, it's not my language. Can I please get a Steam key? And I'm like, yes, absolutely, because I want you to be able to share this, with your community. And knowing which language you speak is incredibly important.
Cool. I think, my mic got turned down. Looks like we have like about 5 minutes. I know everybody has to go on to their other virtual duties. Was there any thoughts we wanted? I think we got a lot of it, but again, thanks so much for taking the time to do this. I know this year is a weird one for panels. It's going to be an interesting PAX. I mean, we're recording this, a decent amount ahead of time to accommodate for it. So hopefully
Check your contact form.
Yep.
We're gonna go back to it. Just respond to our messages.
Yeah, that's
Something
a good one.
I did want to touch on that Victoria had written down in her points. Sorry, Victoria. It's just very important to me in this moment. When you finish an activation, or if we give you a key, sending your stats back to us. Like I had a streamer last night send me a PDF with their VOD links, some clips they had, how their community reacted, stats from that stream. Like certain,
It's huge, yeah.
a lot of analytic programs can't even pull certain stats from Twitch. So like, or other platforms, really other platforms, it's a struggle. So send those back to us because we'd love to see them. I'd love to give them to developers. The developers love to see them. So it's like,
yeah.
And you make my life.
I will highlight people who send me back stats. I'm like, I love this person. Put a little highlight on them.
I sent her a DM and I was like, can I please use you in as example? I will take your name out or not. Like if you want credit for this. And she was like, yes, like do this. I'm okay with it. And I'm like, I'm just singing you from the mountaintops right now. Like,
yeah, I agree with that. Having a post analytic doc is like it's super helpful for everybody, especially when it's like not the stats that we can get. Like we can obviously get your average views. We can look at how many video views you got. It's like the demographics within that are like really stuff that we can't always get on certain platforms or they want us to pay for.
And if you're not sure, just send a screenshot. You don't have to send me a report that you wrote in science class. Like you don't have to do that. Screenshot works too.
Nice. Does anybody else have any parting thoughts, Joe, Victoria?
No, I think, that was a huge one for me that, it's so valuable and just like makes my life, it goes to that earlier point of just making my life easier. Like if you just bring your content, I am more likely to share it or show it to the team or, like gather feedback on it. And that's just like super helpful. So yeah, I'm super into that.
Cool. All right. Did we do it? I think we did it.
We did it.
All right. Oh, cool. Thanks, everybody.
Virtual convention.
I guess this is how we sign off, right? Do we all walk out of frame or just end it?
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like, is there a way for us to ask for questions from people afterward?
I think we can answer. We can be in the chat.
Yeah, I was gonna say it'd be cool to. We'll try our showtime is a pretty normal one. It'll be in the later in the day on a weekday, so it'll be pretty easy to pop in. So I'll at least try, and I'll let everybody on the panel know. So we'll try and hop into the stream chat.
Hopefully we've answered your questions in the chat.
Yes.
We'll get to this location.
Could
and
tweet
afterwards
us.
you can always tweet it. Yeah, I was just gonna say.
I think they'll put up our handles on the actual.
They should, and I'll try and edit it in. But all right, cool.
Perfect.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Hello PAX Online, I'm Will Schick with Atomic Mass Games, and today I'm here to show you how to get your miniatures assembled. So let's dive right in and take a look. You'll notice that our miniatures don't come fully assembled. So when you get in a Marvel Crisis Protocol miniatures product or any hobby miniatures game, you're going to see them come on a frame or come in pieces like this here. This is our Thanos from the Marvel Crisis Protocol game. Now, the core tools that you will need in order to assemble your miniatures are, very simply, a pair of clippers and a hobby knife. You can find either of these things at any hobby store or local game store that carries hobby miniatures products. The last thing you're going to need is some kind of adhesive glue. There are two different options. There is plastic miniatures glue, which you can find at hobby stores and works great on hobby products like Marvel Crisis Protocol. There's also classic super glue. Super glue will also work just as well. Each has their own strengths and weaknesses. I like to have both on hand. In order to start with this assembly system, we need to clip these parts off the frame. Now, every miniatures kit typically comes with instructions that shows you how to do the build. You'll notice that each part is numbered, and that helps you identify which part you need to stick to which part. So the first thing to note is that you need to separate each part from the frame. In order to do that, you're going to take your hobby clippers, you're going to hold them in your dominant hand, and you're going to find where the injection ports are for the pieces. So you'll see like the injection ports are here on the bottom of the feet or here on the back of the shoulder pad. The best approach when clipping these off in order to minimize any damage to the piece or any excess material coming off when you clip is to make sure that the flat of the clippers, you'll notice how they're divoted, so they come down at an angle. You want to have the flat of the clippers pressed up as close as possible against the piece that you're about to clip. So you're just going to simply come in here, you're going to clip, and you're going to let it go. So now that I've clipped out my Thanos boots, I need to assemble them. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my hobby blade, and I'm simply going to look for any excess material that's left over from clipping the part off the frame. And I just simply want to clean this off. In order to do that, I'm going to put my thumb against the flat of the blade like this, and I'm simply going to use a slight scraping motion as I push against the material. The best practice when assembling the two parts is before you put glue on them, always dry fit. So fit it twice before finishing it off. The next step is to add glue. I'm simply going to run the glue across the edge of the part. Then I'm going to take the other half. Using the dry fitting that I just did, I know how to guide it up. I'm going to put the two parts together. I'm going to press firmly for about 10 seconds. Let's go to the next one. We're simply going to clean. We're going to take our glue. We're going to run around the edge. We're going to continue this for each different part until we wind up with a fully assembled Thanos. And as you move through the different parts of the miniature, you'll start to see the character come together in fantastic fashion. All of it is the joy of the miniatures hobby itself. Once your character is assembled, the last step is to attach them to their base so that they are ready for the painting table. And there you go, guys. A completed Thanos, the Mad Titan miniature, all put together. And that, PAX Online people, is a quick tutorial on how to assemble your own hobby miniatures, starting with our Mad Titan, Thanos. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Be sure to check out more content coming your way during PAX Online, and we will see you on the next one.
Hi, I'm Liam Baker here at PAX West 2018 thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He'd always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would let me try, Dad, let me try, and then I just let Liam do it because Liam that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was like nothing to do, and it was really like boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this like environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to like participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense like I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was like November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
Hello PAX Online, I'm Will Schick with Atomic Mass Games, and today I'm here to show you how to get your miniatures assembled. So let's dive right in and take a look. You'll notice that our miniatures don't come fully assembled. So when you get in a Marvel Crisis Protocol miniatures product or any hobby miniatures game, you're going to see them come on a frame or come in pieces like this here. This is our Thanos from the Marvel Crisis Protocol game. Now, the core tools that you will need in order to assemble your miniatures are
Roger. Hello there. 5, 4, 3, 2. Hello there, and welcome to Design a Dark Lord of the Sith with Fantasy Flight Games Star Wars Legion. My name is Justin Bolger, and today I am joined by Simone Elliott. And over the course of the next hour, John is going to be kind enough to take us through the steps required to paint a miniature. But before we get too far ahead of yourselves, we're well aware that some of you may not know completely what Star Wars Legion is. We're going to show you the trailer for the game, and then we're going to come back and have some fun. So as you just saw, Star Wars Legion is a ground-based tabletop game in which you assume the role of a commander inside of the Star Wars galaxy, and you take command of one of 4 armies. You can fight alongside the Galactic Empire, that's my personal favorite. You can be a member of the Rebel Alliance, you can fight with the Grand Army of the Republic, or you can fight against them as the Separatist Alliance. The ground-based game of miniatures, of course, focuses on the miniatures that you would have seen just now in the trailer, but the miniatures are not painted, and thusly that's part of the fun. If you're playing the game, you can impart your own personality upon them and make them the way that you've always wanted them to be, and if you want to keep it canon, you can do that as well. John is going to walk us through the steps required to paint the miniature, and for the rest of the hour, we're going to paint Star Wars and talk Star Wars. So I'll throw it to you, John, and can you tell us the first step towards preparing your miniature to be painted?
Yeah, sure. So these miniatures are supplied as bare plastic, and paint does not adhere to that surface very well. So the first thing that you want to do is you want to apply a spray primer to it, and it's there's a lot of different types, but they usually come in aerosol cans, like rattle cans. And I suggest using a brand that is specifically designed for miniature painting. They're made by a lot of different miniature paint manufacturers. But you can also use just kind of standard flat primers that you can get from a home improvement store too. You don't have to buy something very specific, but I found that the best results are usually coming from a dedicated primer for miniature painting. And you want to apply a spray coat over top of the miniature. You're spraying from about, 18 inches or so away from it. And I kind of set up a bit of a backdrop behind it with a cardboard box and, all that sort of things, just so you don't have any sort of overspray or anything. So once the primer is down, though, you can start layering on the paint with various techniques in order to really let the texture of the miniature do a lot of the work for you. And that's really what we're going to focus on today. There's 2 primary techniques. One is dry brushing, in which you're using a brush with very little paint and you're hitting the raised areas of the miniature with a lighter color to add contrast. And the second is washing or shading, in which you're using a very diluted paint, somewhat similar to, say, coffee, for example. It's kind of transparent. And you're painting that over top of the surface of the miniature, and it seeps down into the cracks and crevices and shades it all. It adds shadow to it. And that's really like the fundamental part of miniature painting is contrast, the light and dark of the recesses and the raised areas together to define the overall volumes and shape of the miniature.
So it's less just straightforward painting of one of the miniatures, and it's more applying different techniques to seem more real.
Yeah, 100%. I think that is, people look at the miniatures and see these tiny figures, and they're thinking that, okay, well, I'll have to have amazing dexterity in order to paint all of these things. But the key to it, in my experience, is you're really letting the texture of the surface do a lot of the work for you and how it's set up. So we've got some examples, and we're focusing mostly, we're all doing Sith Lords, so we're going to be focusing on painting black specifically. So here's a good example of a miniature that is painted largely black, but you can see the edges of all of the straps and the webbing and the armor plates and things on it have these kind of like little soft edge highlights on them in a lighter color to add contrast to make all those shapes and volumes pop out. In stark contrast, you have like a miniature that is largely a white paint job, like this guy, for example. And that one it largely starts off with the lightest, a lot of the shadows and shade down into the recesses in order to make those distinctions. So we're going to get started off with, we all are painting largely black here. So what we have done as our first step is we've chosen a color that is a very, very dark gray. And the reason that we chose that as opposed to black is that we want to use a shade to add a lot of definition to the shadows, and we want to start with something that's a little bit lighter than black as a result, so we can see some contrast between the raised and the deeper areas. So the color that we used for that is this one here that's called Sith Robes. It's a very dark gray. And just for the sake of expediency, we decided to base coat all these miniatures with that color first. So I'm painting Darth Maul, for example. You can see here that I've gone through and added all of this, all of the Sith Robes color to all of his tunic and his boots and everything else that's going to wind up being black. And then similarly, can I just borrow your guys' miniatures and kind of show you how these guys look? And this is Emperor Palpatine, who is largely in black robes, so that all that color has been added there. And then also you've got Darth Vader. This is the operative version of him. We have two different versions of the miniature, and this is my personal favorite. It's one I really like. So, so up here a little bit.
There you go.
Cool. Yeah, so you can kind of see that this is all just one base color, but what we really want to do is start to pull out some of that detail that we have in here. And we're going to do that first by using a dry brush technique. And with a dry brush technique, you're using a brush that is much larger than what you might anticipate. So, for the sake of scale, I'm talking about a brush this big, and you're looking at this versus the miniature, and you're like, how are you going to possibly get any sort of detail in there? It's because what you're doing is you're using this brush that has pretty soft bristles and is fairly large to hit all the raised areas. So imagine that this is the detail here, like my raised fingers. If I brush across the top of it, it's only going to hit these areas, but leave all of these cracks and crevices down in the recesses a darker color. So that's what we're going to start off with here today. So we're going to choose a lighter gray. In this case, we're going to use this color here, Solus Stone. I'm going to mix it up really well. And one thing that I do suggest that when you're painting miniatures is that you use a palette. And essentially what that is it's a place to take the paint directly from the bottle or whatever sort of container that you have and put it on a surface so you can load the brush properly. Because you don't want to just cram a bunch of paint on there and then gloop it on the miniature. You want there to be a fairly good amount of control in the amount of paint that you're applying each time. So that's why we use a palette. I have a version here that's got a sponge and things on it that kind of keeps my paints wetter for longer, but you can use a plate, you can use anything that's not porous, essentially. So we just have plastic plates here that work just fine. So I'm going to take a little bit of this paint and then I'm going to pass it on to each of you guys, and we can go through and get all these guys dry brushed here.
It's interesting that your description really focused on, it sounded like a lot of painting was not painting so much as it was drawing out the detail. Everyone knows, for instance, your mini, Darth Maul's face is red. While you will be painting his face red, you have other prep work that you're doing before to make sure that the red actually looks more authentic to the character.
Usually what I find is that you want to start off with the messiest steps first. So I find that if you want to paint your miniatures relatively quickly, and it does take a bit of time to sit down and paint one, you want to start off with the things that you don't worry about if I have stray marks going onto a face or anything else, because I'm going to go back in and repaint that later. And that's why we're starting with this particular technique, is because it's a little messy, honestly, and because you're kind of like sweeping across the whole miniature, and you don't have a ton of control about where that paint is going to wind up going. So I like to start off with this particular technique because I think it really it gets it done relatively quickly, and then I can go in with more careful painting and pick out all the details afterwards. Kind of helps me out quite a bit. So yeah, if you guys want to take a little bit of this Solace Stone and put it on your palette, you can see my palette down here in the camera, hopefully. Yeah, so this is the lighter color that we have, and I'm going to load up my bristles with my brush. But the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take a paper towel, and I'm going to take almost all of this paint off. I'm really going to like remove almost all of it, so it just leaves like a very light indication that there's any paint left on it. There's still paint on the brush, but you can't see very much of it. And then at this point, I'm going to draw it across the miniature, trying to go against the grain of any of the raised surfaces that we have here. And I'm going to start off kind of subtly first. So I'm not going to jump up with a really lighter color initially, because I like to build it up in layers as I go. And Justin, here's a brush for you for that purpose, no problem. So again, loading up the brush a little bit, and then I'm just going to take almost all of it off. Just like really take a lot of it off on the paper towel there. And then we're just going to kind of sweep across. So if there's a fold that's like going down in this direction, for example, I want to go perpendicular to that. I want to go against the grain whenever possible, because that will prevent the brush from going down into the recess where I want to keep the paint nice and dark.
So, John, I know that during your day job, you manage the minis studio.
Mm-hmm.
When you were making the minis, when the minis are being created,
yeah,
what kind of considerations are taken into account to make this technique work? So we're brushing against the grain because we want the detail to pop.
Mm-hmm.
Is that considered while you're making this, and how so?
Yeah, 100%. I think that we're often looking at like the depth of the recesses that we have in a lot of cases, the shapes of those folds, and also just how smooth they are in a lot of cases. We want to make sure that we... I think you'll also find, like with miniatures in general, that when it comes to scale and details, things like hands and feet, they're often exaggerated, made a little bit larger, because it just looks more natural when things are shrunk down like that, which certainly helps quite a bit. And I think that there are certain elements of the detail that we have here that we try to accentuate to make it a little bit easier to paint as a result. Mm-hmm. So I think that, yeah, a lot of times we're really looking at the surfaces. We're thinking about the different elements that we might include, like things like lightsabers and how close they are to the rest of the body, because there are some painters that like to paint atmospheric glows, and these other kind of techniques that really appeal to different people. So yeah, I think that we're really considering how the miniature is going to look painted, and we try to set up all of the different elements of the miniature so it's complementary to that end.
So you're essentially using the molding of the miniatures, or excuse me, the sculpting of the miniatures to make the painting technique or process easier for the people who are buying it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, most definitely.
And you're not looking at your miniature straight on. You're like looking at it as it's going to be on the table instead of,
Yeah, that is definitely
as I'm
the case.
staring at it painting.
Yeah, right. Okay, so I've gone through very quickly, and I've kind of added that initial dry brush, and it's pretty subtle. It might be kind of hard for the camera to pick it up. So I'm going to go into a lighter color after this, just to add a little bit more contrast to the overall effect. And I'm going to jump up to a much lighter color here. We're going to use Imperial Cargo. It's a very light gray. I'm going to shake this up a little bit. Apply some of that to my palette. And you can see there on the palette just how much lighter that color is. Let's see if you can see it. Yeah, this one, it's a definitely very, very light gray. So I want to be kind of careful with this one and use it kind of sparingly. So I'm going to really make sure that I have hardly any of this left on my brush. And you'll notice that I didn't like really go through and wash out this brush in between each of the colors, because as soon as you introduce moisture into the bristles of the brush, it's going to kind of ruin the effect, because that moisture is going to cause that paint to go down into the cracks a lot more. So you really want to make sure that your brush is pretty bone dry as you're going through on this technique. And if you're doing progressively lighter colors with the same brush, don't worry about washing it out.
And are the steps the same no matter what miniature you're painting? If you're somebody who's new to this, for instance.
Yeah, I think the basic understanding of base coats, layering, dry brushing, washes, which we'll cover in all kind of, in their own right here today. I think a lot of that stuff translates. Every miniature has some kind of subtle challenges that are associated with it, and different colors. Some colors are easier to paint than others. Yellow, for example, pretty difficult, especially if you have like a yellow and black kind of color scheme that has a lot of lights and darks, because the coverage of yellow typically is not that great. But other colors like red and blue, they cover a lot better because they tend to have a higher pigment count in the paints in a lot of cases, and it seems like the opacity is just higher in those kind of paints. But it's going to vary.
And then, of course, shameless plug, the paint sets that we sell take that into consideration and offer you a wide range of paints that should complement the miniatures.
Yeah, they're all kind of specifically designed for the units they're intended to paint. So we've got colors like for the Imperial side, you've got kind of light, very, very light gray for like the darkest part of a Stormtrooper's armor, which is largely white. We've got a gloss varnish in there to add a shiny layer to the miniature afterwards. And yeah, a lot of the colors there are designed specifically for the range that they're associated with. So we've got like one main paint set that has a bunch of different colors in it, and then there's one for each faction that has even more paints to allow you to address all the other different miniatures in that range.
Not a lot of yellow in Star Wars, so you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, it's true. There's not a ton of yellow in Star Wars that I've noticed.
The last time that there was a lot of yellow in Star Wars, you end up with an Empire. Palpatine doesn't like yellow. The other thing I will say that I do like about the paint set, and to your point about they're specifically made for Star Wars, is that means that if you're using the paint set and you're using those colors for whatever miniature, it doesn't matter if you're doing a canon variation or something that's a little bit more your personality, it'll still have that authentic feel to Star Wars because it's the same.
Yeah, totally. So this guy is now got a couple dry brushes on it, and his robes are looking decidedly gray as opposed to black. But we're going to darken those down with the shade afterwards. But what you can kind of see here is that you've got some lights and some darks here, where it is really kind of picked up a lot of the lights here on the raised areas and left a lot of that dark paint down in the recesses. And that's going to help define a lot of the forms that we have on the miniature as a first step.
Yeah, I moved on to the Imperial cargo as well, and my dry brush is coming out much better.
So this is Simone's example. It's turning out great. You can see that all these kind of lighter folds here are a lighter color. Adds a lot of contrast, and it just really accentuates a lot of the folds that you have on them. Yeah, it looks good.
Well, since we're all sharing, full disclosure, I'm the beginner of the group, and so this is Palpatine with limited dry brushing, brought to you by an amateur.
Yeah, it's coming along. I think that you want to think about kind of like the top of his head and the top of his arms. That's kind of where the light would hit for the most part. So yeah, I would focus, kind of think about where the light is kind of shining. You can even just use natural light as a guide to kind of where is it like really, really reflecting and when is it really bouncing, and that's where you can kind of concentrate a little bit more your efforts.
Gotcha.
To get a bit more contrast going on. So the miniature that I have here in particular has got it's got a base on it that has some rocks that I've glued down, and that's just regular modeling sand and some rocks that I got from my garden. And I'm going to go through and I'm just going to base coat that ground area because it takes a little bit of time to dry. So I'll kind of show you like the base coating process. Essentially, unlike a dry brushing technique, we're actually going to load up the brush with a fair amount of paint. And in this case, I am using Jedi Order robes, which is a nice kind of reddish brown. And I'm just going to go through and just apply this base coat over top of everything. And it's going to be kind of a watery base coat over top. Got a little bit on his robes. I can take that with a little bit of water. Just remove that from there.
John, how long have you been painting?
Miniatures? Oh boy, miniatures? Boy, a long time. Probably since I was about 12, which was a long time ago. So I'd say all told, probably about 25 years.
Okay.
Yeah, a long time.
Let's say that you're me, and at the beginning of your painting journey, what things should I consider, or what would you consider beginner's mistakes that I should not make?
Thinning your paints is a big one. And I think using a palette is a pretty clutch thing. I think it's the big thing that people have to get their head around, not only in like brush control and basic techniques, is how to load up the brush properly. Because you can just grab a big old hunk of paint and just slap it right on there, but it's going to fill in all of that detail. You have like a very finely detailed surface that you're trying to accentuate through different techniques. Mm-hmm. And you have to kind of, be patient with it, I think, is a big part of it. Because you're going to want to expect like immediate results, but you might have to take one or two coats in order to get a nice, flat, even surface. on the miniature first. So I think that that's definitely a good starting philosophy behind everything. Is just be kind of patient, and just try to find like elements that you really enjoy about the overall process. It's very relaxing. You just kind of sit down and focus on this small object, and really kind of dial in some of the details that are on there. And it's just kind of nice little form of escapism to just kind of like sit down and paint miniatures for a while. And I find it to be very relaxing and enjoyable.
Who would need escapism now, though?
Hey, this is my pandemic hobby of choice.
Oh, I'm telling you, I'm getting a lot done right now.
I went from painting 1 or 2 minis to probably 25 in the last 5 months.
That's pretty good.
So you started in the past 5 months?
I painted a couple of things November, January, and then from March forward I paint like twice a week, and this is how I relax.
What did you find to be the hardest challenge or hurdle, to overcome when you started?
My own confidence that I would be bad at this.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing.
Yeah.
And how long did it take you before you both discovered that wasn't a thing?
I can already see the progress like week to week. So I think if this wasn't like an intense pandemic experience, it might have taken me a little longer.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, probably from like mini 4 or 5, I was like, oh, I can do this. This is not.
Yeah.
This
definitely.
is not difficult.
It's,
except for the parts that are very difficult for me.
Well, yeah, I think there's going to be some things, in and throughout. I mean, we're kind of approaching like the very kind of initial like basic techniques that try to, in my opinion, they're very effective because they kind of break down some of that stigma that people have about it, and they're like, oh, it is about using the surface of the miniature, and it's all very technique based, and I don't have to be super artistic or very dexterous in order to be able to do this sort of thing. Now, inevitably there will be teeny tiny little details that you'll want to pick out and try to do. And I think that what usually helps me, and it's kind of different for every person how they approach it. But what I often do is I just make sure that I have a form, and then I minimize my range of motion to be the area that's the most controlled. Like that is like the last few digits of my fingers. And what I do with this hand is I will hold this miniature and I will reposition this thing so that this motion is getting the line that I really want, but I don't have to like move around in any sort of strange way in order to do it.
You're letting the contours of the mini do the work for you.
Orienting it with my left hand, because I'm right-handed, in order to make sure that those ranges of motion are aligned with whatever I want to try to achieve. So what often helps me is elbows on the table, and the kind of the palms of my hands, like the very base of my hands together, hold the mini in this hand, brush in this hand. So, if I was going to illustrate that with this guy here, this is a little bit different because we have this paint set up to make sure this guy's always in frame. But, very similarly, I would have this with my hands together, and I would turn this miniature because this is the range of motion that is the most controlled and the most easy to replicate. And I would just turn this guy around. So if I wanted to pick out that eye, I'd turn him sideways like this and use the tip of my brush and just kind of get in there and just hit that up. So I'm choked way up on the brush. My fingers are almost to the bristles at the very end. And that just gives me the most control. But that's not always the most comfortable for everybody. So I'm kind of hesitant to give people the silver bullet for detail painting. That's what works for me. And it's going to be a skill that you will develop over time and just figure out what's the most comfortable position for you. But my suggestion would be just reposition this miniature so that this range of motion is the most controlled and the most accurate. All right, so I have applied a base coat onto Darth Maul's base, and I chose this kind of rusty color because he's going to be going in an army that has this type theme, so it's that kind of like Marsy kind of rusty color. So this is a great color to start off with. And while that dries, I'm going to go ahead and apply a base coat onto his skin. And his skin is a bright red, and then he has these black markings on it. And what's cool about this particular miniature is that there's a very kind of like faintly etched line for all of those markings on the face, but you want to, again, apply a very thin base coat so you make sure you don't fill in that detail. Use a wash over top of it to be able to kind of accentuate some of that with a dark color. That'll serve as a roadmap for me to paint in all those markings later. It will take, a bit of time in order to get that kind of detail achieved, and I think that's kind of out of the scope of what we're doing today. But I want to kind of show you how I just start off that process in general.
This is a great opportunity for me to take a break because I got no skin.
You have 0 skin on that fellow. Yeah.
But you can do whatever you want with him, so you don't have to paint him black.
That's true.
You could paint him however you want to, but will you feel conflicted if you don't paint
I
him
will.
black?
I will feel a little conflicted. So he's going to stay.
You're not alone. You're not alone on that.
He's going to stay.
Well, what you can do is you could start to base coat his lightsaber.
I can.
We are all using the same kind of basic colors for lightsaberage. And we're going to start off with a dark red first, so I think it's a Royal Guard Crimson. Make sure to shake that fella up really well.
Yes, it is.
He's going to have to go on there pretty well. So I'm going to base coat his skin with this much brighter red, which is called Blaster Bolt Red. And I'm choosing that because I'm going to put a wash down over top of it, and it's going to become a lot darker. For you, you've got a flesh color of Palpatine, and he's kind of a pallid, sickly indoors type, I suppose, if you want to call him that. So we have a color here called Junlin Wastes, which I think is nice and kind of a nice pale skin tone. And that'll be a little bit lighter from what you actually want it to wind up at the end, but it's going to be a great base coat for you. So shake that up and go ahead and paint his hands and his face as well as you can. And then we can always go back in and touch up if you go outside the lines a little bit.
I had forgotten that was what we named that color, and it just brings me such joy. Anytime you can have like a deep cut in your paint color,
I'm with you.
It's pretty great.
This color is not to be taken lightly.
Exactly.
I'm also glad that I learned the technique of making the model work for you, because now I can hold my Palpatine Mini and I will not be trying to get all inside the...
Oh, totally. Here you go. Here's a pin.
Oh, that was not shaken enough.
Yeah, you got to make sure to shake these guys up. These paints have kind of been sitting here for a little while, so you want to make sure to shake them up. I guess one thing to talk about a little bit is paint is made up of, mostly 3 different things. You've got medium, you've got pigment binder, and you've got pigment. And as they sit on the shelf, those paints will kind of separate a little bit, and sometimes you won't get a nice opaque coverage that you would like.
You know what? You told me I could paint whatever I want, so pink lightsaber is the way to go.
That seems good.
You're still scared of Darth Vader, though, because you won't paint him a different color. You're just going to do the lightsaber.
Look, I have to answer to people who take Darth Vader very seriously.
You're scared. That's okay.
You're right. I am scared of Sherry. I am.
You should be. She's a tyrant. That's not true. She's the nicest person ever.
It's true. It's only because she's watching at home.
Yeah, I know. I had to backtrack to make sure she doesn't get me later.
Joke's on you. She's not watching this.
Oh, man. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and base coat all of Darth Maul's head with this very bright red, which is going to look a little out of place right now, but it will look better later, I promise.
That was a big learning curve in painting miniatures.
What's that?
It will look better later.
Yeah.
Accepting that it's just going to look better later.
Yep,
There's
100%.
a point where it's not going to look good, and that's okay.
Do you have a particular favorite that you've painted possibly multiple times, John?
That's a good question. I really like the Scout Troopers that I've done. And I guess that's kind of like painting the same guy over and over again. Scout Troopers are my favorite out of all the Imperial units. The Battle for Endor is like one of my favorite things ever. And I've got a lot of Scout miniatures in my army because I've got speeder bikes, I've got a sniper team, I've got just basic units with like saboteurs in there. Like there's a lot of cool tactical stuff you can do with them, and it's cool because it all kind of comes together and makes a neat themed army, kind of based around like, oh, these guys are all about reconnaissance and scouting and fast movement and all that sort of thing. And that really appeals to me when I can pick and choose the units available, which there are a lot in Legion, and kind of apply a little bit of kind of real world purpose to it, I suppose. Like what would these guys be doing? What would they be focused on? And that's really interesting to me when it comes to collecting and painting an army.
That's one of the best parts of Star Wars, though, is just kind of speculating on the things that you see in the background or wondering where else in the galaxy are these guys used and how are they used differently.
Yep.
But you can impart that onto them when you're painting, as you just said.
I'm excited. I have a bunch of dewbacks to paint.
Ooh, nice.
That's going to be like a winter project. It's just a collection of dewbacks.
Totally. I painted mine like a Gila monster from the from the Southwest. Those kind of poisonous lizards with like the magenta and black markings on them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just thought it looked cool. I was like, oh, this would be kind of fun. It's a crazy lizard thing.
There's an action figure from a line that I'm not going to mention, just in case it'll get us in trouble for copyright reasons. But once upon a time, he was painted as a Gila monster and had a very cool feature where you would hit a switch on his back and he'd have a forked tongue that would come in and out.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And now I kind of want to paint a dewback that color, which was he was purplish and yellow and green and black.
Can I have Jedi robes back? Because
Yeah.
I definitely got red all over his helmet.
Oh, no, you need Sith robes.
Oh, Sith robes, sorry.
There's so many robes.
There's
So many
Go
robe
with
colors.
it. You should just go
Here
with
you
it.
No, I'm not. He has put his Jedi pass behind him.
Well, technically, then he reclaimed it, so...
But not right now.
Nice.
Another aspect I like a lot about the game, and it definitely factors into the painting, is many of the miniatures that we sell come with alternate ways that you can assemble them so that they all don't necessarily have to look the same.
Yeah, definitely. Especially some of the more recent guys. Like we've got multiple poses for, say, Iden Versio or Cassian Andor.
Cad Bane.
Cad Bane, yeah. Cad Bane's got some options. Definitely very cool.
Which options did you go? I see you have Cad Bane
You gotta go
here.
gunfighter, right? Like
You've got to.
The option is either gunfighter or like him pushing the detonation button, and
real fun.
he's
No.
just so Wild West to me. Like I gotta,
Mhm.
I gotta do the gunfighter pose. That's gotta be the option for me.
That's a fair point.
Okay, so I have base coated Darth Maul's skin. You'll notice that the coverage here is not ideal yet, and rather than just me heaping on more paint, I'm just going to let that dry, and then I'm going to apply a different coat on it afterwards. So one thing that you also have to kind of typically juggle a little bit is drying times when it comes to your different layers. So that's why I kind of like to skip around in different areas. Like your base coats and your washes are going to take a little bit of time to dry. It's going to take 15, 20 minutes, and especially when you're doing a kind of a tutorial and trying to show people in a very kind of quick and efficient way, some of that stuff isn't going to work out the best for you. So while I'm go ahead and doing this part, I'm going to go ahead and base coat this lightsaber with this same color, which is going to be a little bit lighter than what I want it to look like in the end. But I'm going to go ahead and just use this while I have the paint available. I know I'm going to use this later.
And John, about how long, if I was determined to sit down with the mini and paint it fully, around how long would you think it would take me to do that as a beginner?
As a beginner, first miniature, I would say a couple hours probably. It'd probably take you a little bit of time to kind of get your head around some of it, but they're painting units. For example, you can do a thing called batch painting, and that's essentially just like painting all of a given step while you have that paint out, and while you're dealing with things like dry time, for example. Like when you go down and you paint this first step on miniature number 1, as you go through 2, 3, 4, and 5, by the time you get back to number 1, that paint is going to be dry. So it's kind of like this assembly line of what you're doing as you're going through and painting. And I think that really helps out quite a bit. I mean, it's I know quite a few people that will just kind of sit down over the course of a weekend, and they can get a whole army painted in a weekend. It also depends on how much time you want to invest in the miniatures. High-end competition painters will spend tons and tons of time. Like 20, 30 hours on a single guy in order to get everything just right. But you should never feel like that's what you have to do in order to participate in the game. Like it's all about kind of how far you want to take it personally, and what you really enjoy about the overall painting experience, and just what you're really happy with. I mean, you take it as far as you want to, and don't let other people and the examples you see online really influence your ideas as far as like what's good. The most important thing is something that you're proud of, and that you learn some techniques along the way.
And that's another good point. You don't have to actually paint these in order to enjoy the game.
No, not at all.
And you don't have to enjoy the game in order to paint them.
Yeah, conversely, yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
I know quite a few people that, that's kind of all they do is they just paint miniatures, and they're not really interested in playing the game so much or doing anything along those lines. They enjoy the act of painting, and it's I can see why, because it's just very relaxing. It's kind of a creative endeavor. You can do variations on a paint scheme and be really creative with it, or you can just create something that is very recognizable as you saw it on screen or in comics, etc.
And now in a time where maybe you can't play games with your friends, you can sit and do this though.
Yeah, big time. In preparation for a day that
one day
the restrictions are lifted and we can all get together and enjoy some miniatures games again. I I'm looking forward to those days, big time.
Good excuse to hang out over Zoom or Skype or another.
Yeah, I do that every week. I'm hanging out with a solid posse of good friends every week, and we're just shooting the breeze.
Man, that's a show title. Do you watch Solid Posse of Good Friends? 'Cause I do.
Copyright, yeah. We got to get that in before somebody else steals it.
I mean, we could register that domain right after this.
Yeah, well, I think we better.
At least one person right now is doing that already.
Solid posse of good friends.
They're like, oh man, I can.
I hope it's one of our friends watching us.
They should invite John Schaefer on, and his Solid Posse. Of good
And my Solid
That's
Posse.
the first episode right there.
Solid posse of good friends. Let's do it.
Or like you're just alternating between your solid posse. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for a white. Let's see if I have a white handy. I don't necessarily need it 100%, but it could be handy for a later purpose.
No later purposes for you. No, we have a lot of gray.
Yeah, that's fine. No problem. I'll use this off white.
Okay.
It's a lot later. But I'm essentially going to just add in a little bit of a lighter color towards the base, like where the light would start to shine out from the lightsaber.
Oh, right.
So I'm going to do that by, and this is, something that kind of skews some people out. I'm just actually going to mix paints together. People are like, "Oh, this is not the the intended way."
Oh, that's the best part.
It's the best part of it.
There are
Yeah.
people judging you right now.
Yeah, they're like, "Oh, what is he doing? He's crossing the streams."
Oh, why would you do that?
All right, so I'm going to go through and mix together these two colors to get kind of like a nice, kind of lighter red.
I'm just
Something a
gonna use
little
my
bit more saturated here.
Poorly mixed pink.
You can also do that. And then starting out at the base here, I'm going to add some of that lighter color. And then while that paint is still wet, I'm going to go back in with some straight white again. We'll just kind of blend that in there just a little bit. This is a little bit more of an advanced technique, just using actual blending while the paint is still wet. But I figure I'd just kind of show you how it can be done relatively quickly without too much work. And a lot of it is just through kind of a feathering motion where you kind of apply the first color here, pull the paint out a little bit, take some of the excess paint off, and then just kind of feather the color in, just through some kind of repeated strokes.
Oh, do you not have a lightsaber? Poor Justin.
No.
Yeah.
Unlike
what's
some
Palpatine
people who
gonna
are
do?
sitting around
Oh,
the
you
table.
have flesh, and I have a lightsaber.
I am just going to paint his cane red.
Would you like some red?
Would you like to stripe it too, or
Would you like some Royal Guard
Maybe.
Crimson?
Maybe I do. Maybe this is a holiday Palpatine. Because he's totally the kind of character who would love the holidays.
I think so.
Gather around.
Okay, so I've got a little bit of a quick effect here on the lightsaber. Simone, if you are interested in doing this, I can kind of help you through it, but it looks like you're on your own path of pink lightsaber.
I mean, it's mostly red.
Yeah.
But I'm getting that pink in there. It's great.
Okay. All right, well, I think now is probably a good time to start to introduce some washes on this fellow.
Oh, I'm ready.
So I'm going to mix up a little bit of this. This is Shadow Wash. You can tell because it's got a red cap that it's actually a wash paint. And how are we doing on time right now?
20 minutes.
We've got about 20 minutes? Okay, cool. That sounds about right. So I'm going to put a little bit of this on the palette, and I'm going to show you guys a little bit how this looks. So it is very, very, very thin. And let's see if we can kind of bring this into the palette here. So this is the dot that I'm talking about right here. And you can see that this is, as you kind of spread it out, it is kind of like coffee. It is kind of transparent and very thin and very watery. And we're going to use that to kind of paint over top of the miniature and really kind of focus on some of the cracks and crevices that we have first. So we're going to paint these into kind of the recesses and then pull it away from the raised areas to add kind of shadow and definition.
Pull it towards you, John.
No, here we go. Here we go. Let's get framed up again here. There we go.
It's interesting to me how much of this is essentially cheating. You
big
take
time.
a look at one of our packages and you think, oh, I can just, go ahead and paint that however I want to. And while that's true, it doesn't really take a lot of experimentation and figuring out how the paint works, for lack of a better word, to make it do more for you based on how the miniature was put together.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that miniatures painters are very fortunate these days because there are a lot of very talented people out there with very involved and very detailed tutorials that can share every little subtle nuance of miniature painting with people. And it's there's just so many great resources now online to be able to figure out how to proceed with this hobby and how to kind of develop your skills and challenge yourself. And that's something that I wish that I had when I was first getting involved with this, because I felt like there was just so many instances of just me not understanding the basic principles of miniature painting and just kind of making a lot of assumptions. And it only kind of really came to light, through repetition and just these kind of aha moments that were largely self-taught. So yeah, you kids are fortunate these days. You got lots of resources available to you. No excuse not to paint great miniatures.
Old man Schaefer.
Old man Schaefer. Stay off my lawn. Keep painting minis.
How about you, Simone? Any one that you've painted in your journey in the last 6 months that you are particularly fond of?
I have a Palpatine that I really love.
The purple one?
It's because I painted.
Yes.
Justin was with us when I painted him. He's purple. He's got a gold cane. I definitely did some stuff on his brooch.
Oh.
He is.
Talk to me about this brooch.
He's a classy dude.
He is a classy dude.
This is maybe what he should have worn to the opera. It's a little more fancy.
Gotta be a man of the people.
We were at war at the time, so maybe that wasn't the right thing. In a time of peace, it would have been a more appropriate.
Understandable.
As a senator, maybe too ostentatious for a senator, but he's from Naboo, so.
I like that that's the one that you picked. And I'm upset that I didn't think to say, can you bring that Palpatine with you?
I know.
We can show it to everyone.
He's somewhere in this building, packed up very safely.
Just waiting for his time to strike from the shadows.
Oh, he is.
With his gold cane.
And his gold
he
cane.
is impressive. I am very excited by him.
Very nice.
Yeah, he doesn't really match with this Vader who's got no gold, no purple.
Well, you could change that. You're completely in control.
It's true. Believe me, he'll end up with something gold.
All right, so I have applied a wash over top of all of the Sith robes on Darth Maul here, and you can really start to see a lot of that contrast popping out, all of these little folds and all these little details. And at this point, that does like kind of the lion's share of the work for these sections of the miniature. It gets a lot of the definition and specifics kind of finished. I think at this point, if I was going to take it further, I would go back in with a lighter color and tidy up some of these highlights with a lighter color. And we'll see if we get enough time to actually go through and apply some of that with the dry time that we have. So I'm going to apply the shade to his face now. And when I do this, I want to thin this down a little bit because I don't want it to quite tint everything quite so dark. I really want it to just kind of fall into the cracks as best as possible. So I'm going to mix just a little bit of water by just dipping my brush into some water. I'm going to come down here, kind of pick it up. Let me see if you can see my palette here. And just pick up some of this paint by just kind of thinning it down just a little bit. And then I'm going to pull the shade into the recessed areas as best as I possibly can. So that's going to include his eye sockets, underneath his nose, around these little horns. I want a little bit of shadow there, into his ear, all these little nooks and crannies on his face.
Find something humorous about Darth Maul's ear.
Okay, so when we were doing the sculpting for Darth Maul, we were looking at all the stuff on his head, and I still have that brick that has his 3 heads mounted on it.
I remember I had to paint a test for Lucasfilm to take a look at it.
He is in my desk drawer, and every so often I just take him out and go look at my little Maul heads.
Just your little trifecta Maul heads. We should modify them to be kind of like a hear no evil, see no evil kind of situation. We'll just make some little hands and put them on his face and stuff. Cool, so I've applied kind of a thin layer of the shade over top of the red skin, and this is kind of picking out a lot of those details. And you can see some of the little channels here have been accentuated on his face markings. Just ever so slightly. Let's see if I can kind of get a good angle here where you can see it.
And to clarify, that is the reason that those markings exist in the way that they do on this miniature, is so that when people are painting him, it really does come
Yeah,
out.
exactly. We wanted to make it just a little bit simpler because it's, they're pretty complex. There's a lot going on there, and when you're painting them at scale, it's a little challenging. So this will hopefully make the journey a little bit easier for people. And they did such a great job on the light too. It really looks like him. It's awesome.
Yeah, I am super excited to get him and paint him.
Are you going to do some unconventional color scheme, or are you going to keep it classic?
I think he needs a different color outfit. I think that's what he deserves.
And what kind of outfit would you paint for Darth Maul?
Let me
Please
guess.
Tell the folks at home.
It's got to be purple, right? It seems like that's the go-to.
So I'm maybe well known for adding purple to places where purple maybe canonically does not belong.
You've grown so much.
I have grown
since
so much
those
as a
days.
painter since in those days.
Good.
That was in February, guys. I'm a whole different person.
That's true. Yeah, you got
We all are now.
You got a lot of quarantine time in there to get your practice on. Yeah, I feel you. All right, I'm just brightening up this lightsaber a little bit. And I'm kind of painting over some of the transition between the lighter and the darker color that I had there, just kind of smooth it out a little bit. Use just a little bit of
Got it.
cool. All right. So let's check progress. So people have been staring at Darth Maul a little bit. Let's see how you guys have been doing.
So before I hand this to you to show to whoever is watching, you know what? Let's just go with it, and I can explain myself if I need to.
Okay. All right.
Oh.
Hey.
I was not prepared.
I was not ready for that little splash of red.
Now I'm gonna add some.
I like it.
Unlike some people.
Off frame, John.
I like it. I like that red in there.
I feel the need to apologize for his condition. Like I said, I am a beginner at this, so I'm sharing because I'm sure that there are beginners watching who are going to be at my level who would need to feel encouraged right now that they can still do this.
Yeah, for sure. So I think that, the one thing that's really going to help out this paint job quite a bit is that shade when you're going through and applying that, because it's really going to help define a lot of the shadows and the recesses here. I think you have a good, nice, solid base coat on the hands and the face. And I think that, once that paint dries just a little bit more, you'll probably be able to apply a shade. Now, my recommendation, though, for the hands and the face, as opposed to using black, which is really going to make it kind of skewed in a weird color.
He does look like he got beat up. It's true.
I think it will probably use a brown wash over top of it.
Okay.
And that's, let me grab that one for you.
I would like to see.
Yes,
the team
please.
As we
please, and let's show the people old Vader and see how Simona's doing. Yeah, Simona's looking great.
Yeah, Simone, you're a show off.
He is very basic.
I paint miniatures once a week.
His cape is very cape-like. That's really all he's got going on.
Yeah, it's a lot of black, so it's a dry brush over top and an ink wash, and Vader is largely done. You have some buttons to pick out, a couple little details to do.
I want to use this plastoid gloss varnish because he needs a shiny helmet.
Yeah, you do. All right, cool. And that is, it's essentially just a transparent paint that you can apply over top. And it's great for stormtrooper armor or anything you want to make glossy, like any sort of lenses or goggles or anything like that. It's certainly effective. All right, so while these washes are drying over top of here, I'm going to go through and dry brush up his base by using a lighter color. In this case, I'm going to use the appropriately named Geonosian soil, which is a nice kind of burnt orange. And then, Justin, for you, you'll want this strong tone wash, which is a brownish color as opposed to the black. So you can paint that over top of the skin and then paint the black wash, which is called shadow wash, over top of all the ropes. And I think that is probably your next step right now. It's going to take a little while to dry, and it's probably a good note to kind of end and kind of wrap up on is because otherwise we'd kind of be just literally be sitting here watching paint dry. So I think it is a good one to wrap up on. And as I mentioned before, there are so many resources. If you are interested and want to learn more about painting miniatures, there are tons of different places that you can find information online. If you just did some searches for painting miniatures for beginners, you can get a lot of tips, a lot of tricks.
There are paint guides on fantasyflightgames.com.
Yeah, 100%. Yep, we also have those. We have a number of different PDFs that use these specific colors that go through the painting of the core sets, and we have some more of those planned in the future. So, yeah, also another good place to take a look. And then I think that we have, plans to do a number of other live streams on our FFG Live channel in the future. So we will continue to be sharing painting insights and showing off these cool miniatures.
Not mine.
All right, so I'm going back to that same dry brushing technique with this kind of lighter orangish color to pick out all those rocks. And some people will be like, oh man, I have to paint each one of these grains of sand. I'm like, no, you don't. You just dry brush over top and it picks out all of that stuff for you.
I can't let the moment pass without saying that I recognize the opportunity for a good sand joke. I'm just not going to make it.
Nice.
I'm so proud of you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, man. You've grown so much.
I have. I'm a mature adult now.
You're doing it.
Painting your little man.
Painting those little mans.
I recognize that was a thinly veiled insult to my favorite character, and I don't appreciate that.
I don't know if it was that thinly veiled.
Yeah.
Seemed pretty on the nose.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to jump up to one more lighter color just for the sake of a little bit more contrast.
How exciting.
I know. How it's riveting. And we've got Dune Sea, which is the next one. It's kind of an ochre color. Kind of a nice tan action right here. And that's got a lot of contrast in it. So again, I'm going to be kind of light with my touch here and how I apply this stuff. And I really just want to kind of lightly skim over top of this sand to kind of pick out those details as well as I can. But it's just whisking over top of the, those raised spots. And it's dry brushing is a technique that is super easy. It gets really fast results. However, the technique and how you apply it sometimes leaves the surface a little bumpy. So that is kind of the reason why not everybody uses this technique all the time. It's a little unpredictable in order as far as some of the detail goes, but
I imagine muscle memory helps too.
Once you
big
start
time.
Doing it, you just learn, you just develop that pressure,
yeah.
And that's kind of a tricky thing for people to kind of get their head around the first time is just the amount of pressure they need to apply when they're doing this particular technique, and it's so light. Like I'm just barely bending those bristles. If you can kind of see those bristles there, that's about as much as they're really bending as I kind of whisk over to the top of this guy. All right, so that's the base pretty much finished. If I wanted to, I could pick out these rocks in a different color just for the sake of contrast, but I kind of like this uniform look of the base and the rocks around it. So that's looking pretty good to me. And I think just, with the remaining time that we have left here, I'm going to share a little bit about layering and highlighting. So in this case, you're taking a paintbrush with a good tip, something very similar to this, and focusing on the raised areas first. And I have to be kind of careful because I still have some wash in here that's still wet. So I'm going to choose an area here up on his shoulder where it's dry. And I can just paint in some little highlights. And you'll notice that I've kind of like braced my hand against, because I can't do this right now because of this thing. I'm kind of bracing the pinky of my hand here against the cup, which is just giving me a little bit of a stable platform. And then I've got my fingers kind of choked way up towards the very tip of the brush. And I'm turning this guy to kind of match what is a comfortable motion for me. And I'm really just kind of focusing on, the raised areas of the folds. And I'm thinking about it in terms of where the light is coming. So on top of these shoulders, these are going to be a little bit lighter. And on the top of these folds down here, I'll be careful to kind of dodge around that wash as much as I can. Normally I would wait until this was totally dry, but we're speeding through this.
Thanks.
And one thing that can also help with this technique is rather than going straight in on that fold, what you can do is you can kind of turn your brush to the side a little bit. And if you do that, you're using the side of the brush, and that's only going to hit that raised area. Like if you're imagining, this is your raised spot of your fold on your cloth, as opposed to going in here and painting this down like this directly, I'm going at it and going to hit it sideways, which means that the brush is only really going to hit that raised part, if that makes sense. So I'm just kind of going at it in a different direction, I suppose. So I'm just going to kind of like lightly whisk over top of these folds to give me just a little bit more contrast. Make these colors pop just a little bit more. On the knuckles of his hands here, it's a good spot to kind of pick those things out. And those cloak, I'm just going to pick out just a couple of these. Some nice little fine lines. And this is kind of like the stage in the painting where you're going back and you're fixing your mistakes. Like we've done all the messy stuff. We did the washes, we did the dry brushing. We kind of like went all over the place and weren't too concerned with precision and specifics about like, you know, what areas need to be different colors. And this is kind of that touch-up stage where you go back in with darker colors and you try to tidy up the overall paint job as well as you possibly can.
Okay, you guys made so much fun of me that he was so black, so now I've added some blue.
I don't see it.
Look, he's got like an anime action hair cape now.
Oh, is that what he had?
Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that. All right. Questions about miniature painting? Something that you think is like beyond your skill or something that you're trying to learn and develop right now?
In watching you and hearing you, and you going through the different techniques, the thing I kept thinking of in my head, and I said this a few times, is it's really about making the miniature work for you.
Yes.
And you did a great job of explaining that there's a discovery process behind all this, which leads to the calm that we were talking about, where it's not just letting the mini do the work for you, but you have to find where that's actually possible. You mentioned a minute ago that you were looking at the knuckles on his hands. That's not something I would have thought of as somebody who doesn't paint all the time. It really does sound like doing this will kind of force you, no pun intended, to center yourself on the mini and how you can make it look the best it is.
And it's, you know, a big part of it is just practice, you know, just sitting down and becoming more comfortable. It's like any sort of skill. The more time you dedicate to it, the more that you learn and the more of your own personal insight you're going to interject into it, right? Like you're going to be like, oh, well, this is really comfortable for me. This is a technique that works great for me. You know, and this is something that I get good results out of without really stressing myself out too much.
Yeah.
But I think that there are some basic fundamentals and principles that are consistent across all miniatures too, for sure. All right, well, that's where I got in about an hour on Darth Maul, spending some time talking about things. Not a bad stopping point on him. I think if I was going to take him further, I would be looking at picking out some of the miniature details here, some of the details on his lightsaber in particular, obviously the facial markings that he has. So we'll just put him here in this little spotlight area so you can kind of see the progress thus far. I'll move these other guys out of the way so you can see him pretty well. And then I'll kind of spin him around. You can see a little bit of an indication there on the lightsaber of a light to kind of dark progression. I would probably, you know, add a little bit more time and care to that overall transition because I think it's like a real defining area of him. And then obviously, you know, I have all of those facial markings to go through and pick out. So let's take a look at your guys and see how they turned out.
Yeah, let's do that. Starting with Simone.
We're going to start with Simone.
I'm just showing the back of his fine
If you want to
cape.
take 3 minutes to go over Simone, that'd be fine.
All right, Simone has done a great job of picking out all this black. I like the fact that you went and added a little bit more of a cool tone to that color. It kind of makes the cape pop out, and that's something that, you know, I often think about when it comes to like largely black schemes. Is I like to pick out different elements that are different materials. I did it kind of subtly here. You can't really tell very well, but the gun, for example, has more of a bluish black on the highlights. That's kind of carried through, and then you've done a great job on the lightsaber as well. All right, and to wrap it up, Palpatine.
Yay.
Here we go. Got him here. He's kind of stressed. You're laughing like you're not happy with it.
I'm not completely happy with him, but that's okay because, as you said, it's about going back and finding how you want to enhance what you've done already, and that it does take time.
Yeah, exactly. And I like to keep the miniatures that I had like in the state that they were, as opposed to going back and touching them up a lot, because it's a snapshot of my skill and my ability at that time, and it triggers some memories. I'm like, oh, that's really cool.
Yeah.
And oftentimes rather than going back and revisiting old paint jobs, I'll paint something new.
Yeah. Well, thank you everyone for joining us for Painting Star Wars Minis. We hope that you've enjoyed it, and you should definitely check us out at fantasyflightgames.com, where you can click on Star Wars Legion and find all of the products that you see here and the painting tutorials that we were speaking of earlier. So for Simone, John, and myself, thanks again for watching, and have a great evening.
Hi, I'm KA, Community Manager at Milky Tea, an indie game development studio based in Liverpool, UK. I'm here to introduce you to our most recent game, Hyper Brawl Tournament. The universe's greatest heroes have been summoned to compete in a showdown for the ages to find the next protector of the universe. Smash, brawl, and score your way to victory in relentless, high adrenaline PvP arena battles for 1 to 4 players. What does all that mean? Let's take a look. Before each match, players must choose their perfect loadout from 12 unique heroes across 3 different hero types, as well as 8 unique weapons that all allow for different tactics and styles of play. Every match plays out in a best of 3, with each round lasting 90 seconds. Your objective is to outscore your opponent, and if there's no clear winner when the time is up, the match goes into sudden death, and the first goal wins. You've got a number of tools to help secure your victory, but it's all about how you use them. Your most basic move is your throw. This is fused with an ability called Hypercurve that gives you complete control over the ball, allowing you to change its course mid-air. You can also pass the ball directly to your player or AI teammate, which allows you to quickly move the ball from one flank to the other. You're also able to perform a dive, which is ideal for intercepting the ball. Next up is combat. Beyond being able to knock out opponents by throwing the ball at full force, you're also able to both punch and kick. The punch allows you to attack in place, which is handy for trying to steal the ball at its current location. The kick, however, allows you to travel across the arena as you dish out the damage. Hyper Brawl is an arena-based sports brawler that you can play either alone or with friends. For new players, we've got 3 different training modes. The Trials teach you the core mechanics, the Advanced Trials test your skills and everything you've learned, and Free Play lets you practice without constraints. In Arcade mode, you can jump into heart-pounding local multiplayer matches for 1 to 4 players. On top of that, the party system allows you to invite your friends into private matches that let you take your rivalries online. If you want to play alone, the single player campaign lets you build your own team to compete in league and cup tournaments to become the greatest team in the universe. If you're looking for a real challenge and want to show off your skills, you can take on the world in the online Blitz mode, where you face off against friends and strangers alike, build your win streak, and brawl to top the worldwide leaderboards. Hypercurve is one of the game's core mechanics, and it lets you control the ball mid-air. Using this ability, every match becomes considerably less predictable and allows you to score a goal from pretty much anywhere in the arena, especially if your opponent didn't see it coming. The Hypercurve can be used anytime you throw the ball and allows you to control the ball's trajectory and around obstacles and players alike. Think of it like a superpower that keeps your opponent on their toes. The more power you add to your throw, the less control you'll have over the Hypercurve itself, so you must carefully consider how and when to use it. At times where the match may not be going your way, you can channel the Hyperforce, which gives your heroes superhuman power and the ability to launch their rivals out of the arena to help ensure a last-minute comeback. To acquire this ability, your heroes need to take damage, either from being attacked by an opponent, hit by a weapon, or knocked out by the ball. Once a hero has taken sufficient damage, they're able to activate the Hyperforce at a time of their choosing. If you would like to learn more, head on over to hyperbrawl.com or check out our social media channels. We'll be sharing additional Hyperbrawl deep dives in the weeks to come, leading up to our launch this fall on Steam, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch. See you in the arena.
What do you think it's like here? Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own, different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us, months. We all experience different things, but we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play, a new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games. Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
Should a party member be willing to die for the cause? I think whether they're willing to die is irrelevant. Are they able to die for the cause? Don't underestimate that by itself, because then they can die for the cause unrelated to their willingness, and that is much, much more flexible. I'm not advocating the death of party members before their time. By and large, a coworker is much more valuable when still alive, most of the time. But like so many things, you have to take it on a case-by-case basis. And don't forget, in most cases, a cause is unsympathetic to how it is achieved. If the party's goal was to save someone's life, that person might want to say something about it before the party takes action. For example, if you had to imprison 1,000 people in Avernus to save one person, they might say, "Don't put yourself out on my account. I like it down here." It seems bad until you actually show up, and then it's pretty cool. The kind of quests we get are about kidnapped dignitaries or trade disputes. But if the cause is for real clarity, real meaning, the inner workings of the universe, that is worth dying for. It's worth me dying for. And whether or not you agree, it's worth you dying for. Probably first. I am just trying to make the point. If you're seeking forbidden knowledge that can't be obtained with non-occult methods, you don't want to hesitate in the moment with ethics. A wise, long-storied drow philosopher once said, "I'm not giving away my shot." If you had one shot, would you take it or just let it slip? That's from the Book of Lolth. Lolth is a spider goddess they made me worship for a while.
Hey there, my name is Jessa from the Jessa Channel on YouTube, Twitch, and thejessachannel.com for this PAX Online 2020 panel. I brought together some of my YouTuber gaming friends who are all improv role players and voice actors, in that we voice act the characters in the games we play. We talked about tips and tricks for improvisational roleplay, what improvisational roleplay even is. We showed examples on voice acting some of our characters, and much more. We want to thank PAX Online for having us for this panel, and we hope you enjoy. Gentlemen, you may unmute yon microphones. And
Finally.
Exactly. He's like, would she? I was
Trumpet
just,
at the bit.
You guys are just waiting for me to stop talking and get. You're just sitting there like, is she done yet? Oh, it's good. But I do have some awesome role players here with me today. And I'm going to introduce him starting above me. Carl, above me, Voices from the Dark. And
hello.
He's so cute. We are
Wait,
doing that.
am I the youngest? Like, what age are people here?
I think
37. Wow, tough question right out of the gate. Just get out of the way. 37.
Yeah, just a ballpark.
I'm the
32.
youngest here. I'm the youngest here, all right?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yes.
Thank you.
Jessa,
Yes.
and then me.
And then me.
Then me.
Yes, exactly. That's the way to answer that question, right, Shirley?
Yep.
So,
Rygon said he was 32. That means I'm 31.
Yeah, exactly.
Different. Yep. 31.
All right. So we're going to go ahead and do some introductions here. Carl, and I'm going to ask each of you to tell me a little bit about your channel and tell me about your channel. Tell me about the type of role play you do. Tell me about maybe some role play you might be doing right now, what you have going on in your channel. Yeah, but Carl, you're up first.
Okay. So, first and foremost, why the weird channel name, right? Voices from the Dark. Well, I started the channel 10 years ago when I was 14, and I thought that was like a cool, edgy username, and now it's way too late to change it. So, Voices from the Dark. So that was in 2010, and like in 2011, like Skyrim came out, and that was sort of when things changed, because when I picked it up and started playing a role-playing game where you enter the role of a character and you make your own adventures, not just what the game prescribes to you through scripted quests and the like, that's when the channel sort of blew up. People seemed to enjoy it. They liked seeing me get into character, because I did this series with a Khajiit named Kijor, who went on his own mission where I made my own quest, my own machinima, my own story, essentially. So people didn't know where was it gonna go. And so since then, I've been just doing like hints of that here and there. I'm not like a, fully roleplay channel, but I like to just sprinkle in machinima here and roleplay here, and just some extra fantasy make-believe in the RPG series that I do. Like lately, I'm playing Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord, and game with a lot of mechanics, do this, grind that, do this. That's not exciting in and of itself. But if you take it and you just add that little extra spice, like, oh, this is the story of Einar Hellfury, who needs to find himself a woman, but he's hopeless, so nobody really likes him. If you just give it that little extra, people tune in to see that story, not just the game, but like the story and the character. Other than that, like the main important thing right now, with the shameless plug on my shirt, is I'm doing a Oblivion 100% run on the hardest difficulty.
Yes!
And I am 3 or 4 episodes away from fully completing it.
Really?
At episode 250, the game will be 100% completed on the hardest difficulty. So yeah, Skyrim, RPGs, Oblivion, with just that little dash of roleplay. That's where I really, really enjoy myself.
That's awesome, because I have watched your Oblivion playthrough with Marina frickin' Misfire since...
That's right.
Since the beginning.
That's how you say it. Her name's Marina Mistfire, but every intro it's like Marina frickin' Mistfire. You need the frickin'. It's her official middle name now.
And also, Carl is the only one of the 5 of us that, unless you guys want to prove me wrong, he is the only one of the 5 of us that can do a proper Khajiit. Do it, Carl. Come on.
It's not even that good.
I know,
Kijor. It's just Kijor, Skooma, cat. I can do hissing. Hissing is an okay thing to do.
I do it. I told you. He's so good at it. I can't do it, Kashit, to save my life. Anybody else?
Putting me on the spot here.
Well, welcome to my panel.
I love it.
So that is Carl, Voices from the Dark, who is above me, and next we go over there to Damo 2986. Let me just tell you, he has played Baldur's Gate 1 and Baldur's Gate 2, a jerk dwarf. He's really a master at character development. So Damo, tell me all about yourself.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had about 10 minutes of technical difficulties here, which is well known on my streams. Hopefully everybody can hear me now. I've been doing this, recording LP videos and streams since TVs were black and white, if you believe some people. Since 2010, April 2010, so I've been doing it just over 10 and a half years. Never really set out to be a role player. Saw a couple of Sims videos on YouTube back in 2010, and it kind of developed from there, really, due to tabletop. But I record role play games, strategy games, simulation games, because they tend to give the best opportunities for character development, storytelling, and role play. I do throw in the occasional other type of game, but I'm always playing at least one, if not two, of my main genres at any one time. So that's just a little bit about my channel.
All right, thank you, Damo. Thank you. That is Damo 2986. Over here, over there, way over there, is Rycon Roleplays, and Rycon is known for his buttery voice. He's got advantage, and he does great voice acting. His voice acting is top notch. Rycon, welcome to the panel. Tell me a little bit about your awesome channel.
Well, I'm Rycon. I've been doing this for around about 7 years. As of yesterday, I think it was the channel anniversary. Started back in 2013, so I don't know if I want to count the first year as being year 1 or year 0, because it was an incubation period to start with before things got going. But this has all just been a big happy accident, which I'm happy that it's here and that it's an accident. This is my full-time gig. This is what I do with my life now. It's what I decided to push myself into, telling stories on YouTube, using games to do that as well, which I find is just a super fun and interesting and different kind of medium that is super niche, but at the same time, the people who love it really, really love it. And I'm one of those people who loves it as well. So it's really, it's been amazing to see where that kind of role play community on YouTube has gone over the years. More and more people are getting introduced to it, and it's growing more and more over time. And what I love is that there's always going to be new stories to tell as well, because we get new games. Some of them good, some of them bad, but most of them, you can do something with. You can tell a story.
Thank you, Rycon, for being here. I really appreciate that. And Rycon, I just want to tell you that I was watching your Outer Worlds playthrough. So good. Yeah, and so
I'm glad you like it.
I just wanted to tell you that the episodes that you did put out, I really enjoyed them.
Thank you.
So, lastly, keep doing this. This gentleman over here. That one over here is Stu Couch Warrior, and Stu I've been watching since his very first episode, but his character design, he's weaving an entire story, and he's doing it with one game, with Skyrim, and he's got this entire opus, this magnum opus of characters. So I'm going to let him talk about that. Stu, you're up.
That was a complete accident as well. I started my channel in 2013, a couple months after Jessa launched hers, I guess. Started out on the Xbox, and it was weird. We were talking about this last week with some people in the community. That particular series, Aranis Arcana, that character, something about the way I played that character, I guess, was sort of like lightning in the bottle at the time for some reason, and it kind of took off. But my channel is always been about role play. But you know, I am I am famous or infamous for having said that I would never ever in a million years do voices, and now it's like all I do. You know, it's bizarre. But it's
have
been a
to
weird
rub that in. I got to rub that in. Because I told him he should do voices years ago. I did. And he said, oh, hell no. And I said, no, you should do. And he said, no. And now he voices how many characters?
Well, I don't know. The series that I'm doing now has, I think, 6 primary characters whose stories overlap. They all have their own origin stories, and then their stories overlap. And then there's a bunch of supporting characters. And so the voices that I have difficulty doing and sustaining for a long period of time, those inevitably become the supporting characters because I don't have to do them constantly, you know. But yeah, that's kind of what it's transformed into. And over time, it went from being, you know, I think videos that were focused on role play mechanics, like how do I build the background and stuff, into voiced characters with pre-recorded, you know, and published videos, to now just being a completely live production where I try to do all the stuff in the moment live, all improvisational.
Yep.
And that's been just an evolution over the last few years.
And that's what we're here to talk about. I have always said that improvisational role play in gaming is the sweet spot between what the player wants, what the character wants, and what the game wants. So, first of all, to each of you guys, let's try to define what we think improvisational roleplay is. And can it be done the same way in video games as it is on a tabletop or live action or cosplay? What do you guys think about that?
I think you are restricted a little bit in video games, more so than a tabletop setting, because tabletop, the only rules you have are the rules of the game. There's no rules around the role play. It's kind of the same in video games as well, but you are always working with that game engine, which can sometimes work against you, I suppose. And things are a little bit more linear in video games, even though you've got, you know, a lot of Bethesda games are quite open world, so you've got all these different paths that you can explore. I feel like it is still a little bit more limited than what you could do in a tabletop setting, but it's still, yeah, you still have the chance to let the game influence your decisions as a character rather than you kind of dictating what you want to happen.
I agree. And I feel like a really big part of role play or improvisational role play is just the aspect of play, of being playful. I feel like that's a very core attribute. Essentially, it really helps when you manage to sit down with the game and look at it with like childlike wonder in a way. If you're very open to, you know, how the world could be exciting. Like, for example, you might think you might be down in a cave in a game, like in Oblivion, and you know all the monsters that reside down there. But in your character's mind, you could be talking about what could be around the next corner. It's about sort of seeing those opportunities, you know, getting into the mindset and seeing the world as this big, scary place. Like, if you're attacked by wolves in the woods, instead of saying, oh, there's probably a spawn point for wolves nearby, that's very technical and dry and not really interesting. But instead, if you go into, you know, the character's head and you're like, oh, wolves, maybe there's a pack around here. Well, these woods probably provide plenty of game for these beasts to hunt. And you start going down that path, you've taken, you know, something very static and mechanical, a wolf attacking you, and sort of weaving it into a story because you're playful, because you have an open mind and you have this childlike wonder. And I think those are really important attributes to keep in mind if you want to do it and have fun with it.
I mean, leading on from that, for me, role playing is a way for me to enjoy the game in a different way, because the tendency, I've said this many times on my channel now, I can't play games off camera anymore because I don't role play as much as I do when I'm recording videos now. It's just I tend to pick options that I want to pick, and that usually is the option to try and win, to try and get the best of this and that, and that I find very boring now. So I can't play off camera anymore, really. But when I'm role playing a character, I'm seeing the game through the character's eyes, and it gives you an opportunity and a window into doing things that you wouldn't do in real life. exploring options that you wouldn't dream of doing, and looking at the consequences. And I always find that, especially with improvisational role play, is me as a game player, I often liken myself to a spectator at times. If the game has got a good role-play mechanic and it is open enough to give you enough options for your character to be able to be consistent in their decision-making as per this kind of personality and that you have for that character, I often find that the game and the character drive the story, and I sometimes find myself as a backseat passenger just clicking buttons, because that's the way it is, and that's why I enjoy it so much. Sometimes I don't even know what's going to happen next.
That is a good point, that not knowing what's going to happen next. And that's where I think a lot of people get pretty scared. Yeah. What would you say to that, Raikon? I mean, that whole flying by the seat of your pants.
I mean, it's definitely scary, but I think that's the exciting thing as well, because it requires you to be engaged, to be paying attention to everything. But I think after a little while, it becomes a bit more natural, where you stop thinking like you and you just start thinking like the character all the time. Like I've had trouble in the past with some characters, like Logan, my Fallout 3 character. I think Fallout has a way of like doing these great big huge things and kind of I guess not playing into them as much as you think they should. Like you're coming out of the vault for the first time in Fallout 3. You've never experienced the outside world before. Well, if you have killed people in the vault, it's still there's a lot of things for you to process as a character. It's a hell of a day, and there's a lot of things going on, and yeah, it can be difficult to kind of keep yourself in the mindset of that character, the character that hasn't experienced these things before. But I think once you start doing it, you get a little bit of a roll on, and it becomes more natural. Like kind of what you were talking about before, Carl, about that kind of childlike wonder. That's what I tried to do with Logan there, because so much of this stuff is new to him. Like, even though it's a destroyed world, it's still a world outside of the box that he's been living in his entire life. So it's still like this fresh, new, exciting place to explore, albeit terrifying.
Brings me to a question, which is, each of us started out doing this, and a lot of us started out doing this. Like Carl was 2010, Damo
Correct.
was 2010, Stu and I 2012, 2013 for Stu. Raikon, when were you again? 2012?
2013.
2013.
Yeah, 2013, yeah.
So we've all been, doing this for 10 years, 8 years, 7 years. So how was it when we first started out? Like, for example, I got comments like, because I started out with Mala, and I did something that I haven't done since, and no reason why. I just wanted to try other things. I talked as Mala, and then I also played a character in her head, like her guardian angel, which was basically me, my real self, kind of directing her, like, and there would be times where I would be like, okay, Mala, you go down over here and you face that Draugr, and she'd be like, oh, heck no, and it would run this way. It was a very interesting thing, and a lot of people still remember Mala, and I'm asked about her to this day. But when I look back, I haven't done it. But for any of you guys who want a good laugh, go back and watch my first video. And so that brings my question is, have you guys watched your first roleplay attempt? And when you sat down, because I mean, a part of this is talking to yourself for fun and profit, how to improv roleplay, but it's also about talking to yourself. Literally, we're in a room with a microphone, talking in an empty room. What caused you to want to get onto YouTube and do such a crazy thing in the first place?
For me, it was I was having such a good time in Skyrim, and at the time I didn't have any friends who were playing, and I just wanted to share the experiences with people. I've gone back and watched those videos, and they are cringy, man. They are for me, like, my first series was more of a traditional Let's Play, right? Where I was just talking my way through the environment. The character wasn't voiced, but the deeper I got into the progression of the story, the more bits I started adding in. Now, that's a character that I never voiced, and that character Fleet was the character that really put my channel on the map, as it were. but he's like the most boring character I've ever created, and there's a lot of people who disagree with that. But I mean, for me, it was a lot of storytelling through letters and stuff like that. There was no real voice, and so I think, you know, when I look at my first actual voiced character, man, I'm trying to think of who that was. That may have been Robard. Robard. It's funny because we were talking before about what it's like to role play a character. There was something that what Dama was talking about really resonated with me, because I find that when I get into that character, when I understand the character's background, their personality, and I'm really inhabiting that character, they are way smarter than I am. They tell jokes that I could never tell in real life. They're way wittier than I am. They're much more interesting people. You know, like it's really weird, right? And so I'll do that for 3 hours, and I'll come away thinking, man, that dude's pretty cool, you know. And I couldn't reproduce that, you know. But when I get in front of the microphone, it kind of happens. So I don't know. I think somewhere along the line, just a switch was flipped. I tried it and discovered that I really, really liked it. And when I did that, I was way, way more immersed in the experience, and I would snap out of it, you know, a few hours later, like, wow, man, you know, like that was pretty cool. You know, so.
Yeah, as a comment to that, like, I think, because you mentioned that most people feel this, watching old videos equals cringe. But I think cringe is really good because it shows you that you're not there anymore. Like, if you're cringing at something from a few years ago, that means now you've evolved from that stage. And so it's so strange when people can come by and maybe they'll find a Skyrim video from me from 2012 that I think is absolutely just cannot watch because I will cringe myself out of my skin. But people are finding it and really enjoying it, and that's good. So it should stay up for those to enjoy it. At the same time, I should look at it and be like, okay, sure, I found this and these aspects a little cringe, hard to watch, but that just means that, you know, I've evolved since then. So I feel like there's a positive thing there to looking back, because if you don't look back at something from several years ago and cringe, then have you really evolved all that much? Just possible thoughts.
That's a very good point, Carl. Does anybody else have anything to share about that?
Well, I was just going to say the best advice that I have for anyone when they're wanting to try and get into YouTube, it doesn't matter like what kind of category it is. I find the best thing to do is go find your favorite creators, go into their videos and sort by oldest. Watch their oldest videos, because you'll be able to see the progression from that old video to where they are now. Because I think so many people see what, you know, creators create and they're like, that's so far beyond what I could do, or I don't know how I would get to that point. But no one just usually jumps in and starts producing like bang out content right from the start. It's a slow kind of independent growth that happens over time. And you see that when you go back and watch your own old videos and cringe for sure, 100%. Definitely, there's a lot of that.
But the thing is, you know, our fans go back and watch our old stuff over and over again, which I know each one of us are like, why are you watching that? It's so awful. It was terrible. I had a microphone, you know, that cost like $5 that I got at a garage sale. You know, it's just so bad. How do you get immersed? And also, second part of that question is, so many people think of role play as being something that is, you know, if you install like Frostfall in Skyrim, that's role play. Like your character is now cold, so now you're role playing. And is that really role play? I mean, to you guys, I think it's a tool, isn't it? I mean, Brycon talked earlier about limitations of games when it comes to role playing, and some mods give you more scope to role play within certain parameters. Tool, but it's not the be all and end all. I mean, as you'll know, if you've watched me for any length of time, I don't use mods hardly ever.
Everything I play is vanilla. My Skyrim LP, which lasted for about 3.5 years, and that was all vanilla Skyrim. And the reason why I managed to roleplay that game for so long and stick with the LP for over 400 parts was because of roleplay, because every time I logged on, I became that character, and that's what kept me going. So, I mean, mods are just a tool, but they are a handy tool if they achieve what you want for your character.
I think there's definitely a scale for role playing as well. You know, you've got like your fully voiced, fully like character motivated stories, but I think role playing for a lot of people can be just going, I know that if I go, 10 minutes in that direction and, open this door, open that door, I can find the best weapon in the game. You know that as a player, but even just the smallest part of role playing is you as a player going, I'm not going to go for that because I feel like my character wouldn't know that. They don't know that it's there, so that's it. And it's a really simple, small thing, but some people do that. And I think the kind of videos that we create kind of change the way that people approach games as well. Because before I started watching some role play on YouTube, I just kind of played things more as a player. I didn't bring as much of a character into it, but as soon as I started that, I just couldn't stop. And even when I'm just trying to play by myself now, I can't play not as a character. I always have the character's motivations in mind, even when I'm just playing casually.
Yeah. And I think what's important is that I feel like role-playing, as you asked, Just, I feel like role-playing and mechanics are separate. Like, role-play is independent of mechanics. Mechanics can help facilitate roleplay by making you cold, by making you eat, all of these things to, more easily get into character. But you can take strictly linear games that have no real mechanics for roleplay and just use your fantasy and add to it. Like, I remember playing Spider-Man 2 as a kid, which is the best Spider-Man game. And in that game, instead of doing the missions and doing the quests, I would say, oh, Spider-Man, he works at the pizza shop. So I would run around inside a pizza shop in town and like do aerial combat moves to impress the customers. And once I'd done that, I would say, I've gotten paid, though there was no mechanic for getting paid. Then I would be like, oh, I need to go home and sleep now. But there wasn't really a house or a sleeping mechanic. So I just went to a homeless shelter in the game and stayed there for a few minutes. Then I was like, okay, it's a new day. And then I went out. Like, no mechanics were in that game, but me and my friend would sit there and roleplay and just have so much fun together pretending for hours. So mechanics are really good, but roleplay is independent of that, I feel.
Yeah, I think there's other tools too, independent of mods, that you can implement as a form of roleplay. For example, like if you're creating a psychological profile for your character as a way to help remind yourself where they are, where they are psychologically in a place and time, and how they would make decisions and how they would react and things like that. There are certain tools that you can use like that might be similar to something like an author would use to sort of just nail down who is this person and how are they evolving over time and how do I track that. But again, that's a tool for deeper role play, and I think perhaps a stepping stone to inhabiting the character more completely. Those are things that I used to do as a function of tabletop gaming, right? Where I would come up with some of these things, I'd write them down. When I started playing Skyrim, it was the same way. I've gotten to the point now where I don't need those things anymore. When I have a concept planted in my brain, now I can kind of inhabit the character and I can kind of roll with it, right? It's all improvisational now. But for me, it was a progression starting from really just straight up let's play commentary to fully voiced shedding all of those things. And often I will see mods, for example, that present a particular challenge that I want to use as the basis for exploring a character concept. So I might introduce that and say, how can I use this?
All of us are basically voice actors, as in we voice characters, I think. But I want to hear all of us do a little bit of voice acting and talk about some voice acting. Like how, like, so someone comes to you and says, I love what you do on YouTube. How the heck do you voice character? for me, there is a process of bringing a character's voice to life. It involves a lot of talking in strange ways in the shower. Sometimes my husband, who I've been with for a long time, my husband, who's been with me for a long time, is used to driving down the street, and all of a sudden I just start talking in different voices while he's driving, and he just keeps on driving while I'm testing out different voices. It's perfectly normal to him. He's been married to me for a long time. But what tips would you give to someone who wants to start voice acting their characters? Did you get comments that you were weird or nuts for doing so when you first started? And how do you find the character's voice?
Well, just as like a little point, when you're actually like voice acting, you are putting yourself out there in a different way than if you're just playing the game differently. So you do open yourself up to that extra criticism of, well, what are you doing? That's weird. So it's all about getting comfortable with that, I think. And as for just learning voices, I find that listening to the particular voice you want to learn, like when I was going to play a Khajiit, I looked up Khajiit voice clips and I was like, how is it these people talk? And just, play around and just try things like sit up a little differently, maybe move your mouth, maybe do different, like just play around with it. And eventually you find a couple of settings for your body that you like. And then you could just swap between them. It's a whole body thing when you're talking. It really does change how your voice comes out.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because that's something that I didn't notice about myself. I think it might have been last year. I had our national newspaper in New Zealand came to my house and filmed me doing my recording, which is, I've never had that happen before, and that was incredibly awkward. I had to pretty much like pretend that I was like recording something, so I just like launched up Fallout 4 and I started doing my character Ash and that, and that was awkward enough knowing that there was someone just over my shoulder, but I didn't realize until afterwards just how physical I am, and I'm always doing something with my face. Like I'm always like fully articulating the emotion on my face as well, even though no one's ever going to see it, but it comes across in the voice a whole lot more.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I have certain key phrases that I'll use for particular characters, like vocal affectations, right? That when I say them, snap me back into character. And that has become super important for me recently as I'm doing crossover episodes where I'm voicing 5 characters at once having a conversation, and it becomes like some of them are really hard. Like some of them I can do naturally, and some of them are like, ooh, what is that? I got to find it, right? And usually it's something like a simple vocal affectation that'll drop me in. I'm melting again, I know that, but that's okay.
So here's the next thing, and actually I will answer that as well too, because Stu, I do the same thing. Each character has a line that I do that brings me into that character. Kenlyn Tullius, for example, General Tullius's daughter. I did a playthrough with her using the whole Civil War quest line in Skyrim as a backdrop. And so I'm going to try and do Kenlyn Tullius, though I haven't done her for quite a long time, just by using her words. Oh, and also the other thing I wanted to say is that, I don't know if any of you guys do this, but there are characters, they live in certain places inside my mouth. Some characters come out from the top. Do you do the same thing, Stu? Some characters come out from the top of my mouth. Some characters are from the back of my throat. Some characters are underneath my tongue, where I try and put their voice to make it come out the right way. Mm-hmm. My name is Kenlyn Tullius. There she is. And my father, General Tullius. For him, I am his secret weapon. Yeah, that's Kenlyn Tullius. So, and that was one of the most enjoyable playthroughs I did. The whole, for me, the way that playthrough started was just, there is a place in the Civil War questline in Skyrim in which you can switch sides. Only one place, when you get the horn of Jurgen Windcaller or something like that, there's an artifact you get in the beginning for either the Stormcloaks or the Imperials, and you can take it to the other side and switch sides. So I thought, what if I started out the playthrough with a woman who was pretending to be a Stormcloak and a man, and had her infiltrate the Stormcloaks in the beginning, and then the whole idea of the playthrough and the whole kind of like gotcha was that I would convince, just with my voice, convince people that she was a man, and then later on show that she was a woman. But anyway, and then I did the rest of the playthrough, the Civil War quest line, with her being General Tullius's secret weapon, and she went undercover in Windhelm, and during each of the quest line, different points. That was my most favorite playthrough of Skyrim, was Kenlin Tullius. So,
and it was made that great because of, just the role play and the little bit of extra effort you put into the videos as well. Like, I feel like as a viewer, you notice, especially if you make videos like these yourself and you watch somebody else, the little extra touches that people add, like a special intro, maybe the camera zooms in, the music sets the mood, maybe a voiceover from the character before you begin to play. Those small things, even if they don't take that much effort from the creator's side, the fact that they give that little extra is really noticeable. So, that epic moment for your character is something that, sticks with you because you put effort into it, and it pays off, and it becomes something more than just another Civil War playthrough.
Yeah, that's really the difference, is that all 5 of us could do the Skyrim main quest line and role play it and put it up on our channels, and it would be 5 entirely different playthroughs of the same exact quest line that wouldn't have anything similar between them, because role play is so individual to what each of us can do and what each of us are good at. Like, Stu is really good at doing these epic trailers, man. Oh my God. Like, Hollywood's got nothing on these trailers that he does, and making these, like, weaving these characters together. And then Dark is really good at, like, bringing out a character and just making her, like, you're just so lighthearted with your characters, Dark. You're really lighthearted. And then Damo is really good with bringing out the depth of a character as well, too. And then Rykon, dude, your voice. That's really it. I'm not saying that's all that's it, but that is your signature, your voice. Like, for example, could you just do a character for us? Anyone. Pick Leon Aventus. Do Leon or somebody, because and I'm gonna put us all on the spot. Come on, we're improvers.
Of course, yeah.
So I'm gonna have us each do a character, and I just did Kenlin, so the rest of you guys are gonna be on the mic. So Rykon, character, please.
Right. So I have to get a little deeper first, down low.
Girls, is it getting hot in here?
My name is Leon Aventus, and I am a cursed man.
It's a lot of gravelly, a lot of deepness, and like physically being lower as well to get lower. But yeah, it's a little Leon sample.
All the girls are like, oh God. But seriously though, you're Leon Aventus. I'm gonna put it real honest with you. Leon's a panty dropper.
Well,
there we go.
There we go. So I'm gonna throw somebody else under the bus next. Stu.
What?
Hey, how you doing? What's up, dude?
Yeah.
So pick. Of course, I want to hear your personal panty dropper, Robard.
Robard Graves.
Oh God, Robard Graves is so hot.
One of the things that is I guess I use the mod. You guys familiar with the Slave Track mod with Mr. Whack, the Reekling? Are you guys familiar with him in Skyrim?
Yeah.
The Reekling companion with a giant backpack, and he's called Mr. Whack. He has become. He doesn't have any. Well, he has voice lines, but they're all unintelligible, and they're part of the mod. Well, he's become sort of a a supporting character, and most of the characters interact with Mr. Whack at some point. Well, his name is Whack Whack, but Marl calls him Mr. Whack. He says, Mr. Whack, exactly what are you doing with that fish? We've talked about it. The fish is not for you. It belongs to the city of Whiterun. You know, and Robard would say, Mr. Whack, you caught yourself a fish. Good job. Right? And Twist would say something to the effect of, Mr. Whack, you're going to eat all that fish? If you're not going to eat it, I'll take it. He does something like that. And Vander would say, hey, nice fish. Got to run.
Yeah.
You know? So that's an example of how I would try to get them to talk to one another. But yeah, so for me, it's like I'm not good at any particular accent. I pull crap from all over the place and I mash them together into something that resembles something else. So on my Fallout Let's Play, I did my best to do a Boston accent. And I was getting a lot of comments saying, that sounds like there's some New York in there too. And I'm like, okay, perfect. He was born and raised in New York until he was 11. And then he moved to Boston in with his grandmother and spent his teen years there. Done. You know, and then I didn't worry about it after that.
What about your English? Your English accent is... It's pretty. I was going to say, Damo, can you give us a? Does it set? Would you convince? Would he be convincing to you?
Yeah, it was pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. An endorsement, I'll take it. Yeah. Take any endorsement I can get.
More English than me.
So, Damo, you're next. Who do you have?
I mean, I didn't start voice acting properly, really, until probably the latest series. I mean, I started doing voices probably in about 2014-15, kind of casually with Baldur's Gate. Because of the game, you voice all the NPCs yourself. And so rather than do it in the same voice, I just tried to have sort of generic voices for a female, for an old person, for a thug, just to mix it up a bit. And that kind of was a little bit of an introduction to it. But ever since then, I've just kind of been, you know, in and out with it. But the latest series that I've got running, my role play of Pillars of Eternity 2, because the characters are voiced in the game now, it allows me a bit more time and effort to be able to actually voice my own character from start to finish. So I'm voicing a character called Fedoran, who's a rather eccentric wizard that likes feathers in his hat and fancy clothes. So he's a bit of a flamboyant type. So, greetings, everyone. I am Lord Fedoran, Lord of my own keep, master of my own ship, scion of flame, bester of Consul Hort, and a dragon slayer. Pin your luggles back, grab a drink, and I shall regale you with these epic tales sometime this evening.
I love that. Awesome.
That was great. That was great. You know, and the voice, our voices are instruments. They're tools that we can use. And so before we go to the questions here, I am going to ask you guys kind of a fun, just off the wall question. How do you come up with the cool character names? Like, how do you guys do that? Like, do you just, I keep, for example, I'll answer my own question. I keep a Google Keep document. And every time I think of a cool name, or I hear of something or see something, I write it down in that document and then sort of scan through it. But really when I come up with, like, for example, Kenlin, is I happen to have met a person in real life whose name was Kenlin, and I was trying to think of a name for her, and Ken, meaning family, and Len, for me stood like lend, like to lend something to someone, because I knew that Kenlin was General Tullius's family that was going to be lent to the Stormcloaks in order to win the war. So that's where Kenlin came up. So
that's very deep.
Yeah. So
like
Kenlin Tullius, that was her. How do you guys? Another character that I loved was Baudelaire the Bard, who was from my first Pathfinder Kingmaker playthrough. And I just loved saying Baudelaire the Bard. And that was the first series where I actually sang. And I'm not known for my singing abilities, so that was me pushing the envelope and getting uncomfortable. And I thought, if I put this out here and when I start singing and my views just drop, like you can go through the video and see when the views drop, like in the minute I start singing, the views just go, whoa, then I would know, don't sing, thank you for playing, but don't do that again.
Yeah.
So that was where I pushed myself, and I'd actually like to do more singing characters, more bard characters, and it was really cool to like have her play in that way. So tell me about your character names. Like, how do you find them, and your favorite character name you've ever come up with?
Well, I just need to reference something in chat because I've been called out. So I'm not very creative when it comes to names. So once upon a time, I made a character named Narina for a Dark Souls 3 Let's Play. Then there was Jarina in a Skyrim Let's Play. Then Oblivion came around and it was Marina Let's Play. I've also had Marthar, and then I was like, I need another guy's name. Sarthar. Got it. Perfect. Nailed it. Other than that, it's just, Marina Mistfire, just having some alliteration and making it sound fanciful. Sort of a cool first name and then a last name that has some sort of resonance to it.
I mean, without you saying that, I would have just thought that they were all just, references to each other,
Yeah, it's the same character, but in like alternate timelines.
Exactly. Yeah. Jeez. I think my process has just been mostly what sounds good. There was a while where I realized my first two characters both had L names, and I thought maybe every single character I do is going to have an L name, but I dropped that eventually. Most of the time, I haven't put too much thought into it, really. Surprisingly enough, it's been what feels right for this person, what fits their face, what fits the kind of character, and just running from there, really. Yeah, I don't know if I have a favorite as well. Yeah, not sure.
I mean, I'm completely random. It depends what mood I'm in, to be honest. Sometimes I'll purposely pick a really simple name just for the laugh. So, like my Fallout 3 playthrough, my character was just called Bob, like his straightforward name. Some names are created on previous characters. So, for instance, like Horston in my Dragon Age playthrough was named after a famous general in Medieval 2. So I'll name them after previous characters from previous playthroughs. Fedoran likes hats. Fedora hat, stuck an N on it, Fedoran. And I've got anagrams of names of characters as like throwbacks to others. So like Godan in my Baldur's Gate playthrough became Nadog in Pillars of Eternity. So it's completely random, but it's just whatever feels right at the time.
Yeah, I would agree with that. My character names are often driven by personality traits, maybe. That I'm trying to convey, So Marl's character, he's supposed to be very imperious and sort of over the top. So Marlavor Keenlit, big long name that he can spell out to people, because it or he can pronounce it in syllables for people, in a way that seems imperious. Another character named Stax, who is just named. That is a nickname based on the fact that he is a money counter and he just counts stacks of cash, stacks of coins. He becomes known as Stax. And probably my favorite is Robard Graves, which is a play on grave robber.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean he's the resident asshole character, and so I like, how can I make him despicable? So Robard Graves, and then there are background pieces where in his childhood he's referred to grave robber and stuff like that. So that's kind of the direction I go. But some of those come out of my head. Some of them are inspired by other things. Some of them come from fantasy name generator, stuff like that. It's all over the map, really.
Here's a question from Magus. Magus or Magus? 80. He wants to know, who was your first inspiration when you started? And the way we're going to do this Q&A section here is I'm just going to fire a question at you. The first person who answers it gets it in, then I'll fire another question out, and we'll just do kind of a hot seat type of thing. Okay? So first up, who was your first inspiration when you started?
For me, it was a Canadian YouTuber by the name of Inferno Canuck. I know that Inferno inspired a number of others in the roleplay community. His Fallout 3 roleplay was the first. Yeah, it was the first time I'd seen anything like that before. And yeah, that's what got me started making them, because I started searching on YouTube trying to find more roleplay videos, and there just weren't any at the time that I could find. So I was like, okay, I'm going to start making this for myself, and started a New Vegas one just because I was like, okay, cool. I'm just going to do this and put it on YouTube so that I can watch it back myself later. And yeah, so that got me started.
All right, next up question is, and by the way, I watched Infernal Canuck, so it was really cool to hear that name from way back in the day. And then this is from Angie. This is from Miss Angie. Hi, Angie. Do you ever experience character roleplay hangover? How do you recharge after?
I recharge by only doing a live stream every 2 weeks.
That works.
Yeah. I my live streams are generally 3.5 hours long, and I know where they're going to start and where they're going to finish, not necessarily what's going to happen in between. They're structured, so hopefully I end in a good spot, right? But by the time I get through with 3.5 hours of immersive role play and trying to do all the technical stuff on the fly live, I'm done, right? Mm-hmm. And so I take a couple of days off, and then I start prepping the next episode, building the cutscenes, doing the things I need to do, and the tension level builds up, and then there's another blast, and I get 2 weeks off, and it just cycle that way.
You know, that's actually a good question. With
major props to you for doing that live. Like it's enough to do role play just offline with the camera, and you can be like, oh, that didn't really work out. Let me try again. But doing it live, that's like major props.
Well, yeah, I appreciate that. I hit the cutscene, right? And I know it's going to play for 10 minutes. And so I'm rushing around doing jumping jacks, going to the bathroom, getting a drink, whatever I got to do. And then I'm running back again, and boom, it's right back into it. So it's like, it's a juggling act. And my computer setup it's been described as the devil's pipe organ. It's like so much stuff going on.
The devil's pipe organ.
It works for me. So,
and I actually have started doing completely live too. I have, starting with the Dwarves, the series that I just finished, I now have taken the entire, editing, uploading out of my process. I've cut it all out, and I just set up a live stream that is private, and I just record, basically live stream. YouTube saves it as a recording, and then I just go into the YouTube editor and just chop out the beginning. I've gotten really good over the years at not, if I make a mistake, just kind of flow through it. And so I just chop out any kind of extraneous parts, and then I just save it as a new video, and boom, that's a series. I skipped all the Sony Vegas, all the Adobe Premiere and all that stuff, all of the editing, all the uploading a number of series. I've skipped it all out, and I am so much happier that way. And I also like the feeling of, this is on the fly. I mean, it's just completely improv. I'm not going to go back and edit anything out. What I'm doing on the Jessa channel is completely unedited, besides just cutting out the dark blank screen, the black screen at the beginning before I say hello. That's it. So next question is this is from Open World Addict, who I know many of us recognize his name because he's been watching many of us for many years. What can you do if your voice is not great because of a disability?
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
Sorry,
go ahead. We're too polite. You go ahead.
God damn the delay. That's all right. I was gonna say, well, I mean, sometimes you can lean into that a little bit. I mean, I like to bring a lot of myself to my characters as well. So whether or not you can bring that aspect of yourself to that character, that can help with that. Other than the fact that I know editing can make a big difference for some people. Even me, I don't talk that great very often. I have to edit a lot. But through the power of editing, you can manage a whole heap of that. So whether or not you could do it through editing or embracing that in the character, I kind of see those as two different options.
Agree.
Yeah, good.
Our last question here of the day. This is from Michelle L. Lewis. How important is post-production work?
Well, you just said that you don't really do a lot of production work. So I think it really depends on the series you make and the workflow that you're the most comfortable with and what the audience wants. Like, I like to spend some time, with that little extra thing on the beginning, camera zoom in, normal episode, then camera zoom out, and you get the outro. So I think that a little bit of polishing helps it, lift it to the next level, where you're like, okay, this isn't just like a straight let's play, because I want to just infuse a little extra, though. You get a lot of power in post-production, I feel. So if you harness that correctly, you can give them an experience that's like, oh, this is actually something I'm kind of intrigued. I haven't seen anybody, do it in quite this way. And like, oh, the music soared there in a way that the game wouldn't be able to. But if you go in, play the game mute, add your own music, you have the perfect soundtrack to the episodes. That sort of stuff, I think, is a really powerful tool that you get through post-production.
And it also means that you can edit out the parts where like someone might walk into a fireplace and catch on fire as well, which
Yes.
I have trouble rationalizing as a character. I'm just like, they're on fire. They just literally walked into the fireplace in the middle of the tavern, caught on fire. No one's reacting. That guard just looted something from them.
Yeah, so
All right.
basically NPC stupidity, how do you edit that out? That's the ultimate question. How do you role play around NPC stupidity? Who knows?
You play a game with a lot of save slots.
Yeah.
And you save a lot. Because a save and a load point, like maybe going through a door or something like that, snip in editing, and it's seamless.
Yeah.
So we are
You've got to,
going
of course,
to
edit. You can edit your mother coming in and calling you for dinner and things like that.
Oh,
Seems
yeah,
to
that
happen to me
happens
quite
a lot
often.
in
She's a star of the show nowadays.
She is. I'm like, where's your mom?
I've stopped editing that out.
Don't edit out your mom. We love your mom. I don't know how many times I've heard your mom be like, Damo, it's time for dinner. So there you have it. I want to say thank you to my friends, Carl, Voices from the Dark, Damo 2986, Rycon Roleplays, and Stu, Couch Warrior TV, all on YouTube. We also want to thank again PAX Online for hosting our panel. And we'd finally like to thank you, as always, for watching.
This is Dreamscaper, an action RPG roguelite coming to Steam Early Access this summer. Dreamscaper takes action RPG combat and combines it with the endless replayability of a roguelike. Every slumber is a different dungeon in an ever-changing world with a multitude of unique events and challenges. Play as Cassidy, dive into her subconscious, take on the surreal nightmares she wrestles with to dispel the darkness. Master a rich, expansive combat system that rewards skilled play. Use careful positioning, exact timing, and quick reflexes to defeat foes with an abundance of combat options. Make your defense offensive. Use quick reactions to dodge and parry enemy blows to create opportunities. Each weapon class in Dreamscaper is unique, allowing for a myriad of ways to approach combat. Rend the earth below your nightmares, fire off a finger gun, or whip a yo-yo into their faces. Make your nightmare your source of strength. Use lucid powers to bend the dreamscape around you. Manipulate the elements to set enemies ablaze, or freeze others in place. When your nightmares overwhelm you, even control time itself to give you the edge you need. Explore ever-changing dreamscapes and discover lost memories, surreal scenery, and a multitude of unique events. Uncover Cassidy's past as you venture through her memories. Use your wits to solve challenging puzzles, growing your strength. Plunder through your dreams, finding resources and gear to build the playstyle that complements you. Special modifiers and rare keepsakes add depth and variety, allowing you to create unique character builds that encourage strong synergies. Wake from your nightmare to tackle a new day. Travel across the city of Red Haven and live Cassidy's waking life. Forge friendships and empower Cassidy with hopes and memories to dispel the darkness of her nightmares. Use resources found in your dream as inspiration to craft gifts for the people close to Cassidy. Make new friends and improve your relationship with them to unlock story vignettes and new powers in your dreams. The more you invest in them, the more they'll support you in return. Face off with nightmarish entities that represent some of Cassidy's most negative emotions. Challenging boss fights with representations of fear, isolation, loss, negativity, and more will test your mastery of the dreamscape. You'll need to draw on all your strength to handle ever-changing combinations of powerful enemies. Spell slingers, spectral swordsmen, mysterious wanderers, and hulking bruisers will bar your path. Vanquish those deadly foes to clear the dark miasma surrounding Cassidy. We can't wait to make Dreamscaper even better with your feedback and support over the coming months. Prepare to fall into dreams when Dreamscaper launches on Steam Early Access this summer.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Mark Adams with the Queensland University of Technology in Brisbane, and our labs are based at the Translational Research Institute on the Princess Alexandra Hospital campus. And my primary research focus is on lung cancer. We're also looking to extend some of the findings that we've made in lung cancer to other solid malignancies, such as colorectal cancer and certain types of breast cancer. So I've been extremely privileged and fortunate to receive funding from Cure Cancer. And this funding was focused on my work to improve the sensitivity of lung cancers to chemotherapy. And that's a lot of what our work is in doing, is finding ways to exploit some of the molecules that might be upregulated in disease or dysfunctional. And if we can target these molecules and combine these targeted agents with chemotherapy, this might be a strategy to improve the effectiveness of chemotherapy and to save a lot of the toxicities that are associated with chemotherapy and improve the health outcomes for our cancer patients. Of course, as an early career researcher, it's extremely challenging to attract funding to drive our research. We don't have immense track records. So this is where funding agencies such as Cure Cancer step in. They really do focus on supporting the early to mid-career researchers to enable us to answer, to try and answer some of the research questions that we have, ultimately with the ultimate view of trying to improve the health outcomes for our cancer patients.
Jim Darkmagic is the wizard of Acquisitions Incorporated. He is, first and foremost, I would say, a stage magician. He's a performer. So the spells that he has tend not to be very useful. Not great for the rest of the party, just because I can't help a lot. I don't do a lot of damage. But I can make people invisible. I can make showers of sparks. There's a lot of exciting crowd-thrilling spells that Jim can do. One of the things about Idle Champions is that all the characters have unique equipment, and so it was really important to go through Jim and think about what the unique things are, right? So he's got his wand holster and his twin wands. He's got his skull brooch, the cloak. So all the little pieces of Jim that you like are in there, and then now they've got stats and little stories and stuff. With Idle Champions, it was interesting because the characters in Idle Champions are designed to work together in teams. So, you know, Rosie has a buff for all younger women who are in the party, right? There's these little things that help the rest of the group. And I wanted them to make sure that they understood that Jim did not help anyone else. So his abilities had to be things that would make him better, maybe even at the cost of the party. I made sure that Jim's ultimate would be completely useless, but incredibly flashy. I think it does a tiny bit of damage. It's mostly just sparks and showers of fire. It's fun to pretend to have that confidence.
The new and improved Jim Darkmagic, played by Mike Krahulik.
Like the last show at West where I came out in that costume, like I was so nervous. You know, to come out in a wig and everything and makeup and like a leather pants. But Jim has confidence, right? Like he would be able to do that. And so it's fun to pretend to be someone who has that, who can do that.
We've recently had a shift. Both Child's Play and the medical community has recognized an unfilled niche where we needed some additional expertise in the hospital to help us deploy everything that they've provided, and they've started to help us develop a brand new role within medicine, that of the gaming technology specialist. These are people who have expertise in gaming, in technology in general, knowing how to set things up, keep them updated, but also have expertise working with children and work hand in hand with our child life specialists.
We can't afford to support 250 of these positions across the U.S., but we can support 5 or 6 or 7 a year, get them started, and then have them prove useful so that ultimately every hospital will want to have this person.
We'll always support our partner hospitals with Amazon wish lists. We'll always send them an annual gift to support their child life department. But being able to spread this position across the globe is the next push that we want to be able to do.
I think that this is revolutionary. I think it's the next greatest thing for our profession. To see an organization like Child's Play really be able to admit, you know what, we can do better. What's our next step? What's our purpose? How can we change the world? How can we make a significant difference that's lasting? And so it's been really an amazing part of my professional growth to watch them get to the point they are today of introducing something that 5 years ago we wouldn't have even thought about.
Hello and welcome to Smack Talk Showdown presents Extreme Cardboard Wrestling 3. I'm Matt Ringler from Double Turn Games and one of the creators of Smack Talk Showdown. We have a great lineup of competitors today competing for the first ever digital champion of cardboard title. Now, before we get into things, we must go over a couple rules on how to play, and like any wrestling event, these may or may not be adhered throughout the tournament. So first, each competitor will start the round by drawing a card from each name card deck, and that will be their persona for the round. Then a segment card will be drawn, which will determine what the promos will be about. Each competitor will have 1 minute to cut their promo, and during those promos, smack cards will be played on the competitors, and they must do what those smack cards say. After each competitor has given their promo, a winner will be declared and move on to the semifinals. After the semifinals, we will have a triple threat championship match to determine the winner. All right, without further ado, let's get into our first round matchup. On the left side of the screen, we have, he's the young, hot face of game development. His game, Dodo Peak, recently launched on the Nintendo Switch, so everybody should go buy it. And he has also made a King of the Hill dating sim. Make some noise for Kyle Earth. And to the right, we have, you may know her as Razor from WoW Superheroes. She is the host of the Women Wrestling Friends podcast, and she is coming into this competition with built-up rage from an apartment viewing day from hell. Make some noise for Sarah the Rebel.
A lot of rage.
And without further ado, we shall get this first round matchup started. So first we will draw name cards for each competitor. Kyle, for this round and this round only, you will be the Regal Hunk.
Got it. Thank you.
And Sarah, you will be the Grand Crusher. And our competitors are competing in a hair versus hair match in Mexico City, Mexico. The wrestlers are facing off in a hair versus hair match. The loser has to shave their head.
No.
Kyle, you will go first. You have 1 minute. Are you ready?
Hold on. I gotta get into Regal Hunk mode. Yes, I think I'm ready.
And go. You're muted.
Oh my God. I hit a button that muted.
We'll restart you. Okay, Regal Hunk, are you officially ready now?
Welcome to Social Distant Wrestling Promotion. That's so funny. There's a button. Anyway.
I promise that will not dock you at all. And
you can if you want. It's your show. Oh, yes. Look at it all the hair of the Regal Hunk ready for the battlefield.
The speaker must gloat about their intelligence.
As I go in with my smartness from my prestigious education at Oxford upon Devonshire, and go into battle with my knowledge of the works of Sun Tzu as
The speaker's promo must be a series of Yo Mama jokes.
As I suplex something that has its own zip code, which, by the way, Crusher, is your mother. Ha! Yes, I learned that at the Boys Academy.
The speaker must blame millennials for all their problems during their promo.
Because I studied the classics. I'm not one of these kids with their TVs and their TikToks. I studied Greco-Roman smashdowns, and that's why my hair shall prevail.
Time. Good showing. Good showing.
Thank you. Oh, it's everywhere.
Okay, Sarah. You think you can do better than that?
Oh, I know I can.
Oh, okay. You have 1 minute when you're ready. You ready?
Yep.
Go.
The Grand Crusher doesn't care about your Pantene Pro V using, Geek Squad looking, hot tub time machine having hairstyles, okay?
The speaker must speak with a Shakespearean accent.
And that is to crush. Oh, how I knew ye well, and I shall be doing the crushing. Your skull,
The speaker must use a thick New York accent during their promo.
And I don't really care where your hair has been or where it's gonna go, because the hair is not gonna be there, brother.
The speaker must give their entire promo using baby talk.
Sometimes I think maybe you would like to have your hair, and maybe you want to win a battle against the Grand Crusher, don't you? But you're not going to. No, you're not gonna win. No, sorry.
And time. Good showing from both of y'all.
I can't do accents.
That's, that's.
I mean, the
all-
accent
that's all
cards
part of
are
it.
one of my favorites
That's very
because
fun.
usually I think the best way to go about them is don't even think about it. You just go into it and see what comes out, and those usually work out the best. All right, so based on my years of knowledge working and playing this game, the winner of the round is Sarah the Rebel. Congratulations, you are moving on to the semifinals. I'm sorry.
Suck it, Mr. Kyle.
I'm sorry, Kyle.
Okay.
You will
This is what you
be
get to get a
eliminated.
rebel against someone who follows the rules. It's always.
Now, before you leave us, we move on to the next round. Where can we find you, Kyle, and on social media, and what stuff should people purchase from you?
All right, plugs. So my name is Kyle Erf, Kyleeerf. That's probably written down somewhere, but I spelled it out anyway. You can find me on Twitter with that username. That's probably the best way to just keep up with what I'm doing. I'm a game developer and comedian based out of New York City. We've got a game out called Dodo Peak. It's sort of like a modern twist on classic arcade games like Q*bert or like Frogger. If that sounds interesting to you, you can check it out on Nintendo Switch or Apple Arcade.
And Sarah, where can we find you?
You can find me everywhere at Sarah the Rebel. Sarah's an H, as God in the Bible intended. And you can especially find me on Patreon, where I have fun things all the time for you to do.
Well, congratulations to both of our competitors. Everybody go follow them on everything that they do. If they have things to purchase, go make sure that you purchase them. Sarah, we'll be seeing you a little later. Unfortunately, Kyle, this is goodbye.
All right.
Bye, little Kyle.
All right, let's get into our second round matchup. We have two brand new competitors to the Extreme Cardboard Wrestling. To our left, they are known as Zill Nair on the Dungeons, Dice, and Everything Nice podcast, and they are also a desperate housewives aficionado. Give it up for Liz Burton.
I don't need words.
And her opponent is a wrestling raconteur, the greatest heel of our generation, and the king of making coffee in his underwear. Give it up for RJ City.
Thank you so much for saying of our generation, because there's already the greatest generation. I feel like collectively we're perhaps the worst generation. So I'm happy to be like the greatest of the worst. I aim hard for mediocrity, and that's where I plan on staying.
All right, now without further ado, we will get into our round. So for this round only, Liz, you will be known as Captain Monkey.
Beautiful, beautiful, amazing.
And RJ, you will be known as the Strong Millionaire.
Wonderful.
Oh.
And our competitors are competing in an Icon versus Legend match in Memphis, Tennessee. Both wrestlers are legendary in their own right. Whoever convinces the audience that they are more legendary wins. All right, Liz, we're going to have you go first. You have 1 minute whenever you're ready.
Listen, I'm not just a wrestler, right? My name is not just Captain Monkey. That's not just a name. I physically am a captain and a monkey. I drive boats.
The speaker must promote their new wrestling-themed pasta restaurant.
and I'm a monkey, and you can catch me on. You might have seen me on TV on the ads for Captain Monkey's Barbecue Grill, and I encourage you to all go down there as well. But all I'm saying is a strongman millionaire.
The speaker must describe themselves like an apartment listing.
What strongman millionaire got, right? Money. I'm a 1-bedroom. I got many amenities. I'm working. You gotta work for me, you know.
The speaker must pretend they have an upset stomach.
And I only cost just a few dollars a month for you to come to my restaurant.
Time.
Yeah.
Well done. Well done. All right, let's see if RJ can do better than that, because that was probably one of the stronger promos we've seen so far. And by so far, I mean one other round. All right, RJ, you have 1 minute whenever you're ready. You ready?
I am.
Oh, no. You got props.
You know, one of the strongest things about me is my digestive tract, and I spend most of my time eating money. Coins, bills, credit cards, checks, or what have you.
The speaker is now creepy, dark, and brooding.
And, you know, you eat the money, and it gives you thoughts. It gives you your copper thoughts, golden thoughts, perhaps what a monkey would look like if it was encased in gold. That would be very delicious.
The speaker must talk about all the injuries they have caused.
But of course, you know, when you eat somebody, you start with their wrists, so you gotta break their wrists. That's the first thing. You know, I can't put a whole wrist in my mouth. That's a little ridiculous. Gonna have to break somebody's wrist. Then you go for the femurs. You know, I like to get the limbs out of the way.
The speaker must call into question their opponent's weightlifting routine.
And I'll tell you something else. For, you know, a monkey, I think you have the physique of an orangutan.
Time. Well, damn. Strong promos from both of our competitors. This one's gonna be a tough one.
Whew.
All right, I'm gonna have to do some.
Sweating.
Yeah, I'm gonna have
I've
to do
never
some.
sweat more in my life.
I'm gonna have to do some math and science over in this corner over here. Do some tabulations, some calculations. Congratulations, RJ City.
Oh, really? Are you don't want to tabulate this again?
Do you like make a statement for your opponent?
Well, I was not ready for Liz. I thought she was going to get me on the apartment thing. I thought that went very well. I like, you know, terms about decor and stuff like that, but she stuck with the 1-bedroom, and perhaps if she transitioned to something with a foyer or a breezeway, it would have given her a bigger edge.
So would you say, though, that Liz bested you, or do you maintain that you were the victor of this round?
I mean, I feel like she bested me. I was not ready or prepared for her, but then again, I did have a cigar.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the first time we ever had a tiebreaker, essentially, made by the competitor. Congratulations, Liz. You
Oh my God.
actually get to move on.
Oh my God.
Wow. Well, wait a minute. Let me do this professionally, like a gentleman, like the strongman millionaire would. Captain Monkey, I cede my victory to you.
Oh my God. If I was looking around to see if I had a lighter so I could light your cigar for you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Liz. This is,
I'm
you know,
just a simple monkey
like,
boat captain.
like any wrestling event, anything can happen, and you just saw it, first time ever, we had a competitor cede their victory to their opponent.
So, you know, I hope now that not only with your victory, but also in a way my victory behind you, that you will win this thing. Really, if you lose, you'll lose for the both of us now.
Listen.
Yeah,
I'm
you have the
taking
weight
both
of
of us to
you
the
are
top.
competing for two now.
Thank you. If you need any advice, send me a message.
Of course.
I'd be happy to help.
Yes. I'm assuming if I win this, I'll get millions of dollars, and I will be splitting it with you.
I'm already a strongman millionaire. I'm okay.
Well,
Oh my God.
thank you to both of our competitors. Tell the people where we can find you and where they can spend money on you.
You can find me on truly any form of social media, Instagram, Twitter, whatever, at The Pigeon Wizard. You can also find me on YouTube at Liz Burton, and I'm also on Dungeons, Dice, and Everything Nice. You can find us at Dungeons Dice, and I'm on a Desperate Housewives podcast. You can find us at Desperate Dykes.
Now I'm even more happy that you're going on. I would have ceded if I disagreed. I would have ceded after I heard Desperate Dykes. My advice would be to Google RJ City, follow what you like, don't follow what you don't, but then message me and tell me why you're not following it. I have a YouTube. I make coffee in my underwear on Sunday mornings. I have a bevy of shirts and a mug with my face on it at prowrestlingtees.com/RJ City. So whatever you're interested in and not interested in, I have something for you.
Well, thank you to both of our competitors. RJ, it's sad to see you go, but Liz, we will see you in the semi-finals. Now it's time to move on to our third matchup of the evening. Introducing our competitors first, to my left, he is an influencer and brand relations manager at Screenwave Media. He is the only competitor to have competed in every single Extreme Cardboard Wrestling panel to date, and he correctly understands that Fudgy the Whale is the superior Carvel cake. Give it up for Ian Vaflor.
What's up? I am absolutely terrified to be here. My opponent is a former champion, and even though I've competed in every single Extreme Cardboard Wrestling Championship tournament, I have never made it past the first round.
Great vote of confidence for yourself. All right, and his opponent on the right, he is the King of Snake Style, the maestro of mask making, and the first ever champion of cardboard. Give it up for Ophidian.
Oh, yes. I think what you forgot was venomous and vile, greatest champion of Smack Talk Showdown style.
My apologies.
Yes.
Now for this round, both of our competitors have their own copy of Smack Talk Showdown on hand, so they will be drawing their own name cards. So, gentlemen, who are you going to be for this round? Ian, you'll draw first.
All right. All right. I am the stunning dentist.
And Ophidian, who are you going to be?
I am the Macho Killer.
All right, our competitors are ex-tag team partners in Bakersfield, California. The wrestlers used to be a very successful tag team. Creative differences caused them to break up. Ian, since you have been in every single Extreme Cardboard Wrestling event before, we're going to have you go first. You have 1 minute. Are you ready? Go.
I didn't spend 8 years in stunning dentistry school to be stabbed in the back. Because apparently I'm too macho for the Macho Killer.
The speaker now has a Canadian accent.
Hey, so you're reckoning us come, eh? I'm gonna floss you. I'm going to clean you. I'm gonna use that metal hook to clean out that grit from your teeth because definitely you haven't been, Gordon. You haven't been here. You haven't been doing your regular checkup.
The speaker must promote their reality show.
And that's why on TNT after Extreme Cardboard Smack Talk Showdown, you can tune in to see stunning dentist of Toronto, Ontario.
The speaker must claim their dad can beat up their opponent's dad.
Where I, the stunning dentist DDS Jr., and my dad, the stunning dentist DDS Sr., who you know can beat up the Macho Killer, your dad.
Time. That's a tough showing. That I think seeing Ian compete in every single Extreme Cardboard Wrestling event, I would have to say that was his best promo to date.
All I know is that Canadian people are named Gordon.
Okay, Ophidian, do you think you can top that?
Oh, yeah, yes.
You have a minute when you are ready. Go.
Oh, I am the Macho Killer. And when I tell you that We broke up because of the stunning dentist's inadequate killing ways. I ain't lying. You see, they call me too cold to hold because I spend most of my time shoving dead bodies into the freezer.
The speaker is now meteorologist. Their promo must be weather-based.
And I am too hot to handle because the weather outside today is 98 degrees. Oh, yes. And you know the stunning dentist. This is all your fault. Because
The speaker must talk about taxes and finance in their promo.
Because if you had just filed your taxes on time, I wouldn't have had to spend my entire payday at H&R Block, and nothing makes me more violent and frustrated.
The speaker must list off the moves they're going to use to beat their opponent like a recipe.
Nothing makes me more frustrated than H&R Block. I'm gonna give you the power bomb
Time.
peanut. The recipe thing just.
I actually want to hear you just call a match as if it's a recipe now.
Oh man.
I can't even. Why did you do the recipe to me?
That was another great showing from both our competitors, and it's going to be another tough one to judge. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Looking at my notes, which I totally took during. I'm going to have to give this round to the original champion, Ophidian.
Well earned.
Congratulations. You move on to the semifinals.
Like it's a recipe.
I'm sorry, Ian.
Oh.
You have been eliminated, but we will see you at the next Extreme Cardboard Wrestling.
Thank you for having me again, guys.
Ian Valfor, thank you for curtain jerking.
That's what I'm here for.
All right, so where can everybody find you, Ian?
Well, if you are a YouTuber or content creator, you can hit us up at Screenwave Media. I do influencer and brand relations. You can follow me on Twitter at Billy Kumo. Also on twitch.tv/Kumohara. That's Kumohara. I am mostly like a DJ and music streamer now. I guess that's where you can find me. And also Kaiju Big Battle. I wear a variety of helmets and suits when we do have live shows there. So.
And where can the fine folks watching this stream find you and purchase your wares?
Oh, yes, you could find me at Ophidian Cobra across all of social media. But more importantly, you should also follow my gear making endeavors at Closet Champion, of course, across all of social media. Or if you want to support, patreon.com/Closet Champion. Yes.
Well, thank you very much for competing. Ophidian, we will see you in the semifinals. Unfortunately, Ian, we'll have to see you next time. Let's move on to our fourth match of the night and keep things going and introduce our next competitors. On the left side of our screen, he is the biggest wrestler on the face of the earth, the son of Abyss, and the loudest competitor in the history of Extreme Cardboard Wrestling. Make some noise for Big Calyx.
You got it right, Matt. You're goddamn right. I am the biggest professional wrestler. I am the son of Abyss. I am 90 feet tall, the strongest chops, the biggest boots. Big Calyx.
And on the right-hand side of the screen, she is the musical genius behind the Lullaby Lounge on Twitch and self-described outlaw folk trash goblin, the creator of wrestling gear worn by all of your favorites, and her cat Winslow recently became an international viral sensation. Give it up for our returning competitor, Kate Nix.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I am so happy to be here competing once again for the Cardboard Championship. I know that this is my year, and I'm finally going to bring the Extreme Cardboard Championship back where it belongs, to its original home, the Cobra household.
All right, now, Kate, you have your own deck on hand. Calyx, I'll be drawing the name cards for you. So for This round and this round only, Calix, you will be the Macho Baby.
Oh, big baby!
Oh,
Big
no.
Calix.
All right, Kay, who you gonna be?
I am going to be the Wandering Nurse.
Interesting. And our competitors are competing in Paris, France. Both wrestlers are on a dating competition show. They must convince the audience why they are the most eligible mate. All right, Kate, we're going to have you go first. You have 1 minute whenever you're ready. Are you ready?
I am ready.
And go.
Now, you know, the Wandering Nurse has been all over the world. I've traveled far and wide, gathering worldly experiences to be able to bring to you the most affectionate, romantic, and absolutely just brilliant relationship.
The speaker
And
must taunt their opponent about skipping leg day.
And you think this baby with little chicken legs and no life experience is going to be a better partner than me? A baby that skips the day that
The
he
speaker must
needs
describe their physique like a sculpture.
in order to learn to walk, whereas I skip no days. I have built the Wandering Nurse form out of muscle and sinew.
The speaker must make fun of their opponent for being a bodybuilder and not a true wrestler.
And though I have sculpted these muscles, the Macho Baby, all this baby has done
Time.
is
Very good showing from Kate. Now, Big Calix. Let's see if you can do better. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
Go.
You see, I am the strongest small. I am the tiniest tyrant. I am the Macho Baby.
The speaker must make fun of the soft city folk in the audience.
And I see from my tiny baby eyes that all you soft city people here in Paris, France, aren't stepping up to worship the Macho Baby.
The speaker must deliver their promo like an auctioneer.
And you see, we have for $5 the Macho Baby's loaded diaper. The biggest diaper that's gonna go right in the Wandering Nurse's face as the Macho Baby rubs it up and down for $10. Do we have any buyers
The
for the
speaker is
world?
now a former Army drill sergeant.
And the private Wandering Nurse. Private.
Time.
Oh.
That was great promos from both of our competitors. Now to check the notes that I totally took while that was going on. We'll decide the winner. Congratulations. Kate, you are moving on to the next round. Both competitors had great promos, but
Winslow, did you hear that?
Kate stuck a little more to the theme of the segment, so that was the tiebreaker for myself. So Kate, congratulations. You are moving on to the semi-finals.
Yay! I'm moving on. Not
The
like
Macho
from our
Baby.
marriage.
The Macho Baby doesn't love that. And he's got a strong scent in his little diaper for that.
All right. Thank you to our competitors. Big Calix, where can people find you and purchase things from you?
Yeah, the biggest currency I hold is social equity. So follow Big Calix at CalixPW. It works on every format. And you can buy my things from the blue link inside those little social formats. Yeah, I'm so big.
And Kate, where can people find you and purchase your wares?
You can find me on Twitter and Instagram at I am Kate Nix or on twitch.tv/Kate Nix, where every Tuesday night I host a musical variety show called The Lullaby Lounge. And if you would like to hear the music before you tune in, you can always search Kate Nix, KateNyx, on any streaming platform and give me that 0.0001 cent per play.
Well, thank you to both of our competitors. Kate, we will see you in the semifinals. Calix, unfortunately, this is goodbye. Thank you for coming in and competing. We are now moving into the second to last match of our first round. We've had a lot of strong competitors so far, but let's meet our next two competitors in Extreme Cardboard Wrestling. To the left-hand side of the screen, he is the ring announcer for League of Heels, the granddaddy of PAX wrestling panels, and he hosts a very chill stream on Twitch where he builds various models. Give it up for Pat Bear.
Hello, hello, hello.
And on the right-hand side of the screen, she is not America's sweetheart. She is one half of the Sisters of Construction and is world famous on TikTok. Make some noise for Davienne.
Hello.
All right. I will be drawing the name cards for our competitors. Pat, for this round, you will be the miserable professor.
All right.
And Davienne, you will be the wandering snake.
Okay.
And our competitors are competing in Worcester, Massachusetts. The wrestlers are siblings who have been rivals since birth. Neither will accept defeat. Pat, since you are the veteran in this round, we will have you go first. You have 1 minute. Are you ready?
I am indeed ready.
Go.
All right, class, settle down, settle down, settle down. As you know, my no good sibling, that snake in the grass, literally, is back in town. And I have to
Speaker is now a
admit,
beer-drinking, fist-fighting good old boy.
I got to admit, I'm feeling pretty miserable right now, class. So we're going to have to wait to learn our ABCs and our XYZs because you know how much I despise my snake of a sister. Oh, man.
The speaker's promo must be computer hacking related.
I just think about how I just want to hit. You don't want to grab my mouse. I don't want to get on the keys, and I just want to type a bunch of stuff. And I want to, expose all the secrets of the CIA.
The speaker's promo must be a series of knock-knock jokes.
And knock-knock, my snake of a sister.
Time.
Y'all didn't get the joke.
Well done. All right. Davienne, you have 1 minute. Are you ready?
I think so.
All right. Begin.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of Worcester, Massachusetts. I bet you wondering where I have been wandering around, slithering, trying to keep tabs on my big piece of garbage, miserable older brother.
The speaker must call out their opponent's parents.
Our parents have picked him over and over and over again. Oh, because he's the firstborn? Oh, cool. You're going to get our inheritance or something? Like, they love him so much more than me. And I just don't get it.
The speaker must boast about their undefeated streak.
He thinks I'm some kind of snake because I'm undefeated in our sibling rivalry. No, I'm just smarter than you. You're a miserable
The speaker must incorporate the old gods into their promo.
The old gods? I don't even really know what that is because my older brother
Time.
is a terrible professor.
Well done, both of our competitors. Now we'll take this time to look at the notes that I totally took during that segment and determine our winner. So, drum roll please. Our winner for that round. Congratulations. Davienne, you are moving on to our semifinals. Pat, I'm sorry, but you did not make the cut. Thank you for competing.
I mean, I guess this is better than winning and losing to the same person, which happened last time I was here. So just losing, I guess, is better.
Now, Pat, where can the fine people watching the stream find you?
So my name is Pat Baer, Patbaer, and you can find me on social media with that name, twitch.tv/Pat Baer. As mentioned earlier, I do chill model kit building streams. So Twitch is not just for PAX and for playing video games. You can also watch people build model kits and talk about anime. And I know someone watching right now is very excited. And if even it's just one person, welcome aboard.
And Davian, where can people find you?
You can find me on Facebook. I have a like page, Not America's Sweetheart, Davian. On Twitter and Instagram at Davian __. And on TikTok at Team C Stars.
Well, thank you to our competitors. Davian, we will see you in the semi-finals. Now, let's move on to the final match of our first round. So, without further ado, let's introduce our competitors. To the left, we have the very nice, the very evil, the master of the tequila dance, and he is still waiting to hear back from Ring of Honor to hire him. Make some noise for Danhausen.
Yeah. Can you hear Danhausen?
We can hear Danhausen.
Ah, very good. Who is this fellow in this little corner giving Danhausen a thumbs down?
Well, that is your opponent on the right. He is the host of the Party of One podcast, the creator of multiple wrestling-themed tabletop RPGs, and he recently forgot that Season 2 of Daria is spent dealing with Tom's shifty ass.
2 whole seasons.
Oh, sorry, I misread that. 2 whole seasons.
Whole season. There's way more Tom than I expected, and I was really kind of hoping we were going to be done with Tom real quick. Was not prepared for it, frankly.
Well, let's get into things. First, I will draw the name card for Jeff, and for this round, you will be the magical librarian. And Danhausen, you will be the leaping assassin.
Ah, very good. This is Danhausen's forte.
All right, and our competitors will be competing in Rome, Italy. Both wrestlers have to explain the non-injury related reason they had to leave the Smack Talk Wrestling Federation. Jeff, we're going to have you go first. Are you ready?
I am ready.
You have 1 minute. Go.
The spirit world calls to me again, once again. From the stacks, it calls to the magical librarian. The Smack Talk Federation could not contain me. The magical forces that bind this
their
world.
Upcoming mixtape.
The forces that bind our world to the next could not contain the hot fire that I drop on every single track of my mixtape. The beings of the
speaker must brag
Feywild.
about their physical size.
The Feywild, the worlds beyond ours, my size, my pecs, my peaks, my freaks, my mixtapes, my rhymes, my jams, nothing can be contained.
The speaker
Nothing
must
can be
constantly
matched.
tell the audience to be quiet.
Please be quiet. I understand you're excited to see me. I understand that there are people from across the multiverse watching this, but you must let me talk, because if you do not, I will have to take these 48-inch pythons that are probably here. I will take this book, The Regrettable Superheroes book by Calamity John, and I will take you down.
Damn, Jeff coming in hot.
Yeah.
With that promo. All right, Danhausen, you have 1
The
minute.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Danhausen is ready.
Go.
Hello, yes, this is Danhausen here, the leaping assassin of some sort. Anyways, Danhausen seems to be in Rome, Italy of some sort, but he cannot be at the Smack Talk challenge because Danhausen is enjoying the fine foods of Italy.
The speaker must gloat about their previous athletic achievements.
Danhausen has won all of the Olympics in every single sport. In Italy, in, Europe, same place, maybe, who knows? Danhausen's leaping assassin uses those types of skills for, winning the Olympics everywhere.
The speaker must give their opponent backhanded compliments.
That tie looks quite nice on you, Wink. Yes, got him. That was a leaping assassin. Snuck up behind you with that one, didn't I? Anyways, Danhausen thought that your skills of talking were quite nice.
The speaker must repeatedly ask someone to cut the music, even though there is none.
Hello, Danhausen, please cut that music. Danhausen is trying to tell this other fellow who gave him a thumbs down that Danhausen is the best Olympic leaping assassin in Italy.
Time. Very good. Very nice. Very evil promo. Now, I will take a look at my notes and decide on who won that round. I think, and maybe an upset for everybody, the winner is Jeff Stormer. Congratulations, Jeff. You are moving on to our semifinals.
I made one pledge, and it was that I was not going to get knocked out in the first round.
Oh, congratulations. You've done it. You will be moving on to fight some of our feelers competitors from earlier rounds. Danhausen, unfortunately, you will not be moving on. Where can the people find you? Where can they give you money?
Danhausen thought he was a very good Olympic assassin or whatever. Who knows? Anyways, Danhausen tips his hat off to you, Jeffhausen. Very nice. Anyways, Danhausen, you can find his stuff at prowrestlingtees.com/Danhausen. That's where his t-shirts are. Patreon.com/LoveThatDanhausen. And yes, Twitter.com and Instagram.com/DanhausenAD. Isn't that nice?
And Jeff, where can people find you?
You can hit me up at jeffstormer.com. You can go to partyofonepodcast.com to find the show that I produce. And you can find me on Twitter at partyofonepod, or you can go to jeffstormer.itch.io to pick up any of the many role-playing games that I've written about wrestling, because I've got a theme, and frankly, I carry it pretty consistently.
Well, thank you to both our wonderful competitors. That wraps up our first round of matches. Now, let's get into our semi-final round. All right, let's move into the first round of our semi-final matches, and let's bring back Davian and Jeff Stormer. And without any further hesitation, we'll get right into this round. So, for this round, Davian, you will be Happy Sullivan.
Good.
And Jeff, you are going to be the Graceful Slammer.
Got it.
And for this round, you are competing in pile drivers for the planet. The wrestlers are fighting in an Earth Day themed pay-per-view. Their promos must be Earth Day themed. You will have 1 minute to cut your promos, just like the previous rounds. Davian, you will go first. Are you ready?
Yes.
And go.
And tonight, we are pile driving the environment, okay? You guys have been destroying the environment, and it really, I'm Happy Sullivan, and it makes me really sad to know.
The speaker must brag about their law degree.
So, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I went to school. I became an environmental lawyer. Do you know how much trash is in landfills? It makes me absolutely miserable.
The speaker must talk about their animal companion they bring to the ring.
I have the most adorable corgi that likes to accompany me to the ring. And you know what? He needs clean, fresh water. So we need to take care of our planet.
The speaker must use math and science in their promo.
Oh my gosh, have you guys never studied science? 2 + 2 doesn't equal 2,000. You guys need to be aware of all the plastic that we're using. It's time to pile drive pollution.
Well done.
That was good. That was very good.
Jeff, are you ready?
I am ready.
Go.
Consider, if you will, the gentle butterfly. This Friday at Pile Drivers for the Planet, with the stake of Earth in the balance, it will not require strength to save the world, but a graceful slam, a beautiful, graceful pile driver, courtesy.
Make car sounds during their promo.
Courtesy of the Graceful Slammer. Now I know what you're saying. You're saying, can I rev up my engines? Can I honk the horn? Can I? But I tell you this. All of your honking, all of your driving, that is what is killing the planet, and that is what I'm going to put to rest this Friday at Pile Drivers for the Planet.
The speaker must boast about their durability and lack of injuries.
I promise you, that is why I am graceful. I have come to you as a graceful man, as an durable man. I have never been hurt. I work safe. I work clean.
Must criticize
clean
their
as clean
parenting
energy
skills.
Clean as clean energy, unlike some other opponents, some other people I may be facing in the ring with their, oh, we're going to take you to the demolition derby. We're going to take you to the
Time.
toxic waste dumping facility.
Well done, both of you, but only one of you can move on. So give me a second to make my decision. Congratulations. Jeff Stormer, you're going to move on to our triple threat final. Congratulations. Thank you, Davian, for competing. Hopefully we'll see you at another Extreme Cardboard Wrestling event. But for now, this is goodbye. Jeff, we'll
Thank
see
you
you
so
later.
much.
Thank you so much. I'm here for the finals. We're making a run for it.
And now let's move on to the second match of the semifinals. And we have another first for Extreme Cardboard Wrestling. This is the first ever husband and wife going head to head for their spot in the final round. So welcome back, Ophidian, and welcome back, Kate Nix. So without further ado, let's draw some names. Ophidian, who are you going to be for this round?
Oh no. I am the Twisted Sailor.
And Kate, who are you?
I am the Elegant Waiter.
Good one. Solid names. So you guys will be competing at a contract signing in Geneva, Switzerland. The wrestlers are debating the terms of their championship match contract. They must convince the audience why they should receive their demands. Ophidian, you will go first, and you have 1 minute. Are you ready?
Oh, man, I don't have a choice. Cool.
And begin.
Yes. Here we are in Geneva, Switzerland, and there is no sea to be found. See, I am a man of the sea. I am the Twisted Sailor. And I think in this contract, I demand that we wrestle in the ocean.
The speaker must make fun of their opponent for being college educated.
I didn't need a degree to sail the high seas. No, I don't need an education to know how to talk either. That's right. I am...
The speaker is now an alien who doesn't understand Earth's customs.
What even is a college degree? What even is this that I'm talking on? All I know is the sea, or at least I think I do. Outer space is a sea, right?
The
I think
speakers
that's...
must deliver their promo like an infomercial.
And that's right, you too can sail the seas of outer space. All you need is Smack Talk Showdown. Get your Smack Talk
Time.
Showdown today. Oh, man.
All right, Kate. I think you might have an opportunity to secure the win. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm holding my armor like a waiter, but it's just beyond frame.
Begin. You're muted, Kate.
That's because you weren't ready
Okay.
to hear the elegance of what I'm about to bestow upon you. It is my greatest pleasure to serve the people of Geneva, Switzerland, the absolute best match possible, which means we could not have it in the ocean, Twisted Sailor.
The speaker
Everything
must over-enunciate every word.
needs to be pristine. I like to keep a lovely table, an elegant table. And on this table, I will smash
The
you
speaker must
through it.
sing the rest of their promo.
With style, with grace, with courage, I will defeat you here in Geneva.
The speaker must pretend they are a turkey for their promo.
Gobble, gobble. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Gobble, 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 gobble. Twisted Sailor, gobble.
Time.
Gobble.
Beautiful. Well, unfortunately for you, Ophidian, I don't think that will be too hard to decide. Congratulations, Kate.
No, it will not be.
You will be moving on to our final round. Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations, wife.
Thank you, husband.
Even if I lose, the championship is guaranteed to come to our household because there's no way she's losing.
Well, Kate, we'll see you in our final round. But before we get to that, we have one more matchup in our semifinals. And we're going to bring back Liz Burton and Sarah the Rebel. Now, without further ado, let's draw some names. For this round, Liz, you are going to be the Grappling Freak.
Oh.
And Sarah, you are going to be the Downtown Dentist.
Oh, yeah.
And for this match, our competitors are in a retirement match. The wrestlers are putting their careers on the line. Whoever loses retires.
Okay.
Liz, we're going to have you go first. You have 1 minute. Are you ready?
Yes.
Go.
You know, I've been in this business a long time. I've always pictured my opponents as the people calling me freaks when I was a kid, and that's why I grapple them to the ground. And I'm going to grapple you all the way down to hell because I'm so old, and that's where I'm going anyway.
The speaker must brag about their expensive clothing.
And I got so rich that I laugh in my bullies' faces because I always beat them because I know I could be stronger than them. And this coat is real fake fur. You know how much I spent on this coat? At least 100. And I'm not going to finish those zeros.
The speaker must compare their skills to a famous athlete.
And I'm just like Rocky Balboa, and you can say maybe that's not a real athlete, but I can't tell fact from fiction, and I don't need to. All I need to know is how to grapple you, and that is what I'm going to do.
Time. Very well done. Sarah, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go.
You see, the downtown dentist isn't scared of a retirement match, you little freak, because the downtown dentist has a backup career. You know, unlike so many of you thoughtless little wrestlers, okay, I have plenty going for me. I don't
The
even
speaker
need
is now a construction worker, and they must talk about their job.
because I have several jobs. I'm not just the dentist giving you the 2-for-1 special. I built this city. Literally, I'm a construction worker as well. And you know what? Retirement is just going to make me even more productive.
The speaker must use the phrase "not in my house" during their promo.
And literally, not in my house. I did not build the house that we are wrestling in. This is one of the few houses in this city that is not my house. But I'm still going to
The speaker's promo is now an insane rant.
And I don't even know why am I a wrestler and a dentist and a construction worker and I have a reindeer and a cat, but I'm all gonna eat your face like a pie.
Time. Oof, man, that was a high energy from both of our competitors. But only one of you is going to move on to our triple threat final. Congratulations. Sarah, the Rebel, you are going to move on. We will see you in the finals. Liz, you put in a valiant effort making it all the way to the semifinals, but unfortunately, this is the last we will see of you. Hopefully, we'll see you again at another Extreme Cardboard Wrestling event. Now, that was the last of our semifinal matches, and now it is time to move on to our triple threat final. We are bringing everyone in on this call for our final. So welcome back, Sarah, Kate, and Jeff. And for this round, we will be using cards from our unreleased new expansion pack, Lewd Attitude, which is a not safe for work expansion for Smack Talk Showdown. So let's get into some names for this round. Sarah, you will be the Demented Crippler. Kate, you will be the Psycho Minister. And Jeff, you will be the Badass Devil.
All right.
And for this round, you are all competing in a strip club showdown in Las Vegas, Nevada. The wrestlers are competing at an opening of a strip club. They must promote the club in their promo. Sarah, you are going to go first. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go.
When they invited the demented crippler to the strip club, I knew one thing and one thing only. It's that I needed a big celebration to open up this place. And I do mean open it up. So I thought, what better than a triple threat against my two least favorite people?
The speaker must use the numbers 420 and 69 during their promo.
Now, I know you want to love all the 420 friendly strippers in here, and you want to see some good 69 action, but you got to hold your horses because it hasn't opened yet, all right?
The speaker must promote their brand of meat sauce during their promo.
And if you love 69s, then there's nothing you're going to love more than Meaty McMeat sauce, served only here at Boobalicious Tubby Bibbies. Only here can you have the most delicious
The speaker must give their promo like an ad for a phone sex hotline.
Good enough for a demented crippler like me. And you know what? The two of you are in for a real big surprise. When I come off that pole and I land on you in that
time.
Really good.
Well done. All right, Kate, you think you can top that?
The Lord is with me.
And also with sorry.
And go.
And so saith the Lord, that I, the psycho minister, will descend upon the Boobalicious strip club in Las Vegas, Nevada, and destroy and demolish my two opponents. And so saith the Lord, that I will be victorious.
The
that
speaker must
I
act like they are nursing a terrible hangover.
will be honest with you. I kind of got into the sacramental wine. I'm not proud, but I needed to be prepared with all of my holiness to party with this bodacious amount of babes.
The speaker is now the mother or father of their opponent's child.
And I'm not proud of the fact that I parented 7 children with a demented crippler and I ran away, but through God and through his name, I have been able to find myself a clearer path.
Still waiting on them checks.
Well done. Jeff, you were the last one to go. Do you think you can top those two?
I feel ready. I feel ready.
All right. Begin.
It is I, Satan, the original badass devil, here to indulge in the most delightful of sins, adultery, at
The speaker is now a dominatrix.
At Boobalicious Booby Boobies, I will be whipping it up in the ring. I will be dripping with sex appeal in the ring. There are some very naughty wrestlers who will be disciplined. They will learn the error of
The speaker must refer to their opponent as Daddy.
And Daddy, sorry, Father, I'm gonna make you so penitent with what I'm about to do. Also, Daddy, other Daddy, you also will be penitent, but like it's less relevant to you.
The speaker must detail how they are going to beat their opponent in the goriest way possible.
See, I know a thing or two about blood. I'm the devil. And I promise you, when the sea of fire and blood and floods the ring.
Well done. Whew.
I know a thing or two about blood. I'm the devil.
I want a shirt that says that.
I also want that on a shirt is the thing.
Well, great promos all around. It's going to be a hard decision. Give me a moment to think about who I thought won.
I'm studying my rubric to see who could possibly win.
The rules. But I think I'm going to have to give it to Jeff. Congratulations. You are the first ever online champion of cardboard. Congratulations. Kate, Sarah, congratulations on making this far, but unfortunately, Jeff, aka the Badass Devil, has bested you. Congratulations,
I'd like to give it up
Jeff.
to Satan. I'd like to give it up to Satan.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to our panel. We hope you enjoyed it. You can pre-order the second edition of Smack Talk Showdown and the Lewd Attitude expansion at smacktalkshowdown.bigcartel.com. You can also find a print and play version of the first edition of the game. You can also follow us on Twitter at Smack Talk Showdown without the O's, and on Instagram at Smack Talk Showdown. Thank you again, and enjoy the rest of your PAX Online.
In the spirit of reconciliation, PAX acknowledges the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia and their connections to land, sea and community. We pay our respect to their elders past and present, as it is their knowledge and experience that holds the key to the success of future generations. We extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples today.
Hi, I'm Gareth Damian Martin, the solo developer behind In Other Waters. In Other Waters is a narrative exploration game that casts you as the AI assistant to a xenobiologist as they explore and study an alien ocean. Played through a unique interface that offers a distinct perspective on the water world of Gliese 667cc, In Other Waters paints the picture of a unique and complex ecology through an immersive array of signals, descriptions, and sounds. As well as offering a compelling mystery as you help Ellery Vass track missing scientist Dr. Minei Nomura and uncover the complex history of this planet, In Other Waters also rewards free exploration and scientific study. With detailed taxonomy entries complete with biological sketches to be unlocked for each creature. Imagined as an alternative to the militaristic and colonial focus of most science fiction, In Other Waters is a game about humanity's relationship to the ecologies that surround us, and our insatiable curiosity about the natural world. In a time of climate crisis and ecological destruction, can we imagine a different future, or are we doomed to repeat the mistakes of our species' past? Find out in this unique and beautiful dive into another world. Available now on PC, Mac, and Nintendo Switch.
The next chapter in Firefly's classic real-time strategy series, Stronghold Warlords is the latest in a line of unique castle sim games. Developed by Firefly Studios, creators of the original Stronghold and Stronghold Crusader, Stronghold Warlords introduces new RTS mechanics, classic Stronghold units, and 4 unique regions. In Stronghold Warlords, players must first design, build, and manage a fully realised castle economy, before taking the fight to rival opponents lifted from the pages of history. But you won't be alone in the fights, with the addition of a completely new way to play Stronghold in the Warlord system. Players will besiege Great Khans, Imperial leaders, Shogun commanders and more as they grow their castle economy and construct new gunpowder-fueled siege weapons. Taking players from the jungles of Vietnam and the Mongolian steppe to the warring states of China and finally feudal Japan, this new setting is built into each aspect of our castle sim gameplay. Popularity with your subjects is influenced by a wider variety of factors than ever before. A granary full of rice, meat and vegetables might keep your peasants from revolting, but in order to raise taxes, an army, and get the most from your workers, they'll need more than just full bellies. Quality clothing and housing, temples, tea houses, medieval entertainment, and even torture devices all have a role to play in the continued happiness and obedience of your peasant population. Fail to stay on their good side and peasants will abandon the player, leaving you without farmers, blacksmiths, diplomats, and indeed soldiers with which to defend your keep. Introducing new cultures, mechanics, and historical detail to the series for the first time, Warlords is built around the central Warlord system, a grand strategy mechanic that allows players to recruit, upgrade, and command 8 unique warlords across the battlefield. Once under your command, either through force or diplomacy,
I serve a new master. My army is ready.
Each warlord boosts your strategic prowess with unique perks, characteristics, and upgradable abilities. Early on, players can boost their diplomacy and gold reserves with the help of the Crane Warlord, who also has a unique perk that boosts popularity within the castle. Later in the game, we might turn to more military-focused warlords, like the Tiger and Dragon. These more aggressive warlords can do everything from increasing melee damage and offering spiritual guidance, to growing your army with special units and even launching a full siege attack on the enemy. Utilize each warlord to boost your industry, fortify borders, forge weapons or launch a pincer attack, and you'll dominate the battlefield in no time. Each mission and multiplayer battle means a fresh set of warlords to command and new dynamics for every castle built.
With all the warlords in this region, we have the numbers to launch a single great assault on the castle.
To defend their castles, players will take command of Mongol hordes, Imperial warriors, and samurai clansmen, as they prepare to besiege everything from Japanese castles to fortified Chinese cities. In addition to classic weapons like the trebuchet and mighty siege tower, Warlords also introduces gunpowder to the series for the first time.
Hi, I'm Joel from Generosity. Generosity is a charity marathon that happens biannually. We call it a guerrilla charity marathon because we pop up, we run from a physical space for 48 hours to 96 hours, and then we pack it all down and we disappear with 100% of all money raised going directly to the charity that we're supporting. With a variety of streamers, content creators, YouTubers, musicians, dancers, it's got everything. A typical Generosity is a physical event that we take over a location, and for 48 hours plus, we have all these content creators, streamers, musicians, dancers coming through the door and doing different segments in this little studio that we built. This Generosity is going to be a little bit different because it's all virtual, it's all online, but it's going to be really good. It is. We're still going to be just as silly. Everyone's just going to do the exact same thing that they've always done. They might not be able to do it in some sweaty little room that we've managed to take over. They can do it from the luxury of their home. They're able to use all of the different antics and gimmicks that they have with their own streaming setups and still raise money for charity and have a lot of fun. It's an entire event of people giving up their time, giving up their skill set, giving up all of their wild ideas that they have to raise money for a good cause. This Generosity, we are raising money for Cure Cancer, which is the same charity that we raised money for last year at PAX 2019. Cure Cancer is an amazing charity. They've been around for 53 years. They've funded over 500 research grants, all with this very meticulous, very focused method where they want to take the money that they raise and spend it the best possible way that they can spend it to essentially cure cancer. They're very good at what they do, and it's why we want to keep supporting them as a charity. If you would like to donate to Cure Cancer, you can head over to generosity.com.au. We've got a donation widget there. It's really simple to use. It's an amazing way to make your donation. If you don't want to donate to Cure Cancer, donate to Cure Cancer. It's a really good charity. What are you doing watching this video and just sitting there being like, I hate cancer? So donate to Cure Cancer. Cure Cancer. Cure Cancer.
Hi everyone, this is Ollie and Phil from Kaizen Gameworks.
Our first game as a studio is Paradise Killer, first-person, open-world murder mystery set on the bizarre Paradise Island, home to a secret society of dead alien god worshippers.
You play as the investigation freak Lady Love Dies, called out of exile to solve the murder of the ruling council.
The demonically possessed prime suspect was found with the murder weapon outside of a locked-door crime scene. Is the official story correct, or do you suspect a conspiracy centuries in the making is at play?
With Paradise Killer, we want to make you feel like a real investigator. There are no narrative tests to pass. You simply investigate the crime in any order you want and come to your own conclusions.
When you think you've got enough evidence, you can go to the judge and start the trials, accusing anyone you want so long as you've got the evidence to back it up.
We're very excited to be part of PAX. We've been to the show before and had a wonderful time. We hope that one day in the future we can do it again in person.
Paradise Killer is out now on PC and Switch with a special 20% launch discount.
We hope you're ready to breathe life back into paradise.
Tim Ellis, and I'm here to show you how to build an inexpensive retro gaming machine in under an hour. You may have heard of the Raspberry Pi. That is, of course, what we will be using. But before we get into that, real quick introduction. Who am I? I am at the Tim on Twitter. I've been gaming since sometime in the 1980s, originally on Atari, Commodore 64, NES. I also write about video games for the local Seattle tech news site GeekWire, and I have a podcast called Dispatches from the Multiverse, where we do improvised comedy on all kinds of different parallel dimensions. And I'm also a dog owner. That's an important note. Let's go over what you're going to need. You're going to need a Raspberry Pi. There are a bunch of different versions of Raspberry Pi. What I have here is the Raspberry Pi 3B+. This is not the most recent version. There is now the Raspberry Pi 4 that's available, which is the most recent version if you go to buy one today. I believe Raspberry Pi 2, 3, even the original Raspberry Pi will probably work. It's just a matter of which games you're going to be able to run on them. The more new the Raspberry Pi is, the more powerful it is, the more games you're going to be able to run on it, such as Nintendo 64 and that kind of stuff. Anything with Raspberry Pi 3 and up have Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, which does allow you to use Bluetooth controllers. There's a little extra configuration for that, and I'm not going to go into that today. That's a little bit more advanced. I'm just going to stick with the plug-in USB controllers, but it is an option if you have the Raspberry Pi 3 or 4. And same with Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is potentially useful for getting ROMs onto your device and things like that. You can also technically install RetroPie on as small as a 4 gigabyte SD card, which is the second thing you're going to need, micro SD card. You're probably going to want something bigger than a 4 gigabyte though. What I'm using here is a 32 gigabyte. You can use even larger than that. It's mostly a matter of how much room do you want for your ROMs. The system itself, the RetroPie system, only needs about 4 gigabytes to be able to run, but you are going to want a bigger card to fit lots of ROMs on there. Most people load it up with ROMs. You're going to need a 2 amp USB power supply and a micro USB cable, which I do not have sitting here in front of me, but you know what a micro USB cable looks like. It's important to note that it does need to be a 2 amp power supply. If you try to undersupply this with one of the more cheap USB power supplies, it's going to complain at you and have problems and not run properly. So make sure you get one that's rated for the Raspberry Pi at least 2 amps. You're going to need an HDMI cable because that is the main interface. You can see here on the side of the board, we've got our HDMI out. Obviously your TV or monitor of choice, and almost any USB game controller. Again, as I mentioned, you can use Bluetooth with the newer versions. What I'm going to be using here is a modern replica of the 6-button Sega controller that's USB. So it plugs in real conveniently into a PC or the Raspberry Pi. The last thing that is potentially useful for you to have in your setup process only is a USB keyboard, like that. And that allows you to go through some of the Wi-Fi configurations and things like that, which you can't exactly do easily with a gamepad. I'm not going to necessarily step through every little bit of that today, but just know that having a USB keyboard that you can plug in temporarily just for the setup process is a handy thing. Let's talk quickly about where to get your Raspberry Pi. So you can go on Amazon. I don't recommend that. Most of what you're going to find on Amazon are bundles and things like that that include a whole bunch of stuff you don't really need and are marked way up. If you go to raspberrypi.org, you can get a list of the legitimate retailers that have Raspberry Pi that are getting them direct from the manufacturer. And all of the legitimate retailers should be selling them for the sort of the standard version is going to be $35 plus tax and shipping. That is the 2 gigabyte model, the version that has 2 gigabytes of built-in memory. If you want the 4 gigabyte version, it should be no more than $55. If you want the 1 gigabyte version, that one is only $30. So if you see prices that are higher than that, don't pay them. Go to one of the legitimate retailers that's listed on the site and don't overpay for your Raspberry Pi, because $35 is the most you should be paying, again, for the 2 gigabyte model. Let's talk briefly about accessories. So one of the accessories that I like, unfortunately they're getting a little harder to find now, but you can still pick them up, is vintage controller USB adapters. So, if you actually have an original NES controller lying around, and I'm not talking about the ones that came with the NES Mini that have the little like Wii connector on them. I'm talking about the original NES controller that has this little 5-sided shape on here. You can get an adapter that has that same thing on there. You can plug your original NES controller into the adapter and then bam, it's USB. And that works right out off the shelf with the RetroPie. And same thing, you can find the same thing for Super NES controllers, for your old school Sega Genesis controllers, all that kind of stuff. So I've got one here too for the Super NES. You can see it's got that funky wide 7-pin connector. Click it in there and then now it's a USB controller. And it's the actual original Super NES controller, which is pretty cool. Unfortunately, like I said, those are getting a little hard to find. It used to be you could pick them up for $10 to $20, get them on Amazon or find them at Walmart even. Now they're harder to find, but they're still out there. The good brands, if you can find them, are Tomy and Mayflash. Those are the ones that make sort of the gold standard adapters, if you will. Let's also talk about cases. So I've got a couple of different case options. So, this one here is just sort of an off-the-shelf, I think I paid $10 to $15 for this one. It's a nice looking, sharp, simple rectangle case, got aluminum on the sides, got some anti-skid stuff on the bottom, got a Raspberry Pi, an older version, I think, in here. There's also, you can get a fancy case that actually looks like a Super Nintendo or, a Sega Genesis or things like that. You can get ones that have all kinds of fancy features like extra USB ports that are in the front so that your USB ports are not necessarily on the side, or have power lights or power switches or that kind of stuff. Lots of bells and whistles. You can spend a lot of money on a case if you want to, or you can spend as little as $5 for the official case, which is this simple red and white case that just kind of pops open real easily. You click the Raspberry Pi into there and you're off and running, and you've got it protected from dropping something on it or whatever. Before we get into it, let's go over the steps. I'm just going to run through this whole list, and then we're going to actually walk through it and do it. So the first step is you're going to download the RetroPie software from the website. Then you're going to take that RetroPie software and you're going to flash it to your micro SD card. The next step, once you've got the RetroPie software flashed to the SD card, you're just going to plug in the SD card into your Raspberry Pi, and you're going to plug it into power and plug it into your TV, and it's going to do its initial boot up sequence. And The first thing it's going to do is going to ask you to set up your controllers. So you plug your controller in and then you configure what all the buttons are. Then if you want to set up internet, which is not necessary, you don't need to be connected to the internet, but if you want to, you would set it up next. Then the next step is actually you go back to your computer, whether that's a Mac or a PC or whatever, and you take a USB stick. And again, there's other ways to do this, but I'm just going over the simplest, most straightforward way. But you take your USB stick and you set it up on the computer, you format it in the right way, set up a folder on there. Then you take your USB stick and you plug it into your Raspberry Pi, and it does some little magic. And then you take the USB stick out of the Raspberry Pi and you put it back to your computer, and then you load up as many ROMs as you've got, wherever you got them. I'm not going to ask. You don't need to tell me. You put the ROMs onto the USB stick. Once you got them all on there, you take it back out of your computer, stick it back into the Raspberry Pi. You wait for while it copies them all over. You restart the emulator program on the Raspberry Pi, and then everything's working. That's it. That's the whole thing. So what we're going to do is I'm going to walk through every one of those steps basically in real time with you right now. So let's get going. The first step you're going to do is you're going to download the RetroPie software. So this is totally free. And obviously the amount of time it's going to take depends on how fast your internet connection is. I'm not going to sit here and download the software in real time in front of you. That would not make for a very entertaining panel. So I've actually cheated and I've pre-downloaded the software. I'm just going to walk you through where to get that and how to do it. So retropie.org.uk, and this is what the website looks like right now. Obviously, it may look different if you're viewing this at some later date, but you go to retropie.org.uk and you click the little button on there that says Get RetroPie, and it'll download the package that you need, and that's it. It's a .tar.gz or something. The file extension it doesn't matter if you don't have an app that opens it, because we're going to show you in a few steps from now, the app that we use to burn it to the SD card actually just opens it exactly as it is downloaded. So don't unzip it or do anything like that once you've downloaded it. Just download the file and take a note of where it went on your computer, and you'll be fine. RetroPie emulates a ton of systems. You can see them all on the screen here right now. You've got your classics, of course, NES, SNES, Sega Master System or Genesis, Game Boy, GameCube. Now, once you're talking about things like GameCube and Dreamcast, that's when you're getting into the realm of games that may not emulate quite as well. You know, I haven't tried them personally on a Raspberry Pi 4, but even then, you're getting into iffy territory there. Really, these Raspberry Pis do best with the older classic games like SNES and Sega Genesis and that kind of stuff. I recommend sticking to those for the most part, unless you want to deal with, errors and choppiness and stuff like that. You've got your file downloaded. It's taken a few minutes, whatever. You've noted where it is on your computer. So the next step is to copy that file to your SD card, which again, I'm not going to do in real time here because this is the longest and most boring step. So what I recommend is there's a website called Etcher.io, and Etcher.io has this free utility that lets you flash from the RetroPie image onto an SD card. Super simple, totally free. So you go and you download Etcher.io, you walk through the steps. So the first thing it's going to show you is you need to pick from file. So you click on that button and it's going to pop up a thing that tells you locate the file. Show me where it is that this file is at that you want me to burn. So this is where the file that you downloaded in step 1, you note where that was, and this is, you open that directory and you choose the file, and then you go to step 2. So the next step is select target. So that target just means your SD card. So your SD card at this point is in your computer, and you have plugged into your computer, and you should see a list on the screen when you say select target that has the thing that's your SD card. So you choose that. You make sure that the one you choose is the one that has like the right size. If you get a 32 gigabyte card in there, make sure the size that it shows is roughly 30 gigabytes or 128 gigabytes or whatever it is that you've stuck in there. Now, once you select that, you check the box and you hit select. And then the next thing, once you've done that, now you can see the first 2 boxes have what you've chosen in them. And then the next button is flash. So you click the flash button. Now, what might happen if you put in a card that is bigger than 32 or 64? I don't know exactly what the threshold is. I know that it does pop up when you try to do it to a 128 gigabyte card. Is you might get a warning that tells you, hey, wait a minute, like this drive is really big. Are you sure this is really an SD card? Just hit continue, assuming you have in fact selected the right drive and you haven't accidentally selected your, USB backup drive or something like that. Make sure you've selected the right SD card drive and click continue. And And then what you're going to see is these screens here. So the first screen says flashing, and it's going to slowly climb from 0 to 100% on flashing. And then once it finishes flashing, it's going to do validating. It's going to slowly climb from 0 to 100% on validating. And then after it's done validating, then it's going to say finishing. And it just kind of sits there on finishing for a few seconds. It looks like it's not doing anything maybe. Leave it on there. Don't do anything yet. And then once it's actually finished, it'll pop up this last screen that says flash complete. And that's it. You're done. So now you can take the memory card out of your computer and stick it into the Raspberry Pi. So the slot on this one is right here on the bottom. And that's one thing that's nice about the Raspberry Pi is that for the most part, from version to version, they've kept the different plugs, things like where you slot in your SD card and where you plug in your Ethernet or your USB or your HDMI. They've stayed relatively in the same spot on the board, so they're all fairly the same. So this should look roughly the same as the Raspberry Pi 4. So you finish flashing your card, you've put it into your Raspberry Pi, so now you get to the part where you plug it in. So we are going to do this part live, so we're going to switch over now to the video feed on my Raspberry Pi. You've got your SD card plugged into your Raspberry Pi. What you're going to do is plug in the HDMI to your TV, and then once everything's hooked up, then plug in your power into the micro USB power port on the Raspberry Pi, and the little light should come on, and that indicates it is powering up. The first thing you're going to see when you plug in the Raspberry Pi for the first time is you're going to see a whole sequence of a whole bunch of different setup screens. It's going to show the little Raspberry Pi logo. It's going to show a whole bunch of text on the screen, and it's going to flash a whole bunch of things at you. You might briefly see like a rainbow image. You might see it'll go black for a second, and then it'll come back. It'll flash up the RetroPie logo like this, and in a second here, it's going to go back to the wall of text and initialize a whole bunch of more stuff. You don't really have to worry about any of this. Just, it doesn't matter to you what all this is saying. All that matters is that it gets to the end of this process, and assuming you've done everything correctly and that nothing's wrong with your Raspberry Pi, it should eventually get to the end of this whole part of the process pretty easily, pretty painlessly. And what's going to happen when it gets done with this whole initial setup thing is it's going to ask you to configure the controller. So you also want to make sure that your controller is plugged in to the USB. And once it finishes the setup here, as you can see, it's still thinking. There's a few little drivers to initialize or checks to make on the hardware, whatever it is it's doing. But in a moment here, it's going to say starting emulation station, which is the underlying program that is running all of the RetroPie stuff. So here we go. Here's emulation station, and it says welcome. One gamepad detected. Hold the button on your device to configure it. Press F4 to quit. Okay, so I hold the button, and it said it detected my controller. So now it's asking me to do the gamepad configuration. So you just go down this list and you press what it tells you to press. So I up, down, left, right, select, start, A, B, X, Y, left button, left shoulder, right shoulder, left trigger, right trigger. Now, what's going to happen eventually if you're using like a retro controller like this Sega controller that I'm using is you're going to get to ones that don't have a button on your controller. And don't worry, just pick some button that you've already assigned, like A or down arrow or whatever, and just press and hold that. And what it'll do is it'll skip to the next one. So you press and hold, skips to the next one, then you let go, press and hold again, skips to the next one. You just keep doing that down the list on all the ones that you don't have on this controller. Get to hotkey enable, you want to press like select or something like that. That is one that you can double assign to a different thing. It's useful. It's the button that, like, if you hold that button down and press another button, there's different shortcuts basically that you can do. Once you've done all of that, then it's going to jump you out to the main screen. So you're at the main screen and it says RetroPie configuration. Okay, so the next step that you're going to do is you're going to take your USB stick, stick it into the RetroPie. It's useful if you have a USB stick that has a busy indicator light on it, because this part of the process is going to take a minute or two. It's kind of hard to know exactly how long it's going to take, but assuming you've configured it correctly, you stick it in there and the light's going to turn on and it's just going to sit there and flash. And as you can see on the screen here, while that's happening, it doesn't look like anything's going on. Like on your screen, there's no feedback whatsoever that anything is happening. But what's actually happening is the Raspberry Pi has detected your USB stick. It's detected that you put that RetroPie folder on there, and it's loading that RetroPie folder with all kinds of stuff. It's loading it with a directory structure that has all of your different games on it, the different folders for your different systems, your NAS folder, your SNES folder, your Master Drive folder. All those different things are going to be folders that it's creating right now. And it's also loading up a few other things that are important to be able to recognize this drive that you're using, this USB stick, as a device that is used for RetroPie. So you're just going to have to sit here and wait. And again, if you have an indicator light, you can see that it's flashing and blinking. And once it stops flashing, then you know it's done. But if you don't have an indicator light, then I would say wait at least 2 or 3 minutes to make sure that it's totally finished doing the whole setup process. Either way, once it's done, assuming the light stops flashing or you've just waited 2 or 3 minutes, then you should be able to safely unplug your USB stick from your RetroPie. And that's when you take it and you bring it back to the computer. You go back to your computer, you plug it into the computer, and you'll see if everything worked. You should see the directory structure where inside the RetroPie folder is your ROMs folder. And then in your ROMs folder is where you have different subfolders for NES, Super NES, all that kind of stuff. And that's where you drag the ROMs that you have into their respective folders. And of course, these are ROMs that you've legally obtained. It's a don't ask, don't tell type of situation here. You put them onto the USB stick into their appropriate folders. Once you've got all the ROMs on there that you want, what you're going to do is you're going to take that USB stick and bring it back to the RetroPie. You're going to plug it into your Raspberry Pi. And what's going to happen there is it's going to blink again. And at this point, what it's doing is it's actually copying all those ROMs that you loaded onto the USB stick onto the system itself. So this is where you need to make sure that you haven't loaded your USB stick with more content than what you actually have available on the size of memory card that you use. So if you're using like a 16 gigabyte USB stick and you somehow come up with 16 gigabytes of ROMs, but your SD card that you use for this whole thing is only 8 gigabytes, so you're going to run into trouble. While we're waiting for the USB stick to stop flashing while it's setting up the folders there, I want to share a fun little bit of video game trivia. So this here is an Atari Missile Command trackball from the original arcade cabinet from the 1980s. What you may not know about the trackball from the original arcade cabinets is that they weren't really trackballs. I mean, they are trackballs, but Atari, when they were designing these cabinets, they were looking for, somebody to supply a ball that had the right amount of weight and was the right size. It would fit, nestled into that control panel and had the, that good heavy feel. And what they found was something called a candlepin bowling ball. And candlepin bowling is a bowling style that is popular on the East Coast, not so much over here on the West Coast. I'd never heard of it until I learned this bit of trivia. But in candlepin bowling, they use a ball exactly this size with no holes for the fingers, and the pins are just straight cylinders. They don't have the taper that a typical bowling pin has. But Atari figured out that these candlepin bowling balls were the size that they wanted to use, and so they went to a candlepin bowling manufacturer and said, hey, can we get, like 10,000 or 100,000 of these things? And this guy said, yes, you absolutely can. And that's a way bigger order than we've ever had for our actual bowling balls. So guess what? We are no longer a bowling ball manufacturer. We are now an Atari trackball manufacturer. And of course, they didn't actually change anything at all about what they were manufacturing. They just changed what they were calling it. They continued making the exact same stuff. In fact, if you have an arcade cabinet with a bad trackball, it's all scratched up or cracked or something like that, you can literally go out today and just buy a candlepin bowling ball that's the same diameter, and it'll be a drop-in replacement because it's still a thing that exists, and it's just a fun little bit of video game trivia. So once you've done that and it's dumped all that stuff on there, that's when you restart Emulation Station. So that's what we just did here. It doesn't actually reboot the whole thing. It just restarts Emulation Station, and then boom, you can see, here we go. Everything worked. It copied over the ROMs, and now we have new options on our main menu. Instead of just RetroPie, we have Nintendo. We have Sega Master Drive, which is Sega Genesis here in the US. We have Nintendo 64. We have Super Nintendo. And you scroll left and right and choose one of those with the A button, and you can see all the ROMs that you uploaded. So we're going to launch Sonic here. Give it a try. It's going to take a second to initialize the whole thing. This is the first time we've done it. we go. Love that Sega jingle. Sonic Team presents. So you know the drill. It's Sonic the Hedgehog. It looks great. Everything worked, so we've got a bunch of games on here. And anytime you want to add more ROMs, it's as easy as just take that stick back out, load them into the proper folders, stick it back into there, doing the same thing you did before. Format it to FAT32, put in the RetroPie folder, and then stick it into the Raspberry Pi when it's booted up into RetroPie, and it'll create the new folder structure for you all over again. And when you're done playing, you can, this is one of the points where the hotkey comes in handy, is you can hold down the hotkey, I think, and start, and that should exit out of your game, back to the main menu. When we're done with everything, we can go press start to pull up our main menu and go down to quit and say shutdown system. And what that'll do is it'll do a nice clean shutdown so there's no errors the next time we boot up. And there it is. It's powered down. And here we go. Okay. So as I said, it was going to be how to build this whole thing in less than an hour. We did it in about a half an hour or less, even less than a half an hour. And again, we cheated a little bit because we skipped over the steps where we're actually downloading and flashing the card. But those parts of the process really only take about 5-10 minutes tops. I just didn't think you wanted me to be sitting around blabbing at you while we watch the progress bar together. So I spared you that part. Let's do a few frequently asked questions. Since unfortunately, I'm not here to take questions from you live this time around, I want to go through some of the typical kinds of questions that people might ask. Number one, most common question, where do you get ROMs? Unfortunately, I'm not going to tell you that. I can't tell you that. The whole legality of ROMs is a very fuzzy type of issue. Now, one thing that is potentially something you can do, I will get into very briefly, is that you can make your own ROMs. If you actually have cartridges, there are devices